Chapter 1. The Apocalypse and the Beast Realm. In a world ravaged by the apocalypse, the eminent warrior Bai Xuan idly toyed with a luminescent stone. Neither a crystal core nor an energy stone, I cannot fathom what the zombie king treasures about it. Losing interest, she was about to discard it when a blinding white light engulfed her, transporting her into a vast, white expanse. Bai Xuan displayed no sign of alarm, having endured the desolation of this world for so long. Her emotions had dulled to a mere numbness. Old man, if you have something to say, say it. If you have a fart to release, do it. The old man, beast god who had assumed a sage-like demeanor in preparation to deceive, nearly faltered in his recital. Ah, so audacious. I quite like it. Dear young one, shall we strike a bargain? Bai Xuan, with an air of indifference, settled comfortably onto the ground, awaiting further discourse. This wretched world had grown tiresome. Perhaps this eccentric old man could provide her with some amusement. The old man, with a resigned expression, crouched down and revealed a gentle smile. I can take you away from here, what do you say? Bai Xuan's eyelashes fluttered slightly, concealing a glimmer of intrigue in her eyes. What are the terms? The old man's smile waned slightly. Help me eliminate that pretender who claims to be a divine messenger. Bai Xuan perceived the underlying implication, letting out a light scoff. You are a deity? Then why not handle a mere mortal yourself? This girl's tongue was vexing, yet her spirit was to his liking. As a beast god, I cannot directly intervene in the strife of the beast realm. Only the high priest can converse with me briefly, yet he has plunged the realm into chaos. Bai Xuan interrupted the old man, understanding the metaphorical reference to a regent. Undermining royal authority. What's in it for me? The old man nearly choked on her audacity. Isn't it a boon to escape this crumbling world? Bai Xuan regarded him as if he were a simpleton. If you don't transport me to the beast realm, how am I to assist you? That hardly constitutes a benefit. Moreover, if you don't equip me, and I fail to defeat that so-called high priest and meet my demise, to whom shall I lament my fate? Although the allure of venturing to another world was indeed tempting, she was not one to attempt such a gamble without proper means. The old man's little mustache quivered in agony. Then, I shall grant you a spiritual spring space. Alas, he had painstakingly acquired this from the realm of cultivation. Nevertheless, one must sacrifice to reap rewards after all. He had raised a white-eyed wolf. Resolute in his decision, the old man touched Bai Xuan's forehead and, appearing rather listless, inquired, Is there anything else you wish to know? After inspecting the space, Bai Xuan suppressed her excitement. Why seek me for this transaction? Because you are formidable. The old man replied dismissively. Ah, these words pleased her. Elaborate further. Because you are female and possess formidable mental strength. Upon uttering this, the old man cast a meaningful glance at her exquisitely beautiful visage. Such a face would surely attract many males with more allies. Her chances against that white-eyed wolf would certainly improve. Everything else, you will gradually understand once you arrive. Bai Xuan was not entirely clear, but it mattered little as long as she possessed an advantage and was not headed towards certain doom. Everything was acceptable. This old man, being a beast god, could hardly be foolish enough to choose someone evidently incapable to carry out his tasks. It appeared that she would not face any significant dangers and could treat this as a holiday. As for slaying the high priest, a slight smile graced Bai Xuan's lips that would depend on her comfort in the beast realm. But in any case, the reward had already been given. With their respective thoughts, the two reached a silent agreement. We shall depart in 15 minutes, prepare yourself. Before leaving, the old man muttered softly, Ah, you will need to make some adjustments to your body for the beast realm. With that, he vanished instantly. Bai Xuan could no longer contain her excitement. She was finally leaving this accursed apocalyptic world. Prepare? What was there to prepare? Farewells? The damned and the undeserving alike had perished. Whom did I need to bid farewell to? As for supplies, her entire fortune consisted of those useless crystal cores. TCH, she might as well take them. Who knew if they might prove useful? In the future of this apocalypse? What concern was it of mine? For 10 years, I had elevated my abilities to their peak, yet this apocalypse showed no signs of concluding. With a chance to escape now at hand, I would be a fool to remain and await my demise. 15 minutes later, the portal to another realm opened, and the apocalypse lost its foremost expert, while the beast realm gained a small, adorable tiger. Oh, that old man, how dare you transform me into this ridiculous form? A small female cub, indignant, was sharpening her claws while emitting soft, plaintive cries. This scene immediately pressed the pause button on the blood-soaked Exile Forest, as the orcs gazed in wide-eyed wonder at the little white bundle. A solitary female, appearing here, was nothing short of miraculous. Moreover, sensing her aura, it was evident she lacked a guardian beast. The orcs, filled with excitement yet wary of frightening her, cautiously approached. I in the wild, discovering and safeguarding a solitary female granted one the right to become her protector, a tacit rule in the beast realm. The Exile Forest was populated by those expelled from tribes, pursued by the beast god's temple, or driven mad by excessive rage that it resembled a natural prison, where male orcs could only enter but never leave. Females, however, could come and go freely, but such precious beings would never venture into this perilous and chaotic place. Yet becoming a female's guardian beast or follower was the only means of escaping the Exile Forest. Previously deemed a fanciful dream, an opportunity now lay before them, igniting their fervor. Bai Xuan sensed the unfamiliar auras surrounding her and instantly bristled, ready to summon her powers for an attack. Oh, that old man, you dare to swallow my abilities. Upon sensing the slight trace of mental energy the little female had just released, the orcs were left astounded, followed by waves of elation. The fact that she possessed such abilities even before fully awakening indicated her extraordinary talent. Bai Xuan gazed around as various animals approached her with glowing green eyes, contemplating whether to retreat into her space. Suddenly, a magnificent tiger, towering at 3 meters, leaped forth with a thunderous roar, causing the other beasts to scatter in fear of his overwhelming presence. What a commanding get lost! He roared. Wait, can I understand their language? The tiger transformation and lack of special abilities must be the result of that old man's body modification. Damn him for not informing me in advance. This tiger is colossal, far larger than I had imagined or 3 times the size. I suppose I'm a tiger now too. I wonder if I could grow to such grandeur in the future. How majestic that would be. Jun Yao turned, his gaze deep and piercing, fixated on the delicate young female that should not be present here. What the hell? Does he also have glowing green eyes? After driving away the other animals, does he intend to savor me as a mere snack? Yet, I'm hardly substantial enough to satisfy his appetite. With only this one beast around, if I can just preserve my life, I would prefer not to reveal my space immediately. Curse that old man, his modifications were far from thorough. At the very least, he could have granted me some memories. Whose cub am I now? Will a savior come for me? Cub? Suddenly, a thought struck her. She and the tiger before her are both tigers. Aren't they? Never mind, the first principle of survival is one must be shameless to endure. Bai Xuan struggled to control her newly formed body, stumbling as she approached the great tiger's feet. Then, she raised her front paws, swaying them clumsily while tilting her head in an attempt to appear endearing. Oh, well, mother, surely. This would evoke his maternal instincts and protective nature. If he remains indifferent to the human world, I'll have to take refuge in my space the moment he tries to devour me. Chapter 2. The tiger transforms into a handsome man. She patiently awaited the tiger's reaction when, to her astonishment, he transformed into a strikingly handsome man. Little one, why are you here alone? Bai Xuan discreetly lowered her paws, awkwardly yet gracefully turning her head away, her right foot instinctively digging into the ground. How utterly embarrassing. Oh dear, how could I forget that he might be a beast man? My reputation is in tatters. It must be that old rascal who forced me into a state of folly. Stealing a glance at him, she quickly buried her face in her paws, mortified. Fortunately, he seemed not to comprehend the term mother. Seeing the young female's distressed expression, Jun Yao felt a surge of compassion and lifted her into his arms. Come home with me, let me take care of you. Shall we? Bai Xuan nodded, sensing no malice from him. Since he is a beast man, communication should be feasible. Moreover, she desperately needed a place to stay and to learn about this world. Jun Yao shifted back to his beast form, gently carrying the young cub as he made his way toward the cave. The sun was setting, and the forest would soon become perilous at night. He needed to get her home swiftly. Bai Xuan twisted her neck. It didn't seem painful. Yet being carried like a helpless little treat was undeniably frustrating. When will I transform into a human? Even becoming a self-sufficient tiger would suffice. Yet, soon her thoughts became muddled, for she was on the verge of losing her stomach. This intensified roller coaster was truly not meant for humans. At last, they arrived. Bai Xuan was placed upon a bed of hay by the great tiger, lying there listlessly, motionless. Jun Yao felt a twinge of regret as he gently nudged the distressed little female and cautiously began to groom her fur. Cubs, are you still feeling unwell? She had already spared him the embarrassment of vomiting, so she was reluctant to speak. Was mutual grooming among felines truly this pleasurable? Though it felt a bit embarrassing. No, wait, I'm also a large cat now. Once he had soothed the cub, he transformed back into his human form. You stay here obediently while I fetch you something to eat. All right? Bai Xuan nodded and expressed her gratitude in the language of beasts. He indeed understood her, chuckling in mild surprise. No need to thank me, it is the duty of a male. Bai Xuan was momentarily dazzled by his smile. This great tiger possessed a surprising gentleness. When he returned, cradling 3 large round fruits, Bai Xuan realized with astonishment that he was quite handsome as well. With black hair and deep, dark eyes, his long, thick eyelashes fluttered, softening his sharp gaze. Her eyes wandered downward. Wow. His physique was absolutely remarkable. Broad shoulders, a narrow waist, long legs, and an impressive set of abdominal muscles indeed. He was far more pleasing to the eye than the bland men of the apocalypse. Further down, he wore a band of yellow and white striped animal hide around his waist, which seemed rather civilized. It resembled the fur of the great tiger, yet she hadn't seen him wear before. Junyao noticed the little female's scrutinizing gaze and chuckled softly. So what do you think? Are you satisfied? Bai Xuan bestowed upon him an appreciative glance, nearly whistling, though her abilities did not permit such a display. Absolutely. I am exceedingly satisfied. Having navigated the apocalypse for quite some time, she had developed a rather open-minded perspective regarding matters of gender. Unfortunately, the surviving men had not met her standards. The bland ones did not appeal to her, while the promiscuous ones she found distasteful. In the beast realm, a male maintaining a female without blood ties was akin to taking a child bride, a concept she understood well. Thus, this great tiger wished to become her future husband. Although she was still a cub herself, it did not deter her from viewing him as a potential husband. He would need to grow a bit more before she could truly indulge. Junyao discerned that this little female, though seemingly naive, possessed quite a strong sense of self. This is a milk fruit, perfect for cubs. Hurry and try it. Tell me if you like it. Bai Xuan watched as he punctured the fruit, larger than a soccer ball, and brought it to her lips. A rich, creamy aroma wafted forth, awakening her instincts, and she could not help but slurp it down eagerly. The little white tiger clutched a milk fruit larger than her head, her ears twitching as she savored it, her face adorned with creamy remnants, occasionally emitting delighted purrs. Once finished, she was still unsatisfied, extending her tiny tongue to lick the remnants. Junyao opened another fruit for her and could not resist reaching out to stroke the little female's head. What are you doing? The moment was imbued with a sense of bewilderment, as her small eyes conveyed a silent plea of do not disturb my meal, causing a tremor in Junyao's heart. His gaze shimmering with tenderness. Is this the essence of nurturing a young female? How could I possibly bear to let her go? Bai Xuan felt satiated after devouring 2 fruits, but her eyes lingered on the last one, her hamster-like instincts surging forth, yearning to hoard it away in her space. What to do? No, I must not reveal anything just yet. Junyao observed her momentary distraction, initially planning to care for her for a few days before sending this exquisite and delicate young female off to a clean and comfortable Beast City, far removed from this perilous and chaotic forsaken realm. Yet now, he found himself reluctant to part with her. What could he possibly do to retain this divine gift bestowed by the beast god? Indeed, I am a greedy and despicable beast. Just as Bai Xuan suppressed her inner turmoil, she noticed the magnificent tiger before her appeared somewhat despondent. What troubles you? She inquired, recalling how well he had seemed moments ago. Junyao gazed into the bright eyes of the young female, summoning his courage. I am not a wicked beast, nor will I cause you harm. Allow me to be your guardian beast, will you? Having eaten her fill, Bai Xuan finally seized the opportunity to inquire further. What is a guardian beast? A guardian beast is a male who cares for a female during her awakening period of beastification. Once she reaches maturity, he can become her beast husband and even compete for the position of primary mate. So it is akin to a prospective husband, or in simpler terms, a boyfriend. Primary mate? Does that imply one can have multiple husbands? Oh, how delightful. But all things are contingent upon the female's will, he added, gazing at her with hopeful eyes. This beastly world exhibits a certain civility, avoiding coercion. How splendid. It saves time in dealing with unwanted advances later on. Suddenly meeting the pitiable gaze of the grand tiger, Bai Xuan was taken aback. She had not rejected him. So why did he appear as if he were spurned? It seems that within this realm, the status of females is remarkably elevated. What is your relationship with the high priest? Though she currently lacked the power to confront the high priest, it was essential to consider alliances when seeking a husband. Otherwise, one might find themselves in a precarious situation. Junyao's eyes dimmed. Indeed, how could a male from the Forsaken Forest ever hope to earn a female's affection? Yet he spoke candidly. I am currently a wanted criminal of the beast god's temple, locked in a deadly feud with the high priest. The beasts of the Forsaken Forest had always opposed the beast god's temple, and females revered and admired the high priest. Surely, she would distance herself from me. An enemy? That's splendid. An enemy of my enemy is my friend. Bai Xuan exclaimed with joy, delighted to have encountered an ally. Jun Yao regarded her in disbelief, tinged with excitement. You dislike the high priest? Indeed, when I grow up, I shall surely avenge myself upon him. Hearing the young one's innocent yet fierce declaration, Jun Yao could not help but let out a hearty laugh. You should smile more, it suits you beautifully. Bai Xuan had to admit her penchant for beauty, but who does not appreciate the allure of an attractive individual? She had always taken pride in her own appearance. Jun Yao gazed intently into her eyes, a smile gracing his lips. Only for you do I smile. Oh my, I cannot bear it. Any longer my heart is empty. This boyfriend, not only handsome, but also brimming with emotional value. No, this certainly deserves a reward. Bai Xuan leapt up and planted a kiss on his cheek. Jun Yao was taken aback. Did you just agree to that? She nodded vigorously. My name is Bai Xuan. I hope to receive your guidance in the future. I am Jun Yao. Do not be afraid. I will take good care of you. Wishing to avoid prying in her past, Jun Yao wisely refrained from inquiring about her background. A young girl left alone in this forsaken forest must have endured much suffering. Quick transmigration. After reincarnating as an ungrateful wretch, he mended his ways. Unbeknownst to Bai Xuan, who had conjured an elaborate narrative in her mind, she pondered the kind of backstory she should fabricate for herself, yet he never inquired. Never mind. She felt a wave of fatigue wash over her and decided to rest. Jun Yao transformed into his beastly form, vigilantly guarding her side. Chapter 3. Harmonious Coexistence. The following day, Bai Xuan awoke, momentarily disoriented, as she listened to the chirping of insects and the songs of birds, observed the sunlight cascading through the trees, and inhaled the fragrant scent of fresh grass. A sense of reality gradually enveloped her. This was no longer the nauseating apocalypse. Jun Yao gazed at the drowsy little female, a smile playing on his lips. Ah, Shinner, you're awake? I have gathered some milk fruits for you. Come and indulge. Really? Bai Xuan was rubbing her eyes with her fuzzy little paws when she heard about the fruit they had eaten yesterday. Her eyes sparkled with intrigue. The fruit tasted akin to yogurt, a delight she had not savored since the third year of the apocalypse, yet she had longed for it with fervor. Jun Yao chuckled softly as he approached and playfully tapped her tiny nose. Oh, little lazy one, why would I deceive you? Once he had finished all his actions, he swiftly withdrew his hand, anxiously awaiting the response of the delicate female. Females were often pampered and cherished, displaying an air of superiority towards their guardians and mates. Any hint of dissatisfaction could lead to scorn or rejection. However, that charming and affectionate little female from yesterday was truly captivating. He found himself increasingly fond of their close, dependent interaction, and despite the risk of being cast aside, he was eager to explore this connection further. Bai Xuan abruptly leaped into his embrace, exclaiming with enthusiasm, I am famished. Bai Xuan, an orphan before the apocalypse, found herself increasingly indifferent as the world crumbled around her. With the death of her mother, the director, and her familiar companions succumbing to the tide of zombies, her already fragile emotional state grew even colder. Had it not been for this sudden shift in her existence, she might have forgotten her past envy for those girls who reveled in the affection of their family and lovers. In this new life, she is determined to rectify all the regrets of her past. Jun Yao embraced her wholeheartedly, his heart overflowing with joy. Shinner, you are truly a gift bestowed upon me by the beast god. Bai Xuan stifled a chuckle. Was it not the beast deity who had sent her here? Ah Yao, do you not brush your teeth? Although she had yet to revert to her human form, it would not hinder her from inquiring about the sanitary conditions in this place. Surely they did not resort to using willow branches. Jun Yao paused for a moment. Are you referring to the cleansing leaves? He then ventured to the entrance of the cave, plucked 2 leaves, and brought them back, presenting them to her. Just chew on these for a bit. These leaves are abundantly available. Bai Xuan took a bite and, after chewing, found that there was no foam and no need to rinse her mouth. Not even a trace remained. A refreshing sensation enveloped her, which felt rather extraordinary. This beastly world is truly fascinating. It seems there are many wonders to explore in the future. Bai Xuan chose not to dwell on her thoughts any longer, for she had already caught the delightful scent of yogurt. Jun Yao pierced the fruit, observing her relish in every bite. Do you enjoy it so much? Then I shall gather more for you this afternoon. Oh yes, absolutely. Bai Xuan nodded vigorously, having developed a penchant for food after enduring the trials of the apocalypse for so long. Noting that the young female had only recently undergone her beast transformation, Jun Yao inquired, Shinner, approximately how many demon cores can you consume in a day? I have no idea. What is that? Does the beast realm possess something akin to crystal cores? Her expression was one of utter confusion. Jun Yao surmised that Shinner must have entered her awakening phase at a tender age, and due to the sudden upheaval at home, She had not had the opportunity to select a guardian beast, resulting in her never having tasted a demon core until now. He was uncertain whether to feel sympathy or relief. In the beast realm, females are born in human form and enter their awakening phase before the age of 10, during which they must consume demon cores daily to expedite their growth. Only when their beast form matures from cub to adult can they enter the beast god temple for the awakening ceremony, transforming back into human form and unlocking their mental prowess. The demon core serves as the energy nucleus found within the brains of demon beasts. Hunting these creatures is no simple task. Thus, each female, prior to entering the awakening phase, is selected by the clan leader or elders to have a guardian beast and followers to ensure a steady supply of demon cores for the awakening. Demon cores are not only beneficial for females but are also essential for males seeking to ascend, albeit only for those below the 5th tier. Junyo, now at the 6th tier, had not retained many demon cores. He retrieved a beast hide pouch from the corner of the cave and emptied its contents, sifting through the crystals until he found a transparent one the size of his pinky finger. This is a demon core, Shinner. Do give it a try and see how many you can consume at once. Bai Xuan curiously examined the object before her. It was considerably smaller than the crystal cores from the apocalypse. To her surprise, it was edible. After taking a bite, she discovered it was not as hard as she had anticipated. Although it lacked flavor, its crunchiness resembled that of peanuts and was quite invigorating. Once she finished, a warm sensation enveloped her body, bringing a delightful comfort. Noticing Junyo encouraging her to continue, she felt no hesitation and relished each bite with enthusiasm. Junyo observed her closely, and by the 10th core, he could no longer contain his curiosity and inquired if she felt any dizziness or headaches. Not at all, she replied, glancing at the nearly half-consumed demon core with a tinge of embarrassment, realizing its apparent value. Should I keep eating? Suppressing his astonishment, Junyo encouraged her. These are all yours. As long as you feel no headache, you may continue. The more you consume, the greater testament to your innate talent. The powers contained within the demon cores were formidable. Typically, ordinary females entering their awakening phase could only consume 5 or 6 a day, and this number would gradually increase with age. Even those who successfully awakened with A-grade mental strength could consume a maximum of 10 cores in the early stages of their awakening. Could it be that Shinner's talent surpassed even A-grade? It had been ages since an S-grade female had appeared in the beast world, and the high priest had long commanded A-grade females to remain within the beast god temple by the will of the beast god. If he were to learn of Shinner's existence, Bai Xuan, upon consuming her 15th morsel, felt a slight dizziness and decided to pause. Junyo suppressed his inner concerns, affectionately ruffling her hair, exclaiming, "Shinner, you are remarkable." The praise, though slightly embarrassing, was rather delightful. However, if I were to receive such compliments daily, being treated like a mere cub wouldn't be so bad after all. Shinner, have you perhaps begun to manifest your mental strength? Typically, females must wait until they pass through their awakening phase to harness such power, though those with exceptional talent might exhibit it prematurely. Mental strength? Bai Xuan replied, her expression one of confusion. Wasn't that what the old man spoke of? Yet, she was unsure of how to wield it. Junyo too was uncertain about how female mental strength functioned, and since Shinner had not fully awakened, she surely could not perform any mental soothing. However, he recalled that when females become agitated, they occasionally emit faint mental waves. After a moment of contemplation, he suggested, "Remain still and focus on the thought of giving me a good thrashing as a test." Bai Xuan, filled with doubt, complied with the instructions. After several attempts, Junyo indeed sensed a subtle fluctuation of spiritual energy, his face lighting up with satisfaction. With such remarkable talent, it seemed prudent for him to prepare in advance. Regardless of what the future may hold, the immediate priority was to ensure that Shinner could smoothly navigate the awakening phase of her beastly transformation. Hunting 15 magical beasts in a single day was not a daunting task for him, yet it was imperative that Shinner had someone to safeguard her. Moreover, as Shinner matured, her demand for magical cores would only increase. Thus, he needed to select additional guardian beasts for her. Although a twinge of discomfort lingered in his heart, her safety remained paramount. The exiled forest was fraught with dangers, and he could not protect Shinner alone. However, with just 4 more guardian beasts, he believed it would suffice. He had no desire to attract a multitude of rivals. As for those 4, he had a fairly good idea in mind, for in this forsaken land, there were only a handful of beast men whose strength matched his own. It was likely they would soon come seeking him upon catching wind of the situation. Yet, he had no intention of introducing them to Shinner. At most, he would refrain from intervening, allowing her to make her own decisions. Chapter 4. seals and mates with 6 magical cores remaining. He needed to prepare for the following day. But what about Xian? Bringing her along posed too great a risk, and leaving her at home filled him with unease. Nevertheless, it would only be for a few days. At worst, he could return after hunting each magical beast. In the short term, he doubted anyone would dare invade his lair. A yell. What are these red and purple ones? Junyao's thoughts were pulled back as he noticed the young female seemed utterly unfamiliar with the world of beasts. There was still time, and he could treat it as an opportunity to foster their bond. The red ones are spirit crystals, while the purple ones are magic crystals. Spirit crystals can aid male beasts of the 5th rank and above in their ascension, while magic crystals are effective for those above the 8th rank. For females, spirit crystals can enhance physical constitution, and magic crystals can extend lifespan, but you cannot use them yet. You must wait until you mature and transform into human form. Do you understand? Forcibly absorbing energy from crystals that are too potent can lead to catastrophic consequences. Bai Xuan nodded, observing that these crystals were unlike the crystalline cores found in space. It appeared that this world did not possess elemental attributes, but rather harbored unique powers such as beast energy and mental strength. When will I be able to transform into human form? Walking on 4 legs was indeed quite unfamiliar. She found herself longing for her long legs. Junyao replied with a smile, with your innate talent, it should take no more than half a year. That sounds acceptable, she responded. As she certainly did not wish to remain a tiger for 3 or 4 years. Bai Xuan recalled something else. The group of creatures surrounding her yesterday were also beastmen. Weren't they? As she remembered those males who eyed her with desire, Junyao's expression turned cold. How then can I distinguish between beastmen and animals? Beastmen bear markings on their arms that signify their level of beastly prowess, with each elevation in rank resulting in an additional line. When they transform into their beast forms, these markings become visible on prominent areas such as their forelimbs and chest. Bai Xuan pondered for a moment and realized the truth of her thoughts. Glancing at his arm, she exclaimed, Ayo, you are a 6-pattern beast. Junyao nodded, a hint of grievance in his voice as he replied, Xianer, we have yet to establish our bond. Will you not grant me a title? Bai Xuan appeared utterly bewildered. What was this nonsense? Could he possibly be suggesting a partnership? Was it truly necessary to be so bizarre? I am still but a child. In an instant, she leaped back 3 paces, her face a canvas of rejection. I am still young. If you proceed thus, you shall lose me. Do you understand? Junyao found her reaction both amusing and exasperating. Had he not been privy to her ignorance regarding the customs of the beast realm, he might have genuinely thought she intended to abandon herself. He swiftly reached out to pull the little female back, gently tapping her small head. What are you thinking? It's a binding of marks, not a partnership. This merely allows me to be your rightful guardian beast. Bai Xuan awkwardly scratched the ground with her paws, as if she might dig out a 3-bedroom apartment. Junyao discerned that his little female seemed to be, well, a bit of a flirt. TSK, perhaps that isn't too bad. At least he need not worry about seducing her in the future. However, he must keep a vigilant eye on the ill-intentioned crowd outside. The light in Junyao's eyes flickered as he leaned closer to the little female's ear and said, Xianer, if you wish to find a partner, would you consider being the first to choose me in 6 months? Good heavens, where did this cunning and capricious side come from? Someone returned the gentle and earnest yao to me. Ha ha ha, your ears have turned red, Xianer. Bai Xuan buried her head directly into his armpit, ignoring him entirely. All right, I shall cease the teasing. Let us hasten to seal our pact. Can you truly bear to let me follow you without any title or recognition? Humph. Such sweet talk. Junyao did not retort. He had been taught how to appease the fairer sex by his father in years past. Though it seemed a futile lesson now, his gaze dimmed slightly. Good heavens, why does this grand tiger exude an aura of impending darkness? Upon noticing something amiss with him, Bai Xuan hurriedly inquired, how shall we perform the sealing? Junyao's gaze softened once more, and he replied, all that is required is for you to consume a single drop of my heart's blood. This statement, however, carried an unsettling undertone. Before she could fully comprehend the situation, Junyao had already summoned a drop of blood from his heart using his beastly powers. Remarkably, it emerged without leaving a wound, prompting her to touch it with her paw in curiosity. Obediently, she opened her mouth and swallowed the drop of blood, instantly sensing a faint connection forming between herself and Junyao. Was it truly that simple? What if she accidentally consumed it? Junyao could not help but chuckle. Every thought of the little female was etched upon her face. He reassured her that unless one was entirely willing, even a bowl of blood would not suffice for the sealing. Bai Xuan was momentarily taken aback. Had her expressions become so vivid after transforming into a tiger? Or was there a spiritual connection that emerged after the sealing of their bond? Regardless, this was quite delightful. Junyo extended his right hand, revealing a small white tiger mark that appeared in the center of his palm. He then gently patted the little female's paw resting against his chest, knowing that once they formed a pair, the mark would manifest there. Does it hurt? Bai Xuan inquired, using her paw to rub his chest. No, it doesn't hurt. Junyo replied, his eyes shimmering with tenderness. It was the first time he had witnessed a female show concern for a male, and to experience it firsthand was an immense honor to encounter Bai Xuan in his life. Relieved that it didn't hurt her, he noticed that the pole resting on his chest seemed to possess a will of its own, refusing to withdraw, while the other began to stir with curiosity. Well, your chest muscles are quite firm. As he observed the little female nestled in his embrace, her adorable paws playfully exploring, he couldn't help but tease her. Xuaner, does it feel comfortable? Are you satisfied? Bai Xuan would no longer be shy. She was quite satisfied. The texture was delightful. She feigned anger and remarked, What? Am I not allowed to touch? Of course you can, he replied. But remember, this is for a lifetime, all right? Junyo tightened his embrace, adding, If you ever choose to abandon me, then what could he possibly do? How could he, like his father, lose his heart? It seemed he was fearful of hearing a rejection. Without waiting for her response, he set her down and hastily declared, I'm going hunting. You stay home and be good, before rushing away. His retreating figure appeared somewhat as if he were fleeing. Of course it would be for a lifetime. Watching him transform into a great tiger and swiftly vanish, Bai Xuan felt a bit dazed. What had she done to make Yao think she would be capricious? However, it seemed that the great tiger bore a heavy heart. What a simpleton. Well, she would suit him when he returned. Since they were in a relationship, they ought to nurture it well. After all, in just 6 months, she would revert to her human form, and it was rather nice to be in love. In this world, the age of females was not clearly defined. As long as one surpassed the period of beastly awakening, they were considered adults and could take mates. Moreover, guardian beasts would go to great lengths to cultivate affection with females during their awakening period to secure their place in their hearts. Standing not far from the cave, Junyo heard the little female's words and smiled contentedly, the gloom between his brows dissipating. Chapter 5. Space and Abilities. Upon confirming his departure, Bai Xuan began to explore and scrutinize the cave. It was spacious, tidy, and devoid of any unpleasant odors. Indeed, Yao appeared to be a meticulous and cleanliness-loving beastman. The walls were smooth and even. The claws of the beastmen were remarkably adept, excavating surfaces even finer than those produced by modern polishing machines. Bai Xuan curiously extended her tiny paw and scratched vigorously against the wall, yet left no trace whatsoever. It turns out that the stones of this beastly realm are not as soft as tofu, nor are the claws of the beastmen as hard as diamonds. Rather, it is this beastly energy that is truly remarkable. Bai Xuan gazed at her diminutive paws with a sigh, pondering why females lacked such splendid attributes. She had forgotten to inquire about the utility of mental strength. As she surveyed her surroundings, she was astonished to discover that, aside from the neatly stacked animal hides and a mound of hay, the cave contained no other semblance of domesticity. There were no tables, chairs, pots, or even a bed. It seemed that Junyo had not even kindled a fire. Surely, he could not prefer his beastly form so much as to live like an animal, consuming raw flesh and sleeping wherever he pleased. This seemed improbable. His transformation into human form, adorned in animal hide skirts, suggested that the beastmen leaned towards human existence, with their animal shapes merely serving as a means of hunting. Thus, was this beastly world merely a primitive society? It was not difficult to surmise that some formidable species must exist, compelling the beastmen to struggle for survival and reproduction, leaving them no time to cultivate artifacts that could enhance their quality of life. Reflecting on the spiritual crystals and magical gems, Bai Xuan felt a surge of understanding. Her tasks had become considerably simpler. After all, elevating the quality of life for the beastmen with modern knowledge was surely more advantageous than the endeavors of that charlatan high priest wielding a feather as an arrow command. Nevertheless, this world, an intriguing blend of primal and fantastical elements, ignited her curiosity for exploration. She wondered if Yao would be willing to accompany her outside. For the flora here must be extraordinary. If only her wood-type abilities were still intact. This thought ignited her frustration, prompting her to swiftly enter her spatial realm. Unbeknownst to her, a small black snake had quietly taken refuge in the corner of the cave after Junyao's departure. Now, it was frantically searching for the suddenly vanished female, having forgotten to conceal its presence. After a fruitless search, The small black snake transformed into a massive black mamba and swiftly pursued Junyao's scent. Bai Xuan gazed at the room filled with wood-type crystal nuclei. Feeling a sense of relief, these should suffice for her to ascend to the 10th tier once more. Thankfully, her cleverness had prevailed, as she had taken all the wood-type crystal nuclei from the base with her, considering it a reward for vanquishing the zombie king. As she surveyed the space again, she was immensely satisfied. It was a two-courtyard traditional residence, boasting over 10 rooms of various sizes. Although only the main house was furnished while the others remained empty, it was still quite satisfactory. She could gradually furnish them with necessities in due time. The backyard housed a well, which contained a spiritual spring. However, she had yet to taste it. Regrettably, the space could not be manipulated by her thoughts. As she pondered this, she squinted, feeling as though it was a contingency left by the old man. In her current juvenile tiger form, she was unable to draw water, so she would have to wait until she transformed back into human form to try again. While she did not seek to resurrect the dead, she certainly hoped for beauty-enhancing, healing properties from the spring. She could not allow the reputation of the spiritual spring to be tarnished. Beyond the courtyard lay an acre of fertile black soil. Its efficacy was yet to be determined, but it was undoubtedly superior to ordinary land. Once paired with her wood-type abilities in the future, she would be able to cultivate whatever she desired. Oh, and there was also an infinitely still storage warehouse nearby, where time flowed twice as fast as in the outside world. With this advantageous tool, she could already envision a delightful vacation life ahead. Well, considering the merits of the spiritual spring, once she had the strength and time, she would certainly take care of the old man's affairs thoroughly. For now, however, she needed to absorb the crystal nuclei. Lacking even a modicum of self-defense left her feeling quite insecure. Ascending from 0 to the first tier required 10 first-tier crystal nuclei. Fortunately, she had not discarded the lower-tier crystals in the past, or she would be at a loss now. The ascent to the first tier was straightforward. Provided the nuclei were in place, 10 minutes would suffice. Upon her successful transformation, Bai Xuan emerged, satisfied. It was not yet time to reveal her space. She could not allow Junyao to discover her sudden disappearance. While he was still absent, Bai Xuan could only languidly nap in the haystack, bored. Hearing Mo Xian mention that the little female was missing startled Junyao, prompting him to rush back immediately, disregarding the fact that she had ascended and boldly entered the premises. Upon reaching the cave entrance, he anxiously called out, "Xianer? Xianer? I'm right here. Why are you in such a hurry?" Bai Xuan raised her head, looking at him curiously. Junyao exhaled in relief, noticing the lingering scent of that vile snake throughout the room, and he silently scoffed. The beast world had its own set of rules regarding females, and he was taken aback by the snake's audacity to approach the little female so shamelessly. Given this, he thought it only fair to teach the snake a lesson. Junyao subtly widened his wound, allowing the scent of blood to waft into the air. "Are you injured?" Bai Xuan hurriedly approached him, her expression fraught with anxiety. "It's nothing. I was merely inadvertently injured by a serpent demon. Was it to procure a demon core for me? Do not feel guilty, it is my duty. Moreover, as a 6-patterned beast, acquiring demon cores is not a daunting task. It is simply that the serpent was exceedingly cunning." Bai Xuan furrowed her brows as she beheld 2 deep wounds on Junyao's lower back, resembling gory bites inflicted by a serpent. That vile serpent demon was truly detestable. Could it possibly be venomous? Junyao subtly curved his lips into a faint smile, reassured her, "It's nothing. I have consumed its serpent gall. The poison has already been neutralized. Such toxic entities are indeed the most abhorrent." Bai Xuan nodded in full agreement. In the corner, the small black snake, Mo Xian, listened to the pretentious words of that old tiger, his eyes reddening with indignation, yet he dared not emerge to confront the young female. Females had always harbored a fear of snake beast men, especially considering his venomous nature, were it not for the concern of frightening her. How could this unattractive cat presume to flaunt itself? He longed to devour it whole. Mo Xian took a deep breath, striving to temper his rising agitation. Silently reminding himself to remain patient, there would be ample time ahead. Ultimately, he cast one last glance at the young female before reluctantly departing. Junyao also sensed the tension, his expression darkening further. That wretched snake was on the brink of madness, yet still dared to approach Xianer. Damn it. Tomorrow I shall surely skin him alive. Bai Xuan observed his complexion growing increasingly pallid, and, fearing that the poison had yet to be neutralized, she became frantic. "Io, do you have something to carry water? And it must have a rope." Without hesitation, she swiftly grasped a piece of beast hide and entered the spatial realm. She submerged one end of the hide into the well to fill it with the spiritual spring water, emerging mere 5 seconds later. Quick, Hurry and drink. Junyao, still reeling from the shock, mechanically complied, his heart racing uncontrollably. It was only when he felt his wounds beginning to heal that he set aside his astonishment and, cradling Xian'er in his arms, earnestly stated, "Such a treasure must never be revealed to outsiders. Do you understand?" Bai Xuan was taken aback by her own series of reactions. As someone who had endured the trials of a post-apocalyptic world, she certainly understood the adage that possessing a treasure can invite calamity. Whether it was due to the formation of the seal or the razor-sharp nature of the soft knife named Warmth, she found her defenses, which had been meticulously built over the past decade, utterly dismantled. Bai Xuan immediately leaped from his embrace and took a few steps back. If Junyao intended to commit murder and seize treasures, she was utterly defenseless in her current state. It dawned on her, rather belatedly, that she had committed a grave error. For the first time, she had laid bare her heart without any guard, uncertain of what fate awaited her. Chapter 6. The arrival of Chi Ying. Observing her wary expression, Junyao felt a pang of anguish in his heart. "Xian'er, we are family. I would never betray you." Bai Xuan's emotions were in turmoil. Years of experience had taught her to trust no one easily. Yet, the sincerity that Junyao had shown her had unconsciously lowered her defenses. Now, it seemed too late to refuse. Junyao raised a gentle smile, saying, "It is my fault for failing to inform you that once the seal is cast, my life rests within your thoughts. Do not be afraid. Trust me, will you?" Bai Xuan gazed blankly as he approached her step by step, then pressed his forehead against hers, savoring the moment. "My entire being belongs to you. This is the true essence of guardianship." Bai Xuan gradually calmed her emotions and began to perceive that the bond between the two of them was growing increasingly potent, to the extent that with a mere pinch, she could effortlessly conclude Junyao's life at any moment. Bai Xuan breathed heavily, and after a moment, she plunged into his embrace, uttering, "I am sorry. Forgive my selfishness. Although it may seem unjust, it allows me to love you freely and boldly." The beast god indeed bestowed the utmost favor upon the females. The guardian beasts may lay down their lives yet still fail to earn the genuine affection of a female, which is, in the realm of beasts, entirely commonplace. Junyao gently ruffled her hair, reassuringly stating, "It is all right. You have already done exceedingly well. There is no female in this world more easily comforted than you." His words rang true. Had any other female possessed such a treasure, they would have long regarded everyone else with disdain, never offering it to a male. "As long as you choose not to speak, I shall never pry into your secrets. Yet, I eagerly anticipate the day you open your heart to me." Junyao provided her with ample reassurance through his actions, and Bai Xuan gradually began to acclimatize to the world of beasts. The two indulged in tenderness for a while and then shared a meal. Junyao observed that once everything was laid bare, Xian'er seemed to cling to him even more, which filled him with both joy and helplessness. "Xian'er, I truly must go hunting now. I promise to return swiftly, all right? Can't you take me with you? The outside world is perilous." Bai Xuan gazed at him with a hint of grievance, urging him to depart swiftly while she awaited his return at home. Once he had left, Bai Xuan couldn't help but berate herself internally. Indeed, being cherished made one prone to sentimentality. No, I must focus on my career." Having spoken, she swiftly entered the spatial realm to absorb the crystal core. Junyao contemplated Xian'er's uniqueness, as well as Mo Xian, that ticking time bomb. His brow furrowed in concern. He then paused momentarily and opted for an alternate route. Shortly thereafter, a fiery fox dashed towards him, transforming into an enchanting and handsome man upon arrival. "Good brother, is the little female with you? Quickly, do share." Junyao brushed off the hand resting on his shoulder with a flick, responding with irritation, "If you wish to pursue her, find your own way. As long as you don't create obstacles for me, it will suffice to honor our friendship. Do not expect my assistance." Chi Ying smiled with a captivating charm. "If you are unwilling to assist me, then what brings you so eagerly to my territory?" He had just been contemplating seeking out this fellow to inquire about the preferences of the young female when, unexpectedly, the individual presented himself at his doorstep. Junyao's expression darkened, and he maliciously remarked, "Do not say I did not warn you. That serpent has already transcended the 7th tier and has begun to take action. If you do not act swiftly, beware of losing your chance. In the beast realm, one must first obtain the consent of the guardian beast before pursuing a female. This can be achieved either through persuasion or by demonstrating superiority in combat. To approach a young female directly, bypassing the guardian beast, is regarded as a provocation, which is one of the reasons why Junyao is particularly incensed by that serpent." He added fuel to the fire, remarking that you are merely at the 6th tier. Attempting to challenge that serpent might require considerable effort. Unlike me, he is not as amenable, perhaps, by that time. You might not even catch a glimpse of the young female. Chi Ying's expression softened, and after a brief pause, he smiled and said, "You are also at the 6th tier, and since you have sought me out, it seems you wish to form an alliance. Therefore, you should assist me even more. If I join forces with you, then that serpent's path to success will not be as assured, will it?" Junya let out a cold snort, tacitly acquiescing to the situation. In the past, he would never have been so proactive in seeking a partner for his female counterpart. However, with Mo Xian on the verge of complete madness, he realized that relying solely on himself could no longer ensure Xian'er's safety. Moreover, considering the precious item on Xian'er that could attract covetous eyes, Jun Yao understood the necessity of swiftly strengthening her protective entourage. Suppressing the bitterness within, he addressed Chi Ying. "The little female has a fondness for fruits, especially milk fruits. Prepare some, and accompany me shortly." Chi Ying's eyes lit up. "Ah, my good brother. I knew I had not misjudged you. Quickly tell me what else she likes." Jun Yao shot him a glance, then scrutinized him from head to toe, thinking to himself that the little female has a penchant for the unattractive. Chi Ying rolled her eyes. Having known Jun Yao for so many years, she could still discern the sarcasm. She touched her own face. Beauty was something she possessed in abundance, and it seemed her chances of winning over the young female were even greater. Jun Yu kindly advised her once more, suggesting that she should keep her identity a secret for the time being, as Xian'er appeared to harbor a strong dislike for the high priest. The gaze of Chi Ying dimmed slightly as he let out a soft hum. Jun Yao waited for him to gather his belongings, and together they ventured to hunt a few mystical beasts before preparing to return. Upon absorbing a 2nd-tier crystal core, Bai Xuan paused, aware that excessive absorption within a single day could lead to instability in her realm. After exiting the spatial realm, she commenced training her agility. This beast, having grown, should possess considerable combat prowess. She could not afford to let it languish. Just as she was leaping and bounding, Jun Yao returned, accompanied by a magnificent crimson fox. Bai Xuan found herself irresistibly drawn to the striking shade of red, exclaiming, "How beautiful you are!" Upon hearing the tender compliment from the young female, Chi Ying felt a surge of joy. The disdain he once held for his own appearance during desperate escapes had transformed into a profound admiration. The two simultaneously assumed human forms and approached Bai Xuan. With a high-bridged nose and alluringly crimson lips, his entire visage was captivatingly enchanting. His slender, elongated fox-like eyes were slightly arched, exuding an irresistible allure. Was this world of beasts teeming with handsome men? If Jun Yao's beauty was likened to the gentle elegance of jade, then this individual radiated a striking and aggressive charm. Bai Xuan regained her composure and beheld him clad in a flowing red robe, its collar wide open, the sash loosely tied, revealing a tantalizing glimpse of his sculpted chest and abdomen. Bai Xuan blushed and turned her head away, then discreetly glanced back to steal a look. "Ahem. Why do you have clothes?" Bai Xuan has finally discerned that when orcs transform into human forms, they inherently don garments. Yet, she wonders why Jun Yao is adorned with merely a single leather skirt while this fellow appears to possess an entire ensemble. The two exchanged glances, each turning away in mutual disdain. Jun Yao is the first to speak, declaring, "It's because he is flamboyant. TCH, you're just pretending to be serious." Jun Yao chose to disregard him and elaborated, "The leather attire is conjured from our beastly energy. The more intricate the design, the greater the energy expenditure." He cast a sidelong glance at the fellow who had never donned a robe and continued, "To minimize physical exertion, orcs typically wrap themselves in just a leather skirt." Chi Ying quickly interjected, "Isn't this meticulously prepared for the sake of impressing the little female?" He stepped closer to Bai Xuan, asking, "Do you like it? If not, I can forego wearing it." Without waiting for her response, Chi Ying promptly dispelled the garments from his form, revealing his muscular physique. Goodness. Did she inadvertently stumble into the wrong channel? Was this truly something she was meant to behold? Bai Xuan gently touched her nose, relieved that there was no trace of a nosebleed. Jun Yao, with a stern expression, cleared his throat and remarked, "Xian'er is still quite young." Chi Ying, albeit reluctantly, wrapped herself in the animal skin skirt. "Little female," she introduced, "I am Chi Ying, a 6th-tier fox beast. May I be entrusted with your protection?" Bai Xuan glanced at Jun Yao and, noticing his lack of opposition, nodded slightly. With excitement, Chi Ying lifted her and planted a kiss on her lips, leaving Bai Xuan utterly stunned, while Jun Yao watched with eyes aflame. Subsequently, Chi Ying drew forth a drop of his heart's blood, preparing to form the seal. Bai Xuan was already familiar with the process and obediently complied. Jun Yao did not intervene. Instead, he quietly pondered whether his interactions with Xian'er had been overly reserved. Perhaps he should adopt a more fervent approach. Chapter 7. 2 males and 1 female. Once the seal was successfully formed, Chi Ying eagerly retrieved the 2 animal hides that had been placed at the entrance. Bai Xuan blinked, pondering whether this meant they were preparing to move in together. However, this was Junyao's residence, and one would expect a strong sense of territoriality from the beastmen. She had yet to encounter any other beasts in the vicinity of the cave. Would these 2 possibly come to blows? Little Xianer, allow me to gather some fruits for you to taste and see if they please your palate. Bai Xuan sampled each fruit, savoring a myriad of flavors reminiscent of the apples and peaches from her past life, albeit magnified in size several times over. She relished every bite. Chi Ying, noticing her delight, raised his chin toward Junyao, smirking at the notion that the little female only adored the sweet fruits. Clearly, she found joy in these as well. This fellow clearly lacked the ability to care for others. Junyao's fist clenched, emitting a creaking sound. Damn it, he thought. He genuinely wished to toss this brazen fox out. She ought to dig her own burrow, not presume to reside here. Chi Ying scoffed, asserting that digging a burrow was a swift task, but surely, little Xian should spend the night with me. Yes? As tensions between the 2 escalated, Bai Xian's lips twitched. At this moment, all she could do was snuggle under the blanket and engage in idle chatter. What was there to argue about? Please, no quarrels. Can I stay here for just 1 day? Both remained silent, silently acquiescing. This was merely a customary arrangement prior to confirming a primary partner. Bai Xian let out a sigh of relief. She had previously anticipated that with the presence of multiple guardian beasts, there could be some commotion. However, she did not expect that even with just 2, in their seemingly amicable relationship, tensions could arise. She was still merely a cub. And the thought of what might transpire if they were to form a partnership in the future sent a shiver down her spine. It could potentially lead to chaos. No. She had to ensure harmony among them, establishing rules for mutual restraint, lest they both exhaust her. Ahem, no fighting or quarreling, or I shall be quite displeased. Do you understand? Hearing her adorably earnest yet serious tone, Junyao and Chi Ying could not suppress their laughter. Rest assured, we shall never place you in a difficult position. Chi Ying playfully scratched her chin, affirming, indeed, if there were to be a conflict, it would never occur in your presence. Bai Xuan shot him a glance, and Chi Ying found it utterly charming. Immediately after, with great enthusiasm, he opened another leather pouch, his fox-like eyes twinkling. This is all my possessions, and I bestow them upon you. Bai Xuan gazed at the spirit crystals and magic crystals within, and with great composure. She collected them, for they would be essential for her ascension. Do remember to seek me out when the time comes, she declared, and without hesitation. She stowed them away into her spatial realm, distinctly separate from Junyao's, placing them in a designated chamber, since they had entrusted their lives to her. It was clear they were now allies, and thus, certain secrets need not be concealed, lest it jeopardize their genuine trust. I possess a space that can conceal items, and within it, the waters possess healing properties. Chi Ying cast a glance at Junyao, noting his lack of surprise, which indicated he was already aware. And with an earnest expression, he vowed, rest assured, I shall keep this secret well. However, little Xian must also remember to guard against discovery by outsiders. Indeed, replied Bai Xuan, and with Chi Ying's assurance, he promptly set off to excavate a cave next door, for the little female was to stay with him that night. And preparations must be made diligently. Bai Xuan, filled with curiosity, wished to glance into the past. However, she was abruptly pulled back by Junyao. As she beheld the sorrowful gaze in his eyes, an unexplainable sense of guilt washed over her. Xianer, he remarked, the moment he arrived, he kissed you. A privilege I have yet to experience. Bai Xuan blushed, but I have kissed you, haven't I? Junyao immediately brightened up, then in the spirit of reciprocity. Shall I kiss you as well? Bai Xuan nodded helplessly, realizing that the true affliction lay not in scarcity but in inequality. Her cultivation was still too shallow. She needed to practice further. Junyao, having achieved his desire, was exceedingly pleased and then took her to the adjacent room to watch the fox dig holes. Chi Ying transformed into his beast form, effortlessly excavating stones larger than himself and stacking them aside. Wow, you were truly impressive. Bai Xuan leapt down, her face a portrait of astonishment as she gazed upon a fox that resembled a tiger in size. Could it be that the form of a beast could change in magnitude? Junyao explained that the higher the rank of the beast, the larger and more formidable the male's form would become. Bai Xuan inquired with great excitement, is it the same for females? Junyao cleared his throat, acknowledging her evident thirst for power. Facing her sparkling eyes, he could only muster the courage to respond, females lack beastly prowess, they can merely diminish in size, unable to surpass the limits of their beast form. In essence, this meant that she could only grow to the size of an ordinary tiger at most. Nevertheless, The ability to shrink was quite advantageous. While a large tiger certainly exuded majesty and intimidation, it could not compare to the endearing charm of a small cub. She relished the thought of occasionally being able to be playful and adorable with them. Regaining her composure, she further inquired, "What purpose does a female's mental strength serve?" "It can help to temper the male's volatility," came the reply. Bai Xuan waited for a long time but heard nothing further. "Is that all? Is there no aggression whatsoever?" It seems not. He had never heard of females possessing combat prowess. At most, they might emit a bit of psychic energy when angered, but that would merely feel like a tickle upon impact. Bai Xuan felt somewhat disheartened. Fortunately, she had brought along the wood element crystal core. Otherwise, she would truly have become ineffectual. "Do not fret. We are here to safeguard you. You need only focus on growing up peacefully." After finishing his excavation, Chi Ying also emerged. "Indeed, 6 patterned beasts are a rarity. With our presence, who would dare to bully you?" Bai Xuan pouted, no matter how formidable her partner might be. It could never rival the exhilaration of her own prowess. Although she relished a life of comfort, it did not deter her from seeking strength. Yet, she found herself pondering which was superior, psychic abilities or beast powers. Bai Xuan rolled her eyes and suddenly lifted her head, exuding confidence as she addressed the two. "Do you believe that one day I will defeat you?" Upon hearing this, coupled with the proud expression of the little white tiger, Chi Ying could not contain his laughter. Clutching his stomach in amusement, while Junyao struggled to suppress his mirth on the side. In their understanding, females were always cherished and protected, possessing no fighting spirit whatsoever. Moreover, aside from the nefarious beasts, what kind of male would dare to lay a hand on a female? Bai Xuan's proclamation resembled that of a newly born male cub boasting that it would undoubtedly become a 10-striped beast in the future. Chi Ying, still chuckling from the pain in his belly, remarked, "Xianer, if you make a move, we will immediately lie down and concede. How about that?" Bai Xuan's nose was almost crooked with anger. "Are you brave enough to wager with me?" Observing the cunning glimmer in the little female's eyes, the two immediately stifled their laughter and shook their heads in unison. It would be foolish, even after just one day's acquaintance. They could clearly perceive that Xianer was unlike any other female. They were not foolish enough to leap into an obvious trap. Bai Xuan let out a soft huff, her demeanor tinged with a hint of disappointment and vigilance. "Then, will you take me along on your hunting excursions?" she inquired. The two exchanged glances, ultimately nodding in agreement. Given Xian's lively disposition, it would not be ideal for her to remain cooped up at home. Bai Xuan joyfully leaped a few times, pondering what could possibly be more invigorating than the thrill of the hunt. After all, she was a tiger, and it was only fitting that she should venture out to assert her prowess. Junyao, amused, gently ruffled her fur and remarked, "Is this all it takes to make you so jubilant?" Bai Xuan nodded and leaped onto them, planting a kiss on each of their cheeks. Chi Ying was overjoyed, holding the little female tightly in his embrace. Junyao smiled, realizing that his decision to approach Chi Ying was indeed wise. At least there were 2 individuals to ensure her protection, allowing him to take Xianer out with peace of mind. Chapter 8. Crafting a water bucket. Having observed that Chi Ying had held on to Xianer for quite some time, Junyao could no longer resist and snatched her away from his arms. "Shouldn't you hurry and clear the stones? Do you intend for Xianer to sleep amidst the pile of stones tonight?" Chi Ying shot him a resentful glance, then cast a flirtatious look at the little female, saying, "Don't forget me tonight." Bai Xuan shuddered slightly, and Junyao promptly patted her back in a comforting manner. "It's getting late today. Tomorrow we shall take you out for a hunt, shall we?" Where should we dispose of these stones? I can lend a hand," utilizing the advantages of their surroundings. The trio swiftly organized their new cave, just as twilight began to envelop the sky. Bai Xuan, feeling somewhat bored, inquired if there was any bamboo in the vicinity, specifically the long, segmented plants. Junyao, with a hint of skepticism, asked if she meant the segmented trees, pointing out that there was indeed a vast grove not far from the cave. Chi Ying joined in the conversation, remarking that while those plants were inedible, she would take her to gather fruits the following day. Without elaborating further, she playfully pleaded, "I want some. Will you bring me back a piece?" Unable to resist her charm, Chi Ying promptly rose to fetch the bamboo. Before long, he returned, shouldering a bamboo stalk as thick as a barrel. Bai Xuan's eyes widened in astonishment, yet as she contemplated the colossal fruits, she found it rather unsurprising. They were perfectly suited for crafting water buckets. With all the materials prepared, she began enthusiastically instructing the two on the process of making a water bucket. First, one must cut a section off, leaving portions on both sides to serve as handles. Yes, precisely. Then, 2 holes should be carved out, into which a long strip fashioned from the cut bamboo would be inserted, allowing it to be easily carried. As they listened to her elaborate description, both realized that this resembled the containers used by females in their tribe for fetching water. However, noticing Bai Xuan's earnestness, they exchanged glances, silently agreeing not to interrupt her. After all, they had only seen such items before, and it was their first time attempting to construct one based on her guidance. Once the females reached adulthood, they generally preferred not to revert to their beast forms, enjoying a life of ease at home, while the males, in their quest to please their mates, gradually acquired the skills to create various objects. Thus, the beast realm possessed furniture, leading to a relatively high quality of life, albeit limited to female households. The single males spent their days either hunting or striving for advancement, living as though they were primitive beings. The Exiled Forest served as a gathering place for these solitary beasts, and both Junyo and Chi Ying had nearly forgotten the appearance of such feminine items. Perhaps out of a sense of guilt, neither of them divulged to Bai Xuan that they were indeed familiar with the concept of a water bucket. Consequently, Bai Xuan remained blissfully unaware, imagining herself ushering the beast realm into an era of civilization. Meanwhile, Junyo and Chi Ying, while deftly transforming their claws to cut the bamboo, secretly pondered when they could discreetly seek out other beastmen to inquire about the creation of various other items. If they mastered these skills first, they might just win Bai Xuan's favor. Their gazes clashed once more, tension beginning to mount between them. Bai Xuan was astonished to discover that their first bucket had turned out remarkably well. She nodded in satisfaction and casually offered a few compliments, only to find the two of them gazing intently at her, simultaneously inquiring, "Whose is better?" Bai Xuan twitched her lips, rendered speechless. Junyo and Chi Ying exchanged fierce glances, the tension palpable. Suddenly, Junyo rose and strode outside, returning shortly with a bamboo pole. Without uttering a word, the two resumed their tasks with renewed vigor. Bai Xuan stared in a daze at the buckets piled nearby, each increasingly exquisite, even embellished with intricate carvings. She couldn't help but swallow, pondering the level of craftsmanship displayed. Is this really necessary? Enough already. They have done splendidly. The two of them turned their gazes toward her simultaneously, their intentions unmistakable. Bai Xuan observed them bickering like elementary school children and could not help but press her forehead in exasperation. A bucket is intended for fetching water. If it cannot draw from the well, its aesthetic appeal is of no consequence. The two exchanged disdainful huffs, yet ultimately ceased their actions. Chi Ying, unable to contain his curiosity, inquired, "What is a well? Is water not drawn from rivers?" Had he been so sheltered in the exiled forest for so many years that the outside world had introduced new wonders? Bai Xuan spun around in place several times, yet she could not fathom how to elucidate what a well truly was. Unable to articulate it clearly, she realized that her only option was to allow them to witness the physical object itself. However, she remained uncertain whether the space could accommodate others within it. Bai Xuan silently uttered the word collect, and although she herself did not vanish, the bamboo and wooden barrels beside her completely disappeared. The two individuals were taken aback, still processing what had just occurred, when they saw Shinner step between them and say, "Place your hands on me and get ready." In the next instant, the three of them vanished from their original location. Bai Xuan was brimming with excitement. It appeared that one could indeed retrieve items from the spatial realm and even bring others within, albeit with direct contact necessary. This is what I mean by space. Follow me, she beckoned. Both Junyo and Chi Ying's hearts raced fervently. Although they were aware of Shinner possessing a treasure, they had no inkling of its extraordinary capabilities. They followed her in a daze until they reached the backyard. Bai Xuan leapt onto the well, exclaiming, "Now, we must find a way to draw water from within." With that, she gleefully assumed the role of a carefree manager, thinking to herself that this would surely not pose a challenge for her. "I quite fancy your buckets. There is no need for comparison. Let us instead ponder on how to fetch water, shall we?" Hiki, when a bowl of water cannot be balanced, one must learn to divert attention by tossing out other queries. With Shinner having spoken, the two could hardly afford to bicker, eagerly nodding as they set to work. Upon surveying the well, they realized it was indeed unfamiliar to them, yet they believed that drawing water should not be insurmountable. Chi Ying remarked, "This well is rather deep. We must find something to secure the bucket as we lower it." Junyo replied, "Indeed, bamboo is both rigid and brittle. It cannot bind the bucket. We should seek something less prone to breakage." Bai Xuan observed their seamless cooperation with immense satisfaction. Indeed, it was her efforts that fostered a harmonious family atmosphere. "Shinner, let us first venture outside to gather some materials before returning," she suggested. Certainly. The trio toiled until midnight, selecting the most suitable vine, smoothing it to perfection to serve as a makeshift rope, and ultimately succeeded in drawing up water. Bai Xuan eagerly approached and took a hearty gulp, only to find it lacked the anticipated effect. It appeared the elixir did not possess the transformative properties she had hoped for. Nevertheless, she did not feel disheartened, for it still served to mend her wounds. Her wood-based abilities lacked any healing functions, thus this provided her with an additional means of survival. She resolved to gather several more barrels to store, sparing herself the inconvenience of frequent trips. Moreover, she was curious to ascertain whether this water was indeed inexhaustible. Chi Ying, having learned of the water's rarity from Junyao, exercised caution alongside her, utilizing their beast powers to ensure not a single drop was wasted. They continued until the well ran perilously low, at which point they paused. Ying, you should partake as well, she urged. The two promptly shook their heads, with Chi Ying stating, beastmen possess formidable healing abilities. Dear Xian, do not squander this precious resource so readily. Junyao nodded in agreement, feeling a twinge of embarrassment for having previously wasted the spiritual water in a moment of self-pity. Xian, it is best you keep it for yourself. There is no need to share it with us. Bai Xuan chuckled and said, I am never stingy with myself. If you wish to avoid waste, remember to take care not to hurt yourselves, understand? Receiving the acknowledgement and concern from the little female, both of them happily vowed to never take unnecessary risks. Bai Xuan pondered the potential additional benefits of this spiritual spring, realizing that further exploration would be necessary. She noted that after drawing 10 buckets of water, the water level in the well had not risen, suggesting that the spiritual spring might be limited in its supply. Consequently, she would need to exercise prudence in its future utilization. Nevertheless, even if it were inexhaustible, she had no intention of sharing it with outsiders. She was rather protective of her resources, even if Junyao and Chi Ying were to become her future beast husbands. They would only be considered part of her inner circle once she had firmly secured their lives through the imprinting process. The spiritual spring space she had acquired from the old man was not intended to benefit the beast realm. Moreover, the old man was a beast deity himself. When he possessed such a treasure, he had not been generous enough to bestow it upon his own subjects. Those inconsequential individuals were of no concern to her. Chapter 9. Mental Soothing. Bai Xuan smiled as she guided the two through the space. I reside in this room. You may choose one for yourselves, though the other rooms are devoid of furniture. Furniture? Isn't that a matter of simply manifesting what one desires? It seems there is no need to seek wisdom from other beasts. The elegance and beauty of this place far surpassed anything they had previously encountered. They would emulate this design, and surely Xianer would appreciate it even more. Junyao curiously examined the rooms, finding them far more attractive than the caverns he had excavated. Xianer, may I construct such a house for you? Would that be agreeable? You can build houses? Bai Xuan was taken aback. Is the mimicry and craftsmanship of the beastmen truly this remarkable? How is it that they still live in such a primitive manner? It is worth a try. But our current dwelling is rather cramped. We must first seek a more suitable location. Chi Ying, meanwhile, scrutinized the peculiar wooden structures scattered throughout the room and remarked, Little Xian, I too can craft such furniture for you. Before she could respond, Chi Ying pointed to the bed, leaning closer to her ear as if his words were laced with allure. This is for sleeping, isn't it? I shall ensure it is both spacious and sturdy. That way, when the time comes for us to find partners, we shall not be hindered. Dear Xian, wouldn't you agree? Bai Xuan shook her ears, her body tingling with a delightful numbness, inwardly lamenting the nature of a fox, capable of seducing at any moment. Nevertheless, the spacious 2-meter-4 bed seemed quite appealing. Two individuals could easily roll about together. Oh, what am I thinking? Why am I becoming increasingly lewd? Bai Xuan, feeling embarrassed, distanced herself from him, her ears turning a delightful shade of pink. Chi Ying observed her reaction and let out a soft chuckle. Xianer, how utterly charming you are. Bai Xuan shot him a glare and turned her back to him, huffing, Do I not care for my dignity? Junyao cleared his throat gently, suggesting, Let us step outside. Lingering here too long may raise suspicions. Chi Ying exchanged a knowing glance with him, recalling that the foul serpent was lurking in the shadows. Watching intently, Bai Xuan nodded, for she had no intention of remaining in this space for a lifetime. She needed to safeguard this trump card diligently. There would be ample time in the future to guide them through the other realms of this space. Junyao further suggested that henceforth, at least one person should remain outside to provide cover. Indeed, I too shall not enter frequently. After all, she was still in her beast form and could accomplish little within the space. The three of them deliberated for a while longer before stepping out. The night had deepened, and Chi Ying took Xianer to bed, leaving Junyao to watch longingly from the sidelines. Before falling asleep, Bai Xuan murmured, Don't forget to take me along for the hunt tomorrow. Chi Ying, feeling helpless, responded affirmatively and transformed into his beast form to accompany her as she slumbered. Perhaps it was due to the consumption of the milk fruit, but an enchanting scent of milk emanated from the petite female, a fragrance most delightful. Lying beside her, Chi Ying felt an extraordinary sense of relaxation wash over him, attributing it to mere psychological influence without giving it much thought. The following morning, seeing that Xian'er was sleeping soundly, Chi Ying refrained from disturbing her and quietly ventured next door. Junyao had already returned with a considerable harvest of fruits. And upon noticing his smug expression, Chi Ying couldn't help but tease, "Finally awake, are we? Xian'er must be left to fend for herself on an empty stomach." Chi Ying maintained his usual playful demeanor, unable to rouse himself from the allure of the fragrant and soft Xian'er. Fortunately, Junyao was preparing breakfast. With a disdainful grunt, Junyao chose not to argue further and instead delved into serious matters, mentioning that Mo Xian had encountered some mishap during his ascension to the 7th tier and was on the verge of madness. Knowing of Xian'er's existence, he would undoubtedly seize this opportunity, compelling them to be vigilant lest he harm her. Chi Ying's expression turned grave. The 7th tier madbeast would pose a formidable challenge, and it seemed imperative that they remained closely by Xian'er's side. While male beastmen possessed great combat prowess, they were also accompanied by the peril of madness. Ascension and excessive combat could elevate their frenzy levels, resulting in debilitating headaches or, in severe cases, a complete loss of rationality. Once they surpassed the critical threshold, they would irrevocably transform into mad beasts, their combat capabilities soaring to dangerous heights. This was precisely why various beast cities and tribes preemptively exiled those with excessively high frenzy levels to the banishment forests. Consuming spirit crystals and magic crystals could only temporarily suppress the rise in frenzy levels, treating the symptoms but not the root cause. The only remedy lay in the soothing mental energy of females, yet sadly, females were scarce in the beast realm, and those awakening high-tier mental powers were even rarer, making it impossible to provide mental solace to all males. Without the calming influence of females, no matter how powerful the male beast men became, they would ultimately succumb to madness, which further underscored the preciousness of females in the beast world. Junyo confirmed Chi Ying's proposal, adding, "Xian'er's talent is remarkable. She can already consume 15 demon cores in a single day." Chi Ying marveled, realizing that the sense of comfort he felt in Xian's presence was indeed a result of her emanating mental energy. Junyao nodded and recounted further details regarding Xian'er's condition. As guardians of her, it was essential for them to share insights, enabling them to care for her more effectively. Chi Ying felt a sense of gratitude. Their frenzy levels were not insignificant, and had they not encountered Xian'er, they likely would not have surpassed the 7th tier hurdle. Junyao remained non-committal, asserting that Xian'er's mental energy would undoubtedly exceed Class A. Once she awakened, it was likely that the Beast God Temple would not allow her to roam freely, necessitating their preparations in advance. No one dares to confine Xian'er. Chi Ying's gaze hardened with ferocity. Indeed, they needed to accelerate their ascension. When Xian'er reached adulthood, it should be they who safeguarded her freedom, rather than being restrained by the Beast God Temple. Junyao and Chi Ying both entered the Exiled Forest at the 3rd tier. In their struggle for survival, they fought valiantly to ascend in rank, and their frenzy levels naturally surged rapidly. It was only upon reaching the 5th tier, having acquired the ability to establish themselves within the Exiled Forest, that they began to master their frenzy levels. They reduced their battles, restrained their progression, and spent their days merely satisfying their hunger, harvesting spiritual crystals, living a life that seemed all too predictable. The emergence of Bai Xuan was akin to a flickering candle in the darkness, rekindling hope and illuminating a path toward the future. The instinctual desire of all males to ensure a prosperous life for their females gradually ignited their inherently competitive spirits. A Yao? Upon awakening, Bai Xuan discovered that Chi Ying was absent and assumed that they had ventured out to hunt without her. In a flurry, she hurried next door in search of them. Upon encountering the small female, the previously intense demeanor of both individuals softened instantly, and their lips unconsciously curved into faint smiles. Does Xiao Xian truly find it impossible to part with me? Chi Ying scooped her up and playfully tousled her fur, leaving it in delightful disarray. Bai Xuan, unable to contain her irritation, bared her teeth at him. This fellow exhibited none of a Yao's restraint, constantly being touchy-feely. It was infuriating that she was still just a little cub. Once she transformed back into her human form, she would undoubtedly reclaim what was rightfully hers. Fortunately, a Yao spoke up and rescued her from the situation. Xian'er must be hungry. Let us not delay her from enjoying a meal. Bai Xuan nodded eagerly. immediately springing from his embrace and rushing towards the glistening fruits. Just as she was about to take a bite, she paused, and before she could utter a word, Junyu smilingly offered her a clean leaf at her lips. "Thank you, Ayo." Bai Xuan joyfully chewed the leaf before indulging in the fruits. Upon hearing her words of gratitude, Chi Ying's gaze flickered. Bai Xuan and Junyu truly shared an unspoken understanding, making him feel like an outsider. As he spoke, he playfully scratched her chin, teasingly interrupting her meal by touching her from side to side. Bai Xuan indulged in her meal with great enthusiasm, not bothering to show her claws, for it was indeed quite comforting to stroke her fur. Chi Ying gazed deeply at her obedient demeanor, pondering to himself that he had perhaps stumbled upon a remarkable fortune. His future mate was distinctly unlike those headstrong and tempestuous females. It is worth noting that females possess the ability to establish a bond through seals, allowing them to punish males at will. Yet, no matter how unruly he behaved, Xian remained unfazed. Upon meeting Junyao's warning gaze, he prudently withdrew his hand, feeling somewhat awkward as he rubbed his nose. Junyao internally scoffed. Having deemed a few tests sufficient, one should not mistake Xian's good nature for an invitation to act recklessly. Chapter 10. The Exiled Forest. By Xian let out a contented burp. "Have you all eaten?" Junyao shook his head. "Our appetites are considerable. We usually hunt while we eat outdoors." Chi Ying adjusted his mindset and lifted her once more. Bai Xuan's amiable nature is a boon for them, especially now when guardian beasts are few. It is essential to cultivate their bond. "Has little Xian eaten her fill? Allow me to rub your belly." The moment his hand grazed her soft belly, Bai Xuan jolted. Oh heavens, the body of a great cat, yet the soul of a human. Why does a mere belly rub feel more shameful than an inappropriate advance? In an instant, she leapt into Junyao's embrace. "You lecherous fox." Chi Ying maintained his belly-rubbing posture, feigning innocence. Seeing Bai Xuan's exaggerated reaction, he realized today was indeed fraught with missteps. Observing Junyao's gleeful expression as he cradled Bai Xuan, Chi Ying ground his teeth, unwittingly creating opportunities for this fellow. Junyao smirked. His previous decorum stemmed from a fear that Bai Xuan would dislike anyone being overly familiar with her. Now, with Chi Ying testing the waters, it became evident that Bai Xuan was merely a lowly, lustful creature, prone to retreating like a turtle at any intimate gesture. It seemed that employing some seductive tactics might yield unexpected delights. Chi Ying, noticing the flickering thoughts in Junyao's eyes, recognized that this fellow was brimming with mischief. Sometimes he believed Junyao was even more fox-like than himself. Rolling his eyes, he resumed his playful teasing of the little female, alternating between rubbing her ears and caressing her tail, even blowing softly in her ear while seductively asking, "Does little Xian dislike my touch?" Junyao scowled at the fox's antics. The little female nestled pitifully in his arms, yet did not shy away. Her delicate ears betrayed her inner turmoil. It appeared that to entice her effectively, one must take action. Caressing was indeed the most effective method for nurturing their bond. With this thought in mind, Junyao joined the fray. Strangely enough, the sensation of grooming her felt quite pleasant. As he stroked her, the little female emitted soft purring sounds. Bai Xuan felt a tingling sensation coursing through her body. Although she had an affinity for handsome men, the abrupt arrival of the apocalypse had caught her off guard. Her admiration was mostly confined to idle chatter and whimsical dreams. Now, however, she found herself surrounded by two strikingly attractive men, who were rather too touchy for her comfort. Nonetheless, she reasoned that one could quickly grow accustomed to such encounters. She believed it would not be long before she succumbed to the allure of this realm of beauty. Yet, pressing matters demanded her attention. Bai Xuan struggled to lift her head, and, with great effort, leapt down, quickly putting some distance between herself and the two men. "Aren't we supposed to be hunting? Let us set off." Observing her awkward demeanor, the two exchanged glances, realizing that if they pushed too far and frightened her away, there would be no place to lament their loss. Junyao stepped forward, saying, "Allow me to carry you. The hunting grounds are quite far from here." Bai Xuan hastily took a few steps back, exclaiming, "No, that won't be necessary. Hunting is quite beneficial for exercise." Chi Ying raised an eyebrow, intrigued by little Xian's ambitious spirit. However, she mused, females are not required to hunt. To satisfy Xian's curiosity, Junyao and Chi Ying strolled leisurely along the way. Bai Xuan gazed in awe at the magnified version of the primordial forest, a profound sense of shock and joy swelling within her heart. In a world ravaged by cataclysmic disasters, where nearly all forms of life had vanished, how long had it been since she had witnessed such a lush and vibrant spectacle? Bai Xuan inhaled deeply, savoring the vibrant air, enveloped by the enchanting and wondrous essence of nature. As the young female stepped outside, the entire forest came alive. Junyo and Chi Ying were the revered figures of the exiled forest, and upon noticing their connection with the young female, lower-tier beastmen dared only to gaze from a distance. "Hurry along. She is not someone we can aspire to," grumbled a Tier 3 wolf beast, begrudgingly accepting the role of a mere follower. A bear beast lamented, "Beastmen of our lowly rank are scarcely worthy of following a female within the tribe. Let us abandon our fanciful dreams of this golden nugget descending upon the exiled forest." A moment of silence enveloped the surroundings as an eagle beast, with a composed demeanor, analyzed the situation. Both Junyo and Chi Ying are 6-pattern beasts, and the other 3 guardian beasts must undoubtedly be of a higher tier. Even if they were to accept followers, their prowess would not be less than Tier 4. Upon hearing this, the lower-tier beastmen gradually dispersed, leaving only those of Tier 5 and a few hopeful Tier 4s, who dared not approach too boldly. Tingyu, now a Tier 5, remained closely behind, pondering that the young female might indeed require a flying beast. After all, even if he could not become a guardian beast, being a follower would suffice. Junyo and Chi Ying had long noticed their trailing company, yet they were engrossed in play with Xian'er and had little concern for them. However, these persistent flies became increasingly bothersome, prompting both to simultaneously release their oppressive aura as a warning. The beastmen were left gasping under the weight of their pressure, watching them depart with indignation while seething in place. "Pursuing a female is our right. Why must they be so domineering?" Tengyu remarked nonchalantly. "A 6-pattern beast is not so magnanimous. High-tier beastmen, for the sake of a female's growth and safety, might accept guardian beasts of comparable strength to protect their mate. Yet their innate possessiveness rendered them intolerant of any followers. In the beast realm, a female possessing followers might indicate that her guardian beasts were too weak to provide sufficient essence cores, or perhaps the female's fickleness compelled her guardians to yield. However, in most cases, tribes would entrench a high-spirited female with numerous followers to shield her from the threat of frenzy, thereby ensuring her protection." A leopard beast bitterly remarked. "Jealous males do not attract the favor of females." Tengyu remained silent, recognizing that those two would never accept a brother weaker than themselves. Indeed, those who could carve a name for themselves in the exiled forest were seldom generous or benevolent. "I must notify my elder brother," Tengyu thought. "For one must ensure that the young female is surrounded by their own kind." Transforming into his beast form, he took flight, leaving behind this place of strife. While the other beastmen, seeing no opportunity, gradually departed as well. With their departure, a serene calm enveloped the area, allowing Junyo and Chi Ying to devote their attention to the startled and curious Xian'er as they meandered through the forest. Bai Xuan gazed in astonishment at the forest, which appeared magnified several times. Despite her mental preparation, her face was still awash with wonder. Apart from a handful of plants that bore some resemblance to those she recalled, the majority remained unrecognizable even to Junyo and Chi Ying, leaving them unaware of their potential uses. Yet, she possessed an instinctive feeling that the properties of these plants were likely to be quite intriguing. Regrettably, her wood-based abilities had yet to ascend to the 5th tier, rendering her incapable of perceiving them at present. Bai Xuan raised her gaze to the sky, only to realize, with a sense of belated awareness, that they had been traversing the path to the hunt for nearly an entire morning. With a hint of perplexity, she inquired, "Have we not yet arrived? Are you not hungry? Perhaps we could catch a small game to tide us over?" Junyo and Chi Ying exchanged glances. How could they possibly take Xian'er into the depths of the beast forest for a hunt? The gruesome scenes might frighten her, as today was solely intended for leisure. Noticing her concern for their well-being, Junyo smiled and replied, "Why don't you and Chi Ying play here for a bit? I shall venture into the forest to catch a few beasts and return shortly." With that, he nodded at Chi Ying. Although they were in a safe zone, the proximity to the beast forest was not negligible, and should any unforeseen circumstances arise, he would be able to return promptly. Chapter 11. Agreement on training. Seeing that she had ceased to rummage through the underbrush, Chi Ying asked, "Xian'er, can you climb trees?" Bai Xuan stood in a daze. The tiger could climb trees, and she could climb trees as well, so it should be possible, right? Shall I give it a try? She approached the base of a tree, circling it twice to find a suitable spot to ascend. Unfortunately, the tree was remarkably well-grown, straight and smooth, devoid of any protrusions. As she could not find a point of leverage, she resolved to attempt the climb regardless. The little white tiger clung to a tree significantly larger than herself, using all 4 paws to ascend, panting and straining as her rear wiggled and her tail swished, seemingly eager to lend a helping hand. Alas, despite her efforts, she had only managed to inch upward a few steps after much toil. Ha ha ha, little Xianer, how adorably charming you are. Chi Ying, observing from the side, could no longer contain her laughter and hurried over to scoop up the exhausted little white tiger. Bai Xuan, exasperated, rolled her eyes at him before plopping down in dismay. She had not anticipated that this petite frame would possess such poor coordination and endurance. Would she truly become a mere weakling upon maturing into adulthood? That simply would not do. In her previous life during the apocalypse, her combat prowess was quite formidable. The thought of being reduced to a fragile state was utterly infuriating. It seems that honing her physical fitness must be prioritized without delay, for she could not allow her bodily functions to be compromised when she eventually transformed back into her human form. As for everything else, she could only gradually regain her former abilities over time. Bai Xuan came to a realization and prepared to continue her ascent up the tree. Chi Ying hastily stopped her, for he had merely asked in passing, never anticipating that Xianer would take him seriously. What need does a female have for such skills? What if she were to tire herself out? Little Xianer, it is of no consequence if you cannot climb a tree, should you wish to ascend. I shall carry you up. Bai Xuan's lips twitched slightly, and she couldn't help but ponder whether the lack of combat prowess in females was a result of the indulgence of males. Can't you teach me? She inquired. Chi Ying blinked, seemingly perplexed by her desire to learn such skills. With us around, you needn't exert yourself on that front. Bai Xuan felt a sense of shame. It was no wonder that the females possessed beastly forms yet lacked combat prowess. Even the most formidable birds of prey would diminish to mere kittens if they refrained from learning and practicing. I wish to learn, not only climbing trees, but also the art of hunting, just as the male cubs are taught. Will you instruct me? She implored. Chi Ying furrowed his brow, expressing concern. That path is fraught with hardship and peril. The training of male cubs is exceedingly rigorous. How could it possibly be applied to a young female? Yet, confronted by her steadfast and yearning gaze, Chi Ying found himself at a loss. Just as their impasse lingered, Junyao returned. Bai Xuan observed him clutching a handful of demon cores, yet his appearance was refreshingly pristine, devoid of any trace of bloodshed. It was evident he had taken the time to cleanse himself after the hunt. She could not help but let out a soft huff. Indeed, they had no intention of taking her to the hunting grounds, nor would they even allow her to witness a drop of blood. Was such vigilance truly necessary? After all, she was a tiger. Under their overprotective care, it was a wonder if she could ever possess any combat prowess. It seemed she must devise a strategy to alter their preconceived notions of feminine fragility. Otherwise, how could she train if they continued to treat her like a porcelain doll? Junyao, from a distance, overheard their exchange and glanced at the irate female. With a sigh, he remarked, Xianer, why do you wish to learn hunting? Can we not discuss this properly first? He had initially assumed her desire to accompany them stemmed from a longing to escape the confines of their abode. But it became clear that she genuinely aspired to partake in the hunt. Females, since birth, had been nurtured by the beast men and had never needed or sought to learn anything, while the males took great pleasure in sheltering them beneath their protective wings. Bai Xuan stated with utmost seriousness, have you forgotten? I once declared that I would slay the high priest when I grew up. If I cannot even hunt, how could I ever hope to defeat him? Bai Xuan believed it essential to convey from the very beginning her desire for martial prowess, otherwise they might mistakenly assume she was merely jesting and would fail to instruct her earnestly. After all, eliminating the high priest was indeed her purpose for being here, and employing this rationale served her well. As for their potential conjectures, Bai Xuan found that quite advantageous, sparing her the trouble of concocting tales herself. Upon hearing the title of high priest, Chi Ying's eyes instantly darkened, as if recalling a profound enmity. I will slay him, she began. But her words were abruptly interrupted by Junyao. Very well, if you wish to learn, we must devise a new plan for you. The hunting training designed for the young cubs is ill-suited to your needs. Bai Xuan was filled with joy, for she was not one to seek suffering. Her earlier remarks were merely a means to allow for negotiation. Chi Ying suppressed her inner thoughts and set off to hunt in the demon beast forest, accompanied by Junyao. Observing the little female's hesitation to speak, Junyao ultimately broke the silence, saying, Xianer, do not be disheartened. You still have us. We shall avenge the grievance with the high priest together. Do not bear it alone in silence. Bai Xuan, what could she possibly say? She could only nod in response. After Junyao and Chi Ying had caught some wild beasts to satiate their hunger, they took turns hunting demon cores while accompanying Xianer in playful merriment throughout the forest for the entire day. It was not until dusk that they returned to their cave. The two of them retrieved the demon cores they had collected that day from their animal skin pouches. Given the bustling presence of others in the woods, they refrained from allowing Xianer to store them in her spatial pocket. It was not a difficult task to enhance the animal skin skirt with an additional 2 pockets using beast energy, although modest in size. It could easily accommodate 50 or 60 demon cores. Xian heir, do indulge in the demon cores you gathered today. Bai Xuan nodded and began to eat, while Junyu and Chi Ying meticulously counted beside her. After she had consumed 15, they instructed her to pause and inquired, "Do you feel unwell?" Seeing her shake her head and maintain her usual demeanor, they permitted her to continue. Bai Xuan consumed another one, and she felt a slight prickling sensation in her head, prompting the two to swiftly intervene. Chi Ying exclaimed with delight, "At this rate, it seems Xian'er could consume an additional one each day. Such an astonishing rate of growth in the early stages." Junyao affectionately ruffled Xian'er's hair, stating, "We must gather more demon cores, for no one knows her limits. And we cannot afford to delay her innate awakening." Chi Ying nodded in agreement. And thus the two began to deliberate on the quantity of demon cores to prepare each day, as well as how to allocate their hunting time effectively. Bai Xuan, exhausted from a day's play, fell into a drowsy slumber. Observing this, Junyao gently carried her to a pile of hay inside for rest. After witnessing the exquisite furnishings within the space, both felt increasingly dissatisfied with the simplicity and emptiness of their cave. Chi Ying remarked that they needed to find a more suitable dwelling soon, as it was already unjust to confine her to this desolate place. They should ensure her comfort. Junyu silently nodded in agreement, and to avoid disturbing Xian'er's rest, they retreated to the adjacent area to continue discussing their future plans. After all, in the beast realm, the lifestyles of those with and without females diverge significantly. Chapter 12. Revenge and Conflict. After conversing for a while, Chi Ying could not suppress his curiosity any longer. "Why did you interrupt me in the forest today?" he inquired. Noticing Chi Ying's restless demeanor, Junyao, with a penetrating gaze, countered, "What do you think?" Chi Ying's thoughts surged, and he could not help but wonder if Junyao had forgotten the deep-seated enmities and intended to spend a lifetime with Bai Xuan in this forsaken forest. He questioned harshly, "Now that we can leave the forest, shouldn't we seek vengeance?" Junyao fixed him with a cold stare, previously finding him rather clever, but now, blinded by hatred, he had become foolish. "What does it matter if we can escape? The beast god's temple is hunting us. Where could we possibly take refuge? Or do you naively believe that, with your 6th-tier power, you can simply breach the defenses of the high-tier beast men and slay the archpriest, who is already a 10th-tier beast?" With bloodshot eyes, Chi Ying, suppressing his anguish, nearly frenziedly asked, "Is it just to be forgotten like this? My mother beast died in vain? The lives of my entire clan are to be dismissed so easily?" Junyao did not answer his question, but instead fixed him with a piercing gaze, questioning, "So, did you bind yourself to Xian'er merely to escape the forest for revenge? What do you regard her as? A mere tool for vengeance?" With determination, Junyao declared, "If that is your intent, then tomorrow I shall explain everything to Xian'er, and you will dissolve your bond with her. She deserves far better than a beast husband like you." "No, that is not what I meant." Chi Ying finally regained his composure, apologizing, "I acted impulsively." Junyao snorted coldly, "In this forsaken forest, are there not others with grievances against the archpriest? You alone seem devoid of sense, aware of his own shortcomings." Chi Ying allowed the scolding to wash over him. Perhaps after years of seeking vengeance in vain, he had gradually become consumed by obsession. Thus, the sudden glimmer of hope caused him to lose his reason. Now that his mind had cleared, he felt a deep regret, wishing he could slap away his former self. If he had recklessly rushed to confront the high priest, not only would it yield no results, but it would also expose Xian'er's existence. With her exceptional talents and enmity towards the high priest, should she be discovered, she might be imprisoned within the beast god temple, used as a tool to entice high-ranking males and a mere breeding machine. The thought of almost pushing Xian'er into such a dire predicament sent a wave of anger through Chi Ying, leaving him drenched in cold sweat. Junyao, sensing the potential consequences, spoke with urgency, wishing he could unleash a beating to vent his frustrations. "Xian'er is too precious to be let down." Immediately, Chi Ying knelt on one knee. "Brother, I was in the wrong this time. Thanks to your reminder, I am willing to accept 10 lashes as punishment." In the beast realm, every family revered the female, and any male who jeopardized the safety of his mate would face corporal punishment, typically administered by the rightful mate, signifying Chi Ying's acknowledgement of Junyao's authority. "You truly deserve to be punished, but let us save the title of brother until Xian'er has confirmed her mate." Junyao replied, conjuring a soundproof barrier to prevent waking Xian'er next door. He then manifested a beast energy whip to commence the chastisement. In the beast realm, all customs pertaining to the female were strictly enforced, including the specifications of the whip used for punishment. Although Chi Ying's actions had not resulted in a catastrophe, they were still a grievous error, warranting the most severe whip. After 10 lashes, Chi Ying's back was left marred and bleeding. Junyao stated solemnly, "I hope you remember this lesson. As guardians of Xian'er, we must prioritize her above all else." Chi Ying responded in a subdued tone, fully aware of his mistake. To have the chance to bond with a female in this lifetime was already a stroke of fortune, especially since Xian'er was such a sweet-natured and gifted darling. He fervently wished for Xian'er to remain oblivious to his foolishness and cast a hopeful glance at Junyao. "Please, don't tell Xian'er, all right?" Junyao nodded, fortunately. Nothing dire occurred. "I want to speak of this. We still don't know the depth of Xian'er's grievances with the High Priest. Let us keep your background a secret for now." A chill crept into Chi Ying's heart. He felt an acute lack of security. Fearing that Xian'er would abandon him sooner or later, he loathed that half of his lineage. Observing his despondent demeanor, Junyao felt a pang of sympathy. After all these years of camaraderie, he was aware of Chi Ying's plight. Rest assured, Xian'er is not the unreasonable type. With time, you can be open and honest with her. It seems there is no other choice. Chi Ying gathered his spirits, realizing he must swiftly win Xian'er's affection. He shifted slightly, feeling the wound on his back, lost in thought. Junyao, observing that Chi Ying had finally shed his look of despair, continued. "As for the matter of vengeance, there is no need for haste. Xian'er shares our desire to eliminate the High Priest. Once she matures, we shall be able to advance without reservation. Reaching the 10th tier will merely be a matter of time, at which point we will undoubtedly possess the strength to confront him. Although the High Priest appears to be a 10th tier beast, his power rivals that of a beast god. Perhaps only several 10th tier beasts together could stand against him. Regrettably, the beast world has not seen a second 10th tier beast man in ages. Over a century ago, S-tier females ceased to exist, and A-tier females can only pacify 9th tier beast men. Once a male reaches the 10th tier, he inevitably succumbs to madness. Moreover, the High Priest has interfered, controlling all high-tier females, thus subjugating the elite beast men to his will. Controlling one female equates to dominating a legion of high-tier males. This transaction has been conducted by the Beast God Temple for a century. Consequently, the entire beast world is under the High Priest's dominion. Tribes or beastmen dissatisfied with him have either been annihilated or exiled to the Forsaken Forest. However, the emergence of Bai Xuan, a potential S-tier female in the Forsaken Forest, ignites hope for overturning the High Priest's reign. Both Junyao and Chi Ying firmly believe that Xian'er is the messenger sent by the beast god to rescue the beast world. Chi Ying earnestly remarked, "I understand. Xian'er is our lady. From now on, I shall prioritize her in all matters." Junyao nodded in satisfaction but warned, "Do not say I did not caution you. Xian'er is quite astute. If your genuine feelings for her are tainted by ulterior motives, be prepared to remain a guardian beast forever." The following day, Chi Ying rose early to gather fruits that Xian'er cherished. Upon awakening, Bai Xuan beheld a sumptuous breakfast spread before her. Although she was unable to indulge in meat at present, the fruits were far more delectable than the compressed biscuits of the apocalypse. With a cheerful smile, she hurried over, only to suddenly catch a whiff of a metallic tang in the air, causing her expression to darken. What had happened to Ying? Had they engaged in a scuffle last night? As she inquired, she instinctively moved to examine his wounds. After assessing the injury, she subconsciously considered retreating to her space to fetch the spiritual spring. "Xian'er," Junyao called out just in time, "this is his own doing. There is no need to concern yourself." Bai Xuan glanced this way and that, noticing Junyao's serious demeanor and Chi Ying's guilty expression. Well, it seemed she partially understood, yet also remained perplexed. Perhaps it was best to let the men resolve their own matters, as meddling could easily ignite trouble in her own backyard. Chapter 13. Psychological pressure. Seeing her refrain from inquiring about the cause, Chi Ying felt a slight sense of relief, and soon adopted a pitiful demeanor. "Xian'er, I am in so much pain." Junyao, upon witnessing this, could not help but feel a surge of frustration, having forgotten how effective such tactics were on Xian'er. Not wishing to witness their affectionate exchanges, he suppressed the bitterness in his heart and opted to turn a blind eye. Bai Xuan discovered that a Yao had left without a word, and thus disregarded Chi Ying's pretentious display of innocence and sorrow. With a stern expression, she inquired, "Did you anger a Yao?" Upon noticing the discontent in the young female's demeanor, Chi Ying promptly dropped the act and sullenly admitted to having caused the upset, though she dared not reveal the full truth. Bai Xuan gazed at him in silence, unleashing her mental prowess. Noticing his evasive glance, it was evident that he was the one at fault. However, she refrained from meddling in the disputes among men, as long as harmony was preserved. A skirmish was of little consequence. Observing the cold sweat trickling down Chi Ying's forehead, Bai Xuan withdrew her mental energy and gently remarked, "Since you are both reluctant to speak, I shall refrain from inquiring further. Nevertheless, we are family, and I wish for no rifts to emerge between you. Do you understand?" Chi Ying nodded vigorously, bewildered by the overwhelming sense of pressure emanating from the petite female. He nearly divulged everything about the events of the previous night. Bai Xuan observed his reaction with a satisfied nod. She had contemplated this psychological pressure for an entire night, and it appeared to yield commendable results. Since the old man had remarked on her formidable mental prowess, how could she squander such a valuable asset? One must seize good fortune while it is ripe for the taking. It remains uncertain whether her mental strength is exceptional or if the females of this beast realm have been rendered ineffectual for even possessing such a trump card. They seem oblivious to its potential. Upon noticing that the little white mouse, Chi Ying, appeared somewhat lethargic, Bai Xuan, with an unexpected surge of kindness, inquired, "Does your injury not require the spiritual spring? A bit of herbal ointment would suffice." Instantly, Chi Ying perked up, realizing that little Xian indeed held him in her thoughts. "It doesn't hurt. I'll be fine in a couple of days." He thought to himself that not only was it a waste of the spiritual water, but if he dared to expedite his healing with external aid, he would likely face additional punishment. The healing abilities of beastmen were already formidable, especially for a six-patterned beast like him. If he were to utilize beast energy for healing, he would be completely restored within a day, rendering any form of punishment meaningless. "Then let me blow on it for you." After all, he was her boyfriend, and she ought to show some tenderness. Chi Ying's heart bubbled with joy at the thought, delighting in the notion that if everyone received such treatment, he would willingly endure minor injuries every day. Bai Xuan seemed to have seen through his little schemes. This time, consider it your own doing. However, if you dare to intentionally bring harm in the future, you shall be punished by not being allowed to approach me for 3 days. Do you understand?" Just as he was about to step inside, Jun Yao, recalling his previous foolish actions, immediately withdrew his foot, intending to sneak away. "Yao, you must remember this as well." Caught in the act, Jun Yao could only nod in agreement alongside Chi Ying. Bai Xuan recalled that the last time Yao drank the spiritual spring water, his wound had visibly healed. However, she remained uncertain whether the snake venom had been effectively neutralized. Contemplating this, she decided to inquire further. At this moment, Jun Yao felt compelled to be honest. And with a hint of embarrassment, he confessed, "In truth, I was not poisoned." Bai Xuan was taken aback. Was she truly in a state of anxious solitude? What a misunderstanding it was, leading her to reveal all her cards on the very first day of their acquaintance. Bai Xuan puffed her cheeks and gazed at him with a look of deep melancholy. Chi Ying, on the other hand, felt a twinge of schadenfreude. Jun Yao's eyes immediately brimmed with tears as he implored, "I'm sorry, Xianer, please forgive me. I promise I shall never deceive you again." 2 streams of clear tears cascaded down his gentle, ethereal visage, evoking a profound sense of pity in Bai Xuan, who fumbled in her efforts to wipe away his tears. "Please don't cry. I bear you no grudge. Just promise there won't be a next time." She felt frustrated with herself for seemingly having acted foolishly. Yet she was relieved that she had approached their relationship with caution rather than unreserved trust. However, the revelation of her powers was inevitable. Given that they spent every day together, it would be unrealistic and exhausting to remain on guard as if protecting against a thief. In truth, the current state of affairs was rather agreeable. Junyo sighed with relief. His tears ceased as quickly as they had begun. It was his first time employing the pitiful methods taught by the sorcerer, leaving him feeling somewhat awkward. Bai Xuan's claws, suspended in midair, abruptly halted. Her gaze fixated in bewilderment upon his eyes, which resembled the faucet of a tap. "Oh, the men of the beastly realm are truly theatrical." She must acclimate herself to this. In response to Xianer's somewhat speechless expression, Jun Yao's body stiffened momentarily, uncertain of his next move. Should he continue weeping? Chi Ying observed this scene with astonishment, having anticipated that Jun Yao would surely endure a beating, yet this was the outcome? With regard to little Xianer's good-natured temperament, he seemed to gain a clearer understanding. Since there was no sign of poisoning, it remained uncertain whether the spiritual spring water could indeed detoxify or heal internal injuries. She had consumed it herself, but as a mere cub who had not sustained any harm, it was only natural that she felt nothing. Bai Xuan entered the space and scooped out 2 cups of spiritual spring water, preparing to let them try it once more. After their previous endeavor with the water bucket, they seemed to have opened their meridians as they eagerly crafted various bamboo tubes, cups, bowls, and basins. It appeared that they were afflicted with some hidden ailments. and she wished to test whether this spiritual water could provide a remedy. The two men understood her intentions and did not decline. As Chi Ying finished drinking, the wounds on his back visibly healed, leaving him in mild astonishment. Upon further introspection, however, he realized that the internal injuries sustained from battling the magical beast remained unhealed. Bai Xuan felt a tinge of disappointment as she turned her gaze towards Junyao. Reflecting on his first experience with the spirit water, he recalled that while his external wounds had healed, his internal injuries remained unaddressed, leading him to believe there was no need for further attempts. However, confronted with Xian'er's tenacious and unwavering expression, he reluctantly partook of the elixir once more, only to shake his head after a brief interval. Chi Ying offered words of comfort, saying, "Do not be disheartened, little Xian'er. My own injuries, treated with beastly energy, require a day for recovery. The fact that the spirit water has facilitated instantaneous healing is already commendable. Indeed, our internal injuries will mend with a bit more time for recuperation." Bai Xuan let out a sigh. It seemed that her spiritual spring water was merely a remedy for external injuries, incapable of healing internal wounds. This was a far cry from the state of a living corpse, and she had previously entertained thoughts of refining her very essence. Indeed, one should not harbor excessive expectations. Though she remained uncertain if future advancements were possible, what she did not realize was that this was merely a medicinal spring in the realm of cultivation, not even qualifying as a low-grade spiritual spring. The old man, valuing his pride, had merely referred to it as a spiritual spring space. Bai Xuan, regaining her composure, no longer dwelled on her worries but reiterated her point. Should any of you sustain injuries while outside, you must return and partake of the spiritual spring. No matter how formidable the healing abilities of the beastmen may be, pain is still a reality. Moreover, neglecting timely treatment can undoubtedly lead to lingering ailments over time. Her concern was deeply appreciated by Junyao and Chi Ying, particularly by Chi Ying, who, reflecting on his foolish actions, wished he could endure 2 more lashings as penance. What a remarkable little female she is. How ungrateful he had been yesterday to entertain the thought of abandoning her in pursuit of vengeance against his enemies. When Bai Xuan saw that no one responded, she assumed they were indifferent, and anger surged within her. If you do not take care of your health when you are young, do not blame me for abandoning you when you grow old and become useless. The two, who had been touched until that moment, burst into laughter upon hearing her words. Junyao embraced her playfully, assuring, "Xian'er, rest assured, I shall surely satisfy you." Chi Ying straightened her waist, her smile radiant, adding, "If I cannot meet your desires, I will graciously withdraw from this engagement. How does that sound?" Bai Xuan suddenly realized the shameful words she had just uttered. Her ears slightly flushed, yet she endeavored to maintain her composure. You must not take this lightly. I simply wish to inquire whether the frequency of injuries necessitates an increased reliance on the soothing powers of a female's spiritual energy." Junyao and Chi Ying were taken aback. It seemed they had only discussed the effects of spiritual energy with Xian'er, unaware that she could deduce such insights. Chapter 14. The levels of spiritual energy. Beasts, ferocious creatures, and magical beings all harbor a miasma within them. When beastmen engage in combat with these entities, it is inevitable that they become tainted by this miasma. Over time, as this malevolent energy accumulates within their bodies, it leads to increasing agitation. The soothing spiritual energy from females serves to cleanse the males of this internal miasma. In the event of an injury, the miasma can more readily infiltrate through the wounds. However, sustaining injuries during battle is unavoidable, and they cannot afford to pause for healing amidst combat. Afterward, they often perceive their healing abilities as robust, dismissing minor injuries. This negligence culminates in a surge of accumulated miasma when they attempt to ascend in rank, causing their agitation levels to spike uncontrollably. Observing Junyao and Chi Ying nod in acknowledgement, Bai Xuan immediately donned a proud expression, as if to say, "I am indeed correct. With your protection, I am hardly ever injured, hence there is no need for the spiritual spring. Since such a precious resource exists, should it merely serve as decoration? It won't lay any eggs." A warm sensation enveloped both men. For them, injuries were a common occurrence, yet it felt delightful to know someone cared. "Little Xian'er, I am entirely at your behest," Junyao affirmed. "I shall take good care of my health. Now that is more like it." Bai Xuan let out a sigh of relief, finally managing to convey her thoughts. Observing the emotional expressions on the two faces before her, she felt a sense of satisfaction. "Xian'er, do have your breakfast." Yes, let us dine together. I would like to pose a few questions to you." She needed to ascertain the differences between her own mental prowess and that of the female beings in the beast realm. Is there a classification for the mental capabilities of females? Indeed, there are 5 existing ranks: E, D, C, B, and A. These were determined during the awakening ceremony at the Beast God Temple. And now? Were there higher ranks in the past? Precisely, Xian. It is quite possible that you belong to the S rank. Bai Xuan was not taken aback, had her spiritual power not been substantial. The old man would not have sought her out. However, she was not a psychic ability user, indicating a distinction between the two. In the beast realm, spiritual power appeared to be a unique energy factor possessed solely by females, which exerted influence over males. Junyo continued, noting that a century ago, S-rank females had ceased to exist in the beast realm, and the number of high-ranking females had also dwindled significantly. Why was this the case? The two shook their heads in uncertainty. Chi Ying then remarked with bitterness that, though the reasons remained elusive, the high priest had forcibly detained A-rank females under the guise of protection, compelling the high-ranking beast men of the tribe to submit to his authority. Bai Xuan pondered that the manipulation of females to compel males into submission was undoubtedly a blatant strategy. However, the sudden absence of S-grade females in the beast realm struck her as rather perplexing, evoking a sense of conspiracy. She inquired further, "Are you certain that the mental powers of females possess no aggressive tendencies?" Junyao, noticing her earnestness, responded with caution, "As far back as I can remember, the sole function of female mental powers has been to soothe the male's agitation." She then asked, "How old are you now?" This question seemed somewhat abrupt. To which Junyao candidly replied, 36. Chi Ying hesitated for a moment before saying, 34. Xiaoxian, do you think we are too old? Yet among the 6 pattern beasts, we are still considered quite youthful. Bai Xuan rolled her eyes at him, finding this fox to be rather lacking in intelligence. Here I am, a 35-year-old woman in the apocalypse, and you are merely a younger brother. Junyao, deep in thought, pondered whether Xianer believed that the mental prowess of females in the past might have been aggressive, particularly that of the now extinct S-class females. Bai Xuan's face was filled with satisfaction. Indeed, the great tiger is astute. Chi Ying regained her senses and then widened her eyes in astonishment. So, little Xianer just wielded her mental power against me? Bai Xuan nodded, relieved that she had not been rendered irredeemably foolish. Observing Junyao's confusion, Chi Ying elucidated. Just now, when I spoke privately with Xiaoxian, I sensed an overwhelming pressure, akin to our beastly aura. Yet, since the female possesses no such power, I did not dwell on it further. Bai Xuan remarked, "This is something I have pondered myself. It may not be particularly aggressive, so let us refer to it as mental force pressure." However, Xiaoxian had yet to awaken. How could she possibly wield mental power? Chi Ying remained perplexed. What if the so-called awakening was merely an illusion? Bai Xuan speculated. Junyao promptly refuted this notion, declaring it impossible. A female's awakening necessitates the blessing of the beast god for success, a fact that has remained unchanged. Initially, each tribe's priest possessed a blessed stone bestowed by the beast god, utilized to facilitate the awakening of female mental powers. Chi Ying interjected, continuing, 200 years ago, the beast god was gravely weakened and could only sustain one blessed stone. Thus, he selected a 10-mark beast and appointed him as the high priest, granting him immortality, thereby placing him in charge of the beast god temple, responsible for the awakening of all females in the beast realm. The beast god then retreated to restore his divine power, and to this day, he has not manifested in the mortal realm. Only that charlatan occasionally claims to have received the beast god's will. Oh, it turns out the old man is to blame. No wonder he covets her extraordinary abilities. Perhaps he intends to use them to restore his own divine power? Yet, she could distinctly sense the mental force within her mind, akin to her with type abilities, uniquely hers, and did not require the old man's blessing to awaken. This was likely the distinction between her and the females of the beast realm. Having clarified this point, she further inquired, did the high priest manipulate females from the very beginning to cultivate his own power? Surely, he could not have been so short-sighted as to choose such a character? Junyao responded, on the surface, he indeed appears to adhere to the beast god's will, never stepping outside the temple, continually using that singular blessed stone for female awakenings. Consequently, he has garnered much admiration from the females. Chi Ying scoffed. Who knows if that is merely a facade? Otherwise, why would he forcibly detain A-class females? Such so-called protection is nothing but hypocrisy. Junyao nodded in agreement, stating, ever since the disappearance of S-class females a century ago and the confinement of A-class females, any tribe that expressed dissatisfaction with him would be ruthlessly exterminated. Now, the entire beast realm operates under his dictation, and the Exile Forest has become a prison for dissenters. Bai Xuan listened to his voice, devoid of fluctuations yet laced with concealed anger, and observed the faint redness in Chi Ying's eyes. She pondered that both of them harbored a deep-seated vendetta against the high priest. It seemed that she could not shirk her responsibilities regarding the old man's mission. For her concern for her beloved compelled her to act. Since it was her boyfriend's wish, she must strive to eliminate the high priest. She was unafraid of him. After all, wasn't she the unpredictable variable he could not control? Let us take the exiled forest as our stronghold. And surely we shall emerge victorious to vanquish him in the future, shall we? Junyao, witnessing her coaxing demeanor akin to that of comforting a child, could not help but chuckle. All right, little Xian, you are truly wonderful. Bai Xuan smiled. Thus far, she was quite content with her two boyfriends, since she had felt sorrow. It was only natural to seek solace, for relationships are nurtured in such small ways, are they not? Chapter 15, The High Priestess Now. Let us continue our analysis of the High Priestess. One must know both oneself and the adversary to emerge victorious in every battle. Junyao and Chi Ying gazed at her, momentarily taken aback, as they realized that Xian's demeanor was far from that of a mere young female. Bai Xuan also noticed the perplexed gazes directed at her, yet what could she do? She had already attempted to unveil her origins to them. Considering their lives were intricately woven into her own hands, revealing the truth should not have been such a daunting task. However, it felt as if she had been struck by a spell of silence, rendering her utterly speechless. Internally, she harbored a tumult of disdain for that insufferable old man. Did he fear that she would tarnish his illustrious reputation? Such pettiness. If he possessed any competence, he should not have chosen a treacherous wolf in sheep's clothing, only to then rely on her, an outsider, to mend the chaos he had created. Bai Xuan regained her composure and cleared her throat lightly before addressing them. This little one possesses a maturity that belies her youthful exterior, and my relationship with the high priestess is rather strained. Keep these 2 points in mind. Both individuals chuckled, acknowledging that it was only natural for Xian to be extraordinary. After all, their encounter in the exiled woods could not have been mere coincidence. Furthermore, who among them could claim to be devoid of secrets? Regardless, she was now their matriarch, the female they would cherish for a lifetime. We shall remember. Bai Xuan nodded in satisfaction and continued her inquiry. Has no one ever suspected that the disappearance of the S-class females is linked to the high priest? There have indeed been suspicions, yet without evidence, no one could take action against him. After all, the awakening of the females is solely under his control. Humph. Who could possibly uncover dirt on that old rascal? Even now, many A-class females believe that the high priest's decision to keep them in the beast god temple is for their own good. How pitiable are those beast husbands, compromising their morals for the safety of their wives. This is quite intriguing. The high priest seems to be a master of deception, having not only gained the trust of the ancient beast god but also meticulously plotted for a century before revealing his ambitions. Now, he holds dominion over the beast realm, rendering the beast god powerless and forcing the old man to seek assistance from her, an outsider. She fervently hopes that the old man proves reliable but does not reveal her existence to the high priest. Otherwise, she would be in grave danger. At the very least, she wishes to remain hidden for a few more years to develop her abilities. Her trump cards, her mental strength and wood-based powers, have yet to mature. For now, she can only regard the high priest as the ultimate boss, waiting until she has traversed the Exile Forest, the novice village, and completed several quests to level up before confronting him. Bai Xuan, having satisfied her hunger and thirst, arrived at a conclusion, deciding to set aside her enmity with the high priest for the time being and focus on self-improvement. Junyao concurred, casting a warning glance at Chi Ying. Indeed. Let us strive to combat the demon beasts while little Xian diligently consumes the demon course. Chi Ying quickly affirmed, eager to avoid missing the opportunity. Is your agitation level high at present? Junyao explained, upon forming the bond with you, our agitation levels have been temporarily subdued, at least until your mental power awakens. There should be no significant issues. The male agitation levels are briefly suppressed through this bonding, allowing them to better protect the females and provide resources such as demon cores during the awakening phase. Once the female awakens, regular mental calming will be necessary to mitigate the risks of frenzy. This is one of the reasons males aspire to be guardian beasts, even if they become frenzied beasts. As long as they are bonded with a female, they can temporarily return to normal. However, followers are not eligible to form such bonds. Though they also protect the females and provide demon cores, whether they receive mental calming in the future entirely depends on the female's willingness. Yet, this is still an opportunity to engage with and win over the female, as females in the beast world are exceedingly rare. Some lower-tier beastmen may not even get this chance, forced to endure the relentless rise of their agitation levels in despair as they await inevitable frenzy. Junyao and Chi Ying elaborated on this matter, while Bai Xuan furrowed her brow and inquired, "Is there a limit to the number of individuals who can receive mental calming? Can it not be upgraded?" "Indeed, there are restrictions," they replied. "The mental capacity of females is finite, yet the number of individuals they can calm may vary. For instance, a D-rank female can calm a 6-pattern beast's mental energy, which is sufficient to soothe 3 5-pattern beasts. However, according to their ranks, an E-rank female can only calm 5-pattern beasts. This pattern continues with an A-rank female capable of calming 9-pattern beasts. This is also why high-ranking females are so precious. Forming a bond with an A-rank female allows one to ascend to the 9th tier, but once bonded with an E-rank female, one must remain at the 5th tier for life to avoid frenzy. Should one exceed the 5th tier without a female's calming, their frenzy levels will escalate rapidly, accompanied by immense suffering." Chi Ying then addressed her second question, stating, "The mental power of a female can indeed be upgraded, but it requires the absorption of a substantial amount of magic crystals. Demon beasts are not easily slain, particularly as the level increases, and it has never been heard of an A-rank female ascending to S-rank." Bai Xuan nodded, realizing that the primal males of this beastly world sought the emotional solace of their female counterparts more than the mere act of procreation. After all, when one might be driven to madness, who possesses the energy to ponder the next generation? This perspective starkly contrasted with the numerous beastly novels she had previously perused, which often glorified the relentless pursuit of offspring. Indeed, it was rather refreshing. While the primal instincts of desire are undeniable, one cannot spend every day entangled in the sheets. At the very least, it seemed that Yao and his companions would not be preoccupied with the relentless quest for progeny. Oh dear, what was I contemplating? Bai Xuan's ears flushed with embarrassment, and she coughed lightly to regain her composure. Noticing the strange expressions on the faces of the two individuals, she swiftly diverted the conversation. How exactly does the female soothe the male? At this moment, it was Junyao who felt uneasy, as if he too desired a closer connection. Chi Ying rolled her eyes playfully and added, "Let us create a grand harmony of life. It yields the most magnificent results." Bai Xuan was momentarily taken aback. What on earth is this? Is it the meaning I believe it to be? If so, the frequency of their intimate encounters must surpass even that of childbirth. Bai Xuan's lips twitched uncontrollably. Indeed, her joy had been premature. With a hint of vulnerability, she inquired, "How many partners must a female possess?" Junyao felt a heaviness in his heart, yet he responded honestly, "At least 5, as guardian beasts are considered prospective companions." Bai Xuan let out a sigh of relief, grateful for the 2 days of rest each week. Hearing his candid words, Chi Ying couldn't help but chuckle in disbelief. It wasn't merely at least, but rather a mere 5 days. Such a beautiful face wasted, unable to feign even a hint of grievance. Who among them lacked a touch of possessiveness? The guardian beast had its reasons, but what were followers worth? They were certainly capable of nurturing female companions. Why should they allow those lower-tier beasts to intrude? In an instant, Chi Ying's expression shifted dramatically. With a look of feigned sorrow, he gazed at her. And as if unable to bear it any longer, he scooped her up, burying his head in her fur and lamenting, "Is little Xianer dissatisfied, desiring more followers?" Bai Xuan shook her head like a rattle drum, foolishly adding burden to her waist. No, 5 is sufficient, truly." Observing her resolute demeanor, Junyao's lips curled in a faint smile. The lengthy discourse that Chi Ying had prepared was abruptly stifled, and with a flicker of his fox-like eyes, he pondered if his charm was indeed so potent. It seemed that little Xian still held him in her heart. Chapter 16. An attempt to soothe. Wait a moment. She was unlike the females of the beast realm. She had conjured her own mental pressure. Perhaps soothing could be achieved without the necessity of intimacy. For the sake of her delicate waist, Bai Xuan resolved to actively explore a new application of her mental prowess. Ying, remain seated and still. I shall unleash my mental energy. Be sure to observe closely, and please inform me if it yields a soothing effect. Junyao nodded with skepticism. Could it be that an S-class female was indeed capable of providing mental comfort before awakening, and without close contact? Chi Ying found the notion plausible. Having personally experienced little Xian's mental pressure, what was deemed impossible? Yet, it was somewhat regrettable. If she truly succeeded, he would no longer have the opportunity to revel in their connection under the guise of soothing her. Bai Xuan first exerted her mental pressure to gauge its effects, which bore some resemblance to her mastery of wood-based supernatural abilities. After approximately a minute, she withdrew her mental energy and eagerly inquired about their experiences. Chi Ying wiped the sweat from his forehead, pondering whether Xiao Xian had intensified her output. The pressure was indeed more formidable than before. Junyao, too, felt a sense of astonishment, reflecting that he had barely been able to move moments ago. Bai Xuan nodded, feeling a sense of satisfaction. It seemed she had developed some ability for self-preservation. Subsequently, she adopted a gentler approach, contemplating for a considerable time before achieving a state of harmony. Before long, she observed that Junyao and Chi Ying had slowly closed their eyes, their faces reflecting relaxation and enjoyment. In a brief moment, they transformed comfortably into their beast forms, obediently lying still as if in slumber. Noticing the effectiveness of her efforts, Bai Xuan continued to envelop them with her spiritual energy. Gradually, she perceived that their beast forms were entwined with numerous dark entities. The once majestic and agile tiger and fox now appeared somewhat weary and dejected. Bai Xuan, who tended towards perfectionism, found this quite distasteful and began to use her spiritual energy to pry away the dark mist. Unfortunately, as she managed to extract but a single strand, she was met with a sharp, piercing pain in her head. Moments later, Junyao and Chi Ying awoke, feeling refreshed, only to find Bai Xuan languidly lying still. Startled, they quickly reverted to their human forms and approached her to assess her condition, only to discover that she had merely exhausted her spiritual energy and fallen asleep. They both sighed in relief. Chi Ying furrowed his brow, concerned that little Bai Xuan had not replenished her spiritual energy before succumbing to slumber. He feared she would suffer a headache the following day. Junyao steeled himself and decided to rouse her, calling out, "Xianer, Xianer, do not sleep just yet. Go to the space and take a few magic crystals to eat." Bai Xuan slowly opened her eyes, still in a daze, and instinctively inquired, "Did you succeed in comforting me?" The two individuals, touched by her lingering concern for them, felt a bittersweet pang in their hearts. What a fool she is. Chi Ying's voice trembled slightly, for he had never been held in such regard throughout his life, not even by his own mother. Junyao gently stroked her head and replied softly, "Yes, we succeeded. Xianer is truly remarkable. Shall we enter the space now?" Bai Xuan nodded and entered the space alongside Junyao, while Chi Ying stood guard outside. After consuming 2 magic crystals, Bai Xuan began to feel a flicker of vitality. Her previously desiccated spiritual energy gradually began to flow back. Junyao was cautious not to allow her to consume more, fearing that she might be unable to absorb such immense power all at once. Noticing her overwhelming fatigue, Junyao gently pressed a kiss to her forehead and soothingly patted her back, encouraging her to sleep, assuring her that they could discuss matters in the morning. Observing the little female sleeping soundly, a smile graced Junyao's lips. He considered himself fortunate compared to his father, having encountered such an exceptional mate in Xianer, allowing his heart to rest boldly in her presence. Alone, Chi Ying leaned against the stone wall of the cave, reminiscing about the brief yet cherished moments spent with the little Xianer, a soft chuckle escaping his lips. In life, she would be his, and in death, his spirit would belong to her. Nothing could ever hold greater significance than her. Bai Xuan had been in slumber for nearly 2 days, only to be roused by the pangs of hunger. Junyao, who had remained vigilant throughout, felt a wave of relief wash over him upon witnessing her awakening in good spirits. Just as he was about to inquire if she felt any discomfort, Bai Xuan exclaimed in a hurry, "Let us speak outside. I am on the brink of starvation." She had yet to stockpile provisions in her space, having thought she would never again experience hunger, only to find herself in a state of lightheadedness this time. The passage of time within her space flowed at double the rate of the outside world, so upon their emergence, it was precisely the following morning. After preparing breakfast, Chi Ying paced anxiously, fearing that something might have befallen little Xian. It had been nearly a day, and still, she had not emerged. As Bai Xuan emerged, her eyes gleamed with an emerald light as she rushed towards the pile of fruits, devouring them voraciously. Junyao continuously patted her back, anxious that she might choke. "Xianer, do take your time." Bai Xuan, oblivious to everything around her, devoured her food with fervor, as if she had returned to the apocalyptic days when she had starved for 7 long days before finally discovering sustenance. Chi Ying watched her with a pang of sympathy. Mental fortitude was a demanding endeavor, and although Xian was not employing the conventional methods, the exertion was still considerable, especially after a day of fasting. He hurried next door and returned with several fruits in his arms. "Little Xian, do not fret, for there is more here, all for you." Both of them contemplated the necessity of gathering additional fruits to store in her space, allowing Xian the convenience of indulging whenever she desired. Bai Xuan, having indulged to the point of fullness, finally regained her composure, reflecting that she would rather burst than endure the pangs of hunger again. Junyao furrowed his brow, stepping outside to gather a generous handful of sour fruits, urging her to consume them promptly to aid her digestion. Bai Xuan blinked in astonishment. It turned out that in this beastly world, there existed such diminutive fruits, scarcely larger than a fingernail. Driven by her curiosity for novel delicacies, she impulsively devoured 5 of them in one go, only to find herself howling at the overwhelming sourness. Chi Ying, unable to contain himself, burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "Little Xian, how could you be so reckless? One of these is more than sufficient." Bai Xuan gazed at Jun Yao with a look of sorrow, lamenting, "How could you not remind me? Yet you have brought back so many." Jun Yao, unfazed, replied, "Our household should stock up more. With your appetite, these will surely come in handy frequently." Bai Xuan gazed at her swollen belly, feeling a twinge of guilt that rendered her silent. Jun Yao promptly flipped her over and, with utmost seriousness, began to massage her abdomen. Bai Xuan felt somewhat uneasy, fidgeting with her 4 little short legs. However, upon meeting Jun Yao's gaze, she became timid and remained still, allowing him to touch her. Chi Ying, observing from the side, found it quite amusing. Hadn't she previously protested against having her belly touched? Seeing her with such a docile expression, Chi Ying couldn't resist reaching out, but upon receiving a glare from little Xianer, he merely chuckled and maintained his hold. Displaying a remarkable thickness of skin, Bai Xuan had surrendered completely, lying on her back, allowing them to have their way with her. The notion of shame had long ceased to matter. She even let out a couple of comfortable hums. Once she felt her stomach settle, she nudged them with her paw, signaling that it was time to stop. Jun Yao and Chi Ying retracted their hands, their fingers still tingling with lingering desire. The softness of the little female's belly was truly delightful. Chapter 17. Refusal to bond. Feeling thoroughly relaxed, Bai Xuan finally remembered to inquire about the soothing situation. "How did you feel yesterday?" Jun Yao beamed with joy. "It was wonderful." Xianer's soothing was remarkably effective. Chi Ying was equally exhilarated indeed. "We should be able to ascend in no time." In truth, they had already reached the pinnacle of the 6th tier, but had refrained from ascending due to the intense volatility of their emotions. Their agitation levels had reached a critical point. Ascending to the 7th tier could potentially transform them into frenzied beasts. While absorbing spirit crystals could suppress their agitation, their bodies had developed a resistance over the years, rendering spirit crystals ineffective. To continue their suppression, they would need to absorb magic crystals. However, as mere 6-pattern beasts, forcibly consuming magic crystals meant for 8-pattern beasts would result in a torturous sensation of swollen blood vessels, risking fatality with the slightest misstep. This was also the reason why the strongest warriors in the Exiled Forest remained at the 6th tier, without a female's soothing presence. Suppressing their agitation was an exceedingly painful ordeal. Xianer's soothing had granted them a long-awaited sense of relief, and their current physical condition was sufficient for a decisive breakthrough to the 7th tier. Unfortunately, the timing was not right. Xianer needed protection around her. Bai Xuan was utterly elated. She had devised a novel method of soothing, rendering the act of rolling in bed unnecessary. Recalling the comforting process from the previous day, she said, "Yao, Ying, transform into your beast forms for me to observe." Though puzzled, the two complied without hesitation. Bai Xuan released a thread of mental energy, swirling it around the tiger and the fox for several revolutions. Oddly, where had the dark aura she had witnessed yesterday vanished? She remembered that she had yet to fully address it, yet it was nowhere to be seen. A slight pain prickled in her head, prompting her to promptly retract her mental energy. Observing her altered expression, the two swiftly reverted to their human forms. Jun Yao, with a hint of irritation, admonished her. "How can you act so recklessly? You must not use mental energy until you have fully recovered." Bai Xuan lay there, attentively listening to the training as Jun Yao continued, acknowledging their mistake for not clearly articulating the expectations and allowing her to experiment freely. Noticing her buried head, Chi Ying assumed she was displeased and hurriedly explained that a female must rest for several days or even months after utilizing her mental energy for calming purposes. Bai Xuan was taken aback. Is it truly this extreme? One encounter would require a month of recovery. She could hardly fathom being bedridden for more than 3 days, even after indulging in a novel. Observing her lost in thought, seemingly oblivious to his words, Jun Yao's frustration mounted, prompting him to intimidate her, warning that engaging in such frequent activities could render one foolish. Bai Xuan pondered how the formidable combat prowess of the orcs could be endured by the females of their world. The mere thought of her potential fate, marked by a life of unbridled pleasure, sent a shiver down her spine. It seemed impossible to safeguard her own waist. Perhaps it would be wiser to maintain a purely platonic relationship with them. Contemplating this, she instinctively spoke, "Shall we not become mates in the future?" Junyao and Chi Ying's faces paled in an instant. "Why? Have I upset you?" Junyao inquired. "Xianer, we have already formed a bond. How can we not become mates? Do you intend to abandon our commitment?" Bai Xuan felt somewhat awkward, realizing that her proposal might be a bit excessive. Nevertheless, she mustered her courage and said, "Even without forming a bond, I can still provide you with mental solace. You sustain me, and I comfort you. This arrangement could be quite beneficial, don't you think?" Her voice grew softer, yet her thoughts became increasingly coherent. After all, the orc's greatest need was for mental reassurance. Was this not a rather advantageous exchange? In her youth, Bai Xuan exhibited a reclusive disposition and had never experienced the tender pangs of love. In the post-apocalyptic world, her conversations revolved predominantly around transactions, while other beastmen might acquiesce. Junyao and Chi Ying would certainly not. Their hearts had already been ensnared by her, and how could they permit the instigator to safeguard her own heart so meticulously? As they regained their composure, their gazes deepened, fixated on Bai Xuan, reminiscent of two great wolves intent on luring a delicate rabbit. Junyao gently inquired, "Xianer, may I ask why you are reluctant to form a bond?" Xianer, possessing a kind nature, harbored trust and a sense of responsibility towards them, yet lacked the affection that would bind them. Indeed, they had only spent a few days together. One must not be overly greedy. He would gradually coax Xianer to open her heart. Bai Xuan felt exceedingly awkward, struggling to articulate her thoughts. After all, it was rather embarrassing to admit her fear of dying in bed. She simply did not wish to entertain such thoughts. "But, dear Xianer," Chi Ying seductively urged, "being in a relationship can be quite delightful. Surely you would not want to miss out on such experiences in the future?" Bai Xuan twitched the corner of her mouth. Though she indeed yearned to experience it, the prospect of ending up in the ICU after just one attempt was rather dissuasive. It was best to forego the endeavor. Considering the experience would likely be far from pleasant, her life was of paramount importance. After a playful exchange between the two, Bai Xuan eventually voiced her concerns. Chi Ying burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Little Xianer, what on earth is going on in that mind of yours?" Junyao could hardly stifle his amusement. Bai Xuan blushed and glared at him. "Didn't you say that females need to rest for several months after each encounter? I'm not a masochist. If there's no need for comfort, then why bother with pairing at all? I was referring to mental fortitude, not physical prowess. If a male dared to injure a female in such a manner, wouldn't he deserve to be punished severely?" Bai Xuan found herself somewhat bewildered. "Was it not you who spoke of comfort in such a manner?" Chi Ying was about to tease her further when Junyao interjected, "All right, Xianer, do not be upset. It is our failure to communicate clearly." Previously, they had considered Xianer too young for overly detailed explanations, but it now seemed imperative to elaborate, lest their future happiness be at stake. During the process of comfort, other females must engage in physical contact to establish a connection with the male's consciousness. The greater the intimacy, the more successful the endeavor becomes. A female of lower rank wishing to soothe a higher-ranking male must resort to mating, thereby allowing her spiritual energy to enter his consciousness. Chi Ying further elucidated that females typically employ this most intimate method to comfort their beast husbands. It is inherently a pleasurable act, both time-efficient and labor-saving. Why not indulge in it? The higher the rank of the female, the more swiftly her spiritual energy can penetrate the consciousness during comfort, yet it demands considerable time and effort. Consequently, nearly all females opt for the most intimate approach, except when comforting direct relatives. Junyao continued his explanation, stating that after each instance of comfort, a female's spiritual energy is depleted, necessitating rest, though her body merely experiences mild fatigue. Chi Ying interjected, "If the female appears vigorous, one must then worry about her beast husband's capability. Little Xianer, I shall ensure your satisfaction in the future." Bai Xuan's head nearly sank to her chest, an utterly mortifying moment. Chi Ying would not let her off easily. "While our union might not confine you to bed for an entire month, remaining bedridden for 3 days is certainly within the realm of possibility. Little Xian, are you not looking forward to it?" Junyao ceased to restrain his playful banter, for it had become evident that Xian's maturity had long been established. It would do her good to hear more, to foster some anticipation, lest she boldly refuse the notion of union. "Xian, shall we still consider this union?" Faced with their gaze, which bore a semblance of both temptation and threat, Bai Xuan's will to survive surged, and she nodded vigorously. "Yes, yes indeed, we must unite." Chapter 18. Training. Having clarified matters, Bai Xuan began to ponder the essence of spiritual energy. What, you ask, is the sea of consciousness? It is the ethereal realm inhabited by the spiritual entity, a domain perceptible solely by spiritual energy. This is also the locus where the most turbid energies converge, which is why the calming of females occurs within the sea of consciousness. Bai Xuan's eyes brightened as if she had come to an understanding. The spiritual entity resembles your animal forms, and the turbid energy manifests as those dark substances, correct? The two nodded in agreement, although they were uncertain of the specifics, as they had never heard the females elaborate on it. However, I have only purified a small amount of the turbid energy. Does this truly have any significance? Jun Yao smiled, affirming that it certainly does. The frenzied beasts, in their chaotic state, possess a completely black spiritual essence. As long as we maintain a slight improvement, we shall not succumb to madness. Indeed, no beastman has ever been able to completely rid themselves of turbid energy. Merely remaining untainted by madness is quite commendable. Bai Xuan furrowed her brow, observing that their spiritual entities were ensnared by murky energies, seemingly in distress. Your agitation levels are rising. Is it not quite uncomfortable? The two men were momentarily taken aback. Ever since they had ascended to the 5th tier, they had endured daily headaches. But they had grown accustomed to it over the years. After all, it is often said that orcs lacking sufficient willpower find it nearly impossible to advance to higher tiers. Without the soothing presence of females, merely resisting the torment of agitation could cost them dearly. Let alone the incessant battles required to obtain the crystals necessary for ascension and to subdue their agitation levels. In the Orcish world, the males possessed an extraordinary capacity for enduring pain. Junyo and Chi Ying felt a warmth in their hearts. Never had a female shown concern for the discomforts endured by males. They merely ensured that the males did not succumb to madness, sparing not a shred of spiritual energy. Fear not, this is but a trifling matter. We are tough-skinned and resilient. Bai Xuan rolled her eyes, contemplating how the pain in her head had nothing to do with her skin and flesh. It was truly foolish not to employ the tactic of feigned suffering when the situation called for it. Yet, an uncomfortable feeling settled within her, as she found herself enveloped by a thick, dark haze that felt suffocating. Surely, they must be experiencing even greater torment. No, she must rid herself of that murky aura. Her tiger and fox should not be constrained by such filth. Bai Xuan assessed her condition and found that her mental strength had recovered by half, nearly sufficient to offer another soothing experience to someone. She then remarked, I can provide another moment of comfort. No, do not even think about it. Bai Xuan was rendered momentarily speechless by their intimidation. Observing her fright, Jun Yao gently patted her back, reassuring her that this comfort would suffice for at least a month. Furthermore, since we have already formed a bond with you, we shall not succumb to madness before your transformation. There is truly no need for such hardship. Bai Xuan was troubled. She did not perceive her efforts as arduous. With ample energy at her disposal, why not alleviate their suffering a little? The mere thought of their spiritual forms conjured an image in her mind, two charming dolls ensnared in a web spun by a spider. And she felt an urgent desire to free them, for otherwise, her heart would be weighed down with distress. Chi Ying also advised her, stating that even after soothing an A-grade female, it would take 10 days to fully restore their mental energy, even if one were an S-grade. Having just mastered her mental power and having calmed the two of them, she would certainly require a period of rest, at the very least 10 days. Bai Xuan nodded, conceding that it would suffice, and decided to ponder over it in the coming days. Jun Yao, in a hushed tone, interjected, reminding her that during this time, the use of mental energy was strictly prohibited. Bai Xuan's gaze wandered. Perhaps it was time for her to enhance her extraordinary abilities. Yet, where was the promised training regimen? Jun Yao raised an eyebrow, initially believing she had forgotten, but it seemed she was quite serious. Chi Ying also found it intriguing. Little Xian possessed the remarkable skill of distant reassurance, yet still wished to hone her combat prowess. If it were any other female, they would revel in proclaiming their talents, eager to attract more admirers across the continent. Nevertheless, focusing solely on training was quite beneficial, alleviating any concerns about Bai Xuan attracting additional rivals. Both of them shared this thought and offered no objections. Thus, Bai Xuan was led to a clearing outside the cave, where tree stumps, small mounds, vines, and bamboo formed various obstacles, resembling a proper training ground at first glance. Junyo pointed to these elements and remarked, there is a designated area in the tribe for training the young males who have yet to transform. I merely created a simplified version based on that. Bai Xuan marveled incessantly, pondering whether training cubs in the beast realm should merely entail casting them into the wilderness to fend for themselves. How could one conceive of so many training apparatuses? This seemed to rival modern outdoor training facilities. Was the primitive world truly this advanced? She couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. Before she could unravel her thoughts, Junyo and Chi Ying transformed into their beast forms, adopting sizes comparable to her own, and proceeded to demonstrate several times how these devices functioned. Bai Xuan watched with great fascination, and as she continued to observe, it reminded her somewhat of a circus, prompting an involuntary smile. However, upon reflecting that she would soon transform into a juggling tiger herself, the smile faded away. The two reverted to their human forms, and Junyo suggested, "Let us learn one routine each day, and then combine them. For today, shall we practice jumping through this hoop?" Bai Xuan nodded, observing that it was not a difficult task. It merely involved exercising her jumping ability and agility. She took a few steps back to gather momentum, then leaped vigorously towards the bamboo circle. As her body soared halfway through, a confident smile graced her lips, preparing for an elegant landing. However, unexpectedly, her trailing foot was caught, causing her entire form to lurch forward, and that smile froze on her face, gradually transforming into a look of terror. Just as her face was about to meet the ground, the swift and vigilant Chi Ying, standing nearby, quickly grasped the nape of her neck and hoisted her up with remarkable ease. Bai Xuan nestled in his embrace, feeling a wave of despondency wash over her. Realizing her own fragility, Junyo was initially taken aback, but upon seeing Xian'er with her head hung low in silence, he couldn't help but stifle a laugh. Chi Ying, unable to contain herself, felt her chest tremble with suppressed laughter, yet dared not make a sound. Bai Xuan, infuriated, swiped at his chest with a claw, her laughter bursting forth uncontrollably. Ha ha. Bai Xuan gazed at him in silence, twisting her hips to indicate her desire to descend. Subsequently, she sharpened her claws and began to sprint, determined to conquer this challenge. After all, she refused to be underestimated like a sickly cat when a tiger remained silent. Junyo playfully thumped the giggling Chi Ying, and the two resumed their protective stances on either side. Bai Xuan diligently practiced her routines until noon, thoroughly mastering the project. Ultimately, she was forcibly escorted by Junyo back to partake in a meal. During this time, Junyo and Chi Ying took turns stepping out to satiate their appetites, while also collecting some demon cores along the way. Bai Xuan appeared to be quite fatigued, her pristine fur now dusted with grime, presenting a rather disheveled appearance. "Xian'er, there is no need to exert yourself so. You underestimate me, don't you? Once I am able to consume meat, I shall be the first to relish the prey I have captured myself." Strangely enough, despite her tiger physique enabling her to run and leap with agility, her teeth had yet to fully develop. She had overheard the two discussing how tough the meat of wild beasts was in this animal kingdom, which she currently could not manage to consume, leaving her utterly tantalized. Observing her spirited demeanor, they refrained from further persuasion, content as long as she remained unscathed. Chapter 19. The Golden Eagle's Vigil. After finishing her lunch and the demon core, Bai Xuan looked at herself covered in dust with a hint of disdain. "Ayao, I wish to take a bath. All right, this afternoon we shall take you to the riverside for a wash. Wait while I prepare a bathtub for you. And from now on, you can bathe at home every day." Bai Xuan's eyes widened in astonishment. "Do you know what a bathtub is?" Chi Ying cleared his throat and replied, "It's well taught by little Xian'er. Isn't it just a larger version of a water bucket? Is that so?" The notion of bathing did not originate in primitive society, as she had previously assumed. Evidently, this beastly realm possesses a certain foundation of civilization. It is indeed true that this banished forest must be regarded as a wild and untamed territory. One cannot truly grasp the entirety of the beastly continent from such a vantage point. However, she remains but a small tiger for now, and such amenities are of little utility to her at this moment. Perhaps they may be considered at a later time. She embodies a spirit of adaptability and contentment. Once prepared, the two men and a tiger ambled leisurely towards the riverbank. Meanwhile, Ling Zhe, upon receiving the news from Tongyu, was utterly astonished. He had indeed heard the beastmen mention a young female who had arrived from the Exiled Forest, but he had dismissed it as mere fabrication. "Are you certain you witnessed it with your own eyes?" "Indeed, Junyo and Chi Ying have already formed a bond with the young female. Brother, you should hasten your steps. There are numerous six-patterned beasts in the Exiled Forest. Delay may cost you the opportunity." Ling Zhe could no longer remain idle. He transformed into a magnificent golden eagle and soared towards Jun Yao's territory, anxious about leaving a poor impression on the young female and his two bonded brothers. He dared not intrude recklessly, opting instead to lurk outside the territory, hoping to catch sight of them as they ventured out. Regrettably, After waiting an entire day without a single soul emerging, he found himself reluctant to leave, fearing he might miss an opportunity. Junyo and Chi Ying, who took turns hunting, subtly evaded him, each harboring their own private thoughts. With the guardian beasts now fewer in number, the time spent with Xian Air had increased. And they were not yet ready to relinquish such blissful days. They would stretch this time as long as possible. Whether it was the mischief of Jun Yao and Chi Ying or mere bad luck for Ling Zhe, Bai Xuan and her companions expertly avoided his gaze, choosing an alternate path towards the riverbank. When Ling Zhe soared into the sky once more to assess the situation, he discovered that their presence had long since vanished. Truly cunning, he flapped his wings in frustration, searching for the trace of the petite female, and instructed Ting Yue to accompany the other feathered beasts in the pursuit. In recent days, the vicinity of Junyao's territory has been abuzz with activity, 4th and 5th tier beastmen loitering about, fantasizing about being chosen as followers by the enchanting female. Meanwhile, the 6-striped beasts have also begun to converge towards this area, with those from distant territories almost leaving behind mere afterimages, anxious not to miss this opportunity. The Exile Forest is vast and expansive, resulting in the territories of the 6-striped beasts being considerable and widely separated. To suppress their rising agitation, they generally refrain from conflict, coexisting in relative harmony. However, upon hearing that a female has entered the Exile Forest, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. After all, there are only 5 guardian beasts. And with many wolves and scarce prey, they are all rivals in this competition. Bai Xuan observed that the streets were particularly bustling today, with orcs frequently emerging to challenge Jun Yao and Chi Ying. These encounters were not limited to one-on-one confrontations. Rather, they were engagements of 2 against 1. Ultimately, the orcs, battered and bruised, retreated in disgrace. Bai Xuan watched with great interest. Although the group beating seemed somewhat excessive, the fighting postures of a Yao and a Ying were undeniably impressive. In the realm of orc challenges, confrontations are conducted in humanoid form to prevent the suppression of racial advantages inherent in beast forms. Furthermore, when females are present, the use of beast powers is prohibited to avoid accidental harm, relying solely on physical combat. For challengers motivated by the pursuit of females, all guardian beasts may join forces to deliver a collective beating. If a suitor cannot prevail, they are left with no recourse unless the female actively accepts them. Otherwise, they must depart in silence. It was evident that Jun Yao and Chi Ying offered no words to those daring to pursue Xian Air. They simply launched into a furious assault. Currently, they were faced with a bear beast that had just ascended to the 6th rank. And Jun Yao alone was more than sufficient to handle the situation. Thus, Chi Ying retreated to Bai Xuan's side, feigning a pitiful expression, and remarked, "Little Xian Air, you certainly have a plethora of suitors." Bai Xuan was momentarily taken aback, her lips twitching slightly. Though she had generally accepted the concept of polyandry in the beastly realm, she felt overwhelmed by the prospect of so many partners. After all, the essence of companionship lay not in quantity but in quality, especially with those she would share her life with in the future. Upon learning from Chi Ying that they had expelled those of dubious character, Bai Xuan felt a slight sense of relief. However, Chi Ying's mischievous thoughts began to stir. Does little Xian know what their beast forms are? He inquired. She shook her head, puzzled by his question. He then leaned in close, whispering each word distinctly. They are a porcupine, a crocodile, and a scorpion. Bai Xuan was suddenly struck by a chill. Disregarding the unfairness of a 2-to-1 confrontation, all she desired was to swiftly drive those ruffians away. She immediately nudged Chi Ying with her head, urging him to assist her. Hurry, hurry. Join me in a fierce assault. Do not allow them to approach me." Chi Ying chuckled heartily, finding the little female quite gullible. Those ruffians weren't entirely grotesque in their beast forms. Among them were lions and leopards. However, one was prone to boasting, while the other was filled with cunning schemes. Xian harbored too many secrets. Her home could not afford guardians with loose tongues or dubious intentions. Having roamed the exiled forest alongside Junyao for many years, he was well acquainted with these 6-striped beasts, understanding their deeds and backgrounds. It was the perfect opportunity to help Xian sift through them. Upon hearing the little female's cry, Xian hesitated, his foot poised to step forward, retracting. Does she truly favor tigers and foxes to the extent that she rejects all other beastmen? Is it their fur that she finds appealing? Does she harbor a disdain for cold-blooded creatures? If I were to best them all, would she be angered with me? Junyo and Chi Ying exchanged exasperated glances. Perceiving Xian's indecision as he stood frozen, too anxious to conceal his breath, Xian was of commendable character. However, His beast form was not particularly appealing to the female. It remained uncertain whether Xian'er would accept him. Yet, if he did not bond with Xian'er, transforming into a mad beast would pose the greatest danger. Conversely, Emo Xian was currently the sole seven-striped beast in the Exiled Forest should he join them. Xian'er's safety would be further assured. Mad beasts lack reason, yet instinctively gravitate towards females with spiritual energy, seeking salvation. In this perilous pursuit, they could unwittingly bring about the female's demise. After pondering for a moment, Junyao concluded that transforming Emo Xian into one of their own was the safest course of action. Xian'er, do you dislike snakes? Emo Xian, hidden nearby, held his breath. His heart racing as he awaited the final judgment, his palms slightly damp with perspiration. I do not dislike them, as long as they are not ugly. I hold no disdain. The melodious voice of the little female chimed in. Finally, relief washed over Emo Xian as a smile graced his typically expressionless face. As long as she is not afraid of serpents, my beast form is considered quite handsome among my kind. As he was about to step out to meet the young female, Ling Zhe, having heard the sounds of a scuffle, finally arrived. The two unexpectedly confronted each other, and the atmosphere instantly became charged with tension. Chapter 20. The Battle of the Serpent and the Eagle. Being old acquaintances, their purposes for being here were self-evident, and neither was willing to yield. After all, in the evening, they would soon have to contend with the obstruction of 3 guardian beasts. Regardless of the outcome, the thought of being seen by the young female in a state of being besieged was undeniably humiliating. This was also the reason why those bruised and battered beastmen fled the scene without uttering a word to Bai Xuan. Furthermore, Junyao and Chi Ying shrewdly ensured they were beaten to the point of losing face, fearing that they might be tempted to approach Xian'er amidst the challenges. In the beast world, females matured early and chose their guardian beasts based on appearance. Thus, males generally refrained from presenting themselves with disfigured faces before the females. Chi Ying, reveling in the spectacle, suggested, how about you two engage in a match first? The loser must withdraw. Junyao did not intervene. Although he held both as promising candidates for guardians, they deserved to endure a fair share of punishment. Neither Ling Zhe nor Emo Xian offered any objections. Ling Zhe, gazing at his old rival, sneered lightly, you are indeed bold to dare venture into the perilous realm of the 7th tier. Without the comfort of a female, relying solely on spirit crystals and willpower to suppress the murky energy, reaching the 6th tier was nearly the limit. Emo Xian remained silent, his agitation reaching a critical point, relying on his beast energy to maintain control. Fortunately, the contest did not require beast energy, and facing Ling Zhe, he had a significant chance of victory. Without further ado, the two launched into a fierce melee. Perhaps motivated by the desire to impress the young female, their combat was exceptionally intense, yet their movements were remarkably graceful, far more visually appealing than the earlier brutish brawl. Bai Xuan gazed intently, captivated by the presence of 2 handsome gentlemen. Chi Ying, observing her rather unrefined demeanor, remarked with a hint of amusement, Xian'er, you seem to be drooling. Upon hearing the voice of Chi Ying, Bai Xuan was immediately reminded of his earlier mention of crocodiles and scorpions, causing her to retract her gaze and shiver slightly. The males of the beast realm were undeniably handsome, yet she simply could not accept their beastly forms. While she could appreciate a handsome face, the thought of spending a lifetime alongside a scorpion was utterly unthinkable. Ying, what are their beast forms? Chi Ying gazed at her with a smirk that held a hint of amusement. Bai Xuan swallowed hard, realizing that these 2 dashing gentlemen were destined to be beyond her reach. Junyao interjected, they are a golden eagle and a black mamba. If you desire, they could serve as your guardian beasts. Chi Ying huffed softly, offering no dissent. In the beast realm, it was an unalterable fact that females must possess 5 guardian beasts. Sooner or later, Xian'er's talents would be revealed. It was far better to choose noble companions early on than to be ensnared by the machinations of ill-intentioned individuals later. Bai Xuan observed the expressions of the 2 individuals and contemplated that since she had arrived in the beast realm, she would not challenge the institution of polyandry. Nor did she desire to do so. However, as Junyao and Chi Ying had already become her companions, she felt it necessary to consider their feelings. If these 2 were at odds with each other, she would find it difficult to accept the situation, for they were destined to share a life together, and mutual discord would be detrimental to familial harmony. Noticing that they did not exhibit any signs of aversion, nor did they, as before, immediately resort to violence to drive someone away, Bai Xuan understood that this indicated a degree of acceptance. She blinked and began to closely observe the 2 combatants, discerning their beast forms through the clothing conjured by their beastly powers. The individual adorned in a golden yellow fur skirt must be the golden eagle that Ai had mentioned. Indeed, he was a fierce avian creature. His well-defined chest muscles resembled a double-door refrigerator, and his striking features were accentuated by golden eyes that exuded authority and nobility, radiating an overwhelming presence. The other was a serpent beast, clad in a tight black ensemble that enveloped him completely, which starkly contrasted with the clothing style of the beast realm. At first glance, Bai Xuan almost mistook him for an ancient young general. His gaze was sharp. His thin lips pressed tightly together, and his chiseled face bore no expression, emanating an aura of coldness and detachment. After Bai Xuan's observation, the battle between the two reached its conclusion, with no surprise that Mo Xian emerged victorious. After all, there exists a significant disparity in physical combat prowess between the 6th and 7th tiers. Had he not been diligently suppressing his rage, the fight would have concluded even more swiftly. During the confrontation, both fighters tacitly refrained from striking each other's faces, as they were both suitors, thus unwilling to tarnish their images before the young female. Consequently, despite the skirmish, they appeared unscathed, maintaining their composure. With the victor determined, Ling Zhe reluctantly took 2 steps back, but did not immediately depart. Seeing that Junyu and Chi Ying did not urge him to leave brought him a sense of relief. It seemed the young female was still satisfied with him. Mo Xian, on the other hand, stepped forward to continue challenging the guardian beast. Junyao and Chi Ying exchanged glances, unleashing their techniques mercilessly upon him, particularly Junyao, who had not forgotten this fellow's audacious intrusion into his lair to approach Xin Air. Bai Xuan closed her eyes, unable to bear the thought of such a handsome face being marred into a grotesque visage. Mo Xian swiftly evaded the blows, managing to avoid being struck, and exchanged blows with the two, engaging in a lively back and forth. Bai Xuan discreetly opened one eye, and upon witnessing the scene before her, she was momentarily taken aback. She then tilted her head, observing the fierce skirmish, and it dawned upon her that the orc's combat techniques were rather impressive. She resolved to learn a few moves herself in the future. Ling Zhe's gaze remained fixated on the petite female. Her fur as white as freshly fallen snow in early winter, exuding an air of purity. Her playful little tail swayed mischievously from side to side, while her large, expressive eyes were intently focused on the trio engaged in combat. Suddenly, a longing surged within him for those enchanting eyes to be directed towards him, and an overwhelming desire to possess the little female blossomed in his heart. Nearly half an hour had passed, yet no victor had emerged from the clash, and the intensity of their conflict only escalated. Bai Xuan could no longer bear to watch and cleared her throat. "Ying, you still have injuries. You should take a rest." The trio finally paused, with Chi Ying boasting proudly, "Xiao Xianer is worried about me." Jun Yao maintained a stoic expression, while Mo Xian and Ling Zhe exchanged glances filled with complex emotions, pondering how this fox was quite favored by the little female. Mo Xian, masking his inner turmoil with a calm demeanor, approached the little female. "I am Mo Xian, a 7-striped serpent beast, and I wish to become your guardian." "Great. My name is Bai Xuan, and I welcome your joining." Having passed the scrutiny of a Yao and a Ying, she felt confident that there would be no issues, as she merely needed to follow her heart's intent. A newfound brilliance ignited in Mo Xian's eyes, which had previously resembled a stagnant pond, now sparkling with stars, leaving Bai Xuan utterly captivated. She lifted her paw to caress Mo Xian's face. "You should smile. Don't always wear a stern expression." For some reason, Mo Xian's air of aloofness reminded her of her former self. She had once yearned for someone as radiant as the sun to thaw her icy heart, but alas, she had awaited a person who never arrived, only to face the apocalypse instead. However, now she had encountered Jun Yao and Chi Ying, and she also wished to warm this ice mountain before her. At last, a smile graced Mo Xian's typically stoic face. Noticing his slight unease, Bai Xuan reassured him, "Smile more, and you will get used to it." Mo Xian was unsure how to convey his current feelings and simply responded with a soft mm. But fearing the little female might misunderstand, he gazed intently at her, hoping she would comprehend his excitement. He understood that from this moment forward, she would become his everything, and he would offer her all that he had. Chapter 21. 2 more joined the two began to form seals, while Ling Zhe watched with jealousy, his eyes tinged with red. Upon their successful completion, Mo Xian felt as though an immense burden had been lifted from his shoulders, instantly feeling a sense of relief. The 7th stripe, which had previously been obscured by dark mist, gradually became visible. "Oh, Mo Xian, you are a 7-striped beast?" Mo Xian affirmed with a nod, while Chi Ying, observing his taciturn demeanor, rolled his eyes. "Is Xiao Xianu underestimating me and Junyao? If he were also at the 6th tier, we could easily overpower him. Bai Xuan felt somewhat embarrassed, as she initially believed that they had intentionally gone easy on Mo Xian out of approval. Jun Yao elucidated that after his ascension to the 7th tier, he was on the brink of becoming berserk, and thus his beast markings did not manifest. Now, as he forms a bond with you, he has temporarily alleviated the risk of falling into madness. Mo Xian gazed at Bai Xuan and, for the first time, declared, Xian, I am truly fortunate. Chi Ying, noticing the tender exchange between the two, abruptly lifted her and turned towards Ling Zhe, asking, do you still want this one? Bai Xuan gazed at the magnificent creature, not merely a grand refrigerator, but a splendid golden eagle. Its striking physique elicited a flush of warmth and excitement. Ling Zhe cast a grateful glance at Chi Ying. Seizing the moment, he approached and knelt on one knee. I am Ling Zhe, a 6th tier golden eagle. Would you grant me the honor of becoming your guardian beast? Bai Xuan nodded, wholeheartedly willing, indeed exceedingly eager. Ling Zhe, brimming with excitement, sprang up and snatched the little female from Chi Ying's embrace, only to be met with a fierce glare. Little one, I shall remain ever loyal to you. The eagle, a symbol of fidelity, embodies unwavering devotion towards its mate, despite the beastly realm's inability to adhere to monogamous unions. Yet, their possessiveness is undeniably pronounced. Bai Xuan, elated with the addition of 2 new family members, remained blissfully unaware of the bittersweet days that lay ahead. The quartet, accompanied by a tiger, continued their journey towards the riverside, for she had not forgotten her primary objective for the day, bathing. Throughout the journey, her feet scarcely touched the ground, as she was continuously cradled by the 4, each vying for their turn, striving to maintain an equitable distribution of time. What a delightful burden it was. Upon reaching their destination, she finally exhaled in relief. Selecting a shallow area, she plunged in, dampening her hair, only to lift her gaze and find 4 pairs of eyes intently fixed upon her. A peculiar wave of embarrassment surged from her toes to the nape of her neck. Oh, how she wished to turn away. Were she to witness 4 handsome men bathing, she would relish the view. However, being scrutinized by them, what an excruciatingly awkward scenario. Though she possessed a penchant for beauty, she had yet to embrace such openness. It was imperative that they not develop this habit, for when she transformed into a human, how would she rectify it? Furthermore, even a tiger deserves its privacy. To her surprise, the 4 did not budge at her admonishment. This was a prime opportunity for mutual benefits. After all, they were allies in this venture. Xianer, the water is perilously deep. Little Xianer, allow me to assist you with your bath. Little one, let me join you. Xian, I shall help you. Bai Xuan, she took 2 steps back, suddenly feeling that the handsome man was somewhat unworthy of his fortune. What should I do? I'm waiting online, feeling quite anxious. Well, I can watch it myself. But what if I fall? You can't reach the fur on your back by yourself. It's better to have company. Let me assist you in washing it. Bai Xuan, help. Why is it still impossible to refuse? Bai Xuan felt somewhat weary. A Yao, the water is quite shallow. I will be cautious. A Ying, your back injury has just healed. You should refrain from entering the water. A Zhe, I do not require company while bathing. A Xian, truly, your assistance is unnecessary. No. I can only feel at ease while protecting you. The wound has completely healed, and I am certain it can withstand water. As for companionship, you shall grow accustomed to it in the future. You are still young. You must offer your help. Bai Xuan found herself at a loss for words, having expended considerable effort, yet persuading none. Thus, she resembled a little kitten, being meticulously bathed by 4 dashing pet groomers. At one point, Jun Yao returned with soapberry leaves, and Bai Xuan began to surrender, allowing 4 pairs of hands to lather her with foam, gradually emitting sounds of enjoyment. Observing her slow acclimatization and cessation of resistance, the hands of the groomers seemed to grow increasingly audacious. The fingertips of Chi Ying twirled at her neck, inching upward, and then whispered softly in her ear. Close your eyes tightly. I shall wash your face. Bai Xuan's ears twitched restlessly, prompting Chi Ying to smirk as he reached out to gently massage her 2 fluffy ears. A soft gasp escaped Bai Xuan's lips, and she suddenly jolted, darting away from the grasp of the 4. Swallowing hard, she suppressed the tingling sensations coursing through her body. Let's wash up and return to the shore. The other 3 cast hostile glances at Chi Ying, who had inadvertently frightened Bai Xuan away. Chi Ying rolled his eyes in exasperation, thinking how it was as if they had done nothing at all, while all of them feigned innocence as if they were not aware of each other's antics. Bai Xuan rolled in the water, washing away the foam from her body, and hurriedly ran ashore, shaking off the droplets. In her heart, She repeatedly reassured herself. Do not feel ashamed. Do not feel ashamed. I am not human. I am merely a little tiger. Oh, he is my man. What is there to fear? Lingzhe was the first to follow, scooping up the little creature and using his beastly energy to dry her fur. He was quite adept at this, as being what prevented him from transforming into his beast form and taking flight. Before long, Bai Xuan's fur was completely dry, pristine, soft, and fluffy, both aesthetically pleasing and delightful to the touch. This beast energy is truly convenient, Lingzhe exclaimed joyfully. From now on, let me assist you, shall I? Chi Ying immediately expressed her discontent, asserting, who doesn't he possess beast energy? Why should it all be for you? Xian remained silent. Yet his gaze conveyed a similar displeasure, for who did not recognize this as an excellent opportunity to foster a bond with Xian? Bai Xuan's gaze wandered restlessly. She truly could not endure another encounter. Sensing her discomfort, Jun Yao spoke in a deep voice. All right, from now on, we shall take turns overseeing Xian's bath. As the first guardian beast of the little female, Jun Yao's word held sway, and no one dared to voice any objections. Bai Xuan gazed at him with tear-filled eyes. Yao truly was her invaluable aid. It seemed that in the future, if she wished to maintain fairness, she would have to rely on Yao to be her voice. After all, no matter what she said, they would effortlessly twist her words, shamelessly pretending not to understand. Observing that they had ceased their bickering, Jun Yao resumed discussing the matter at hand. Are Xian and Lingzhe moving in now? Or shall we wait until we relocate to a new place? Now, let us move in together. The two eagerly responded, clearly eager to cultivate their bond with the little female. All eyes turned to Bai Xuan, who promptly nodded. By forming a bond, they would become a family. How could she possibly show favoritism? Then Zhe and Xian, please gather your belongings. We will head home and await your arrival, shall we? All right. The two hurriedly made their way to their territory, while Bai Xuan was alternately embraced by Jun Yao and Chi Ying, leisurely making their way home. I can walk by myself, she protested. Jun Yao gently caressed her, saying, you just bathed. We wouldn't want you to get dirty again. Chi Ying, with a twinkle in his eye, asked with a hint of grievance, has little Xian found someone new and no longer enjoys our embraces? Of course not. Bai Xuan immediately stretched her neck and planted a kiss on both Jun Yao and Chi Ying's faces. Are you unhappy? We are all family. Listening to Xian's sweet coaxing, both Jun Yao and Chi Ying felt a surge of delight within. They readily accepted their new bonded brothers. After all, what was wrong with feigning a bit of vulnerability to garner the little female's affection? This was an essential skill for males. From the dawn of their existence, the orc race has always been characterized by a surplus of males and a scarcity of females. To ensure survival and reproduction, a polyandrous system has prevailed, compelling males to suppress their primal instincts of possessiveness and accept the reality of not being able to solely claim a female as their own. In moments when a wife might express disdain, a bonded brother would intercede on their behalf rather than join in the scorn. They would even make pacts with their biological brothers or closest friends to collectively protect the same wife in the future. In the orc world, females have never sought their mates' consent when accepting new partners. Bai Xuan's willingness to consider their feelings filled Jun Yao and Chi Ying with immense joy and satisfaction. However, they both understood the importance of maintaining a delicate balance. Only by respecting boundaries could their bond endure. Indeed, Jun Yao echoed Xian's sentiments, stating, as a family, we must coexist harmoniously. Chi Ying chimed in, as long as little Xian does not forget me, I shall be content. Chapter 22, The Disdained Chi Ying upon returning home. The night had already fallen. Bai Xuan, weary and struggling to keep her head upright, steadfastly awaited the return of Xian and Lingzhe. It was their first visit, after all, and she felt compelled to greet them. Despite Jun Yao's repeated attempts to persuade her otherwise, he ultimately acquiesced to her wishes, though he harbored some dissatisfaction towards the two gentlemen. Chi Ying, unabashedly voicing her grievances, lamented that these two were indeed quite slow, causing little Xian to lose precious sleep. Before long, Xian approached, cheerfully carrying 2 leather bags. His territory was not far from this place, otherwise he would not have discovered the young female simultaneously with Jun Yao. However, his inherent insecurity as a cold-blooded creature had caused him to hesitate in rushing forth to protect the young female, allowing a tiger to seize the opportunity first. Thankfully, the outcome was favorable. Xian, this is all for you. Bai Xuan gazed at the 2 large bags filled with spirit crystals, astonished by the sheer quantity. How could there be so many? Jun Yao and Chi Ying were equally taken aback. Truly, The notorious battle maniacs of the Exiled Forest had stockpiled more than the two of them combined. What I have saved is now entirely yours. Xian's eyes sparkled as he looked at her, seemingly unable to contain his excitement, resembling a large dog eagerly awaiting praise, shedding any semblance of his previous aloof demeanor. Bai Xuan was momentarily taken aback by his charming contrast, and then she planted a kiss on his cheek, exclaiming, "You are truly amazing." Noticing the sparkle in his eyes intensifying, Bai Xuan chuckled softly. It appeared that the aloof demeanor was merely a facade of a Xian. Indeed, every soul yearns for warmth. And she felt an overwhelming sense of happiness in that moment. Shortly thereafter, Lingzhe arrived. And upon observing the multitude of spirit crystals that Xian possessed, far exceeding his own modest collection, he felt a twinge of embarrassment in presenting his meager offerings. Previously, he had resigned himself to a fate devoid of ascension, merely getting by and accumulating spirit crystals solely to suppress his agitation. The remainder he had generously distributed among his kin, thus leaving little for himself. Nevertheless, he had entrusted all he possessed to the young female. After all, it was a matter of principle. This is mine, and I shall strive diligently to amass spirit crystals in the future. Bai Xuan was unconcerned about the number of guests and, with a smile, bestowed a gentle kiss upon him, exclaiming, "Welcome to our family. From now on, we are all one." As soon as the welcoming ceremony concluded, Junyao promptly urged, "Xianer, it is time for you to rest. Any matters can be discussed tomorrow." During the awakening period, females require ample sleep. And considering Xianer had recently overexerted her mental energy, it was indeed the moment for her to recuperate. The information they needed to comprehend would be conveyed by him and Chi Ying. Thus, there was no necessity for Xianer to elaborate on every detail. Bai Xuan nodded, deciding to postpone the discussion about the spatial matters for later, as she was utterly exhausted. The mountain was too small to excavate a third cave for the time being. The two of you should make do and reside in the adjacent dwelling. Bai Xuan, on the verge of slumber, was abruptly roused by Junyao's words. Typically, beastmen transform into their animal forms while sleeping, yet the forms of these two seemed rather incompatible. With such a discordant aura, could they truly rest peacefully? What if A's, in a daze, were to suddenly bite a Xian? That would surely lead to a conflict. No, they cannot be allowed to share a room. However, given that a Yao and A Ying had just engaged in a skirmish with them, it would also be unwise for them to reside together. Bai Xuan surveyed the surroundings. The cave was quite spacious, and with a little adjustment, they could all find accommodation here. Why not reside in this place? Junyao and Chi Ying had no objections. According to the rules, Xian was to spend the night with the newly arrived guardian beast. If they were to stay together, they would not need to be separated from Xian. Lingzhe and Xian also expressed no dissent. Initially, they might have resisted the idea of sharing quarters with the little female, but now, what difference did it make whether they were 2 or 4? However, all 4 of them pondered that they needed to find a larger place to stay, for otherwise, there would be no opportunity to be alone with the little female. Bai Xuan felt reassured and, in the next moment, slipped into slumber. Chi Ying gently carried her to bed. Indeed, he had taken the opportunity on the day when Xiao Xian entered the space to craft 2 large beds. As it was the warm season, there was no need for animal hides. Junyao had employed beast energy to create a soundproof barrier, ensuring her sleep was more tranquil. After settling Xiao Xian comfortably, the 4 of them proceeded to the adjacent cave to commence their first peaceful dialogue. The primary focus was to discuss the situation concerning the young female with Lingzhe and Xian, while subtly reminding them that Xiao Xian's uniqueness must remain a closely guarded secret, lest they betray her trust. Though the two found it hard to believe, they promptly assured that they would not reveal a word. Lingzhe felt a twinge of concern. The little one's secrets were numerous, and the choice of the final guardian beast candidate must be approached with utmost caution. Everyone nodded. After a moment of contemplation, Chi Ying uncertainly inquired of Junyao, "Have all the 6 pattern beasts from the Exiled Forest gathered here today?" Junyao furrowed his brow, and there was also the gray wolf Chi Ying. Chi Ying recalled that the Exile Forest originally contained only a handful of 6 pattern beasts, and this Chi Ying was deemed to possess acceptable character. However, it had never made an appearance. Bai Xuan, whose territory bordered his own, remarked expressionlessly that he had never left his domain. Chi Ying raised an eyebrow, pondering whether this fellow was still unaware of the situation. Humph, that wolf is not particularly astute and lacks ambition. Let us hope it does not bring misfortune upon the little ones. Lingzhe expressed his disdain without reservation. Chi Ying was unlike the 4 individuals cast into the exiled forest after reaching adulthood. He had been here since his cubhood and possessed no recollection of his origins. Logically, in the perilous exiled forest, a defenseless cub could not possibly survive without protection. Yet, against all odds, he had grown into a 6-patterned beast in this treacherous realm, proving himself to be no ordinary creature. However, when compared to the battle-crazed Xian, he appeared somewhat lackadaisical. Perhaps having witnessed the irrational frenzy of beastmen from a young age and being unburdened by any profound grievances, he had learned to seize the moment and adapt to circumstances. After ascending to the 6th tier, he embraced a leisurely lifestyle, emerging merely every 5 days to satiate his hunger, while spending the rest of his time in his cave, soundly asleep. At this moment, as he slumbered peacefully, Chi Ying suddenly sneezed, opened his eyes, and patted his belly, realizing that it would soon be time for another meal. Having spoken, he fell asleep once more. Junyao pondered the character of that individual and hesitated. Now was a time of pressing need for manpower, and he could not afford to support idleness at home. Better to have a scarcity than a surplus. This matter could not be rushed. Xian glanced at the 3. His demeanor cold and candid, stating plainly, "Xian is under my protection. You are too feeble and ought to ascend to the 7th tier." Junyao and Chi Ying had long harbored this intention. With 3 7th-tier guardian beasts at their disposal, they would be able to deter those 6-patterned beasts that sought to become mere followers. Although Lingze had managed to control his frenzy, advancing to the next tier still posed a challenge. Thus, I shall take it upon myself to hunt for demon cores, while simultaneously searching for a new dwelling. As I spoke, I cast a disdainful glance around this cave, for residing here truly seemed a disservice to the little one. After much deliberation, the 4 returned to the adjacent room, where they found the little female sleeping soundly. Their hearts brimmed with joy, for they now had a home of their own. Surrounding the bed, they transformed back into their beast forms, absorbing the gentle emanation of the little female's spiritual energy, gradually drifting into slumber. Chapter 23. Departing for the monster forest the following day, before dawn broke, Junyao and Chi Ying set out to ascend in rank. They had long accumulated sufficient spirit crystals. They merely needed to break through the barrier that held them back. Lingze, on the other hand, busied himself preparing an assortment of fruits favored by their little companion. Alas, she was still unable to partake in meat, which would have made their breakfast even more sumptuous. It seemed that the little creature had consumed too few monster cores, leading to some developmental delays. Her teeth had yet to fully emerge. Noticing the early hour, he ventured out to slay a dozen or so monsters, hastening back with the monster cores in hand. Meanwhile, Xian remained at home, vigilantly watching over the slumbering Bai Xuan, his gaze fixed upon her serene form. He feared that this might all be a fleeting dream, and should he awaken, the little female would vanish, leaving him a mindless beast devoid of reason. As if sensing the weight of his intense gaze, Bai Xuan stirred from her slumber. Upon seeing her open her eyes, Xian felt a flicker of reality return. "Xian, you're awake?" Good morning, Xian," Bai Xuan greeted in a hoarse voice, stretched lazily, and then swayed her head around, wondering why it was only him present. "Good morning. They have gone to ascend to the next level. Lingze has prepared breakfast next door. Shall I carry you there?" The tone of his voice was entirely different from the taciturn demeanor he had exhibited yesterday, which surprised Bai Xuan. She playfully leaped into his embrace, lazily nuzzling her neck against him. "Xian, you've become gentler. This is wonderful. However, there's no need to imitate anyone. Just be yourself and find joy in it." Xian was taken aback for a moment, then smiled. "As long as you're happy, I'm content." He simply did not know how to interact with females, hence he learned from Junyao and the others, yet he felt no resentment. On the contrary, he was quite fortunate to have this opportunity. Upon arriving next door, Lingze, with a beaming smile, affectionately ruffled Bai Xuan's hair. "Little one, are you hungry?" After asking, he immediately handed her a piece of clean leaf. As Bai Xuan chewed, she greeted him. Good morning. I am indeed feeling a bit hungry." Upon hearing this, Lingze immediately offered a milk fruit, bringing it to her lips. Xian observed closely before entering the exiled forest. He had wandered aimlessly and had never lived within a tribe. Thus no one had taught him how to care for females. However, it was imperative that he learn swiftly. Bai Xuan inwardly lamented that her life was becoming increasingly decadent. However, after consuming the same fruits repeatedly, a sense of frustration began to creep in. When will I be able to indulge in meat?" Lingze gently cradled her face, examining her teeth, and remarked, after 5 more days of consuming the demon course. You should be ready. Bai Xuan felt delighted. While the fruits were indeed delectable, consuming them daily and at every meal could become monotonous. Little did they know how deeply she yearned for the taste of meat. Once she finished her breakfast, Lingzhe produced the demon cores he had gathered that morning. Observing this, Bai Xuan entered her space and retrieved a beast skin bag containing the cores. In her quest to savor meat and transform sooner, she resolved to consume more demon cores, though they were already aware of the existence of her space. Mo Xian and Lingzhe were momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained their composure, each taking a core to feed the little female. Seeing their enthusiasm, Bai Xuan cooperatively accepted the cores from their hands. As she ate, she inquired about Junyao and Chi Ying, wondering if they might be in danger. Mo Xian, focused on feeding her, replied somewhat absent-mindedly. Xian has already reassured them. If they can't break through, they would have no face to return. Rest assured, it should take about a day for success, Lingzhe added, his mind entirely occupied with the adorable little creature eagerly waiting for food. Each time her warm lips and tiny tongue brushed against their fingertips, a delightful tingling sensation coursed through their bodies, causing their hearts to flutter. Lost in the enchanting experience of feeding the little female, they forgot to count how many she had consumed. Lingzhe, feeling a twinge of regret, tapped his head and was about to ask her if she felt uncomfortable when the little one joyfully exclaimed, "I ate 2 more than yesterday." Mo Xian and Lingzhe's eyes brightened. Really? Typically, an increase of 1 each day would sustain for 10 days to half a month. Yet it seemed the little one not only started at a higher point than other females but was also advancing at an accelerated rate. Bai Xuan nodded with excitement. Could it be that within half a year, I would be able to transform? Indeed, 3 months would suffice. Mo Xian and Lingzhe also felt a surge of exhilaration. Their little female would soon reach maturity. Bai Xuan, brimming with excitement, bounced about, yet a shadow of concern crossed her face. Will you need to hunt more demon cores then? Do not fret, Xian. You must have faith that we will take good care of you. Indeed. The Exiled Forest is abundant with demon beasts. Procuring demon cores is a task we can accomplish with ease. Bai Xuan's eyes sparkled with admiration and anticipation as she gazed at the two of them. Are you truly that skilled at hunting? Would you take me along to witness it for myself? Her curiosity was insatiable. She longed to see what kind of creatures produce the energy crystals known as demon cores. Surely, they could not be as grotesque as zombies. With Junyao and Chi Ying absent, Mo Xian and Lingzhe appeared more lenient toward her request, making it likely they could be persuaded. Indeed, confronted with her bright, shining eyes, neither of them could utter a word of refusal. Lingzhe declared, "We must fulfill this little one's wish." Mo Xian added, "Let her do as she pleases, as long as we ensure her safety." The two, along with a tiger, promptly set off for the demon beast forest. In her endeavor to enhance endurance, Bai Xuan insisted on running without assistance, engaging in a light jog while intermittently posing a myriad of questions. Mo Xian and Lingzhe patiently responded to her inquiries. Consequently, they learned that upon death, demonic beasts do not leave behind corpses. Rather, they dissolve into specks of starlight that dissipate into the air. It was no wonder that when a Yao and a Ying returned from their hunts, they bore no traces of blood. It appears that demonic creatures, even ferocious beasts and magical beasts, merely serve as vessels for their course. This revelation made Bai Xuan's excitement swell. Her decade-long experience battling zombies in the apocalypse had instilled within her a latent warrior spirit, although she was not yet ready to engage directly. The prospect of witnessing others in combat thrilled her immensely. Nonetheless, she prioritized their nourishment, understanding that one must be well fed to engage in such endeavors. Observing the enthusiasm of the petite female, both men declared themselves not hungry and readily offered to escort her to the demonic beast forest. The males could sustain themselves on a single meal for several days, yet they were touched by her concern for them. Mo Xian went to eat first, while Bai Xuan struck up a conversation with Lingzhe, inquiring, "Do you all consume raw meat without cooking it?" Lingzhe shook his head, explaining, "Cooked food is reserved for females. We find it more convenient to eat in our beast forms. Once you are able to eat meat, I will prepare delicious meals for you every day." Bai Xuan was somewhat taken aback. "You can cook?" Lingzhe replied with unwavering confidence, "Of course. I assure you that you will absolutely enjoy it in the future." Noticing her skepticism, Lingzhe proceeded to rattle off an impressive array of dish names, leaving Bai Xuan momentarily speechless. Chapter 24. Spectating the Demon Beast Hunt from the age of 10. Male members of the tribe are instructed by the shaman on how to care for the females. Those who fail to pass the shaman's assessment are not permitted to join the hunting party, thereby missing the opportunity to earn demon cores for promotion. Bai Xuan felt a twinge of embarrassment. Was this not the male virtue class? It was astonishing that even the educational system was so well established, which explained the plethora of training equipment for young males. Clearly, this was not the ancient beast realm. It was foolish of her to think she could enlighten them with modern knowledge. In fact, it seemed they could teach her a thing or two, especially since she was hardly adept at cooking. However, the disparity in living standards between the males and females was striking. Could it be that this Exile Forest was simply too primitive? She recalled the cave of a Yao, devoid of any basic amenities. If the males were capable of cooking, then surely they possessed pots, bowls, and utensils. Yet, when it came to crafting water containers, neither a Yao nor a Ying had claimed any knowledge, instead acquiescing to her direction. As she remembered their effortless skills and their ability to draw parallels, Bai Xuan began to suspect something. I say, it has been so many years since you last cooked. Are you certain you haven't forgotten how? Ling Zhe paused, feeling a hint of awkwardness, and replied, I suppose I should practice my skills. Indeed, after living as a primitive for over a decade, even learned knowledge required some reacquaintance. No worries, there's no rush. After all, I am still in my beast form and need not concern myself with such matters, Bai Xuan reassured him. Ling Zhe nodded, yet in his heart, he pondered the need to quickly find a new abode and prepare the necessary items for the females. Before long, Mo Xian returned to relieve Ling Zhe for a meal, and Bai Xuan resumed her conversation with him. Aware that a Xian had always been a solitary beast, she refrained from inquiring about the tribe's affairs and instead listened to his tales from his travels. The Beast Realm continent boasted over a dozen beast cities and thousands of tribes, scattered across grasslands, deserts, mountains, oceans, and glaciers. A Xian, how many beast cities have you visited? Mo Xian noticed her curious expression and felt a flicker of unease. I've been to 2. But there's nothing particularly remarkable about them, just bustling markets for trade. Markets? What do they sell? She inquired eagerly. Just some food, fabrics, salt crystals, ice crystals, warm stones, and so forth. Observing the gleam in her eyes, Mo Xian felt a wave of melancholy wash over him. Xian, do you wish to leave the Exile Forest? With the beast deity's bounty still in effect, they could scarcely move within the tribe or cities. Would Xian, so enamored with the outside world, choose to abandon them? I long to explore the various places across the continent with you, but the Exile Forest will always be our home. Bai Xuan nudged him gently, saying so, you must strive to ascend. Once we vanquish the high priest, we shall be free to roam wherever our hearts desire. Indeed, I am eagerly anticipating that. Mo Xian replied with a smile, for as long as their future plans included each other, that was sufficient for him. Azay had returned. Let us hasten, he urged. The trio quickly made their way toward the demon beast forest. Upon their arrival, Mo Xian lifted her into his arms and ascended a tree. Xian, let us keep our distance and observe from here, shall we? Bai Xuan nodded, and in an instant, Ling Zhe darted forward with remarkable speed. It seemed as though he intended to attract a greater number of monstrous beasts, allowing the little creature to indulge in a spectacle. Ling Zhe emitted several shrill cries, and before long, a swarm of centipedes, rats, and bats rapidly converged upon them, encircling Ling Zhe in a menacing formation. Bai Xuan shuddered at the sight, her fur standing on end. The visual impact was even more jarring than that of a city besieged by zombies, primarily due to the grotesque nature of the creatures. The centipedes were as thick as ropes, the rats were the size of rabbits, and the bats rivaled the size of wild chickens. Groups of these creatures exuded an eerie and sinister aura. Bai Xuan confronted the perils of the beast realm for the very first time. If these were merely lowly demon beasts, one can only imagine the terror posed by ferocious and malevolent creatures. Mo Xian reassured her, stroking her fur gently, bidding her not to fear, for these were merely low-tier demon beasts. The weaker the beast, the more inclined it is to engage in collective assaults, and their forms are invariably grotesque and sinister. No sooner had he spoken than a multitude of demon beasts encircling Ling Zhe fell, only to have their lifeless bodies vanish without a trace, leaving no bloodstains behind. Only a few scattered demon cores bore witness to their brief existence. Bai Xuan blinked her eyes, finding the scene remarkably reminiscent of a game. However, the beastly transformations appeared strikingly lifelike, with severed limbs and blood flowing, as if it were all too real. Ling Zhe hurried back after collecting 5 or 6 fallen demon cores, asking the little creature, "Are you frightened?" Bai Xuan shook her head, finding it difficult to articulate her thoughts. What she had initially perceived as a zombie siege had been effortlessly resolved by A's in a matter of moments. How could she possibly assess the potency of her wood-based abilities? Was it that the demon beasts were particularly feeble, or was it that the six-patterned beasts were exceptionally formidable? Could it be that her wood abilities could only play a supporting role in this beastly realm? With a hint of reluctance, Bai Xuan inquired whether a one-patterned beast could also triumph over these low-tier demon beasts. Lingzhe pondered for a moment before earnestly replying. When I was at the first tier, I could easily take down 3. Those with lesser talent would surely struggle. Bai Xuan's lips twitched, genuinely impressed by his display. After accepting the demon core he offered and storing it away, she remarked, having slain so many yet only acquiring 6 demon cores feels rather disappointing. Lingzhe nodded in agreement, explaining, the beasts on the outskirts have only recently come into being, resulting in a lower core yield. We typically venture into the inner areas, but I refrained from bringing you along, concerned that it might frighten you. Bai Xuan had yet to satiate her curiosity, so let us venture further inside. Emo Xian gently ruffled her hair. Hadn't she just been startled a moment ago? Bai Xuan twisted her body, exclaiming, nonsense. I was merely taken aback by their ugliness. Noticing Xian's disapproval, Bai Xuan decisively leaped into Lingzhe's embrace, nuzzling her head against his neck in a playful manner. Come on. Come on. Lingzhe was utterly helpless against her charm. Emo Xian, feeling somewhat exasperated, followed suit into the inner circle. After selecting a prime spot, Bai Xuan returned to Emo Xian's arms, observing as Lingzhe once again attracted a horde of magical beasts. This time, the intruders were large creatures such as tiger demons and wolf demons, and their numbers were substantial. Although she understood that magical beasts posed no threat to 6th-tier beastmen, Bai Xuan couldn't help but worry upon seeing Azay surrounded by so many towering beasts. Would he be harmed? Emo Xian gently patted her to reassure her. He won't be harmed. It will just take some effort. Although her concern was not directed at him, it still warmed his heart. He had traversed many places, but had never heard of a female showing concern for a guardian beast. After all, even if a guardian beast were to perish, there would immediately be a multitude of males eager to fill that void, and even close companions would merely remark that he was out of luck. Seeing Lingzhe deftly handling the situation with a flurry of punches, Bai Xuan began to relax and appreciate the spectacle of the fight. With every strike, the perfect musculature of his arms was on full display, and his chest muscles subtly rose and fell with each breath, a splendid fusion of strength and beauty, exuding an intoxicating aura of masculinity, an absolute visual feast. Ah, Azay, go for it. Bai Xuan's excitement grew with each passing moment, and she could not help but let out a joyous scream. At last, she understood why so many people were enamored with boxing matches in her previous life, particularly the thrill of watching dashing, muscular men engage in combat. It was a truly exhilarating experience. Chapter 25. Discovering Treasures. Emo Xian, with an air of resignation, swished his tail, effortlessly swatting away the beasts that Bai Xuan had attracted, preventing them from encroaching upon her space. Observing her exuberant demeanor, he was puzzled as to why she found such delight in watching male fighters. Did not females typically abhor such violent, blood-soaked spectacles? Jun Yao and Chi Ying shared this sentiment, thus missing the opportunity to hear the little female cheer for herself. As the little creature's cries and praises echoed, Lingzhe became increasingly invigorated, his fist flying with formidable strength. Yet, Emo Xian began to feel increasingly uncomfortable, especially upon hearing Bai Xuan extol the virtues of that unsightly eagle for its bravery and prowess. Glancing down at his dark robe, he decisively switched to a skirt made of beast hide, endeavoring to redirect Bai Xuan's attention back to him. He turned her head towards him, grasping her paw and guiding it to caress his abdominal and pectoral muscles, asserting, what he possesses, I possess as well. As Bai Xuan was about to blurt out, I want to bear your child, the words suddenly lodged in her throat. It dawned on her that this was a beastly world, not a boxing ring. Thankfully, she refrained from uttering those words. Otherwise, she would have had to dig a hole to hide in. Feeling the firm muscles beneath her fingers, along with the well-defined lines of his physique, Bai Xuan's eyes sparkled anew. She had not anticipated that a Xian possessed such an enviable figure, one that appeared slim when clothed yet revealed a sculpted form when undraped. Noticing the absence of the little one's voice, Lingzhe swiftly concluded the battle, abandoning even the demon core as he hurried back. So, little one, did you enjoy the spectacle? Bai Xuan nodded with excitement, planting a kiss on his cheek. You are truly remarkable. Lingzhe's smile lingered, a sense of accomplishment surpassing even that of capturing a magic crystal. Fortunately, he lacked a tail, otherwise, it would have been raised high in elation. Emo Xian cleared his throat, subtly indicating Bai Xuan to observe the surrounding demon course. Only then did she notice that several demon beasts had charged towards her moments ago. She quickly bestowed another kiss upon Imo Xian, exclaiming, Xian, protect me. You were splendid as well. Imo Xian's eyes curved with satisfaction. Once the water settled, Bai Xuan dashed towards the demon course, eagerly collecting them one by one into her space. What could be more exhilarating than gathering equipment? As she continued her collection, Bai Xuan felt a fleeting sensation as if something darted past her. Was there truly nothing left behind aside from the demon course? Lingzhe nodded, explaining that once they ceased to breathe, they vanished without a trace. There had never been any corpses left behind. Yet, it seemed that no matter how many they vanquished, the number of demon beasts only continued to swell. Did that mean the demon cores would be inexhaustible? Bai Xuan was somewhat taken aback, akin to a game reset. However, playing a game necessitates charging the phone, which implies the need for energy to sustain its operation. How could it possibly be an endless source otherwise? Imo Xian nodded, affirming that as long as one possesses strength, there would be no shortage of demon cores, were it not for the perpetual onslaught of these creatures. The exiled forest would not have come into existence. The two provided her with a brief explanation. Beasts endowed with energy crystals, including ferocious and magical creatures, are collectively referred to as core beasts in the beast world continent. The beastmen extract ascending crystals from them, only to be consumed in turn. Yet, core beasts are capable of reproduction and regeneration, resulting in their ever-increasing numbers, while the beastmen, succumbing to the taint of miasma, dwindle in population. Thus, the beastmen gradually find themselves outmatched, their living space diminishing. To avert the extinction of the beastmen 2 centuries ago, the beast god exhausted his divine power to encase a portion of the core beasts within a barrier, giving rise to the exiled forest. Beyond the barrier, the number of core beasts was just sufficient for the beastmen to acquire crystal cores for ascension while simultaneously being able to contend with them, allowing for a period of recuperation. Reproduction can be comprehended, but regeneration? Does this mean that upon the demise of a core beast, the energy it harbors will forge a new vessel? If so, that energy must be of exceptional quality, perhaps even superior to crystal cores. Bai Xuan suddenly felt a surge of excitement, as if she were on a treasure hunt, her anxiety manifesting in her restless movements. Suddenly, an idea struck her, and she released a thread of mental energy, discovering something extraordinary. Through the lens of her mental perception, the area where the beast's carcass had vanished was bustling with activity. An enigmatic white light was engaged in a fierce struggle with the swirling black murk. It seemed as though her mental energy could genuinely sense their emotions. Those white lights that had successfully extricated themselves resembled beings escaping from a quagmire, joyfully coalescing into a small orb of light, and then, with an air of disdain, hastily fleeing from that filthy place. Bai Xuan blinked, her mental perception revealing that this luminous orb was of great utility to her, even more so than the magic crystals. With swift reflexes, she stepped on a small orb that was attempting to flee, promptly capturing it within the confines of her spatial stasis repository. Excitedly, she began to bounce around like a child at play, eagerly snatching at the glowing orbs. To Imo Xian and Lingzhe, it appeared as though the little female had suddenly become possessed, flailing about and occasionally gasping in delight. Both of them were filled with apprehension, fearing that she might encounter some misfortune. Xian, what is wrong with you? Noticing her disregard for his concern, Imo Xian anxiously scooped her up in his arms. Oh no, it's getting away. Bai Xuan gazed at the last luminous orb as it drifted away, lamenting its departure. Such entities are not difficult to capture as long as they remain visible. Lingzhe, mistaking her fascination for an encounter with something sinister, anxiously exclaimed, Little one, it is just us here. Everything else you perceive is but an illusion. Imo Xian shook her head, attempting to draw her from this delusion. Indeed, there are certain hallucinogenic plants within the forest, and they had been oblivious to the fact that the young female had fallen victim to them. Oh, stop shaking me. Stop shaking me. You cannot see it, but I can. That entity enhances my mental prowess. Both men halted, and Bai Xuan took a moment to regain her composure, finally ceasing her tumultuous behavior. However, upon lifting her gaze, she encountered 2 pairs of furious eyes, prompting her to instinctively retract her neck. Imo Xian instantly reverted to his usual stoic demeanor, stating, Xian, you must refrain from utilizing your mental strength. Just yesterday, Jun Yao and Chi Ying had emphasized the utmost importance of preventing the young female from exerting her mental capabilities. Yet they had failed to monitor her on the very first day. Her reckless desire to enhance her mental power was likely rooted in her wish to better soothe them. At this moment, however, both men wished she would not be so concerned for their well-being. Other females would certainly be disinclined to exert mental energy if it were unnecessary. Yet here she was, eagerly pursuing it herself. Ling Zhe, with a sense of helplessness, gently patted her head, pondering that if her mental energy were depleted and not properly restored, it could lead to lingering headaches. Did the little one wish to make them feel guilty? Bai Xuan drooped her ears and spoke with a hint of guilt. I made a mistake, didn't I? I only used a tiny bit. It won't cause any trouble. Truly, I assure you. The two sighed, pondering their options. There was little they could do but hasten her return. However, they couldn't bear to see her so frightened. Aware of her own faults, Bai Xuan refrained from mentioning the ferocious beasts and magical creatures again, deciding it prudent to wait until she could prove the usefulness of those luminous orbs. Otherwise, they would be burdened with daily worries about her mental exhaustion. She speculated that once the fierce beasts and magical creatures perished, they too would leave behind these small orbs, with the magical creatures presumably yielding the most, thus enabling females to restore their mental energy through the absorption of magic crystals. The atmosphere on their journey home grew somewhat stagnant, with an unspoken tension hanging in the air, as no one dared to speak, each seemingly lost in their own grievances. Bai Xuan glanced to her left and right, realizing that this was unacceptable. The gravest taboo in romance is to speak out of turn. She twisted slightly in Ling Zhe's embrace and playfully flicked her tail to nudge Emo Xian beside her. Are you still angry? She inquired. In response, both Emo Xian and she spoke simultaneously. Is Xian upset? Bai Xuan laughed outright, expressing her amusement. You are concerned for me. Why should I feel angry? Emo Xian pressed his lips together, replying, I was just being stern with you. Stern? Not at all. You didn't scold me in the slightest. Bai Xuan smiled cheerfully. Yet why was Ace silent? Chapter 26, Gathering of Guardian Beasts. Ling Zhe hesitated for a moment, meeting the little one's clear and luminous eyes. He candidly expressed, I find you quite extraordinary. It is rare for a female to offer an apology. I am both astonished and somewhat perplexed by your thoughts. Bai Xuan chuckled softly. Shall I share my thoughts with you? Please refrain from constantly comparing me to other females. I prefer straightforward interactions. We are both companions and family, and there is no need for such delicate treatment. Speak your mind and scold me if necessary, but do refrain from any physical altercations, lest I become displeased. Ling Zhe laughed as well. Indeed, you are uniquely you, unmatched by anyone else. Xian, we could never bear to harm you. Their laughter filled the air once more, while a gray wolf beast man trailed behind at a distance. What an adorable and understanding little female she is. Chi Ying felt a surge of longing, wishing to confess his feelings immediately. However, upon noticing the 6th and 7th tier guardian beasts by her side, his spirits dampened. What could he do against such formidable protectors? Reminded of the information he had gathered, he felt a wave of frustration wash over him, giving himself 2 firm slaps. Why did you waste time sleeping? He chided himself. The little female had arrived in the Exile Forest 5 days ago, and he had squandered such a splendid opportunity due to his slumber. Had he joined earlier, he would not have needed to seek the consent of 4 others, and now he was filled with regret. Since he could not overpower them, he would have to persuade them instead. He resolved to gather more information about what the little female might need. Time was of the essence, and he could not afford to miss this chance. With that thought, Chi Ying cast a reluctant glance at the little female before turning on his heel to run. He recalled that among her 4 guardian beasts, Junya was relatively easy to approach, so he decided to seek him out first. Emo Xian snorted inwardly. With his 7th tier strength, he had already detected the follower trailing behind. Initially, he intended to give the foolish wolf a chance, as it was prudent to confirm the last guardian beast early on. Yet, that cowardly wolf did not even have the courage to show his face. The 2 of them, accompanied by Bai Xuan, sauntered back, collecting an abundance of fruits along the way to store in their spatial compartments. Emo Xian held the highest tier in the Exiled Forest, unperturbed by any potential prying eyes. Thus, Bai Xuan's hamster-like tendencies fully manifested, as she stuffed anything deemed useful into her space, even hoarding a considerable amount of cleaning leaves. Despite their comments that such items were readily available, she paid them no heed. Had it not been for the impending darkness, she would have continued her hoarding spree, for her space could never be filled to capacity. Upon returning home, Bai Xuan noticed that her once pristine white fur had turned a dull gray, and she flicked it disdainfully. Xian, I wish to take a bath. Very well, I shall fetch some water. This morning, the 4 magnificent beasts took advantage of Bai Xuan's slumber to prepare the bathing essentials, such as the tub and the bucket. They regarded bathing the young female as a delightful opportunity to cultivate their bond and had even arranged a schedule. Each would take turns providing her with personal protection, encompassing bathing and intimate companionship during sleep, with others forbidden to interfere. If the young female chose not to bathe on any given day, she would forfeit that particular privilege, a consequence of her own misfortune or lack of persuasion. Undoubtedly, this arrangement would persist until they formed a pair, and the path to winning the young female's affection and becoming her primary partner depended on the depth of their emotional investment during this period. Having experienced a bath before, Bai Xuan had transitioned from embarrassment to enjoyment. After all, she was not in human form and could simply consider herself a cherished little pet. Xian, bathing the cub alone for the first time, found himself somewhat flustered. "If I hurt you, please let me know," he said. The response was the comfortable purring of the young female, prompting a light chuckle from Xian. "What scent of soapberry leaves would you prefer?" Bai Xuan curiously opened her eyes, her 4 little legs paddling as she swam to the edge of the bathing tub, where she clambered up and tilted her head to inhale the fragrance of the soap pod's leaves. Choosing one that emanated a peach blossom scent, she inquisitively inquired, "Are all these leaves from the same tree?" Indeed, the leaves surrounding the same soap pod generally share a similar fragrance, and a single tree can yield at least 5 distinct aromas. "If you find these unappealing, I shall take you out tomorrow to select some." "That sounds wonderful." Her fascination with plants was profound, particularly those that differed entirely from her previous encounters. "What does the soap pod smell like?" Xian paused for a moment before replying. "It has a foul odor, should you find it appealing." Bai Xuan's lips twitched in discontent, expressing her aversion. After the bath, Xian gently extracted her, employing his beastly energy to tenderly dry her fur. After Bai Xuan felt completely refreshed, the sky had already turned pitch black. Had a Yao and Ying not returned yet? Ling Zhe came over from next door, suppressing his irritation, and gently said, "They are back and have brought along a wolf beast man. Would you like to meet the little one?" Bai Xuan blinked and nodded in agreement. Upon arriving next door, she encountered a wolf cub nearly her size, grinning at her with its mouth wide open. Its tail wagged like a propeller, exuding an endearing foolishness reminiscent of a husky. "Is this really not a dog?" "No, this is undoubtedly a beast man, not merely an animal." Bai Xuan glanced at the others, noticing their faces contorted with an aversion that compelled them to turn away. She suppressed a laugh and lowered her head. In Xingyan's eyes, this demeanor signified that the young female harbored a fondness for him and was feeling shy. Indeed, the art of feigning innocence and playing coy proved effective not only on the old man but also on the young female. Xingyan approached her, tilting his head and nuzzling against her while mimicking the call of a cub in a high-pitched voice. Bai Xuan's petite frame trembled as she cast a desperate glance towards Ling Zhe, who immediately understood her plight. In a fit of exasperation, he delivered a sharp kick to the culprit's rear, admonishing, "Act normally." Xingyan let out a pitiful whine, his voice cracking in a way that made Bai Xuan shiver once more. Meeting his glistening, puppy-like eyes, she disapprovingly turned to Jun Yao and Chi Ying, exclaiming, "How can you possibly abduct a minor?" Chi Ying, with a sly glint in his fox-like eyes, mused that this individual was not only foolishly flamboyant but also a formidable adversary. After all, which mature male beast would masquerade as a juvenile to vie for affection? What if little Xianer happened to fall for such antics? Jun Yao, his expression darkened by suppressed anger, declared, "If you do not revert to your human form, you shall remain a mere pet forever." Bai Xuan was truly impressed. To provoke even the good-natured Yao to such an extent, this fellow must possess some remarkable abilities. Xingyan, startled, ceased his pretentiousness. Before long, the little wolf cub transformed into a strikingly handsome youth, his eyes sparkling with clarity and brightness, and his lips curved into a carefree and exuberant smile. What a radiant young man! Bai Xuan promptly discarded the memory of his earlier foolish demeanor. "Little female, I am Xingyan, a 6-pattern wolf beast. I am well acquainted with the Exile Forest and can guide you on delightful adventures. May I serve as your guardian beast?" Bai Xuan did not respond immediately. Instead, she glanced at the others. Their camaraderie was flourishing, and it was imperative to choose the final family member wisely to preserve this harmonious atmosphere. Jun Yao spoke up, prompting Xianu to make her decision based on her own thoughts. The others nodded in agreement. The young female's consideration for their feelings was sufficient. Regardless of whom she chose, the bonds among the males would be managed seamlessly, ensuring that she would not be troubled by any discord. Upon observing that none of them expressed assent, Bai Xuan nodded in agreement. It was quite unexpected that in less than 5 days since her arrival in this beastly world, she had acquired 5 boyfriends, all in a legitimate sense. Chapter 27. The purpose of the light sphere. After completing the seal, Bai Xuan could not help but inquire with a playful smile, Yin, why did you pretend to be so naive just now? Chi Ying scratched his head. When I was a child, I used that very expression to trick the 6 pattern beasts into giving me demon course. I thought you might find it endearing too. The more he spoke, the more embarrassed he felt. In truth, ever since he learned to procure demon cores himself, he had ceased to present himself as a cub. Was this merely a desperate attempt to win the favor of a young female? Chi Ying's survival in the Exile Forest was indeed thanks to the charming antics of his youth, which endeared him to several high-ranking beastmen. They showered him with attention, treating him almost as their own offspring, ensuring he was well cared for. In an effort to divert their attention from his earlier foolishness, Chi Ying began recounting his past experiences. I could always make them laugh heartily, and they treated me exceptionally well. It was only later that he realized their motivation for nurturing him was not merely for amusement during their lives, but also a hope for a swift end when their time came. Reflecting on the elders who had cared for him and whom he had sent away with his own hands, Chi Ying felt a wave of melancholy wash over him. The group fell silent. The camaraderie among the 6 patterned beasts was, in part, a means to ensure that should they ever reach the brink of madness, there would be someone to grant them a dignified farewell. After all, who could endure the thought of becoming a mindless, frenzied beast? Bai Xuan was discontent with the oppressive atmosphere, and thus she called out to them loudly, "You have me." Upon hearing the voice of the young female, everyone snapped back to reality. Indeed, they were fortunate and would not meet that grim fate. Bai Xuan felt that since this grand family had been successfully formed, as its matriarch, she ought to say a few words. Clearing her throat, she declared, "I will do my utmost to rid you of all your impurities, and you, in turn, must focus on your ascension and protect me. Together, let us strive to vanquish the high priest and embark on a journey through the beast realm, shall we?" The others were momentarily taken aback, and once they confirmed they had not misheard her, their eyes brimmed with tears, their throats dry and unable to articulate a response. To cleanse all impurities was undoubtedly the gravest promise in the beast realm. How fortunate they were to receive such benevolence from her. "Yes, we shall not let you down." Bai Xuan nodded in satisfaction. Occasionally stirring emotions can indeed unite everyone as one. Noticing the 7 stripes on Jun Yao and Chi Ying's arms, she exclaimed excitedly, "Yao, Ying, you have successfully advanced to a higher level." "Indeed, it is all thanks to Xian'er's comforting presence," Junior replied. "Yes, little Xian'er has been exceptionally kind to both of us." Chi Ying emphasized both of us while casting a sidelong glance at the 3 newcomers. Bai Xuan observed the subtle arch of his brows and the glint in his eyes, a flicker of concern stirring at her temples. Ying, that cunning vixen, had an affinity for igniting sparks. It was imperative to establish a barrier around him, lest her own backyard succumb to flames. Bai Xuan shot him a glare, then reassured him, "I treat all of you the same. Let us proceed one by one in order. There is no rush." Indeed, there was no haste. Unlike certain individuals, we possess a sense of propriety and would not coddle the little one at such a tender age. Lingzhe cast a glance at Chi Ying, who had joined them just 2 days earlier, and thought, "What's there to be proud of? He is not made of clay." Mo Xian added without hesitation, "Indeed, Xian's safety is of utmost importance." Although they were already aware that Xian was of S rank and that her methods of comfort differed, they were nonetheless taken aback at the time. No male had ever received comfort before the female's awakening. That would be beastly. Upon hearing of this matter, he was infuriated. Wanting to eliminate Jun Yao and Chi Ying, Chi Ying, still somewhat oblivious to the situation, simply showered praise upon the young female and refrained from engaging in the conflict. Bai Xuan laughed lightly to prevent them from escalating their quarrel and skillfully introduced another topic. "I have delightful news to share with you all." After a brief pause, she lowered her voice and asked Jun Yao, "Can we enter the space together? Will anyone notice?" "Rest assured," he replied, "with the presence of 3 7-pattern beasts. You can do as you please in the Exile Forest." Upon finishing his words, he and Chi Ying, along with Mo Xian, unleashed an aura of dominance, ensuring that no one dared to pry into their affairs. Consequently, Bai Xuan confidently led the 5 of them into the space, saying, "Take a moment to explore. I shall return shortly." The 5 of them exchanged glances as they watched her dash away, having previously ventured into the space. Jun Yao and Chi Ying reluctantly took on the role of guides, explaining the various wonders within while also updating Chi Ying on Xian'er's circumstances. Bai Xuan paid no heed to them and hurriedly rushed to the still warehouse. She extracted a luminous orb, glancing at it from left to right. contemplating whether to consume it directly or absorb it like a crystal nucleus. After meticulously probing it with her mental energy, she discovered that this orb resembled the flesh of a fruit, stripped of its skin and pit, brimming with goodness. Given this revelation, she decided to consume it immediately. Upon placing it in her mouth, she felt nothing, like ingesting a bundle of air. However, her mental energy was indeed recovering swiftly. Bai Xuan's eyes sparkled with excitement as she eagerly stuffed the luminous orbs into her mouth, one after another. Only when she could no longer consume any more did she realize that her mental strength had been completely restored, and her sea of consciousness had expanded just a fraction further. Bai Xuan gazed despondently at the remaining orb of light, pondering how it felt akin to encountering a bottleneck. Even with an abundance of energy awaiting her absorption, her vessel was insufficiently expansive. She could only watch helplessly. She recalled that during her struggles with the third tier of her wood-based abilities, she had managed to overcome a similar impasse by relentlessly depleting her powers to augment her capacity. Must her mental fortitude undergo the same arduous process? However, achieving a state of complete depletion was far from easy to control. One misstep could lead to excessive exhaustion, and she had no desire to relive the experience of sleeping for 2 days without sustenance. No, she needed to verify her hypothesis. "Ah Xian, come quickly." Bai Xuan's voice immediately drew everyone's attention. "What is it?" She didn't waste any words and directly stated, "I have discovered a means to enhance mental strength and would like to conduct a soothing trial on you." "Xian, I don't need it." Mo Xian swiftly declined. Concerned that the young female's mental energy had yet to recover, what if further harm ensued? Bai Xuan raised an eyebrow. "Are you unwilling? Then I shall assist A's." At once, he fell silent, and Ling Zhe refrained from interjecting. Junya wished to encourage her to rest for another couple of days. But upon meeting Xian's resolute and unyielding gaze, he fell silent. After Mo Xian took a seat, he closed his eyes. Bai Xuan unleashed her mental energy, indeed. She entered the sea of consciousness with greater swiftness this time. Yet, she could only extract 2 strands of murky energy. Despite having more than half of her mental energy remaining, she was unable to pull down a 3rd strand no matter how she tried. Bai Xuan withdrew her mental energy. Utterly perplexed, she had not overexerted herself, so why was she unable to continue? Undeterred by her previous failure, she ventured once more into Ah Xian's sea of consciousness and managed to extract 2 more strands. However, when she attempted to grasp a 3rd, she found herself unable to proceed. Bai Xuan, exhausted to the brink of depleting her mental energy, promptly withdrew. She then consumed the remaining luminous orbs and discovered a slight expansion in her sea of consciousness. Encouraged, she continued her experiments on Mo Xian, managing to extract 4 strands this time. Bai Xuan gradually comprehended that only by expanding her spiritual sea could she cleanse a greater volume of turbid energy at once. The mere thought of the tens of thousands of strands of turbid energy entwined around Ah Xian's spiritual entity sent a shiver down her spine. If she were to clear them one by one, it would be an endeavor that could stretch into eternity. Fortunately, this luminous orb had the capacity to broaden her spiritual sea. Otherwise, she feared she would have to break her promise. However, didn't Ta Yao and the others claim that I am of S rank? If that holds little significance, how then do other females manage to cleanse the turbid energy? In truth, females below S rank can only clear it by the thread. It is akin to facing a pool of murky water, yet being able to cleanse it only drop by drop. Who would still entertain the notion of eradicating it entirely? No matter how much effort is expended, it only serves to highlight their inadequacy. Hence, females merely ensure that their beast partners do not succumb to madness, withholding any additional spiritual energy and never disclosing the specifics of their soothing efforts. Chapter 28. Kindred Spirits. Ah Xian, how do you feel? Mo Xian opened his eyes, invigorated and experiencing an unprecedented sense of comfort. Seeing that everything was in order, Bai Xuan shared her discoveries with them. The group was astounded. It appeared that no female in the beast world had ever uncovered such a remarkable treasure. Bai Xuan curled her lips in disdain. The females were so meticulously protected that they were shielded from any semblance of danger. It seemed they had never even encountered a mythical beast, let alone ventured to probe into their essence with their mental faculties. The others fell into silence. If a female were to encounter a mythical beast, it would spell disaster for the entire tribe. Who would dare to observe such perilous creatures? Truly, Xiao Xian was remarkable. Indeed, Xian is the finest. Bai Xuan, flattered, seemed to perk up with delight. Ahem, let us embark on a hunt for ferocious beasts and magical creatures tomorrow. It is fortuitous, as the spirit crystals and magic crystals you obtain can be utilized for advancement, achieving 2 objectives in one endeavor. Does Xian ponder whether the demise of these ferocious beasts and magical creatures will yield luminous orbs? Bai Xuan nodded, expressing her intention to stockpile resources. Once her mental realm expanded sufficiently, she would be able to assist in completely dispelling the murky energies. "Thank you, little one," she exclaimed. However, feeling slightly uncomfortable under their appreciative gaze, she acknowledged that her motivations were not solely altruistic. The enlargement of her mental realm would not only soothe but also enhance her spiritual pressure, potentially leading her to develop offensive mental capabilities in the future. She would not overlook any opportunity to augment her own strength. This arrangement could indeed be deemed mutually beneficial. "What thanks are necessary? We are family." The six of them exchanged smiles. In Mo Xian's eyes, a glimmer of excitement flickered. It had been far too long since he had unleashed his full potential for combat. Every muscle in his body was eager for action, and with a minor beast tide approaching tomorrow, it was the perfect occasion for their hunting endeavors. A beast tide? Is it a riot of magical beasts? Indeed, the minor beast tide occurs every 10 days, while the major one happens every 2 months, which contributes to the dangers of the exiled forest. Chi Ying remained unperturbed, stating that they had little to fear now, as they comprised 3 7th-tier and 2 6th-tier warriors. As long as they did not recklessly venture into the territory of magical beasts alone, they would face minimal danger. Correct, but to obtain magic crystals, one must employ certain strategies during the beast tides. Magical beasts seldom stray from their territories. Only those nearing the end of their lifespan venture out to lead the core beasts in initiating a tide. Even if surrounded by ferocious magical beasts, it is still preferable to facing them in their lairs. Are there beast tides outside the exiled forest as well? There are, but they are less frequent and erratic. Usually, tribes organize orc hunts specifically for obtaining core crystals. Beyond the exiled forest, a balance has been established between the core beasts and the orcs. In the beast realm, core crystals serve not only as resources for ascension, but also as a universal currency. 100 magical cores equate to 1 spiritual crystal, while 100 spiritual crystals equal 1 magic crystal. Transactions predominantly utilize magical cores, as magic crystals hold value but are rarely exchanged. Bai Xuan could not help but exclaim that although the exiled forest may be primitive, the resources for advancement are indeed abundant, presenting a blend of danger and opportunity. How many spirit crystals can you harvest from a single beast tide, and how many are required for ascension? Lingze pondered for a moment and replied that through collaboration, a small beast tide could yield approximately 20 spirit crystals. Ascending from the 6th to the 7th tier requires 50 spirit crystals, and I have already absorbed enough. I have as well. Qing Yin, eager to finally contribute, quickly expressed his agreement. Despite his laziness, he ensured he did not fall short of their expectations, lest he be looked down upon and tarnish his image in Xian's eyes. Chi Ying estimated that ascending from the 7th to the 8th tier would require around 100 spirit crystals, while ascensions beyond the 8th tier would necessitate magic crystals. For a small tribe to cultivate an 8th tier orc, it must not only possess a B-grade female for soothing but also consolidate the tribe's resources. However, without an 8th tier warrior, merely contending with the rampage of demonic beasts could lead to dire consequences, and should they encounter a ferocious beast tide, they would have to leave their fate to chance. Mo Xian continued, stating that he had heard it said that ascending to the 9th tier requires at least 10 magic crystals, while the requirements for the 10th tier remain shrouded in mystery. Bai Xuan inquired with sparkling eyes, "Before my transformation, to what level can you ascend?" Jun Yao responded with a rational tone, "Beasts can wield their domain power in their own territory, making them exceedingly difficult to hunt. Acquiring magic crystals primarily relies on opportunistic finds during beast tides. Obtaining them in substantial quantities may prove rather challenging." Noticing the little one appeared somewhat disheartened, Lingze hastily reassured, "Reaching the 8th tier is certainly within our grasp. 5/8 pattern beast would undoubtedly be regarded as high-level combat strength in the beast realm." Mo Xian joined in the persuasion, adding, "When the time comes, should Xian wish to venture out, we will surely safeguard you." Having previously enjoyed the freedom of life, he could naturally empathize with the feeling of being confined. The bounties issued by the Beast God Temple indeed prevented them from residing outside for long. Yet there were still places they could explore for leisure. Qing Yin then realized he could leave the Exile Forest, though he had never ventured beyond it and felt a pang of anxiety. Xian, there are many delightful places within the forest. In a few days, I shall take you there if you please." "Absolutely." Bai Xuan instinctively agreed upon meeting his earnest gaze, then turned back to the others with a serious demeanor. "I do wish to see the world outside, but I am not in a rush. Most importantly, to eliminate the high priest, we must first create the right momentum. His supporters are numerous, whether out of genuine loyalty or coercion. Those who must be eliminated should be, and those who can be swayed should be persuaded. Moreover, we need to establish our own team. After all, 2 fists alone cannot contend with 4 hands, even if you all ascend to the 10th tier. Vanquishing him may still prove to be a formidable challenge. Bai Xuan was still pondering whether it would be feasible to fabricate rumors of a divine maiden's descent. After all, in ancient rebellions, one typically needed to conjure some divine oracle, did they not? In a world where deities truly existed, it seemed reasonable for someone who had engaged with the divine to self-appoint as a goddess. Everyone around her was momentarily taken aback. No one had anticipated that the young female would contemplate matters so far-reaching and meticulous. Jun Yao cast a subtle glance at Chi Ying, with disdain nearly spilling from his eyes. Rarely did Chi Ying exhibit such compliance to his mocking gaze. After all, Bai Xuan's ideas rendered him seemingly foolish in comparison. Mo Xian was the first to nod in agreement, acknowledging that careful planning was indeed necessary. There were numerous solitary beast men outside who held grievances against the beast god temple, and they mingled within the black market, making them potential allies. He had once counted himself among them and was acquainted with several of commendable character, though he wondered if they were still alive. Lingzhe then spoke up, revealing that he had once been the young clan leader of the Feather Tribe. Although he had been framed and was now wanted by the beast god temple, many of his former subordinates still roamed free. Chi Ying opened his mouth, yet remained silent, realizing that he only seemed to complicate matters. His bloodline was a curse. That individual could ascertain his location at any moment. With a sigh, Chi Ying begrudgingly acknowledged that, in this scheme, it would be best for him to remain in the exiled forest and not venture elsewhere. All right, let us focus on planning, he conceded. Without strength, who would wish to follow us? For now, the priority is to rally our forces. As long as we can endure, we shall push forward with unwavering resolve. Thus, they successfully garnered 5 perplexed expressions. Bai Xuan cleared her throat a few times, indicating that she had overexerted herself, signifying her determination to ascend. The 5 companions nodded in unison, understanding her intent. However, Jun Yao expressed some concern, saying, "Xianer, you are still young. Is it too much to expect you to soothe all 5 of us to the 8th tier?" Although he was aware that her awakening was unlike that of ordinary females, there was no precedent to guide them, leaving him uncertain whether she could bear the burden. Bai Xuan raised her 2 front paws, attempting to perform a grand bare chest thump, but alas, she did not succeed. Pretending to scratch her head, she promptly lifted 1 front paw, assuring, "With the expansion of the light sphere in the sea of consciousness, as you ascend, I shall also rise. There is absolutely no issue." Jun Yao chuckled as he grasped her small paw, emphasizing, "Your safety is of utmost importance. Do not overexert yourself." Bai Xuan nodded vigorously, encouraging them to extend a hand and place it together, counting 1, 2, 3, and together we shall strive. Ha ha ha. In her previous life, she had always been alone. But unexpectedly, in this alternate realm, she experienced the delightful sensation of camaraderie. They were not merely companions, they were family, and this feeling was truly remarkable. As if inspired by her laughter, the 5 began to anticipate the days ahead with eagerness. Chapter 29, Morning Rivalry. Knock, knock, knock. Just as dawn broke, the tranquil morning was shattered by the sounds of a stampede and the roars of beasts. Bai Xuan jolted awake from her slumber, startled by an unfamiliar sound. "What is that noise?" Lingzhe quickly patted the little one's back, reassuring her, "Do not be afraid. The beast tide has commenced." Bai Xuan's still drowsy eyes widened in astonishment. Her excitement to seek out treasures impossible to contain. "Let us hasten," she exclaimed. First, breakfast, Jun Yao approached with cleansing leaves and milk fruits in hand. Observing her noticeably increased speed in eating, Mo Xian helplessly patted her. "Xian, do not rush. The optimal moment for hunting has yet to arrive." Chi Ying squeezed past Qing Yan, swiftly seizing the last spot beside little Xian. Indeed, they could not escape the confines of the exiled forest. Once all had gathered around the barrier by mid-morning, we would strike, perhaps aware of the barrier that limited their freedom. The beasts in the tide seemed more determined to breach the boundary than to attack the beastmen, providing a brief respite for the inhabitants of the exiled forest. Gazing at the tightly encircled little female, Qing Yan raked his fingers through his hair in frustration. How could he cultivate a bond with Xian under such circumstances? He rolled his eyes, transforming into the form of a gray wolf pup, and squeezed his way between Mo Xian and Chi Ying. As he nestled against Bai Xuan, he tilted his head and nudged against her, occasionally emitting soft whines akin to a playful, affectionate cub. Bai Xuan shook her petite body and opened her mouth in surprise. How could this fellow appear even more juvenile than herself? Feeling tickled by his affectionate nudges, Bai Xuan lost her appetite and pushed the fruit forward. A yin. Do you want some too? Chi Ying declined, preferring instead to be close to her. The other 4 male beasts averted their eyes, having never before witnessed such unabashed behavior from a male. Yet, Chi Ying paid them no mind. What was the significance of appearances when being close to Xian was of utmost importance? As they continued their playful interactions, Chi Ying whimsically rolled onto his back, exposing his belly to Bai Xuan while panting playfully, embodying an endearing and clingy demeanor. In that moment, he bore no resemblance to a fierce wolf, but rather resembled a charming little puppy eager for affection. Bai Xuan's eyes sparkled with excitement, yearning to transform into her human form and playfully engage with the others. Thus, the 2 non-infant cubs frolicked together, playfully pouncing on one another in a delightful chaos. The 4 true adults observed with a bemused expression, their faces marked by a hint of exasperation. However, witnessing Bai Xuan's exuberance stirred a sense of restlessness in the 3, excluding Xian. In the beastly realm, males pursued strength and robust physiques, often harboring disdain and an unspoken embarrassment towards their juvenile forms. Yet, as long as their beloved enjoyed it, transforming into beastly shapes was merely a means of vying for affection. Reverting back to cubs was indeed a rarity. Chi Ying decisively transformed into a magnificent crimson fox, playfully teasing the little white tiger in an attempt to lure her away from the shameless, foolish wolf. Perhaps caught up in the excitement, Bai Xuan lost control of her feline instincts, bouncing and leaping to grasp the vibrant red plaything. Lingze felt that his beast form was not quite suitable for this particular game, yet he could take her soaring through the skies, pondering whether she would enjoy such an adventure. Junyao, in an effort to maintain his composed demeanor, refrained from joining in, though he mused that such games were better suited for private moments spent with Xian. Xian felt a twinge of discomfort. Although Xian had expressed no aversion to serpentine beasts, his beast form was, after all, not particularly endearing. In Chapter 30, Lingze took to the skies. The 6 were divided into 2 groups, Xian, Junyao, and Chi Ying, accompanied by Xian in hunting ferocious beasts while collecting luminous orbs. Meanwhile, Lingze and Chi Ying set out to hunt demon beasts, striving to gather an ample supply of demon cores for Bai Xuan. As for magical beasts, they would approach them with caution, assessing their capabilities. Before their departure, Lingze eagerly approached her, asking, "Little one, shall I take you flying?" Bai Xuan's eyes sparkled with excitement as she bounced several times in place, exclaiming, "Wonderful, wonderful." In an instant, Lingze transformed into a majestic golden eagle, bowing his head and extending his wings to allow Bai Xuan to climb onto his back. Once the little one was securely seated, he proudly lifted his neck towards the other 4, haughtily declaring that only he could take the little female for a flight. "You can just run behind. I shall take her ahead," he boasted, his tone irritating the others. Chi Ying let out a soft grunt, unable to suppress his muttering. What is there to be proud of? This arrogant fool surely cannot compete with my charm. As he watched Lingze soar away, Junyao furrowed his brow and said, "Let us hurry and catch up. Xian is currently the most sought-after treasure in the Exiled Forest. Everyone wants to be near her. Especially today when the crowd is mixed and chaotic. We must ensure she is well protected. Lingze truly lacks discretion. He will need a stern talking to upon his return." The other 3 soon realized the situation and transformed into their beast forms to chase after them. After flying for a while, Lingze slowed down, asking, "Little one, are you afraid?" "Not at all. This is so much fun. Let us go faster." Bai Xuan replied gleefully. Lingze flew steadily, without a hint of discomfort, while Bai Xuan reveled in the exhilarating sensation of freedom. Lingze, feeling helpless, decided to circle in the air. Ahead lay a large gathering of low-tier beasts, and he certainly would not foolishly expose the little one to their gaze. The spiraling flight only heightened the thrill, and Bai Xuan, feeling adventurous, urged, "Aze, let us fly up and down and do some aerial flips." Just as Lingze was about to caution her about the danger, he heard her sweetly plead, "I will hold on tight, okay?" As she spoke, she nuzzled against the feathers at his neck. Lingze was suddenly overwhelmed by a surge of electricity coursing through him, nearly losing his ability to fly, and he promptly surrendered. All right, just hold on tightly. MMHM, yay." Bai Xuan tightly embraced the neck of the great eagle, subsequently experiencing a dual thrill akin to that of a free-fall ride and a roller coaster. When Junyao and the others arrived, this was the scene that greeted them. Listening to the joyous screams of the young female, they felt a mixture of happiness and a tinge of jealousy. This bittersweet sensation peaked when Bai Xuan landed and fervently kissed Ling Zhe thrice. The four of them regarded him with somewhat unfriendly glances, each secretly contemplating what unique adventures they could offer to Xian'er. Chi Ying stepped forward and lifted Bai Xuan into his embrace, suggesting that Ling Zhe take a moment to rest, lest he grow weak when confronting the fierce beasts later. Just as Ling Zhe intended to clarify that he was not fatigued at all, he noticed 4 pairs of eyes fixated upon him, exuding an ominous intent that suggested a desire to dismantle him limb by limb. With a mindful gaze, Ling Zhe chose to avoid inciting the wrath of the group. Bai Xuan's adrenaline had yet to subside, and she remained oblivious to the tension in their gazes. Mo Xian declared, "I shall proceed ahead to clear the area." Jun Yao added, "I will accompany you alongside Chi Ying," allowing them to realize that Xian'er is surrounded by 3 7-pattern beasts. Indeed, if one wishes to be a follower, they must consider their own worthiness. Chi Ying was somewhat eager for action. He could not drive away those at home, but he could certainly vent his frustrations by confronting a few outsiders. Bai Xuan gazed at the 3 individuals, their demeanor fierce as though they were preparing for a brawl, and inquired with confusion, "Are we not here for a hunt?" Ling Zhe replied sarcastically, "There is a group of low-tier orcs blocking our path." Utterly unaware of their own limitations, the orcs, possessing keen hearing, naturally overheard him. They were indulging in fantasies of being chosen by Xian as her followers, each adorned in flamboyant attire, utterly shameless. Chapter 31. The Contest for the Guardian Beast in the Beast Realm. Aspiring to become a guardian beast while pursuing a female entails adhering to certain rules, for all are intent on leading a good life, and it is essential to leave a favorable impression on their wives and sworn brothers. However, those who seek to become followers of the females do so merely for the sake of receiving a fleeting moment of spiritual solace. Such males are adept at seizing any opportunity to entice the females, employing an array of cunning tactics. Under normal circumstances, the deterrent of possessing beast power should prevent low-tier orcs from making foolish moves. Yet, the fickleness of the females in the beast realm, coupled with the tribe's encouragement of followers, complicates matters. If the beast husbands attempt to intervene, they are often branded as selfish and lacking in generosity. Moreover, individuals of high status, such as clan leaders or shamans, may exploit their power for personal gain, suppressing the rightful husbands of their underperforming male offspring. Ling Zhe elucidated these unwritten rules of the beast realm to Bai Xuan, lamenting his own plight in the process. What he did not mention was that the situation in the Exile Forest was entirely different. There, they had become outlaws, and it was folly to expect adherence to the external rules. Furthermore, the little ones were not akin to the females outside. With the right timing and circumstances, if they allowed low-tier orcs to take advantage, they might as well find a tree to hang themselves from. Bai Xuan listened with great interest, feeling a semblance of intrigue reminiscent of palace dramas. Was it true that the selection of female guardian beasts was not even in their own hands? It was no wonder the old man had cast her here. Had she been in the tribe, her companion might have been surrounded by several high priest's pawns. After Junyao and the others dealt with those nuisances, they returned, invigorated, and upon hearing Bai Xuan's doubts, they sat down to engage in conversation with her. The candidates were the result of selections made by the elders or various negotiations, yet the final choice ultimately rested with the females themselves. He chuckled softly. Has little Xian forgotten? When females choose their guardian beasts, they are often but cubs. Not all cubs possess your extraordinary cleverness. Ling Zhe, once the young clan leader of the Feather Tribe, possessed a clearer understanding of these matters. Most young females were primarily concerned with appearances, and some, despite their preferences, could be swayed by the guidance of their paternal and maternal beasts. The selection of guardian beasts was not solely her affair, especially for those females endowed with exceptional talents, as such decisions often entailed tribal unions or alliances. It was fortunate that this transpired in the Exile Forest. Had Bai Xuan encountered them in the tribe or the Beast King City, the 5 of them might not have been able to secure a guardian beast position. After all, Bai Xuan's remarkable talent was rather astonishing, making her an object of interest from various factions. Those aged schemers would undoubtedly plot for their own offspring. And with the presence of the Beast God Temple, the ultimate outcome was likely to be unpredictable. Bai Xuan harbored a disdain for the sensation of being manipulated by others. Did those males not fear that the females would abandon them upon reaching maturity? Junyao, with a smile, continued to enlighten her. The teachings of the shaman were far from superficial. The awakening period for females could span from a year to 3 years. If, during such an extensive duration, they failed to win the affection of the females, they had no one but themselves to blame. while the elders would feel too ashamed to seek justice. It was no wonder that they had been enrolled in male virtue classes from a young age. Such intense competition for affection among these males must rival the intrigue of the imperial harem of the Qing dynasty. She pondered how to spectate this spectacle. However, although the land could withstand cultivation, it could not bear the weight of too many bulls, each brimming with ambition. A sudden shiver ran through her, fortunately. She still had some time before reaching adulthood. She silently observed the five, realizing she must first train them well. Chapter 32. A sense of security and true faces. Having reached this point in their conversation, Chi Ying could not help but recall the hardships of vying for affection that the predecessors had spoken of, feeling a pang of sympathy. If 5 guardian beasts struggle for attention, adding a few more followers would surely lead to the day when Xian forgets her old love. Anxiously, he clutched the little female in his arms, his voice tinged with melancholy and grievance. Xian, if you find a new love, could you please not forget this old flame? Having followed the male beastmen since childhood, he had never ventured beyond the Exile Forest. Yet he had heard many tragic tales of males. High-ranking beasts might appear splendid in the outside world but had to humble themselves at home, sometimes even being overshadowed by their mistress's favored followers. Worse still, some endured cruelty or abandonment at the hands of their mistresses. Followers who possessed a particular skill might briefly capture a female's affection, but should they fall from grace, they risked being secretly slain by the guardian beasts, with no one to care. Such was the nature of the world. It was arduous for males. He had prepared himself to languidly await madness and death, never expecting to encounter Xian. Yet, he seemed discontent, yearning for his mistress's affection to remain with him forever, even if only a fraction of it. The other 4 exchanged glances, their expressions revealing a shared understanding, as they seemed to have forgotten to mention the little one's disposition to Chi Ying. Nevertheless, it was inconsequential. Allowing him to wallow in self-pity might elicit more compassion from the little one. Indeed, as Bai Xuan listened to him recount the tragic tales of males, her brow furrowed in concern, surprised that they too harbored such worries. I apologize. It is I who have not provided you with sufficient security. Initially, she had reveled in the notion that binding contracts could govern their lives and deaths, cherishing the sense of safety that came from her experiences in the apocalypse. Who would not desire someone who could wholeheartedly devote themselves and would never betray them? Yet, it appears she has forgotten that no one is willing to invest everything only to receive nothing in return. Although she may not be deemed a virtuous person, she does not hesitate to offer a modicum of recompense, given that all advantages are skewed in her favor. Assisting them in dispelling negativity is a tangible contribution emotionally. She can extend her commitment. Conveniently, with all 5 present, Bai Xuan assures them in front of the group, in this lifetime, I shall only ever have you 5 husbands. And I shall never waver in this promise. She has an affinity for handsome men, yet she does not possess a penchant for collecting them. Having these 5 uniquely styled companions for a lifetime is more than sufficient. Moreover, she has already developed feelings for them, while the nature of those emotions may be nebulous. A relative equilibrium can certainly be sought. Providing each other with a sense of security is the first step. The group erupted in joyous laughter, declaring that with such a promise, they would have no regrets in this life. Only Chi Ying remained in a daze, somewhat incredulous. Chi Ying wore a mischievous grin and remarked, Little Xian, do you know how we shall prevent you from seeking followers? Bai Xuan tilted her head, pondering, how about it? Hee, once you reach adulthood, if I keep you in bed every day, you won't have the time to seek out others, will you? Jun Yao nodded earnestly. If it comes to it, locking you at home would suffice. Rest assured, we shall be gentle. Ling Zai's expression remained impassive, his tone icy. The ones you deem worthy must possess striking appearances. To ruin them would suffice. Imo Xian's eyes flashed with a cold glint. Sever their tendons and arteries. Cut out their tongues, and let this be a warning. Hee. Bai Xuan forced a laugh. Ultimately, it was a misplaced trust. Indeed. These individuals have likely traversed mountains of corpses and seas of blood, making them difficult to deal with. No wonder she had chosen a man of such valor. After all, she was no virtuous person herself. It is said that like attracts like. Casting another glance at Chi Ying, it was clear that this simpleton genuinely feared she might take a lover. Chi Ying appeared bewildered, according to the teachings of his predecessors. A male daring to converse with his wife in such a manner should be met with severe consequences. Could it be that his memory was flawed? Bai Xuan, exasperated, gently patted his head. It truly was a feat for this naive child to thrive within the banished forest. With a tone of earnest persuasion, she advised, Yin, to be more discerning. Laughter erupted among the others. From that moment forth, they no longer felt the need to suppress their true natures, for their mistress exhibited no fear. and indeed seemed to relish the atmosphere. Chapter 33. The balance of gender and the nurturing tree. Ling Zhe lifted the little one into his embrace and, in a huff, kicked Chi Ying lightly. Pathetic. The only thing you can do is sulk over trivialities from the outside world. If they dare to come, we shall send them away directly. Understood? Chi Ying's eyes sparkled with understanding as he nodded vigorously. I comprehend. Indeed, those old fellows had exaggerated their tales merely to elicit my sympathy. Females are not so fickle and irritable. Just look at how empathetic Xian is. Bai Xuan chuckled mischievously. Her curiosity piqued by a question. What is the male-to-female ratio in the beast realm? She was quite intrigued, pondering how outrageous it must be for the males to vie so fiercely for companionship. Ling Zhe recollected the statistics from the Song-Langu tribe, noting that a decade prior, the ratio was 1:10, and it might have escalated since then. However, in larger tribes and beast cities, the ratio remained at 1:10, while certain smaller tribes could even reach an astonishing 100. Mo Xian had visited some impoverished tribes where females could hardly be retained. Single males, unable to find mates within their own tribes, would naturally seek out females elsewhere. Once bonded, the females typically followed their mates to better tribes. It was indeed delightful to be a female in the beast realm, while being a male seemed rather dismal. Bai Xuan mused, did both males and females enjoy lengthy lifespans? Having fortuitously found herself in this paradise for women, she hoped to live a long life amidst such beauty. Females typically lived around 200 years, and theoretically, males should share a similar lifespan. However, due to the effects of tainted energy, less than 30% of males in the beast realm reached a natural end. Those who hunted nuclear beasts for extended periods, without solace, often succumbed to madness before the age of 50. Bai Xuan contemplated this for a moment, incredulous at the implications for the birth ratio of male and female offspring. Junyao nodded, explaining that the probability of female offspring being born from the nurturing tree was quite low, requiring 3 times the energy sustenance compared to males. Hence, each female was extraordinarily precious. This posed a dilemma for the leaders of smaller tribes, who would expend their entire clan's resources to raise a female to maturity, only to be unable to prevent her from seeking a better life elsewhere. The best outcome was often a compensation from the foreign male, though it paled in comparison to the female's intrinsic value, leaving the tribal leaders helpless. During the years Ling Zhe was groomed as a young patriarch, he had heard of such occurrences multiple times. Suddenly, Bai Xuan sprang up in disbelief, exclaiming, what on earth is the nurturing tree? Aren't offspring born from the female's womb? Now it was their turn to be astonished. How could this little female not know her own origins? In the beast realm, there existed a unique tree whose fruits were twin births, one large and one small. The larger fruit was the mother fruit, and the smaller was the offspring fruit. When a female consumed the offspring fruit and engaged in intimate relations with a male, the mother fruit had a certain probability of nurturing cubs. However, during this period, the nurturing tree required the male to provide beast energy for sustenance, along with a significant amount of crystal cores for its growth. Bai Xuan erupted in laughter, exhilarated and bouncing with joy. The prospect of birthing cubs was now entirely within her control. If she wished to bear them, she could, and if she chose not to, she wouldn't even need to contemplate the pains of childbirth. Such a marvelous concept made her yearn to take it back and benefit her sisters. Once her emotions settled, Bai Xuan looked at her 5 husbands, finding them increasingly agreeable. She needn't cook, earn money, or bear children, and there were always others to serve her. Were these beast husbands not her most treasured gems? Bai Xuan immediately pounded her chest, declaring that such foul air was nothing to worry about. With me around, you shall remain pristine and untouched by dust, assuredly living to a ripe old age. Unaware of the slightly dark expressions on the faces of the 5, Bai Xuan couldn't help but tease. Given this age structure and the male-to-female ratio, aside from our old husband-young wife arrangement, there must be quite a few old wives young husbands pairings in the beast world, right? Ha ha ha, you have truly mastered this nurturing system. What was intended as a mere jest unexpectedly caused the 5 to gradually shift from dark to pale expressions. Chi Ying, unable to hold back, exclaimed, is Xiao disdainful of our age? When she asked last time, she didn't give a straight answer. It's true, even if she doesn't mind now, she will inevitably do so in the future. Chapter 34. Late-stage infatuation. The others anxiously awaited her response. The females, of course, showed color, and Xiao was no exception. Yet, they were all at least 30 years her senior, and there would eventually come a day when age would take its toll. In the beast world, once the males of a pair reached a certain age, they essentially bore only the title of beast husbands. with their continued comfort relying on the whims or interests of the females, while young and handsome suitors hovered around them. This was a reality even the Beast King could not escape, even if Xiaoxian currently had no desire for followers. It was hard to imagine how she could face them when their faces were lined with wrinkles, surrounded by youthful admirers. The resentment from the five nearly engulfed her, and Bai Xuan suddenly realized she had stirred up a hornet's nest and quickly sought to appease them. How could I possibly disdain you? Age brings wisdom and kindness. With a flustered expression, she continued. So, you think we are old? Oh no, that's not it. Under the intense gaze of 5 pairs of sorrowful eyes, Bai Xuan felt an unprecedented sense of helplessness due to her lack of words. What to do? I'm sweating profusely, sisters. Before Bai Xuan could devise a remedy, they had already begun to spiral into self-reassurance. I understand. I truly do. Just to receive Xiaoxian's affection while I am young is enough for me. If you ever find me unappealing in the future, I shall never be a burden to your eyes, Chi Ying said, shedding a few genuine tears. Bai Xuan was left utterly dumbfounded. Even the usually jovial Chi Ying began to doubt himself, muttering, aging 1T make one ugly, right? Yes, it's certainly 1T. The fox tribe possesses a secret technique for maintaining youth, though it requires quite a few magic crystals to accomplish. Little Xian. I will strive to accumulate crystal cores. Upon uttering this, several pairs of eyes lit up with fervor. Bai Xuan's lips twitched slightly, not expecting that in such a short time, their eagerness to hunt for crystal cores surpassed even their desire for ascension. Indeed, motivation requires the right approach. Junyao's gentle and jade-like countenance bore a hint of melancholy. If beauty were to fade, all he wished was for Xian not to cast them too far away. To catch but a glimpse of her would suffice for his contentment. Is your mind not in its right state? Engaging in abstract play with her? Bai Xuan could no longer endure the situation. What on earth was this? Where had that domineering spirit from just moments ago vanished to? Ling Zhe, with a face laden with sorrow yet radiating righteousness, proclaimed, It is different. When we are attractive to you, our assertiveness is merely a manifestation of affection, a playful display of love. However, if your interest wanes, what right do we have to compete with others? To continue binding you to us would be selfish. A sign of insufficient love. Mo Xian, wearing a forced smile, reassured her that there was no need for pressure. This was a phase every male must traverse. As long as they cherished the present, they would possess ample memories to sustain them through their twilight years. The 5 fell into a contemplative silence. Yet the bitterness in their hearts was known only to them. You've truly amused me, Bai Xuan thought wryly. Indeed, novels never deceive. A romantic mindset and self-strategizing are undoubtedly the finest dowries for men. Just look at how considerate each one is. Bai Xuan rolled her eyes. Fortunately, they were all husbands. Had they been her sons, she might have been tempted to slap some sense into their muddled brains. Those wizards were truly remarkable. Had they perhaps studied pyramid schemes in their previous lives? Their notions of masculinity seemed deeply entrenched, almost congealed within their minds. She resolved to attend their lessons if given the chance, if only those fathers could absorb even a fraction of their wisdom to enlighten their sons. Perhaps the daughters would not shy away from marriage, rendered speechless by their antics. Bai Xuan could only utter a sardonic remark. Time will prove that my love for you will not diminish with the passage of your years, trust me. Upon finishing, she was met with 5 pairs of ardent eyes gazing back at her. Help? Goosebumps rose on her skin, or rather, she felt a shiver run down her spine. Oh dear, she never anticipated that the corny lines she once regarded as a joke in her past life would escape her lips in this one. Alas, these 5 romantics in the late stages of infatuation needed nurturing for their fragile hearts. Chapter 35, The Formation of the Beast Tide. After conversing for half an hour, it was nearly time for the beast horde to gather. We can set out now, someone suggested. Indeed, Crescent Valley is the ideal hunting ground. Let us head there. A prime hunting location would yield more crystal cores, and given that Crescent Valley is narrow at the entrance yet spacious within, it would facilitate a swift retreat if necessary. Certainly, the other beastmen have been intimidated by us. They dare not disturb us today. The males waiting along the path comprise those seeking to entice, and those eager to showcase their prowess before the young females. Thus, by extinguishing their fantasies in advance, Bai Xuan could spare her dear Xiaowan from the vulgarities and lackluster skills of those pretenders. As they walked, Junyao elaborated on the reasons behind the formation of the beast tide. In the external world, a beast tide spells disaster, yet within the exiled forest, it is a boon. Due to the fact that demonic beasts and ferocious creatures are compelled by the magical beasts to assault the barrier, they do not actively attack the beastmen. The demonic beasts possess a robust reproductive capability, and primarily prey on wild animals, though they also consume beastmen. The ferocious beasts, with their crimson eyes, exhibit an insatiable thirst for blood, relishing the crystalline cores found within the brains of beastmen. Magical beasts, capable of awakening their domain powers, predominantly remain within their territories, relying on their innate spirit plants to expel the miasma within their bodies. They also possess the ability to evolve. Demonic beasts can ascend to ferocious beasts, and ferocious beasts can transform into magical beasts. The magical beasts exiled to the forest yearn to breach the barrier more than any other creature, likely due to the difficulty their spirit plants face in thriving within the confines of the barrier. It is somewhat amusing to note that magical beasts hold a profound disdain for beastmen, or more accurately, for anything tainted by miasma. Thus, they regard us with contempt. While we covet their magical crystals, in the external world, only tides of demonic beasts and ferocious beasts exist. Magical beasts dwell like reclusive sages in their secluded domains, rendering magical crystals exceedingly rare. As one approaches the barrier, the roars of beasts grow increasingly thunderous. The entrance to Crescent Valley can accommodate only 3 demonic beasts at a time. 3 individuals, accompanied by Bai Xuan, ventured inside, immediately confronted by a dense throng of demonic and ferocious beasts. Their arrival elicited no disturbance. Most of the beast horde was mechanically battering against the transparent barrier, with only 2 ferocious beasts laboriously advancing towards them. Mo Xian and Chi Ying promptly stepped forward to intercept, while Junyao shielded Bai Xuan, whispering explanations. These 2 are indeed ferocious beasts, and they are on the verge of evolving into magical beasts, which allows them to break free from control and charge at us. In just a few moments, Mo Xian and Chi Ying had transformed into their beast forms, engaging fiercely with the 2 ferocious beasts. It was evident that the reactions of the ferocious beasts were somewhat sluggish, likely a result of resisting the control of the magical beasts. However, their hides were remarkably tough, and Mo Xian and Chi Ying's attacks left little mark. Junyao instructed Bai Xuan to cling to his chest, while he enveloped her in a protective shield, urging, "Xianer, hold on tight to me." Bai Xuan immediately wrapped her arms around his neck, her legs encircling his waist, her entire form pressed against Junyao, her eyes sparkling with intensity as she diligently observed the unfolding battle. Once she secured her grip, Junyao joined the fray. Lingzhe and Qing Yin had already ventured forth to ambush the demon beasts, striking with precision that left no room for retaliation. Those of considerable strength attempted to resist the onslaught, yet they were swiftly subdued by the 2. Before these creatures could even collapse into nothingness, the duo transformed their hands into claws, deftly extracting the demon cores from their minds, each extraction flawless. Meanwhile, the 2 ferocious beasts bore additional deep gashes, their tempers escalating. Suddenly, Mo Xian lashed out with her serpentine tail, ensnaring one of the leopard-like beasts, prompting Junyao to instantly channel his beastly energy into a sword. Aiming for the creature's head, Bai Xuan gazed splendidly into the unblinking eyes of the ferocious beast. In a mere moment, the creature breathed its last and dissipated into thin air. Chapter 36, Combat and Retreat. The canine beast that Chi Ying faced was already at the brink of collapse, and the 3 of them delivered the final blow simultaneously. During the battle, Junyao was concerned that Xianer might be frightened by the gruesome scene, occasionally glancing down at her expression. To his surprise, she appeared thoroughly engrossed, her excitement prompting her to release one arm, waving her claws and baring her teeth, as if she were eager to join the fray herself. Junyao couldn't help but feel exasperated. She seemed even more combative than a young cub. Once the battle concluded, Bai Xuan activated her psychic energy to investigate. "Yao, quickly let me down, the light orbs are about to escape." As soon as Junyao lowered his protective barrier, Bai Xuan eagerly rushed to collect the 2 plump little creatures into her space, narrowing her eyes in satisfaction. She also gathered 2 spirit crystals and nimbly leaped back to hang around Junyao's neck. "All right, let us hurry on." Junyao quickly supported her, chuckling as his chest reverberated. He then exchanged knowing glances with Mo Xian and Chi Ying before they all resumed their assault on the ferocious beasts. The coordination among the group became increasingly seamless, and as more light orbs filled their space, Bai Xuan beamed with delight. At one point, she observed the battle between Lingzhe and Qing Yin from a distance, only to feel her heart ache at the sight of the fleeing light orbs. Consequently, she urged Junyao to take her to collect the light orbs after each skirmish. Despite her legs trembling from the exertion, she remained utterly joyful. As the sun began its descent, Mo Xian suddenly declared, "Prepare to retreat." The control exerted by the magical beast was limited, and once it faltered, the tide of beasts would pose the greatest threat. The trio, with Bai Xuan in tow, swiftly made their way toward the exit of Crescent Valley. While the magical and ferocious beasts gradually regained their consciousness, with Ling Zhe and Chi Ying closely following, gathering the magical cores that had been cast aside, Bai Xuan rested her head on Jun Yao's shoulder, witnessing countless beasts charging towards them. The sound of the wind and the roars of the beasts rekindled her memories of the brutal battles of the apocalypse. How exhilarating! How much longer until I can slay the demon beasts myself? Just as they departed from Crescent Valley, she observed the furious horde of beasts desperately surging towards the narrow exit, recklessly trampling over one another, resulting in the tragic demise of some of the smaller demon creatures. Bai Xuan swallowed hard. If they were to delay any longer, they would surely be reduced to mere flesh. The chaos at the exit had successfully bought them precious time. And the five continued to sprint towards safety, the roars of beasts gradually fading into the distance. Noticing her unwavering gaze, Ling Zhe inquired, "Little one, do you wish to soar up and take a look?" Bai Xuan nodded and promptly leaped onto his neck. "Yao, you all wait ahead. I shall circle back shortly." The four could only watch helplessly as Ling Zhe soared away with her. "Zhe, are there no flying beasts among the demonic or ferocious creatures?" "There are, but they are not found in the Exiled Forest. It is said that when the barrier was established, the avian beasts managed to escape." "I see. Then it seems your winged beast men possess quite an advantage." "Indeed. At the very least, they have an additional means to vie for affection." Chi Ying, with a hint of arrogance, spoke in a childish tone that elicited a laugh from Bai Xuan. As they ascended to a sufficient height, the landscape below became entirely visible. Apart from the beast herd in Crescent Valley lagging slightly behind, the demonic and ferocious creatures near the barrier scattered like fish into the vast ocean. Many beastmen were unable to evade their pursuit. Sporadic cries for help were heard before they were swiftly overwhelmed and devoured. Bai Xuan inquired, her expression unwavering. "Is there a premonition before the control of the beasts falters?" "Indeed, there is," came the response. "Yet some orcs, driven by avarice, cannot bear to part with even a single crystal core. Come nightfall, they find themselves unable to escape." The remnants of the setting sun cast a warm glow, imbuing the chaotic and tumultuous Exile Forest with an added air of peril. Bai Xuan pressed her lips together. No matter the time, there are always such individuals, even when they are acutely aware of the lurking dangers. Awakened by some unpleasant memories, Bai Xuan lost interest in continuing the conversation. "Let us go." "All right." Chapter 37. Anger. Ling Zhe moved at a leisurely pace, wishing to savor more moments alone with her. Noticing her silence, he cautiously ventured, "Is the little one upset with me for not rescuing them?" Bai Xuan, who had been lost in her thoughts, was suddenly jolted back to reality and playfully struck him on the head. "Are you out of your mind? Do you truly wish for me to risk everything for an outsider? Wouldn't I then have to cater to you as if you were a guest returned from peril? Perhaps you should simply step aside and let him take my place as your beast husband." The thought of being mistaken for a saintly figure was intolerable to her. I didn't mean it that way." Ling Zhe dared not exhale, sensing her genuine anger this time. What to do? Yet, a flicker of joy stirred within him. The little one considered him one of her own and did not easily pity the wild males outside. Fearing that his attempts to placate her might only exacerbate her ire, Ling Zhe hastened to catch up with the four individuals ahead, recognizing that strength lies in numbers. The group was resting by the creek, waiting with a hint of melancholy. As soon as Ling Zhe landed, Bai Xuan, fuming, jumped down by herself. The four immediately surrounded her with concern. "What happened?" Bai Xuan shot a glare at Ling Zhe, then huffed and turned her head away in annoyance. The gazes of the four converged upon him. Having returned seeking assistance, Ling Zhe had no choice but to explain everything in detail. To his surprise, Chi Ying added fuel to the fire, saying, "Xianer, this fellow does not trust you and is merely testing you." "Indeed," Chi Ying chimed in, blinking at her. "Look how well behaved I am. I never speak of or inquire about the things Xin dislikes. From now on, don't fly with him anymore." "How dare he provoke your anger?" Mo Xian declared with finality. Ling Zhe felt a vain throb in his temple. He had been overly naive to think that his brotherhood could assist him. Noticing Bai Xuan's unwavering gaze upon him, he immediately knelt on one knee, his demeanor earnest in apology. I indeed harbored a slight ulterior motive, just a tiny bit. Previously, I observed that females often treat their beast husbands with a harsh and spoiled demeanor, yet exhibit a sense of pity towards outsiders. I cannot fathom their thoughts and worry you might be the same. So I wish to guard against those deceitful wild males who come to peddle their miseries, lest you fall victim to their tricks. Can you forgive me?" For reasons unknown, Ling Zhe sensed that the little one did not intend to punish him. Yet he understood that if he erred, he must take responsibility. Chi Ying was poised to continue inciting discord, but was silenced by a sharp glare from Junyao, whose unspoken message was clear. Have you not tested him yourself? He rubbed his nose, falling silent. In truth, while Chi Ying and the others were taking turns to tease Lingzhe, Bai Xuan's anger had already dissipated. This incident had partially stirred her ire due to memories she had recalled. Yet, witnessing his earnest apology made her reconsider. Perhaps it would be amusing to continue teasing him. Bai Xuan cast a pretentious glance at him and inquired, "Do you truly believe I am akin to them?" "Certainly not. The hearts of these little ones are all inclined towards me. It is I who have failed to appreciate their affection." As he spoke, Lingzhe knelt ever closer, pleading, "I was wrong. Will you forgive me this once? Please?" Bai Xuan exerted herself to maintain her composure, yet as Lingzhe drew ever closer, she instinctively recoiled, her ears gradually turning a shade of crimson. "Well, at least you possess some sense." Humph. She was not one to be easily swayed. However, the sight of Lingzhe kneeling in contrition truly tugged at her heartstrings. The onlookers, who had been eagerly anticipating the unfolding drama, suddenly wore expressions of discontent. Witnessing the transition from apology to flirtation, and silently critiquing Bai Xuan's apparent lack of authority in her relationship. "Ha ha ha, oh little one, you are simply delightful." Lingzhe swiftly rose, lifting her into his embrace and planting a couple of kisses upon her, casting a provocative glance at the four spectators. "Oh, how bold he has become." Chapter 38. Injury examination as calmness returned. Bai Xuan acknowledged the profound fatigue in her legs. Those luminous orbs had been exceedingly elusive, nearly exhausting her completely. Observing the little female in a state of languor, the 5 beast men were filled with concern. Junyao tenderly massaged her legs, simultaneously chiding her. "I told you not to pursue those luminous beasts, yet you refused to heed my warnings." "Ouch. Could you be a bit gentler?" Bai Xuan pleaded, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "TSK, if you can't apply pressure, allow me to do so." Upon hearing the little one cry out in pain, Lingzhe immediately began to grumble. Junyao disregarded him, yet his touch became ever more delicate, determined to teach her a lesson in humility. Bai Xuan drooped her head with a sigh, feeling the addictive thrill of scavenging treasures from the ground. Sensing that her tone was perhaps too heavy, Junyao gently advised, "We have already managed to contain the negative energies. There is no need for you to hastily continue the cleanup. Your actions cause us to feel a pang of guilt. Do you understand?" Imo Xian looked at her with deep sympathy, adding, "We have already placed you in a position of unwarranted burden. If you must endure hardships daily, we would lose face as your guardians." All right. I promise I won't overexert myself anymore." Chi Ying playfully poked her in the abdomen, inquiring, "Are you hungry?" The moment she mentioned it, Bai Xuan realized she truly was, as her stomach audibly protested in response. Bai Xuan promptly retrieved a plethora of fruits from her space, eager to indulge and satisfy their appetites. Chi Ying casually picked one and began to gnaw on it, while the others refrained from partaking. Among those present, who was not a carnivore? Excluding that foolish wolf, who had undergone a mutation. Bai Xuan gazed at them disapprovingly, asserting that being picky was unacceptable. "Look how well-behaved Yin is. Humph, why should she be the only one to eat vegetarian? Everyone should share the same trials and tribulations." Coughing lightly, she added, Now, little one, do not be upset. You shall soon have the chance to savor meat as well. As for me, I shall go hunting." With that, Lingzhe attempted to dash away. "Wait." Imo Xian and Chi Ying also wished to follow, only to be halted by Bai Xuan's call. "What is the rush? Come here and stand in line properly." Bai Xuan leaned her head against Junyao's hand, trembling as she stood up. "First, allow me to check if any of you are injured." "No, absolutely not." Chi Ying discreetly concealed her hand behind her, feeling guilty and remaining silent. Bai Xuan squinted her eyes and, upon discovering a small scratch on the back of Chi Ying's arm, immediately bared her teeth at him. Clearly annoyed that he tried to conceal it, she swiftly procured a cup of spiritual spring water for him to drink, warning, "If you get hurt again, be careful, or I shall bite you." Chi Ying nodded in agreement, a foolish grin spreading across his face, thinking how endearing it was that Xin cared for him so. Bai Xuan's eyes, akin to a scanning device, meticulously scrutinized the other 4 individuals, and only upon confirming that none had sustained injuries did she feel a sense of relief. The noxious energy could infiltrate the body through wounds, and after several occurrences, her soothing efforts would prove futile. Humph. It is no wonder that the males of the beast realm have never rid themselves of this malevolent energy. They have brought it upon themselves. Observing her keen examination, Chi Ying playfully remarked, "Would you like me to remove my beast skin skirt so you can take a closer look?" Bai Xuan rolled her eyes. If injuries truly occurred, the elixir of vitality would likely be of no use. However, I felt a sense of relief, as it meant one less partner to contend with. Your own inadequacies cannot be blamed on me. Ha ha ha, thus we too are relieved, as there is one less rival for affection. Lingze could not help but revel in the misfortune. Mo Xian feigned concern, asserting that he would risk it all to find a veterinarian to examine you. Junyo kindly added, one must not shy away from seeking medical attention. Damn it, shying away from medical help. Chi Ying's face turned pale, observing Bai Xuan's innocent facade. He was both angry and amused, leaning close to her ear and ominously stating, whether I am useful or not, little Xiana shall know in due time. Seeing her timid demeanor, Chi Ying's lips curled into a smirk as he grew increasingly eager for the bond of partnership. Chapter 39. A new abode. Bai Xuan's ears flushed to deep crimson once more, as she promptly turned her face aside to divert the conversation. When will those monstrous beasts and ferocious creatures cease their clamor? Will their ruckus prevent me from finding sleep tonight? The tide of beasts has receded. Yet the echoes of their roars and the sounds of their galloping still sporadically disturb the tranquility, inexplicably vexing the spirit. It won't be long. Once they have satisfied their hunger, they will naturally return to their lairs. Ha ha ha, having been relentlessly battered against the barrier by these magical beasts throughout the day, they must certainly be utterly exhausted. Unable to capture any orc, they will resort to hunting lesser beasts for sustenance. The wild creatures of the beast world truly endure a tragic fate, subjected to the predation of both orcs and monstrous beasts, languishing in the sorrow of being at the base of the food chain. Bai Xuan pondered for a moment and then inquired curiously, could it be that the beasts might face extinction? How could that be possible? Their reproductive capacity is the most formidable on the beast world continent. In times of great terror, the tribes even dispatched beast men to conduct regular hunts to prevent them from wreaking havoc on the surrounding environment. Bai Xuan was somewhat astonished. Even in the cold season, is there truly an absence of wild beasts to hunt? Lingze shook his head, explaining that while they were indeed fewer in number, they were not entirely lacking. Their thick fur was sufficient to withstand the harsh winter. Thus, in this beastly realm, one need not fret over the scarcity of food. A stark contrast to what one might encounter in novels. Observing her incredulity, Chi Ying raised an eyebrow and chuckled softly. Do not underestimate them. To us, wild beasts may appear vulnerable, yet to the cubs devoid of beastly powers, they remain quite formidable. Otherwise, you would not still be unable to partake in meat. Bai Xuan pouted her lips, wondering if the meat was truly that tough. I am nearly dying from craving. Junya shot a glare at Chi Ying, questioning why she had to provoke her. Xianer, my dear, it will be ready soon. Chi Ying immediately reassured her. Do not be disheartened, Xian. The forest is teeming with various wild beasts, each offering its unique flavor. In the future, I will capture them all for you to savor. Bai Xuan expressed that she felt no solace, but rather an increasing yearning, gazing at him with a look of deep melancholy. Chi Ying appeared utterly perplexed, while Junyao could not help but rub his temples in exasperation. Observing her pitiable demeanor, Mo Xian hastily shifted the conversation, remarking on the coarse and substantial hides of beasts, which we often utilize to hone the unranked young males. Suddenly, a rumble echoed from Chi Ying's stomach, perhaps a consequence of his own words about hunger. The room fell into an abrupt silence, and he awkwardly scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Bai Xuan could no longer contain herself, laughing heartily. You must all be famished, so hurry and hunt. Junyao managed to force a faint smile, replying, very well. We shall catch some prey and return. After saying this, he mischievously suggested that Chi Ying take Bai Xuan to inspect their new residence. Hoping that her stomach would growl all the way there, Bai Xuan immediately became intrigued. Have you chosen a suitable place? Junyao nodded yes. That is the token of allegiance from Chi Ying. I visited it with Chi Ying, and it appears quite satisfactory. Chi Ying, momentarily forgetting his own empty stomach, eagerly approached. Xian, come, I shall take you to see our future home. With that, he lifted Bai Xuan and dashed off in high spirits, with Lingze promptly following suit. The two watched as they ventured farther away before setting off on their hunting expedition. In the absence of Bai Xuan, Mo Xian reverted to his usual demeanor of cold detachment, having successfully ascended to the 7th tier and navigated the bright path. It would not be long before the other males deduced Xian's uniqueness. The orcs in the Exiled Forest needed to be thoroughly purged to prevent any leaks of information. Junyo furrowed his brow, questioning whether someone would send word to the Beast God Temple. Chi Ying immediately retorted, impossible. With the barrier in place, who could possibly relay such messages? Mo Xian replied nonchalantly, just because you possess an unrefined secret technique does not mean others lack one or two methods of communication. Hey, Does little Xian know how foul your tongue is? If you have the ability, don't come begging me in the future. I shall not oblige. Relying solely on one's appearance for favor is a transient affair. Ha! Your arrogance is amusing. My looks surpass yours, so what? You are merely envious and resentful. Unlike you, who is all facade and no intellect. One remained composed while the other flushed with anger. Enough. Both of you, silence. Junyao, exasperated, found their conversation devoid of relevance. He then cast a stern glance at Chi Ying and gestured for Mo Xian to continue with the previous topic. I have encountered a beastman of the horse tribe capable of relaying messages across 1,000 miles through sacrifice. He is also present in this exiled forest. But what reason would he have to inform the beast god temple? Chi Ying still seemed unconvinced. Mo Xian dismissed any further debate. Junyao proposed. What if they demand Xian to appease them, and we refuse? The inhabitants of the exiled forest are desperate outlaws. What could be more satisfying to them than to destroy what they cannot possess? They wouldn't dare. Chi Ying's realization ignited a fierce anger within him at the thought of a horde of orcs pressuring little Xian for appeasement. Whether she wishes to appease them is Xian's own decision, but until then, I will not allow anyone to coerce her, Junyao asserted calmly yet firmly. Indeed. Those who harbor such unworthy thoughts deserve death. Mo Xian shot a cold glance at the two, stating, better to mistakenly eliminate than to let any guilty party escape. Yin, how did you discover this splendid place? Bai Xuan stood before the enchanting valley, momentarily lost in reverie. Observing her astonished expression, Qing Yin proudly raised his head. Declaring that no one knew this secluded forest better than he, it had been his secret sanctuary since childhood. Lingzhe scrutinized the valley, realizing why Junyao and Chi Ying had been persuaded by this fellow. Indeed, the choice of this refuge was impeccable. The entrance was modest, naturally concealed among the woods. Yet upon entering, a world of wonder unfolded. The first sight to greet them was a sea of blossoms, a vibrant array of exotic flowers vying for attention, their beauty transcending the mundane. A gentle stream meandered upward, producing a melodious sound that resonated harmoniously with the surroundings. Following the water's course led to a crystal-clear pond. Its depths visible, reflecting the azure sky, white clouds, and the surrounding lush greenery, resembling a stunning landscape painting. Above the pond cascaded a waterfall, resembling a silver ribbon. Long and gentle, shimmering under the sun's radiant glow. The sound of rushing water and the refreshing mist enveloped them, as if cleansing the world of all its dust, evoking a sense of tranquility. How beautiful! Bai Xuan exclaimed, unable to contain her awe. Indeed, only this place is worthy of Xian. Qing Yin continued to guide her in the exploration of their territory. Lingzhe nodded in agreement, transforming into a golden eagle to survey the terrain from above. With mountains, water, and picturesque scenery, the area was spacious and undoubtedly suitable for habitation. Allowing Qing Yin to join was certainly advantageous. At least this new dwelling was timely. Well, there's even a vast expanse of open land where we can cultivate. Qing Yin scratched his head, puzzled by Bai Xuan's affinity for farming. Recalling that the White Tiger clan was carnivorous. Of course I do. From now on, I shall be the farmer, and you all shall be my laborers. Ha ha ha. More like beastly laborers. Lingzhe corrected him as he reverted to human form beside Bai Xuan. Aren't they all my husbands? Bai Xuan playfully retorted. Lingzhe cleared his throat and nodded solemnly, while Qing Yin felt his ears redden. Bai Xuan gazed in astonishment, taken aback by Yan's unexpected innocence. Ah, at last. She had found someone she could tease. Chapter 40. The ox and the rabbit. Such an expansive valley could not be thoroughly explored in just a day or two. It was imperative to first devise a plan to establish a dwelling. Before long, Junyao and the others arrived as well. Bai Xuan dashed forward and beheld them dragging a colossal catch. Bai Xuan was also clutching a gray, lively rabbit. Chi Ying forcefully flung the Mo beast before Lingzhe and Qing Yin, exclaiming, "Here, this is for both of you, still fresh. Don't be too moved. Just dig in." With that, a smirk danced upon their lips as they regarded the pair. Junyao and Mo Xian synchronously presented their own quarry, then crossed their arms, eagerly awaiting the unfolding drama. Lingzhe's temples throbbed with irritation. Damn it, we've been played. Qing Yin, though puzzled, sensed an underlying discord and remained motionless. An air of tension enveloping the scene, as if a storm was brewing. Bai Xuan found it peculiar and quickly withdrew her curiosity about the colossal rabbit. What was happening? Yin, aren't you all hungry? Why aren't you eating? Speaking of which, she had never witnessed a beastman partake in a meal. They usually dined outside. As she noticed the little one casting curious glances, Lingzhe felt somewhat trapped, his gaze shifting to Chi Ying and his companions, cursing them inwardly. Darn it. Male eating habits were rather messy, and the little one was inherently cleanliness-oriented. If he were to eat in front of her, he would undoubtedly be met with disdain. Indeed. Why are you two still not eating? Chi Ying suppressed a laugh, wearing a mischievous expression. Mo Xian and Jun Yao chimed in with ill intentions, urging him not to waste their goodwill. Yes, have you ever seen a brother-in-arms who helps bring food? Chi Ying had just realized that the consumption of raw meat and blood was something females despised the most, and that it was imperative to shield Xian from such sights. Humph, the elders were right. Brothers-in-arms could be quite devious, always waiting for a chance to embarrass a rival in front of their beloved. Lingze was striving to devise a solution when suddenly an idea struck him. Little one, don't you wish to eat meat? Bai Xuan's eyes sparkled with delight, pleasantly surprised that she was included. However, her expression soon turned to one of concern as she lamented, but I haven't grown all my teeth yet. I'll take care of the prey first, and strive to ensure you get a taste, she declared. The others were skeptical, suspecting that Lingze was merely teasing Bai Xuan, and relished the opportunity to witness his embarrassment, especially since he always sought to impress his mistress. Are you skilled at cooking? Bai Xuan recalled him mentioning his culinary prowess, and thought it would be amusing to let him prove it. Of course, my cooking skills are commendable, and I frequently indulge in cooked dishes, unlike some who only feast on raw meat, showing little regard for hygiene. After casting aspersions on them, Lingze confidently dragged the prey away. Chi Ying rolled his eyes and leaned closer to Bai Xuan, whispering, they finished their raw meat without even cleaning their teeth, unlike me, who carries cleaning leaves for personal hygiene. With that, he cast a furtive glance at the three, noting their lack of aggression, and promptly hurried after Lingze, dragging along the remaining prey. Wait, I'm coming with you. Bai Xuan blinked, watching the two figures recede into the distance. Turning her gaze back to the three individuals wearing expressions of frustration, she suddenly grasped the situation and couldn't help but burst into laughter. Haha. How does it feel to lift a stone only to smash your own foot? Chi Ying scooped Bai Xuan into his arms and playfully ruffled her hair, glaring at her with a mix of mock ferocity and a hint of grievance. Little Xianer, you must not look down upon us. Do you hear? No. I do not look down upon you, she replied, her laughter ringing out once more. Bai Xuan was tickled by him, laughing so hard that she could barely catch her breath. Junyo shot a disapproving glance at Chi Ying, not holding back. He embraced Bai Xuan and, with a sigh of resignation, began to rub her back soothingly. Xianer, take it easy with the laughter. You might choke. Mo Xian, feeling somewhat uncomfortable, attempted to explain. Males don't typically spend much time on food. They usually transform into their beastly forms to consume it. Growing increasingly embarrassed, he added hurriedly, however, after we eat, we always clean ourselves up. It's quite hygienic, really. Bai Xuan ceased to smile, and I understood that their previous existence had been exceedingly rough. Now that they possessed better conditions, it was essential to live with a touch of refinement. Before her arrival, the frenzied chaos loomed over them like a sword, capable of claiming their lives at any moment. Who would bother about the delicacies of sustenance? Naturally, they focused on convenience alone, much like her experience in the apocalypse, where mere sustenance sufficed. However, now that time and energy were abundant, it was certainly time to treat oneself with greater care. Mo Xian nodded, recognizing that with a little female presence, they could no longer live like savages. Chi Ying rubbed his nose, realizing why the males with a wife often jested about the single beasts. It seemed they had indeed lived in a manner unbefitting of humanity. Junyo pondered as well. Having secured a new residence, it was time to elevate their standard of living, ensuring that Xianer would not endure hardship. With matters resolved, Bai Xuan turned her attention to the large rabbit. Observing her delight, Mo Xian smiled subtly, indicating that it was a long-eared beast with soft fur and a gentle temperament, which he had specifically captured alive to entertain her. Long-eared beast? Quite an apt description. In my region, we refer to it as a rabbit, though it is much smaller than this one. The three exchanged glances, reflecting thoughtfully. Junyo tentatively continued his introduction, mentioning that the three creatures earlier were called moo beasts. Oh, I call them cows, but your cows are absurdly large, nearly rivaling the elephants back home. Noticing her lack of further explanation, the trio refrained from probing deeper. Yet they could surmise that the little female's origins were likely not simple. At this moment, Bai Xuan was inwardly cursing. All she wished was to elucidate the differences in species between the two worlds, yet she was met with a gag order. Humph, that old man is truly petty. Observing their expressions, it seemed they were somewhat aware. In the future, when she displayed traits differing from the females of the beast realm, they would likely be more accepting. Are the rabbits here truly this large? though she was puzzled as to why the term for the young females differed from theirs. The three of them instinctively altered their address, as if this would draw them closer to her and help dismiss the unsettling feeling that Bai Xuan might vanish at any moment. Chi Ying, with his quick tongue, remarked that this was merely small. Adult rabbits could be twice this size. Bai Xuan is on the verge of retreating into herself, despite her earlier delight at having gained a few pounds recently. Alas, it appears that even a tiger pales in comparison to a mere rabbit. What an absurdity. Xian, will you keep this rabbit? Yes, I think I shall. This creature must surely be the weakest in the animal kingdom. It would serve perfectly as a gauge for testing my own combat prowess. Xian, release it so that it may scamper about, and I shall capture it once more. Bai Xuan, filled with eagerness, sharpened her claws, prepared to showcase her skills. The three hesitated, for although the rabbit was gentle, it could run surprisingly fast. Moreover, a rabbit that had not yet been domesticated posed a certain danger to the females without their restraint. Jun Yao pondered for a moment and delicately suggested, Xian is weary today. Shall we postpone the hunt for another time? Perhaps in a few days, she would forget about it altogether. No. I have insisted on hunting my own prey. Please let me have a try. Bai Xuan implored. Junyo and Mo Xian exchanged glances, silently agreeing to discreetly bend the rules, determined not to dampen the spirits of the little female. Please refrain from any underhanded tactics. I must ascertain my own capabilities. Otherwise, should I recklessly overestimate myself in the future, you will be unable to restrain me, Bai Xuan said wistfully. Upon hearing this, they could only suppress their thoughts and began to contemplate how best to console her afterward, hoping she wouldn't end up in tears. Seeing them comply, Bai Xuan felt satisfied. She was not one to crumble under pressure. She simply needed to discover how truly adept she was in this animal world. Chapter 41. The Hunt for Rabbits. Bai Xuan fixed her gaze intently on the large rabbit, positioning herself in a stance of predation. Then she instructed Mo Xian. When I count to 3, you must let go. 1, 2, 3. As soon as Mo Xian released his grip, the rabbit bolted, darting away in a swift blur. Bai Xuan paused for a fleeting moment, then immediately gave chase. Driven by a sense of pride, she could not afford to lose face in such a manner. Fortunately, the young white tiger's speed was not insignificant. At least in her estimation, it could match the pace of a third-tier ability user in the apocalyptic world. However, the creatures of this beastly realm were all exceptionally gifted, and she was merely a delicate little female at present. Junyu and the others watched anxiously, prepared to strike with their beastly powers the moment they sensed any threat to Xian. Bai Xuan pursued the rabbit with fervor, yet this creature proved to be exceedingly elusive. Each time she almost caught up, it would suddenly veer off at a sharp angle, forcing her to come to a screeching halt before resuming her chase. After several such encounters, Bai Xuan could no longer contain her frustration. Damn it, are you toying with me? The cunning rabbit was too sly. Thus, she resolved to abandon all pretense of fairness. Bai Xuan seized the opportune moment, utilizing her wood-based abilities to cultivate a patch of grass on the ground. The weeds instantaneously elongated and thickened, becoming remarkably resilient, and suddenly obstructed the path of the large rabbit, causing it to tumble several times. Observing this, Bai Xuan immediately approached with a triumphant demeanor, planting her foot firmly on the rabbit, which was nearly her size, and exclaimed, "Run now. Let us see how you escape." Once she had caught her breath, she noticed that the rabbit beneath her was utterly motionless. Had it perished? Was it so fragile? Leaning in for a closer inspection, the rabbit, which had seemed lifeless moments before, suddenly sprang to life, its formidable fangs poised to sink into her. Bai Xuan's pupils constricted as she swiftly unleashed her powers, piercing through the creature's head. Blood gushed forth, splattering her face. Truly a fade, she mused, feeling the warm, sticky liquid on her skin. She tentatively extended her tongue to taste it, detecting a metallic tang. Her body did not recoil, yet her mind struggled to accept it. Perhaps it is better to consume something cooked. The three individuals witnessing this scene felt their hearts leap into their throats. They could scarcely ponder how the wild vegetation had succumbed to the control of the petite female. They hurriedly rushed to her side to check on her well-being. "Xian, are you hurt?" Bai Xuan smiled broadly as she shook her head at them, the bloodstains on her face accentuating the luminous whiteness of her hair. The scene was nothing short of breathtaking. After confirming that Bai Xuan was unharmed, the three of them fell into a silence, gazing at the lifeless rabbit and her exuberance. Unsure of what to say, they had anticipated a delicate little mistress, one who required gentle care. Yet they were taken aback by her decisiveness that rivaled that of any male. "Am I impressive? Hey, are you even listening to me?" Xian was the first to snap back to reality, acknowledging her brilliance in discerning the rabbit's feigned death. The appearance of such a young female was indeed a divine blessing from the beast god, and it was only natural for her to be extraordinary. As her devoted followers, their sole duty was to cherish and protect all that she was. Moreover, those who have emerged from darkness will forever be grateful for the light that illuminates their path and will eagerly anticipate her flourishing. Chi Ying lifted her and tossed her playfully into the air a couple of times, exclaiming, "Xiao Xianer, you were absolutely magnificent just now." Bai Xuan's tail flicked upward once more, exuding a sense of confidence as she proclaimed, "See, I told you not to underestimate me. If you are willing to teach me earnestly, I assure you that I could provide us with fresh game every day." Although they had provided her with training equipment, Bai Xuan was acutely aware that they had not truly committed to her training. They were merely toying with her. "Haha. Then I shall eagerly await the day I can feast on the fruits of little Xianer's labor," Chi Ying jested, perceiving the levity in his tone. Bai Xuan felt a surge of indignation, unable to suppress a huff of annoyance. "Just you wait. One day, I shall bring you to your knees. And then we shall see if you can still manage a laugh." Jun Yao, however, took her words to heart, responding, "Since Xianer is keen on this, I shall teach you the art of hunting in the future." Bai Xuan's eyes widened in astonishment. "Really? You will teach me the techniques of fighting too?" Junyu smiled and nodded, "As you wish." Although they would never expect Xianer to engage in hunting, acquiring additional skills for self-preservation is undoubtedly beneficial. Moreover, her enthusiasm for learning is commendable. Protection is never a form of confinement. Rather, it is about safeguarding her to the utmost extent while allowing her to live freely and authentically. Bai Xuan, filled with excitement, leaped into Jun Yao's embrace and planted a fervent kiss upon his cheek, exclaiming, "You are truly considerate." Xian pressed his lips together, casting a glance at the spot where the little female had kissed, wishing he could bore a hole through it with his gaze. "Xian, I can teach you too. He cannot match my prowess." All right. Bai Xuan instinctively thought of pouncing to share the affection equally, only to be firmly pulled back by Jun Yao. Xian, with a stern expression, cast an unfriendly look at Jun Yao, who calmly stated, "Both Xianer and I take on the form of tigers. It is only fitting that I assume the role of her mentor, so you need not trouble yourself." As it seemed the two were on the verge of a quarrel, Bai Xuan hurriedly laughed and stealthily slid out of Jun Yao's arms. "A strategic retreat, haha. Well, Aze and Yin should be done by now. I'll go check on them." After just a few steps, she quietly returned to drag off her spoils. "Chi Ying, you needn't help." Bai Xuan immediately interjected, then leaned closer to whisper, "Just keep an eye on them. Don't let them start a fight." With that, she swiftly slipped away. The three watched her depart with amused expressions. Jun Yao spoke earnestly, "Xianer is unique. Excessive protection may stifle her natural disposition." Xian nodded in agreement. "Xian has a strong will. We must quickly find a harmonious way to interact with her. No one enjoys constantly opposing viewpoints, even if the intention is good." Chi Ying chuckled softly, raising an eyebrow. "Do you not find that this little Xianer is even more endearing? She epitomizes the ideal partner in his dreams. The beast god truly favors him." Reflecting on the image of the little female as she chased the long-eared beast, running freely and confidently, Xian couldn't help but smile. Indeed, she was adorable. Compared to a fragile treasure requiring constant care, having a companion who could fight alongside him was far more captivating. Watching Bai Xuan's retreating figure, Jun Yao's eyes brimmed with tenderness. A female like Xianer is rare in this world. In the beast realm, males who genuinely fall in love with their partners often meet unfortunate fates, as females tend to be fickle and self-serving. Under the constraints of contracts, males who lose favor or value typically face grim outcomes. Too many examples have left male beastmen wary of investing too much emotion, focusing solely on their duties to seek opportunities for solace. Consequently, the interaction between males and females is often perceived as a transaction of interests or a hierarchical relationship, devoid of genuine affection. After all, to offer one's heart while in a position of complete disadvantage is akin to courting one's own demise. Much like Afu. Yet, with Xianer as his partner, he is willing to wager his heart, believing she would never allow him to lose. The three hurried to catch up with Bai Xuan as they all strolled toward the stream. Chapter 42. Roasting meat by the stream. Ling Zhe's mood was far from delightful. "Zhe, you were truly impressive just now. I barely reacted and almost fell for their trick." As Qing Yin busied himself with the preparation of their catch, he chattered incessantly. The elders had often remarked that once one becomes a guardian beast, it is imperative to find allies. Otherwise, one would be left vulnerable to attacks from other beasts without any support. Those few individuals were indeed quite cunning. Thankfully, your reflexes were sharp. Ah, Zhe. You truly excel in the culinary arts. Might you impart some of your knowledge to me? Ling Zhe, growing increasingly irritable with the incessant chatter, urged him to be quiet. Instantly, Chi Ying fell silent, his mind racing. Has Zhe not grasped my intent to form an alliance, or does he simply wish to ignore me? Once the two had efficiently processed their prey, they set aside the juiciest cuts, consuming the rest. Given the male's substantial appetite, if they were to rely solely on cooked food, they would be preoccupied with cooking all day long, even in households with females. A male being able to partake in cooked meals, albeit occasionally, was regarded as a significant privilege. Ling Zhe gazed at the 3 neatly cleaned pieces of meat, feeling a twinge of frustration. No wonder those 3 sly individuals had refrained from bantering with him. They had been waiting for him to take the initiative. Without a pot, oil, or salt, no matter how skilled he was, he could hardly produce anything resembling decent cooked food. Cursed be the moment of petty disputes. Now he found himself in a predicament. The thought of the little one regarding him with disappointment made his heart tighten with anxiety. He had to ensure the meat was cooked, if only to let her savor its flavor, regardless of its palatability. Resolutely, Ling Zhe decided to forge ahead. He turned to the dazed Chi Ying and inquired, "Can you start a fire?" Chi Ying snapped back to reality and eagerly nodded. The elders had taught him, and he had even roasted meat before, albeit with less than stellar results. More often than not, it ended up burnt or charred, and he had singed his hands in the process, losing tufts of fur in his beast form. Nevertheless, he was confident in his ability to kindle a fire. Very well. Then, ignite the fire while I prepare, Ling Zhe instructed, wrapping the meat in leaves. Chi Ying, delighted, scurried off to gather firewood, relishing the chance to learn. Ling Zhe, utilizing the resources at hand, crafted a simple roasting rack from wood, fashioned several pairs of chopsticks, and selected a few stones to create 3 bowls and a couple of spoons. It is worth noting that male beasts in this world possessed remarkable dexterity. Within mere minutes, everything was prepared, and the fire was ablaze. With utmost seriousness, Ling Zhe began to roast the meat, treating it as if it were a cherished work of art, meticulously turning it to ensure even cooking, fearful of any blemish from overcooking. Chi Ying squatted beside the fire, occasionally adding more wood and tending to the flames, his face smudged with soot. As Bai Xuan arrived, she immediately leaped into Chi Ying's embrace, bursting into laughter. "Ah Yan, you resemble a dog or a cat, but certainly not a wolf." Chi Ying found himself unexpectedly toppled over, his eyes widening in surprise. The firewood stick he had been holding slipped from his grasp, and he instinctively wrapped his arms around her. Upon noticing the blood on her face, he was instantly filled with panic. Xian, how are you injured?" "I'm not hurt. It's just rabbit's blood." To assure him, Bai Xuan leaned in closer for him to see. The keen sense of smell possessed by beastmen could easily distinguish between the blood of a long-eared beast and that of a small female. As the 4 males cast mocking glances in their direction, Chi Ying awkwardly rubbed his nose, realizing that perhaps his heightened senses had momentarily failed him due to nervousness. Bai Xuan gingerly touched the blood on her face with her paw. It was sticky and made her fur all ruffled, causing her considerable discomfort. Without a second thought, she dashed to the stream, plunged her head into the water, and began to thrash about wildly, trying to wash it off, and even using her little paws to claw at it haphazardly. Guyao helplessly pinched the bridge of his nose, wondering how Bai Xuan could be so reckless. All right, I will help you clean up." Once she was restored to her pristine self, Bai Xuan lifted her head proudly and declared to Chi Ying and Ling Zhe, "Not only did I come away unscathed, but I also caught a rabbit." "Impressive, isn't it?" Having already learned that the rabbit referred to the long-eared beast, the two offered their enthusiastic praise. Thrilled by their compliments, Bai Xuan squinted her eyes in satisfaction, perhaps having never been praised before. The sudden attention from so many made her feel a bit uncontrollably childish. Chi Ying tossed the decapitated rabbit beside the fire and, glancing at the roasting meat, teased, "Oh, that meat looks quite tough. Are you sure little Xian can handle it?" Ling Zhe rolled his eyes at him, knowing it was not the time for rebuttal. However, crushing some of it should make it manageable. At least it could be swallowed, though its appearance might leave much to be desired. He only hoped the little one wouldn't be too picky later. Mo Xian remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on the roasting meat. This was a skill he had never mastered, and now that he had the chance to learn openly, he had no interest in making things difficult for anyone. Before long, a savory aroma wafted through the air, enveloping them in its enticing embrace. Bai Xuan strained to twitch her nose, tears unconsciously streaming down the corners of her mouth as she recalled how long it had been since she last tasted meat. Bai Xuan gazed intently at the roasted meat, words of praise tumbling forth effortlessly. How delightful it smells. To be so aromatic even without any seasoning, Aze's culinary skills are truly exceptional. Ling Zhe, unable to suppress the upward curve of his lips, remarked, "It will be ready shortly. If you enjoy it, I shall prepare it for you every day henceforth." Bai Xuan, puckering her lips, nodded fervently before promptly shaking her head, asserting with conviction, "How can we allow you to prepare all the meals for the family every day?" Ling Zhe was taken aback. He had never contemplated cooking for his rival. After all, prepared dishes were primarily consumed by females, and cooking was undoubtedly one of the means to vie for affection. What did it mean if other males were to sneak a few bites? Junyao, being the one who understood Bai Xuan best, proposed, "From now on, we shall take turns cooking, ensuring that you have meat to enjoy every day." Upon seeing the little female nod in agreement, Imo Xian and Chi Ying immediately tensed up. It seemed imperative for them to learn quickly, as they could not afford to fall behind. In a short while, the meat was thoroughly cooked. Bai Xuan swallowed hard, eagerly leaning forward. Ling Zhe quickly pressed his hand against her head, urging her to wait a moment as it was still scalding hot. He was crushing the meat into the bowl with force while explaining that the ingredients were humble and lacking in salt crystals, thus the flavor might not be particularly delightful. He cautioned her not to be disdainful. Not disdainful, not disdainful. Bai Xuan circled around him, her eyes gleaming with desire. Were it not for their repeated reminders that her teeth were not fully grown and she could not eat meat, she would have surely clutched the raw meat and taken a few bites. Moreover, the aroma of the roasted meat was simply irresistible. Aze was just being overly modest. Seeing the little female gazing at him with admiration, Ling Zhe felt a surge of joy bubbling within him, and he cast a disdainful glance at those who had tried to trip him up. Junyao pressed his lips together, preparing to join in and give it a try, while Imo Xian promptly followed suit, continuing to observe and learn in secret. Chi Ying curled his lip. This burly fellow had some genuine skills, and he couldn't allow himself to be outdone in the culinary department. After all, his own cooking assessment had received an A back in the day. The four of them began to manipulate the other two pieces of meat, engaging in a lively exchange of culinary skills. In the future, the one who could capture the little female's heart through this talent would have to rely on their own abilities. However, at present, it seemed that Ling Zhe held a slight advantage. Once the meat cooled and was thoroughly mashed, he began to feed the little one piece by piece, asking her how it was. Bai Xuan nodded vigorously, exclaiming how delicious it was, although it was indeed somewhat tough. For someone who had not tasted meat in over a decade, swallowing it whole was quite acceptable, as it would ultimately find its way into her stomach. Ah, the long-lost savor of meat. I feel as though I might die of happiness. Chapter 43. Fanning the flames or carrying water. After feeding her about 1/5, Ling Zhe paused, concerned that she might struggle with digestion and end up with a stomachache. Bai Xuan reclined upon Ling Zhe's lap, savoring the delectable aroma of the roasted meat while extolling the virtues of the chef. "Aze, you are truly remarkable. How fortunate I am to have you." Ling Zhe, tenderly rubbing the little one's belly, wore a perpetual smile upon his lips. The four individuals still engaged in the struggle of grilling meat observed this scene with a tinge of envy. What merit lay in culinary skills when they would soon master it themselves? In his delight, Ling Zhe unabashedly mocked the flustered quartet. "TSK, how is it that you cannot even manage to grill a piece of meat? I can already detect a charred scent. Be careful not to spoil the little one's stomach in your culinary endeavors." His gleeful expression, laced with mischief, added an endearing foolishness to his otherwise imposing features. Imo Xian and Chi Ying moved with a certain awkwardness, while Junyao and Chi Ying could barely contain their rising ire. They were, after all, individuals who had undergone proper training, albeit their hands were a touch unpracticed. Oh, it evokes the feeling of a maid reprimanding a young girl. Ha ha ha. Bai Xuan watched with great interest, almost yearning to grab a handful of sunflower seeds to snack on. She blinked, and suddenly, a new world unfolded before her. Perhaps an unbalanced bowl of water could be quite intriguing, don't you think? Bai Xuan, with a mischievous glint in her eyes, cleared her throat and inquired, "Who among you has eaten that rabbit?" "It was my very first catch." The five individuals abruptly halted, their gazes converging on the rabbit discarded nearby, igniting a fervor among them. In the next instant, they all surged forward, plunging the scene into disarray, while Bai Xuan watched from the sidelines, thoroughly amused. She felt she had experienced the delight akin to that of ancient emperors, relishing the spectacle of beautiful individuals vying for attention, which could easily allow her to indulge in a few extra bowls of rice. Lingzhe transformed into his beast form, seized the rabbit, and took flight. After successfully swallowing his prize, he let out a triumphant cry. The others, witnessing this, were filled with resentment and quickly surrounded Bai Xuan. Xianer cannot show favoritism. Little Xianer. I don't mind if mine is smaller than this one, but I must have a share. Xian, what he has, I should also have, right? Xian. I want one too. Originally an amused observer, Bai Xuan tactically retreated, chuckling to herself, wondering if she had inadvertently set a trap for her own foot. Upon landing, Lingzhe did not hold back his scorn, remarking, "How shameless. If you can't snatch it, it's your own ineptitude. How dare you ask the little one for a share? After all, what if she gets exhausted from catching so many prey?" The four soon realized their demands were futile and redirected their frustrations toward Lingzhe, who had emerged as the sole beneficiary. Observing their silence, Lingzhe became increasingly smug and contemplated taunting them further, but Bai Xuan swiftly interjected to defuse the tension. Ahem. Let us discuss this later, shall we? Oh my, look at their expressions. They seem ready to skewer Lingzhe. If he keeps speaking, he might just provoke a brawl. Bai Xuan thought. Hiki, why do I feel a bit excited? No, calm down. Upon hearing Bai Xuan's words, Junyao promptly stepped in to halt the conflict. Although the others were displeased with Lingzhe's showmanship before the little female, they were not foolish enough to lose sight of their priorities. Recognizing that Bai Xuan's wishes took precedence. Moreover, given the little female's temperament, it was improbable that she would consistently favor one individual. They would have ample opportunities to compete in the future. With the tension easing, Bai Xuan felt a sense of relief, albeit tinged with slight disappointment. Well, it seems that stoking the flames for entertainment is a bit unpredictable. Perhaps I should focus on learning to serve tea instead. With plenty of time remaining, the group settled around Bai Xuan, engaging in conversation to digest their earlier meal. Chi Ying hesitated several times, recalling the sight of the little female slaughtering the rabbit. His curiosity piqued. How did that grass heed little Xianer's command? Unable to contain himself any longer, he finally asked, only to receive a disapproving glare from Junyao. Frustrated, he thought, isn't it obvious how unique Xianer is? If she wished to speak, she would do so without prompting. Why must I meddle? Lingzhe, doesn't he fear that asking too many questions will annoy her? Bai Xuan had no intention of concealing the truth. The bond forged through the contract in the beast realm was exceedingly reliable, with their lives firmly in her grasp, rendering these 5 individuals utterly trustworthy. Furthermore, the enhancement of one's abilities could not solely rely on the absorption of crystal cores. Continuous practice was essential. She was counting on it to bolster her combat prowess. So there was no need to expend energy on secrecy. Bai Xuan directed her extraordinary ability into the verdant grass beneath, commanding it to twist and grow in circles. This phenomenon, known as wood-based powers, could hasten plant growth to aid in combat. Mo Xian recalled her swift and decisive technique when she dispatched a rabbit, praising her with admiration. Indeed, it can catch one off guard. Bai Xuan, already exceptional, felt a sense of security with such means of self-preservation. Lingzhe could not help but exclaim, "Our beast abilities lack such efficacy. This little one is truly remarkable." Of course, Bai Xuan replied, her tail held high in pride, as she orchestrated a dance of plants in midair. In the post-apocalyptic world, most people harbored envy and resentment towards her powers. It was the first time someone genuinely praised her without a hint of greed. Noticing her delight in compliments, Chi Ying extolled her virtues to the heavens and back. Junyao, observing her untroubled demeanor as she revealed her secret, felt reassured and joined in the applause and encouragement. Such flattery was music to Bai Xuan's ears. Surrounded by handsome admirers and sweet words, this was the life a beauty ought to lead, if only she were human. Bai Xuan was feeling quite pleased when Chi Ying suddenly remarked, gazing at the swinging vines, "From now on, Xiao Xian needn't prepare a whip to strike others." The crowd fell silent, collectively turning their gaze towards him in astonishment. Bai Xuan's smile faded, her gaze turning dangerously sharp as she fixed her eyes upon him. "Am I truly so violent in your eyes? Or do you secretly relish the sting of the whip, prompting such thoughts of me striking you?" Chi Ying raised an eyebrow, casting a sultry glance in her direction. His lips curled into a smirk. How could that be? Little Xianer is the epitome of tenderness and charm. However, if this whip were to be employed in the intimacy of the bedroom, I would undoubtedly find it most pleasurable. Bai Xuan, with her hair flowing like dark silk, exclaimed, "You, cunning fox, should silence yourself." Indeed, he never spoke a serious word. With that, She swiftly leaped forward, pinning him to the ground, her paws firmly covering his mouth. In the midst of their playful scuffle, she inadvertently stepped on something, causing Chi Ying to stifle a soft groan, his eyes glimmering with a hint of crimson. Pressing a gentle kiss upon her paw, Chi Ying enveloped her in his embrace, his voice a low, enchanting murmur once more, "Little Xian, your extraordinary abilities are such that you would surely hesitate to mar this exquisite form of mine. Besides, with the spirit spring water at hand, I am utterly indestructible. Do you not wish to test this?" His bare torso, invitingly exposed and alluring, left Bai Xuan momentarily speechless, as blush-inducing images involuntarily danced through her mind. Bai Xuan shook her head, her ears flushing with warmth, yet she stubbornly leaned closer to Chi Ying and fiercely declared, "Vixen, don't cry out in pain in the future." Chi Ying laughed, her laughter like a flurry of blossoms, assuring, "Rest assured, I shall ensure your satisfaction." Jun Yao's forehead twitched with irritation at the impropriety of it all, while Ling Zhe disdainfully averted his gaze, exuding an air of nonchalance. Mo Xian maintained a solemn and indifferent expression, deeming the situation beneath his concern. Qing Yan, with a bashful demeanor, chimed in, Xian, I can do it too." Upon hearing such a multitude of voices, Bai Xuan suddenly remembered the presence of others around her, and all her whimsical thoughts evaporated. Clearing her throat awkwardly, she sought to divert the conversation. "Well, my ability doesn't allow me to control the growth of all plants. It has no effect on edible ones at all." The mere thought of it left Bai Xuan feeling utterly disheartened. If only she could nurture edible plants, she would not have to endure the gnawing hunger that plagued her during the apocalypse. Jun Yao comforted her. "Xianer, you are already remarkable enough. Do not be too hard on yourself." Ling Zhe also looked at her with a hint of helplessness, saying, "Little one, don't always feel the need to excel in everything. You still have us." Bai Xuan remained silent, understanding that relying on oneself is far more reliable than depending on others. Possessing additional skills can never be a disadvantage. Observing her demeanor, the others realized that she had yet to fully open her heart to them, and they sighed inwardly. Chi Ying resumed his playful banter, remarking, "In your current state, we must be on constant alert for rivals. Can you truly believe that acquiring more talents would make us feel inferior?" Bai Xuan chuckled softly as she playfully patted his face. "Therefore, do focus on enhancing your beastly abilities and refrain from indulging in nonsensical thoughts. Be cautious, or I might just dismiss you. How could serving my beloved wife be considered trivial?" He retorted, "Little Xian, do not entertain the notion of casting me aside. I am resolutely committed to you for life." Xian, I feel the same," he added. "Humph, such flattery." Bai Xuan, engaged in playful banter with them, suddenly felt a profound sense of tranquility, genuinely grateful to the old man for bringing her to this place. Mo Xian then spoke, "Xian, if you desire any fruit, we can procure it for you at any time. If need be, we can even cultivate some in our space for your convenience." Bai Xuan nodded, recognizing the importance of utilizing the space wisely and planning what to cultivate. Junya remarked, "The sky is darkening. Xiana should get some rest. Ling Zhe, please assist Xiana with her washing. The four of us will gather materials to commence the construction of the house tomorrow. It's rather late now, and everyone is weary. Perhaps we should postpone until tomorrow? It's of no consequence. This task is trivial, and we shall return promptly. Our night vision capabilities are exceptional, so little Xianer need not worry. It's wise to prepare early so we can swiftly move into our new home. That dilapidated cave is no longer suitable for you. Very well, do take care, and I shall wait for your return before I sleep." The hearts of the group felt as though they were immersed in honey. Sweet and blissful, Qing Yin bounced joyfully as she walked, her happiness fueling her with boundless energy. Chapter 44. Ling Zhe's past once the unwelcome individuals departed. Ling Zhe delightedly attended to the little one's bath, employing a few special techniques as he washed her. "I'm uncomfortable." Bai Xuan indulged in a soft sigh. "Zhe, do you gentlemen's virtue classes also teach massage techniques?" Ling Zhe paused momentarily. Gentleman's virtue class? The name indeed seemed fitting. He then replied, "This is not taught by a wizard. I learned it from my father. My mother is also a female of the tiger tribe, and my father often endeavored to please her in such a manner." Strangely, Bai Xuan discerned a hint of sorrow in his tone. After a moment's contemplation, she ventured, "Your father must be an exceptionally gentle male to have imparted such skills to you." Ling Zhe, taken aback with delight, inquired, "What do you call him?" Bai Xuan was perplexed. "Father, we have both made our seals. Your beast is not my beast? Is there another term for it?" Seeing the confusion etched on her face, Ling Zhe's heart, once filled with excitement, now sank slightly. "No, this name is quite fitting. In the beast realm, females held a distinguished status from birth, cherished by the entire tribe, often looking down upon their brothers and even their biological fathers. For a guardian beast, receiving the affectionate title of father from a young female is a tremendous honor, signifying the guardian's esteemed position in her eyes. Typically, such affection is reserved for the legitimate mate. But it was evident that the little one did not grasp this nuance. Lingze chose not to elaborate further. He understood in his heart that he was not destined to hold that esteemed position. He would regard her calling him father as a mere figment of his imagination. If only his father in the heavens were aware, he would surely rejoice. Aze, what are you pondering? Bai Xuan called out to him several times before Lingze finally snapped back to reality. He pressed his lips together and, feeling a touch of nervousness, inquired, "Would the little one like to hear my story?" Bai Xuan chuckled, saying, "As long as you are willing to share, I am more than eager to listen." Lingze's lips curled into a joyful smile. It seemed that the little one was keen to understand him, which indicated that his standing in her heart was not insignificant. His deep, resonant voice began to unfold the tale. My grandfather was the 5th chieftain of the Songlong Feather clan, while my grandmother held the rank of a B-class female within the tribe, boasting not only 5 beast husbands, but also a multitude of admirers. Although my grandfather was the legitimate husband, he garnered little affection from my grandmother due to his preoccupation with tribal affairs. My father was the firstborn of my grandmother. Yet due to his frail constitution and lackluster talents, he was overlooked by the clan. Despite the Feather clan's belief in the supremacy of strength, my father was the rightful heir to the title of young chieftain, rendering him a target of disdain among several uncles. As the competition for the title of young chieftain escalated, my grandfather sought to safeguard my father from persecution by arranging a marriage alliance with the Tiger clan, thus elevating my father to the position of the 5th guardian of the matriarch, allowing him to escape the turmoil within the Feather clan. Bai Xuan's fur had dried, and she nestled quietly in Lingze's embrace, listening to him recount his lineage and past. Her mother, a B-class female, had only accepted 2 followers, and the atmosphere at home was relatively harmonious, leading her father to believe he had chosen well. Unfortunately, this bliss was short-lived. Her father was gravely injured during a hunting expedition. The wound went untreated for an extended period, allowing foul energy to invade, causing his rage levels to escalate dramatically. He returned home, dragging his injured arm, expecting solace from his mate, only to be met with unhesitating abandonment. At that time, she had just taken her form and was unaware of the implications. Yet, she vividly recalled her mother's chilling words, "I do not keep the worthless," and the trembling, gradually cooling hand of her father as he held her. From the moment she severed the bond, her father's death seemed inevitable. The foul energy erupted, leading to his complete madness. The wild beast rampaged, and he was slain on the spot. Everything felt surreal. The following day, her mother took a new mate, as if neither her father nor she had ever existed, resuming life with unsettling normalcy. Lingze's tone conveyed only sorrow and indignation over her father's untimely demise. Yet he spoke of his mother's actions with remarkable calmness. In the beast world, such occurrences were commonplace, and everyone had grown accustomed to them, regardless of their rank. Females could only forge bonds with 5 males. The stronger the mate, the longer their lifespan. However, once a male fully succumbed to madness, the bond would adversely affect the female's mental state. Thus, while females routinely cleansed their mates of foul energy, they would not risk comforting them in the event of an accident. Instead, they would promptly dissolve the bond to make way for a new partner. Bai Xuan experienced, for the first time, the profound extent to which females exert control over males in this world. As a beneficiary of this dynamic, she found herself somewhat reticent. However, every realm possesses its own set of governing principles, and it would be unwise for her to naively position herself against all females in an attempt to rescue those males who were oppressed. Bai Xuan was utterly convinced that she was not so altruistic, nor did she possess the time or inclination to instill her values upon the world as females. The only thing she could do was to live well with the 5 of them. Lingze noticed the little one furrowing her brow and further elucidated. Almost all males who succumb to madness will find themselves abandoned by those they once held dear. No one would blame the female beasts, not even my father, and I would have the right to reproach her. My heart aches for my father who offered his heart unreservedly, yet received not a shred of hesitation or sorrow in return, not even a pretense of it. In truth, even if the female were willing to take the risk to save him, her other mates and kin would undoubtedly intervene. After all, it is all too common for males to spiral into madness when faced with the potential loss of a high-ranking beast man. due to a female's injury or degradation. They would naturally opt to sacrifice one individual. Moreover, many males covet the position of a new mate with keen eyes. Unfortunately, my father was Navi, fixating on the female's face before his descent into madness, stubbornly hoping to discern even the slightest trace of reluctance or sorrow. Yet all he found was a visage of indifference and impatience. Seeing Ling Zai engulfed in sorrow, Bai Xuan tenderly tightened her embrace around his neck, gently nuzzling his cheek. "Do not be disheartened. I will cherish you well and will never allow you to follow in my father's footsteps." Ling Zai reciprocated her embrace, casting aside his previous gloom, his smile radiating vigor. "I believe you," he exclaimed. Then, he cupped Bai Xuan's face, his gaze fixed intently upon her. "If that day were ever to come, it would surely be because I have caused you pain. In the moment before severing our bond, allow me the honor of ending my own life as an apology to you. Even in death, I shall forever be your husband." Bai Xuan swiftly covered his mouth with her hand, exclaiming in dismay, "What nonsense are you spouting? Why must you cultivate such a fixation on love?" Yet, deep within, she felt a surge of happiness. What could this mean? Meeting his obsessive and domineering gaze, Bai Xuan gently pressed her lips to the corner of his mouth, causing Ling Zai's expression to soften in an instant, revealing a glimmer of elusive light in his eyes. Bai Xuan's ears flushed slightly as she turned her head away, avoiding his gaze. All right, she said. "Please tell me how you became the young master of the Feather Clan and how you ended up here. I am eager to hear." Chapter 45, Revenge, Is It Cruel? Ling Zai's expression grew slightly cold, losing the softness it had just possessed, his brows sharpening instantly. The death of my father was, in truth, a scheme orchestrated by the clan leader and his favorite son. It turns out that back then, the Red Tiger clan was merely a small tribe. Hearing that the Songlong Feather clan was interested in an alliance through marriage, an unfortunate incident led to the untimely demise of a mate of Ling Zai's mother, Lan Rua. Consequently, the leader of the Red Tiger clan took the initiative to propose the union, which ultimately came to fruition. Initially, the leader's only son, Tu He, was deeply dissatisfied. However, upon discovering his father's ulterior motives, he quickly subdued his discontent. As anticipated, shortly after the old clan leader of the Songlong Feather clan abdicated to enjoy his twilight years, the leader and his son commenced their preparations. During this time, Ling Zai dared not contemplate how many within the clan were complicit in this treachery. On that fateful outing, only my father was injured, with no one to offer assistance. Ironically, before my father even returned, my mother had already heard from others that he was gravely wounded. And even if he managed to suppress the internal turmoil, he would be rendered useless. Everything was a trap, designed to extract every ounce of value from my father's alliance before discarding him without hesitation. He had calculated my mother's ruthlessness, the clan's lack of loyalty, and, regrettably, my own inadequacy. Bai Xuan gently brushed her tail against Ling Zai's palm, offering comfort. "Do not be disheartened. This is not your fault. The male cub was born in beast form, and even upon transforming into human form at the age of 5, he remained merely a child. What could Ling Zai possibly have done during that time?" He smiled, for with her presence, all the hardships he had endured in the past had become mere tales. Upon learning the truth, he no longer wished to delve into whether his mother beast was aware of the circumstances. Regardless, the Chi clan owed a debt to his father, and as his son, it was his duty to reclaim it. After his father departed, his mother beast abandoned him. The clan leader, still wary of his grandfather's existence, concealed the news of his father's death and did not return him to the clan, instead leaving him in the solitary male den to fend for himself. In the beast realm, females exhibit little affection for their offspring, as they are spared the agony of childbirth and the worries of nurturing their young. Male cubs are raised by their fathers, while female cubs are supported by the tribe. To these mothers, both male and female cubs are merely instruments to elevate their own status. Bai Xuan furrowed her brows, uncertain whether the nurturing tree was a blessing or a curse, as it seemed to have extinguished any semblance of maternal affection for her offspring. During that period, "You must have endured immense hardship," she murmured, resting her head against his chest. Suddenly, memories of her past life in the orphanage flooded back. At least she had been provided for, while the Chi tribe leader would have relished the thought of A's perishing there. Did they believe that without A's, their misdeeds would remain concealed, as if nothing ever transpired? A conflagration of indignation simmered within her, seeking an outlet. At least it hastened my understanding of survival and revealed the sinister circumstances surrounding my father's demise. A mere 5-year-old cub, even if an unappreciated male, would not have been overlooked by the entire tribe unless someone wished for his demise. All that transpired was witnessed by the tribe's folk. Yet not a soul spoke a word of justice for him or his father. Some even took pleasure in suggesting that his father was simply outmatched. And thus the tribe bore no blame. Upon uncovering the truth, I departed the Chihu tribe alone, striving to enhance my strength while seeking opportunities for vengeance. Ling Zai's tone turned vicious. Since he relished plotting, I would ensure he tasted the bitterness of his own schemes. Magical crystals are exceedingly rare beyond the Exile Forest, and solitary magical beast cubs are coveted resources among high-ranking beastmen. Tu Chang and Tu Hu, father and son, were avaricious and self-serving. I baited them with news of the magical beast cub, inciting discord between the two, and then orchestrated their solitary hunt, leading them into my carefully laid trap, leaving them with no chance of escape. At that time, Ling Zai was merely at the 3rd tier. To slay 2 7-striped beasts by his own strength was an impossibility. Thus, he resorted to cunning. Fortunately, his resolve was unwavering. After 11 years of meticulous planning, he ultimately harnessed the domain power of the magical beasts to eliminate them unnoticed. To outsiders, it appeared as though they had inadvertently trespassed into the realm of the beasts. You are remarkable. The fury within Bai Xuan finally dissipated. A gentleman's vengeance is never too late. Ling Zai's gaze wandered, slightly uneasy. Would the little one perceive him as merciless? Bai Xuan shook her head and sincerely remarked, "To bear a grudge without retaliation is the mark of a coward, while to strike recklessly is the folly of a fool. In the matter of avenging your father, you have performed admirably." With a hint of youthful awkwardness, he confessed, "Well, I even stealthily returned to shave off all the hair from the mother beast." Her laughter rang out joyously, devoid of any shame for his methods, and she showed no inclination to defend the female Lanrua. Ling Zai felt an immense joy swell within him. As their laughter continued, he noticed his eyes begin to glisten with unshed tears. After the deaths of Tu Chang and Tu Hu, the Red Tiger tribe faced a wave of monstrous beasts, leading to the destruction of their lands and forcing the tribe's people to seek refuge with others, perhaps due to the ruthlessness of that severed bond. Lanrua began to spread tales of his madness, claiming he had annihilated his maternal clan. Consequently, from the age of 16, he gained a notorious reputation, even raising doubts in the mind of his grandfather upon their first meeting regarding the veracity of the rumors circulating about him. Ling Zai spoke in a somewhat sullen tone. "In those days, I was young and impetuous, too proud to offer explanations. I merely held my chin high, resulting in my grandfather's firm belief that I was the culprit. That was your mother's family. Why were you so merciless?" That single inquiry extinguished any affection I had for my grandfather. Perhaps he cherished my father, but I was not held in the same regard, perhaps because I lacked the tranquil demeanor of bamboo and chrysanthemum. Even when the truth was eventually revealed, my grandfather still perceived my actions as lacking in integrity. He would say, "This child harbors too much malice. He must cultivate his character." This felt like a thorn deeply embedded in Ling Zai's heart, leading him to question whether he was worthy of being his father's son. Yet now, Bai Xuan effortlessly extracted that thorn. She boldly declared, "The fate of the Red Tiger clan is a consequence of their own making. Heaven punishes them for their past complicity. Your grandfather is merely a stubborn old fool. Disregard his words. Maya Zai is magnificent, a singular being in this world. One cannot urge others to be virtuous without having experienced their suffering, especially since she has always been protective." Ling Zai laughed heartily, unable to resist twirling her around joyously. "Having grown up with weak family ties, will my wife shower me with more affection in the future?" Bai Xuan promptly nodded, whether towards Lanrua or her grandfather. Zai had indeed yearned for familial affection. Listening to his pitiful tone stirred her heart with compassion. Observing the little one agree so readily, a glint of cunning flickered momentarily in Ling Zai's eyes. If Bai Xuan were to realize that this promise would jeopardize her delicate waist in the future, she would likely not hesitate to abandon her affections for the man entirely. Chapter 46. The Conspiracy of Jiuyun Peak. Little one, it's time for you to sleep. We should return now. Ah, but you haven't finished your story. How did you become the young clan leader? How else could I have ascended? It was through relentless competition and strife, of course. My grandfather believed my temperament to be lacking. Thus, he needed to make me understand that it was precisely my vengeful and decisive nature that would allow me to reclaim the position I wished to pass on to my father. As for being schemed against and exiled to this forsaken forest, it was a testament to my inferiority and skill, and I accept the consequences of my wager. However, there is no need to share this with the little one, as it would not evoke the desired sympathy and might instead undermine the formidable image I have just established. Jun Yao and the others had gathered a considerable amount of firewood, and upon noticing the late hour, they decided to return. The 6 of them retired early to rest. Yet the others found themselves unable to sleep. In the Exile Forest, the living quarters of the beastmen were limited. Only the 6 patterned beasts could claim a mountain peak as their territory, with one notable exception. Atop Jiuyun Peak, the scene was ablaze with light. The main cave was resplendent, adorned with shimmering night pearls, and even the tables and teacups were encrusted with jewels, exquisitely carved to perfection. Upon her arrival, Bai Xuan was met with a scene that would leave no doubt in her mind that she had entered a primitive society. The 5th-tier peacock beastman, Liang, was presently gathering the 5-striped and 6-striped beasts of the Exile Forest atop his mountain, preparing to reveal a staggering secret. Inside the cave, around 10 beastmen were seated. Yet it was not crowded. In the face of this exquisite and opulent dwelling, the onlookers exhibited no response. Some were unperturbed as they were already aware of the reasons, while others scoffed, their heads firmly lodged in their waistbands, lacking the leisure to concern themselves with such trivialities. If one were to speak of the most charismatic figure in the Exile Forest, it would undoubtedly be Liang. After all, he was accompanied by 2 6-striped beasts who had already formed pairs and could freely traverse the forest. What could Liang possibly want by summoning us all? Was it not said to pertain to the little female? Well then, let us listen. Have you all encountered the little female? Not yet. Zhun Yao and his companions are quite protective, and besides, there is that formidable weapon, emotion, around. I haven't even caught a glimpse of her fur. I've heard that someone encountered her today, but before they could exchange a word, they were met with a barrage of blows. I have never witnessed such domineering guardian beasts. At least they could feign some semblance of gentility. There are no tribal rules binding us here. Who cares for those hollow titles? The murmurs continued within, while outside, Liang awaited the arrival of the remaining few. Shaoqing, have you sent someone to summon them? Your Highness, it has been done, but his relationship with Ling Zhe, no matter, Ling Zhe has yet to ascend. Perhaps he can be swayed. The 6th-tier porcupine beastman. Meng Kue, growing impatient as he listened to their aimless chatter, called out to the outside, Scruffy bird. If you keep me waiting for so long without delivering what I wish to hear, beware of the consequences. Yu Qing, intent on confronting him, was halted by Liang. With a leisurely stride, Liang entered, his face marred with bruises, yet he could not conceal his past elegance. He spoke amiably, Brother Kue, please remain calm. My younger brother, who values his appearance so dearly, has braved this injury to invite you all here. Surely there is pressing business at hand. I kindly ask you to wait a moment longer, as a few 6th-tier warriors are yet to arrive. This matter is of great significance and requires our collective deliberation. Upon hearing this, the previously noisy cave fell silent, as everyone pondered what could possibly warrant such gravity from him. Once all had assembled, Liang wasted no time in revealing. Zhun Yao, Mo Xian, and Chi Ying have all attained the 7th stripe, and their conditions remain stable with no signs of frenzy. How can that be? The seal can only suppress the frenzy value, without an adult female to soothe them. It is impossible for them to ascend to the 7th tier unscathed. Liang, remarkably composed, gestured to the injuries on his face. Today, I fortuitously encountered the little female. And before I could even approach to converse, I was met with their assault. Though I had the protection of 2 6-striped beasts, I was utterly defenseless against them. And the 7 beast energy stripes on their arms, I could not have misidentified. The 6th-order lion beast man, Nisi, narrowed his eyes. So, you called us here to suggest that all of this is the accomplishment of that little female? Seeing Liang nod, the breaths of the assembled crowd grew hurried. Meng Kue stood up in astonishment, pacing back and forth with his hands clasped behind his back. Could that little female be the legendary S-class? At this thought, he struck his thigh vigorously, lamenting that he should have shamelessly engaged in conversation with her earlier. What was a bruised face to him? He could always transform it into something amusing and endearing. What if that little female happened to take a liking to him? Wait, S-class shouldn't he be able to use mental power before transforming, right? Then tell me, why are Junyao and the others still alive and well at 7th order? Consider this. The Beast God Temple only houses A-class females. How could an S-class possibly appear in the exiled forest? It's not impossible. The females of the Beast God Temple were all deceived by that wretched priest. Perhaps the Beast God, seeing our plight, sent a female over to us? The group was in an uproar, and Liang's gaze turned toward Tingyue. Your brother Lingza is also the guardian beast of the little female. Do you know any details that you could share with us? Tingyue remained expressionless, stating, after my elder brother formed the seal, I have not seen him since. My knowledge pales in comparison to yours. He was reluctant to wade into this murky water, but he felt obliged to give Tianyang face. Furthermore, should they truly take any action, he would be in a position to alert them. Oh, I see. However, Lingza is still at 6th order. I wonder if there are any discrepancies among their guardian beasts. Tianyang said no more, leaving the rest for them to speculate upon. Whether their guesses were accurate or not was of no concern to him. Nisi's eyes flickered with a different possibility. Perhaps Jun Yao and his companions were enticing the little female at the cost of her well-being to pacify her. Such soothing was extremely exhausting and required intimate contact, though to what extent that intimacy reached was uncertain. Many males present gasped in shock, some indignantly slamming their hands down, exclaiming how outrageous it was. They never expected them to be so inhumane. No wonder they hid the little female so thoroughly. One could only imagine the suffering she had endured. Some males hesitated to speak, murmuring softly that Jun Yao and his companions had a fairly decent reputation. Surely they wouldn't be so deranged. In the beast world continent, as long as one was not a mad beast. The principles of respecting and protecting females were almost ingrained in their very bones. How could they dare harm a young female without fearing divine retribution? Nisi scoffed coldly. If that were not the case, do you believe we would still have the opportunity to approach the little female? Or are you content to watch as they progress to 8th order while continuing to shield her from all scrutiny? The males, coming to their senses, had a single word spring to mind: slander. Some astute individuals began to follow the train of thought, to clarify that they had not harmed the little female. They must allow us to see her. Yes, we must protect the little female and supervise them. Indeed, supervision is imperative. We must oversee them daily. Tianyang curled his lips into a slight smirk upon observing the furrowed brow of Tingyue, and spoke once more. Lingza appears not to have conspired with them. Might you be willing to investigate this matter for us? The crowd collectively held their breath, their gazes directed towards Tingyue. This was but a figment of imagination. Should Jun Yao and his companions become aware of it prematurely, how could they fabricate accusations? Tingyue fixed a penetrating gaze upon Tianyang, who remained unfazed. I shall not partake in this matter. I implore you to act with prudence. With that, he departed early. Menkue, observing his retreating figure, voiced a concern. Could he possibly divulge our secrets? Perhaps we should bind him? Nisi scoffed dismissively, saying, no need for such measures, as long as we act swiftly. Once the news of the guardian beast coercing the females spreads, can Juyao truly annihilate us all? Females abhor bloodshed above all. After further deliberation, the assembly eventually dispersed. Chapter 47. Whispers of rumor. Yu Qing expressed her apprehension. Your Highness, might this provoke displeasure from that little female? Tianyang, applying ointment to his wounds, waved his hand nonchalantly. It matters not. This scheme was not of my design. I merely wished to inform them of Junyao's ascension. Moreover, did we not send Tingyue to relay the message? Regardless of the outcome, I stand in solidarity with the little female. Yet come tomorrow, the other males exiled to the forest shall surely be restless. Does this not invite further contention for your favor? It is clear to all that the intention is either to confront Jun Yao or to seek recognition before the little female under the guise of a campaign. Without this endeavor, I would not encounter her. I must take the chance, for it is my sole opportunity to venture out. My elder brother has sent trusted aides to protect me. Yet his own circumstances may be dire. Tianyang, the second prince of the Lingyu Beast King City, had last year shielded his elder brother from a covert assassination attempt, leading to a significant increase in his own volatile state, resulting in his forced exile to the forest. The elder brother, Changli, wishing for his brother's well-being, not only sent 2 6th-tier trusted guards to provide close protection in exile, but also frequently dispatched supplies. This is the reason for Tianyang's unique standing in the wilderness. He embodies a glimmer of hope for escape. On the following day, the rumors of Junyao and his companions coercing and tormenting the little female spread rapidly, reaching nearly every beastman in the Exile Forest. Many lower-tier beastmen gathered outside Junyao's territory, demanding an explanation and insisting upon seeing the little female before they would feel at ease. Bai Xuan nearly awoke from the commotion, while Mo Xian's expression darkened, wishing he could eradicate them all at once. Junyao had erected a soundproof barrier, allowing Xianer to continue her slumber. Indeed, our suspicions were confirmed, however. Their response was alarmingly swift, as if someone were inciting them. Chi Ying derisively mocked, a pack of fools being used as pawns. Even their rhetoric is taught by others. Otherwise, how would these lowly beastmen dare to raise such a ruckus on our territory, remaining conveniently outside the range of our beastly might? Qing Yin was diligently discerning whether any of his subordinates were present. Should he find them, he would not hesitate to twist their heads off. Upon detecting the signal emitted by Teng Yu, Ling Zhe remarked. My brother is approaching from the other side. He may possess some insights. Perhaps we should invite him in for a discussion? Just then, as Junyo finished speaking, Bai Xuan groggily opened her eyes. What are you all discussing so early? She inquired. Upon seeing her awaken, Imo Xian immediately adopted a gentler demeanor. Oh, it's nothing. Ling Zhe has a guest visiting. Shall I keep you company for a little longer? Bai Xuan shook her head, struggling to rise. I shall meet them as well. Junyao exchanged glances with a few others and nodded. This matter was inherently related to Xin'er, and there was no need for concealment. They need not sound alarms merely because a male was to meet Xin'er. She deserved her own space. After Chi Ying assisted her with a brief freshening up, Ling Zhe brought her in. Upon seeing Bai Xuan, Tang Yu cast a fleeting glance before immediately lowering his eyelids, slightly bowing. With his right fist resting against his left shoulder, performing a salute. Tang Yu, of the Eagle Beast, pays his respects to the lady. The five present were pleased with this display. Although he did not kneel, he still addressed her with the title of lady, indicating no inappropriate intentions, especially for Imo Xian, whose somber expression finally softened. He also adopted a courteous demeanor. Bai Xuan was momentarily taken aback. The etiquette of the beast realm was indeed a delightful sight. However, she now pondered whether she should say please be at ease or refrain from excessive courtesy. Well, let us take a seat and converse. In just a few days since Bai Xuan's arrival, they have crafted a considerable amount of furniture during their leisure time. Although it does not compare to the opulence of Tianyang's abode, it possesses all the essential elements. I am Bai Xuan. You are Aze's younger brother? Tung Yu inquired. I dare not presume. He replied hastily. It is only through the grace of the young clan leader that I am able to call you elder brother. Bai Xuan silently scoffed at his overly formal demeanor and discreetly gestured for them to continue their conversation while she focused on her breakfast. In the beastly realm, the female assumes the role of the head of the household, and the male can only speak in the presence of guests with the wife's consent. Jun Yao understood that Bai Xuan did not concern herself with such protocols. However, in the presence of outsiders, certain decorum must be upheld. He had previously discussed this with the others, fearing that their casualness might lead to excessive familiarity over time, potentially disregarding Xin'er's wishes. Last night, Tianyang had gathered them together. Tang Yi recounted the events in detail, refraining from any personal commentary, a habit he had cultivated over the years in reporting matters. Upon hearing this, Ling Zhe raised an eyebrow, as Tsang Lang and Ling Yu were quite distant from one another, unaware of the second prince's duplicitous thoughts. A sanctimonious hypocrite. Although NIC had been manipulated by that flower peacock, his intentions were inherently unwholesome and could not be tolerated. Let them be. Once they have exhausted all their tactics, we shall settle the score together. After Bai Xuan had fallen asleep the previous night, the five of them had deliberated on countermeasures. Any trickery would be laughable in the face of absolute power. Once they found themselves bereft of options, it would be easy to ensnare them and firmly seize control of the Exile Forest. The two six-patterned beasts by Tianyang's side posed a dilemma, as one could never know whether they would relay any information outside. Then let us eliminate them, Imo Xian stated without hesitation. Jun Yao traced his fingers thoughtfully, knowing that Chang Li was the next beast king under Ling Yu and should not be offended, as they would eventually need to venture out. Let us incapacitate them for now. Without the shaman, their injuries will be difficult to heal, provided they do not roam freely. Tang Yu was filled with trepidation. Not because he found them ruthless, he had committed far worse acts, but because it was shocking to speak of such violent and bloody matters in the presence of a female sovereign. He glanced at Bai Xuan several times only to find her savoring a fruit with great delight, utterly unfazed. Tang Yu felt somewhat dazed. Which female would remain composed upon hearing such words? Wouldn't they typically erupt in outrage, branding them as barbaric and cruel? Had NIC and the others truly guessed correctly that this young female had been so easily charmed into submission within just a few days? Ting Yue was nearly engulfed by confusion, yet his exterior betrayed nothing. Lingzi sensed a hint of this, but chose not to elaborate, knowing that those beneath him would navigate the nuances themselves. Chapter 48. The Marvelous Plant. As their conversation drew to a close, noticing that Lingzi had matters to discuss privately with Ting Yue, Jun Yao and the others took the satiated Bai Xuan to their new residence to deliberate on the construction of their dwelling. They left behind a few traces of beastly energy, carefully concealing their presence, ensuring that the outside orcs remained oblivious to their departure, allowing them to cause a ruckus. It was imperative to keep a tight rein on the exiled clansmen in the forest, particularly wary of those with noble intentions. Although they were both avian, Songlong and Ling Yu were fundamentally different in their motives. Indeed, Lingzi said, patting Ting Yue's shoulder. You have endured much hardship over the years, having been drawn into this exiled forest due to my influence. I fear you might harbor resentment towards me. Brother, do not speak of it. You saved my life. And without your protection, our survival here would have been exceedingly difficult, Ting Yue replied earnestly. I trust you, yet I worry that others may not share the same sentiment. Lingzi remarked, his tone laden with ambiguity. Ting Yue's eyes sharpened with understanding. Your subordinates comprehend this. Lingzi stood with his hands clasped behind his back, silently observing Ting Yue's departure. In the past, devoid of hope, he had indulged in the misbehavior of some restless subordinates. Now, with those he wished to protect, his blade must be clean and keen. Aha. The thoughts of those orcs are truly absurd. By this logic, my earlier assumption that forming a bond was akin to establishing a partnership seems rather reasonable. Does it not? Their minds are indeed filthy. And what of me? You, my friend, are merely a little lecher, Junyao chuckled. Recalling the peculiar expression on Xian'er's face as she oscillated between anticipation and struggle, Bai Xuan puffed her cheeks and huffed. If you are not lecherous and do not yearn for romance, then do not seek to be my partner in the future. Chi Ying laughed heartily, feigning disdain as she teased her. How could they even conceive such a notion? With your delicate frame, what could we possibly do at this moment? Bai Xuan, brimming with confidence, proclaimed, Sister, I shall undoubtedly become a great beauty in the future. You all mustn't adore me too much. As she attempted to strike a pose, she lost her balance and fell in a comical manner. Ha ha ha, the little cub is undeniably adorable, yet there lies a risk of her growing into an awkward appearance. Oh, it infuriates me. Once I transform, I shall surely captivate all of you. Ha ha ha, the others from the Red Shadow couldn't help but laugh uncontrollably. And Imo Xian also smiled faintly. Bai Xuan continued to exhale through her nostrils, while they hurriedly stifled their laughter, attempting to amuse one another. As they approached a fork in the road, Imo Xian remarked, I shall be back shortly. Bai Xuan inquired, Is Xian intending to break the legs of those two individuals? Xian finds this rather inappropriate. Her tone suggested that should she express her disapproval, a swift change in approach would ensue. Bai Xuan shook her head, recalling the need to take action against the core members. If there were future possibilities for negotiations, I could mend their bones after I transformed. Imo Xian nodded and then departed. Would Shinna perceive us as ruthless? How could she? Eradicating all unstable factors is a prudent course of action. What she did not voice was that, had this been the apocalypse, she would have resorted to direct extermination. She cared not for the grievances of the deceased. Any hint of a potential threat warranted immediate and merciless elimination. This was also the reason she had survived in a world where humanity devoured one another. Perhaps having taken on a new form, her heart had softened. Yet this was agreeable, for it was certainly not the chaotic world of yore. Xian, how would you like this house to be constructed? Qing Yin inquired. Standing before a vast pile of timber, what kind of house do you envision? A wooden house, a stone house, or a bamboo house? Or perhaps you could describe it. As long as it can be illustrated, we can build it. Really? I want them all, may I? Of course. Bai Xuan was utterly exhilarated. This was far more engaging than the construction games that merely required tapping the screen. Moreover, her wood-based abilities allowed her to manipulate the growth of trees at will, simplifying the material gathering process significantly. On the other side, Junyao waved his hand, beckoning her. Xianer, come quickly. I have something wonderful to show you. Bai Xuan, filled with curiosity, hurried over and saw him pointing at 3 peculiar piles of plants, saying, These are 3 types of plant adhesives. We shall demonstrate for you. With that, Junyao proceeded to crush them separately in wooden barrels, pouring the resulting juices into 3 small bowls. Subsequently, Chi Ying poured the first bowl of liquid onto the joint of a wooden stick that had been broken in 2. In no time, the 2 halves adhered seamlessly together. As he wielded the stick nonchalantly, the other areas broke apart, yet the bonded section remained intact. The second bowl of liquid similarly restored a stone that had shattered into 2 pieces, leaving no trace of its former fracture. The third type was even more extraordinary, capable of adhering any 2 objects in the desired manner. For instance, when 2 pieces of wood were positioned at a right angle and the adhesive was applied, it solidified into the shape of the wood, seamlessly filling in the corner and ultimately forming a flawless, naturally harmonious right-angle stick. Bai Xuan stared in astonishment, her mouth agape. Is it truly this miraculous? As she spoke, she extended her hand to touch the viscous liquid. Junyao made no attempt to stop her. This substance would only solidify when infused with beast energy, and when touched, it resembled ordinary plant sap. Indeed, within the exiled forest. Although there were few plants favored by herbivorous beastmen, there was an abundance of materials suitable for constructing dwellings. Previously, they had refrained from wasting beast energy, opting to reside in caves. Now, with Xian's delight, they could build as they pleased. Bai Xuan, feeling no stickiness, leaned closer to take a whiff, and was greeted by a refreshing scent of grass. How delightful! It bore no trace of technology or harshness, truly eco-friendly. Indeed, no matter how advanced technology may be, it pales in comparison to the exquisite craftsmanship of nature, particularly in this primal world, where nature itself defies conventional science. With the presence of the cleansing leaves and the nurturing trees, and now an adhesive rivaling that of the Creator, what other wonders remain hidden from her? At this moment, Bai Xuan's fascination with the flora of this beastly realm reached unprecedented heights. Let us proceed to gather a couple of trees. I shall use my abilities to accelerate their growth. We shall first construct a wooden cabin beside the waterfall. Bai Xuan was eager to commence without delay, as this endeavor would not only fulfill her aspirations of infrastructure, but also hone her extraordinary abilities. Once her wood-based powers ascended to the 3rd tier, allowing her to restore the function of detecting the uses of flora, she would embark on an exploration of the forest. Lingzhe and Chi Ying were selecting suitable trees, while Jun Yao and Bai Xuan circled the pond, meticulously planning the layout for the treehouse by the water's edge. Yao, is the water from this waterfall constant throughout the year? Indeed, came the response, as Chi Ying had indicated. Discovering such a location could be deemed a commendable feat on his part. This place was situated far from the barrier, and to facilitate the ease of dealing with beast tides, the orcs refrained from residing in this vicinity. Only Chi Ying had ventured here to indulge in leisure. Bai Xuan was equally pleased with this place, resembling a paradise beyond the mundane world. The tranquil pool promised to offer delightful baths in the future. Xian was enchanted. We would later conjure a few more pools, adorning them with ice crystals or heated stones, transforming them into hot springs and cold springs. Wow, we can play like this? Before Jun Yao could elaborate further, Chi Ying and Chi Ying returned, carrying a small tree as thick as 2 people. The trees in this beastly realm were impressively large. It would be a pity not to construct a treehouse. Chapter 49. The treehouse. After planting the tree, Bai Xuan began to infuse it with her extraordinary abilities. Once her energy was depleted, she would rest and restore, only to resume the cycle until the sapling reached her desired height. Jun Yao led her to inspect the outcome. Bai Xuan gazed at the grand lotus pedestal and nodded in satisfaction. The treehouse need not be overly spacious. Our main courtyard would remain on that gentle hillside, while this would serve as a playful retreat for her baths. All right, let the entrance face the waterfall. It will allow you to enjoy the beautiful scenery. Splendid. This treehouse could be completed by midday. Xian could play nearby for a while. With that, Jun Yao gently set her down and joined Chi Ying in their industrious efforts. Just then, Lingzhe and Mo Xian returned, eagerly joining the task. They swiftly manifested their claws, deftly slicing the felled trees into planks at an astonishing speed. Bai Xuan was momentarily dazed, as the characters in her game seemed to be fervently chopping at the trees, only for a neat pile of lumber to materialize beside them. To her astonishment, this scene had manifested before her eyes. Goodness, is this a real-life incarnation of a construction enthusiast? With the presence of those remarkable adhesives, even if the wooden planks were cut in varying sizes, hardly any material would go to waste. Bai Xuan observed as they meticulously assembled the treehouse she desired. Piece by piece, much like a jigsaw puzzle, this sight ignited her imagination, prompting her to wonder if this beastly realm might actually be a sequence of data from a certain interstellar game. Shaking off her fanciful thoughts, Bai Xuan redirected her focus to absorbing the wood-type crystal core. Once she ascended to the 3rd tier, the capabilities of these plants would reveal themselves before her, dispelling any incredulous notions that might otherwise arise. While the 5 individuals toiled, they remained ever vigilant of Bai Xuan, noticing that she seemed to grow bored and had closed her eyes. Thus, they hastened their efforts. It was only when the sun reached its zenith that they completed their task. Xian, come and see if it meets your satisfaction. If you are not pleased, we can make adjustments, Chi Ying inquired, waiting until her breath had steadied. Bai Xuan had just elevated her extraordinary abilities to the 2nd tier when she excitedly opened her eyes upon hearing those words. Let us go, take me to see it. At the base of the treehouse, a staircase was constructed for Bai Xuan's convenience, adorned with thornless vines and delicate blooms, creating a truly enchanting atmosphere. Ascending the staircase, she found a balcony enclosed by a railing, furnished with several lounge chairs and a round table. The leaves of the trees swayed gently in the breeze, seemingly harmonizing with the distant waterfall. Once seated, the experience of savoring tea while admiring the scenery was simply exquisite. Inside the abode, windows adorned each of the four walls, allowing ample light and ventilation, while the furniture was meticulously crafted. A small screen was positioned at the side, exuding an antique charm. The ceiling was embellished with several hanging flower baskets, and an array of potted plants and vases surrounded the space, infusing the cozy little house with warmth and comfort. Bai Xuan was immensely satisfied with everything, yet she fell into a peculiar silence as her gaze fixated on the intricately carved bed in the center. Spacious enough to accommodate 6 individuals lying side by side. This bed should be intended solely for my use. She emphasized the notion of solitude, her eyes intensely fixed upon them. Junyu felt a twinge of discomfort and cleared his throat twice. Once Xian'er comes of age, she will require the service of a beast husband each night, and if the beast form needs to be larger, it should not hinder its performance. Bai Xuan's head was filled with dark thoughts, uncertain whether to breathe a sigh of relief that it wasn't a group activity or to be speechless at the orcs' acceptance of their beastly forms. Noticing her face shift between shades of green and white, Chi Ying's phoenix-like eye shifted slightly. What could little Xian'er be contemplating? Don't females typically enjoy cuddling with their male counterparts in beast form? Or perhaps she harbored ulterior motives? It seems there's nothing of the sort. Bai Xuan, momentarily confused, couldn't discern whether it was a misunderstanding on her part or if Junyo and Chi Ying were merely teasing her. Lingzhe suddenly chimed in with playful words, saying, "Little one, how could we allow you to sleep alone? There are rules in the beast realm, you know. Each night, a consort must attend to their spouse. Otherwise, it would be seen as a dereliction of duty on the part of the beast husband, which entails punishment. Can you truly bear that?" Bai Xuan's eyes widened, realizing that her plan of working 5 days and resting 2 might just be in jeopardy. Suddenly, she felt that transforming into a humanoid form was not such a blessing after all. It was quite overwhelming. Observing the myriad of expressions on her face, the 5 individuals struggled to contain their laughter, as they finally comprehended that Bai Xuan's understanding of sleep and service differed significantly from their own. Yet, in a tacit agreement, none of them chose to enlighten her, perhaps anticipating unexpected delights in the future. The delicate nature of the female necessitated constant protection and service. However, the intimate pleasures associated with soothing companionship could not be imposed without the female's consent. Who would dare to act against her will? A single misstep could lead to accusations of disregarding the female's desires in the pursuit of solace. The female's mental fortitude was already limited, and the male's quest for comfort was akin to a delicate balance, where one indulgence could diminish the other, potentially inciting widespread ire. Only Bai Xuan, this foreign female endowed with ample mental strength, would perceive such acts as inherent marital duties. It remained uncertain how long she would be deceived by these mischievous males. Ahem. Does Xian'er feel there is anything that needs alteration? Junyo promptly interrupted her train of thought, fearing that allowing her to ponder further might lead her to uncover the truth. Bai Xuan's gaze shifted to the water outside, a blend of excitement and shyness washing over her. Can we create a slide here? I wish to glide directly into the water. Just a day prior to the apocalypse, she had been engrossed in planning a trip to a water park, relishing the rare opportunity to indulge in leisure. Yet, it seemed fate had thwarted her, as she barely managed to savor the water, let alone partake in its delights. The 5 companions, sensing her palpable disappointment and yearning, felt a pang of sympathy. One slide is not enough. Let us craft several unique ones. Xian can play as she wishes. Does Xian like water? I possess the finest swimming skills here. Allow me to take you for a delightful swim. Mo Xian's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as he transformed into his beast form, gently coiling around Bai Xuan and guiding her into the water. The dark green scales of the black mamba shimmered in the aquatic depths, its large head rising majestically to the surface, where a hint of amusement flickered in its deep vertical pupils. Observing the snow-white female gripping his tail, occasionally playfully splashing the surface with her claws, he felt a rush of warmth. Noticing her disregard for the dampness of her fur, Mo Xian began to swim, his tail thrashing playfully, sending splashes cascading around them, prompting gleeful shouts from Bai Xuan. Realizing she was utterly unafraid, he twisted his serpentine body, allowing her to slide from the tip of his tail to the midpoint, then back again, alternating between submerged and above water, providing a thrilling experience. Ahaha, Xian. Throw me up. Higher, higher. With a powerful flick of his tail, Bai Xuan soared into the air, only to be caught by Mo Xian as she splashed back into the water, repeating this exhilarating cycle. The joy in her laughter suggested she was relishing every moment, nearly experiencing every attraction of a water park. The other four, observing her unbridled happiness, refrained from interruption and busily set about constructing the slides she desired. Chapter 50. The old house catches fire. Time seemed to blur until Chi Ying leapt from the treehouse, calling out to the water, "Little Xian, come ashore. We would want you to catch a cold." Bai Xuan glanced over and discovered that the slide was already completed. She immediately paddled towards the treehouse like a dog paddling in water. Upon seeing this, Mo Xian submerged beneath her, using his head to support her as they continued swimming towards the shore. After they reached the land, Bai Xuan shook off the water from her body and was promptly wrapped in animal skin by Chi Ying, as she dried her hair with the power of the beast. She did not forget to scold Mo Xian for not taking her well-being seriously. Bai Xuan quickly emerged from the fur, exclaiming that it was her own playful nature to blame, not Xian's. She felt robust and rarely fell ill. "Oh, where are Yao and the others?" Chi Ying, noticing her unwavering support for Mo Xian, could not suppress a hint of jealousy and snorted softly. "There is no need for so many people for this task. They have gone to construct stone houses, aiming to complete at least one so they can move in by tonight. Then let us join them in their efforts." Bai Xuan responded, "With Mo Xian keeping you company, my slide has lost its charm, has it? Little Xianer, you truly are fickle." Chi Ying gazed at her with a melancholic expression. Bai Xuan could not help but chuckle, leaning in to plant a kiss on one of them, declaring her impartiality towards all present. Chi Ying, with a playful glint in his fox-like eyes, seemed to agree. Mo Xian remained silent throughout. Yet the subtle smile at the corner of his eyes betrayed his delight. "All right, let us hasten our steps. If we tarry too long, what if we cannot find lodging for the night?" Upon reaching a clearing halfway up the mountain, Bai Xuan noticed that the three were clad in nothing but animal skin skirts, diligently transporting massive stones. Sweat occasionally trickled down their foreheads, cascading over their chiseled chests, abdominal muscles, and the alluring lines of their bodies, releasing an intoxicating aura of masculinity that left Bai Xuan feeling lightheaded. Struggling against the urge to cover her face, she inwardly chanted, "Mine, all mine." Suppressing the rush of blood to her head, Bai Xuan felt herself turning a rosy hue, prompting Chi Ying and Mo Xian to exchange knowing glances. Upon seeing her approach, Chi Ying tossed aside the stone in his hands and rushed towards her. Xian, are you having fun?" Just as he managed to rein in his turbulent emotions, he bounded over like an exuberant puppy, nuzzling against her. Bai Xuan, her gaze wandering, pushed against his chest, responding with a nervous laugh. "Yes, quite happy indeed." It was a close call to avoid a nosebleed. It was hardly her fault for being overwhelmed. After 30 years of singlehood, she was suddenly thrust into a den of handsome men, only to find that the beauty before her was tantalizingly out of reach. The mounting frustration made her wonder if her frail frame could withstand it. In an effort to divert her attention, Bai Xuan declared, "I shall assist as well." "No need," they insisted. "With the 5 of us, it is more than sufficient. Just supervise from the side, will you?" "But I want to contribute to the house I shall also inhabit." After some persuasion, they relented, allowing her to join in. Though they moved the stones with ease, utilizing their spatial abilities indeed expedited the process significantly. Bai Xuan felt an immense sense of joy, as residing in the house she had helped construct brought her unparalleled comfort and satisfaction. When the main house was completed, night had already fallen. Due to the inadequacies in the culinary skills of others, Ling Zhe voluntarily took on the responsibility of preparing meals for Bai Xuan. Chi Ying led Bai Xuan to take a bath, while the others continued to assemble furniture as the space required further preparation. "Yin, you have been secluded in the forest. Does that mean you have never encountered a female?" "Indeed. All my impressions of females are derived from the descriptions provided by my predecessors." "What kind of impressions?" Chi Ying discreetly cast a glance at her, ensuring she would not take offense before responding. "Selfish, willful, capricious." Seeing his earnest demeanor, Bai Xuan rolled her eyes playfully, suddenly feeling inclined to tease him. "And what of their appearance? Do you think females look beautiful after transformation?" Chi Ying paused for a moment. His predecessors had never mentioned what females looked like. However, he mused, those who were disliked must surely be unattractive, right? "Unattractive?" Chi Ying tentatively replied. Bai Xuan feigned anger. "Am I not a female as well? How could a yin think that females are unattractive?" Chi Ying quickly corrected himself. "No, they are beautiful indeed." "Humph. So in your eyes, as long as one is a female, they are all beautiful. Am I not more appealing than them?" Chi Ying broke into a cold sweat. No. Xian is the most beautiful. Ha ha ha. Do you even know what constitutes beauty? Chi Ying shook his head, utterly clueless about this matter. Come closer. Let me whisper something to you, Bai Xuan said, adopting a mysterious demeanor that piqued Chi Ying's curiosity. He eagerly leaned in, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Bai Xuan meticulously described her previous life's appearance, employing language that was exceedingly fragrant and alluringly ambiguous. Indeed, just a few sentences left Chi Ying, this naive youth, blushing profusely. Rising to flee in panic. Oh no, you must not run away. You must listen to me until the end. I am diligently teaching you how to discern beauty from ugliness. How could you, Bai Yin, fail to appreciate this? I would be quite heartbroken. Upon hearing her insistence, Chi Ying obediently squatted back down. However, the warm breath that escaped Xian's lips sent tingling sensations coursing through him, leaving him perplexed about where precisely he felt this itch. The unfamiliar yet inexplicably comprehensible words echoed in his mind, slowly painting vivid images, causing his body to react in curious ways. It was only when wolf ears and a wolf tail sprouted forth that Chi Ying suddenly grasped the truth. Hastily rushing to the edge of the pond and plunging himself into the cool water to regain his composure. After a while, he realized that Xian was merely teasing him, and he felt a mix of embarrassment and vexation at his own susceptibility to such antics. As his head broke the surface of the water, his dog-like eyes gazed longingly towards Bai Xuan, perched halfway up the mountainside. Ah ha 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 ha. Bai Xuan laughed uncontrollably, feeling that her recent bath had been in vain. Not far away, for individuals toiling away approached with serene expressions. Jun Yao inquired, "What happened? Would you like me to assist you in washing again?" Upon witnessing this, Bai Xuan immediately straightened her posture, exclaiming, "Oh, it's nothing, really. No need for concern. I was merely teasing Yen. He will return shortly, so please attend to your own matters." It had been agreed that the task of assisting the mistress during her bath was not to be interfered with by others, and they did not press the issue further. However, as the four departed, they exchanged knowing glances with her. The orc's keen hearing had captured every word spoken, yet the little female valued her dignity. They decided to wait until they could attend to her in private before imparting what they had overheard, imagining her reaction would be quite entertaining. Nevertheless, it seemed they would need to procure an additional item, a sketchbook. How could they allow Chi Ying to learn in advance? It was essential that he be well prepared to serve the mistress. Finally, Chi Ying regained his composure and, feeling somewhat awkward, said, Xian, I will wash you again." Bai Xuan gazed at him with a smile. And Yin was indeed the most easily manipulated. How amusing. Chi Ying slightly pursed his lips. Yet his heart bubbled with joy. It mattered not what kind of best it was, for he occupied the most cherished place in Xian's heart, while this side basked in warmth. The orcs lurking on the other side had grown increasingly irritable after a day's vigil. Chapter 51. Preparations to resolve the matter. Damn it. How can they remain so composed? Isn't it said that high-ranking orcs are easily provoked? I am on the verge of cursing their ancestors, yet they still make no appearance. High-ranking orcs. I see them as mere turtles retreating into their shells. Seeing that no news had emerged for so long, NIC could no longer remain still and approached to investigate. Only to discover an unsettling truth: the pressure of the beastly energy within their territory was gradually dissipating. A bunch of fools. The humans have long since vacated. Are you merely performing for the air? What? They're indeed cunning. Damn, I've wasted my breath. This day has been utterly futile. So, what shall we do next? Boss? NIC's gaze turned fierce and cold, a mocking smile gracing his lips. Doesn't Zhe care for his kin? Let us capture them all and execute one each day. I refuse to believe he won't show up. Meng Kuei also arrived, frowning upon hearing this. NIC, bloodshed is not a favorable course. Is this not inviting a deadly feud with Ling Zhe? What of it? We are both at the 6th rank, considering he is yet to ascend. He likely does not stand a chance against Xian. Without the aid of a 7-patterned beast, he may not even be my match. What use is it to draw him out alone? Our intention is to meet the little female. NIC chuckled wickedly, suggesting that killing him would simply vacate a guardian beast position. Perhaps Xian and his companions would be more welcoming to me. Meng Kuei shot him a disdainful look. So, you have always harbored the intention of forcibly pacifying others? They may do so, but why can't I? We are both stained with blood. Why feign righteousness? Humph. I suspect that Jun Yao's harm towards the female is not genuine, while your desire to do so is unmistakably true. A stir arose around them. Many orcs began to scorn and curse NIC, while some remained silent. Why maintain such moral superiority? Do you not wish to leave this cursed place? Do you not yearn to ascend to the 9th or even 10th rank without worry? And Icy's eyes reddened, revealing a frenzied look. Meng Kuei scoffed, declaring, I, old pig, shall not partake in the vile act of harming females. I refuse to accompany you. Ha ha. I, NIC, guarantee that should I become a guardian beast, I shall not hinder followers from approaching. Anyone wishing to conspire with me may remain. Meng Kuei departed with his companions, leaving behind a group still hungry for ambition. One orc approached and inquired, Brother Kuei, if this method is futile, do we still have a chance to get close to the little female? We all reside in the same forest. We are bound to encounter her. And I see, with such intentions, will surely meet an ill fate. Cleanse your hearts of any ill thoughts. Should I discover your intentions to dishonor the delicate female, I shall be the first to tear your skins asunder. Meng Kuei understands Jun Yao better. He is a figure of grace and dignity, and to force a female is sheer nonsense. Initially, he sought to leverage his reputation to ingratiate himself with the female, but it now appears that she shares a profound bond with her guardian beasts, showing no concern for their disturbances. It seems Nisi's days are numbered, yet if an opportunity for heroism arises amidst the chaos, how splendid that would be. It is evident that I must closely observe Nisi's movements. The following day, Ting Yue sensed something amiss and promptly reported it. Nisi's plans were far from concealed. He seemed certain that Junyo and his companions had executed his desires, while Ling Zhe and Qing Yin feigned adherence to a so-called moral boundary. By eliminating them, he could seize the opportunity to ascend and attain all that he covets. The others listened, utterly speechless. Jealousy and desire magnify the prospects that favor oneself, leading individuals to yearn for their dreams to materialize, often at the expense of ignoring unfavorable truths. Nisi truly is repugnant. Ling Zhe felt both disdain and contempt for his methods. He then inquired of Ting Yue whether the disloyal clansmen had been identified. Ting Yue replied, those loyal have been informed and taken to safety, while those with ulterior motives or uncertain loyalties have fallen prey to Nisi. Well done, Ting Yue. This allows him to assist me in dealing with those treacherous ones. As they discussed serious matters, Chi Ying found it exceedingly dull. Ah, how delightful it is to be a solitary soul. By the way, Qing Yin, keep a close watch on your wolfish subordinates. They must not be captured. I have warned them, and for the past few days, they have been avoiding detection. As for those who ignore the warnings and insist on meddling, I can hardly be blamed for failing to rescue them. After much hesitation, Ting Yue remarked, after noon, Nisi will come knocking. Meng Kuei, please show mercy on behalf of the young clan leader and his followers, for Tian Yang and the others have not directly participated in this affair. Junyao chuckled lightly. It seemed Teng Yushir had misunderstood. This campaign is merely to restore peace to the exiled forest. As long as they remain compliant, all shall be well. The remaining individuals still have tasks to fulfill, and if they are all exterminated, I would then be compelled to recruit outsiders, which would be rather counterproductive. As they deliberated on their course of action, Mo Xian suggested, let us not extinguish Nisi too swiftly. The beastman of the horse tribe must be hidden away by him, and we must uncover his whereabouts. Once Ting Yue departed, Bai Xuan, who had been listening intently, asked afterward, should I make an appearance? Their intention was to subdue those who could be of use. Bai Xuan was well aware that the exiled forest, if utilized properly, could be a treasure trove, with those demon cores and spiritual crystals serving as currency outside. However, merely using force to intimidate new recruits seems rather unreasonable. Providing them with some spiritual sustenance could be more advantageous. Bai Xuan believed that in the beast world, merely being a female held a status equivalent to that of an international superstar in her previous life. Junya remained silent with a subtle smile. Yet Qing unexpectedly praised his old friend. Little Xian underestimated this smiling tiger, for every beastman who fell into his hands did so willingly, obedient, and compliant. Bai Xuan gazed at the gentle and seemingly harmless Yao. Upon reflection, he indeed bore a resemblance to a seemingly innocent scholar with a cunning strategist's mind. I can manage this, she thought. If Xianer wishes to go, she may. If not, she can simply remain at home and wait. Bai Xuan nodded, slightly disapproving of Chi Ying's laid-back demeanor. Ah Yao is so formidable. What can you do? Cough, cough. Chi Ying responded, I am the one responsible for our physical prowess. Mo Xian retorted coldly, you cannot surpass me. Then I shall accompany Xiao Xianer in her revelries, Chi Ying declared. Ling Zhe scoffed, you cannot even prepare a meal. Qing Yin chimed in, you cannot match my skills in entertainment. Faced with the collective ridicule, Chi Ying feigned a dramatic breakdown. Woo-woo, Xiao Xianer, they are all bullying me. Bai Xuan's lips twitched uncontrollably. And I see you are quite the whimpering creature, huh? Laughter erupted from the crowd, devoid of mercy. Since her presence was not particularly needed, she decided to focus on enhancing her supernatural abilities and mental fortitude. In recent days, she had felled numerous trees, and in their place, she nurtured several saplings, championing an environmentally friendly and sustainable approach. Consequently, her wood-based powers were growing rapidly, subtly hinting at a breakthrough to the third tier. As for her mental strength, it was steadily increasing, with Ling Zhe and Chi Ying already having received her soothing influence, preparing to cleanse the exiled forest before advancing to higher ranks. Chapter 52. Unexpected events on the peak of Jiuyun. Tian Liang was in a state of distress over the injuries sustained by two of his shadow guards. How are they? Can Ling Yun and Ling Ying's legs be treated? Yu Qing shook his head. My subordinates lack the necessary skills. Only a shaman could possibly heal such wounds. Disheartened, Tian Liang took a seat. Realizing they were warning him, he had miscalculated this move. Yu Qing, with a face full of indignation, remarked, Your Highness, that Emo Xian was excessively ruthless. It has always been Li Si leading the charge, and we have never been involved. No matter our involvement, Ling Yun and Ling Ying's legs are irreparably damaged. They are sealing off the information. It seems that the secrets of that little female are numerous. Currently, the only individuals permitted to freely enter and exit the exiled forest were the 5 of them, thus allowing them to keep some secrets hidden for a while longer. Why do you say you made a wrong move, Your Highness? Tian Liang sighed. The fact that Ling Yun and Ling Ying are still alive indicates they do not wish to make me their mortal enemy. And only by leaving the exiled forest do I hold value in their eyes. I have acted too hastily. Perhaps one does not need to become a follower to escape. A yell. The barrier of the exiled forest will not endure indefinitely. You can use this to stabilize the hearts of the people. Junyo nodded. This is their obsession. Even if the barrier remains intact, I will ensure they believe they will one day escape, and that all credit goes to Xian Air. Otherwise, who would unwaveringly devote themselves to them? Ha ha ha. Indeed, one can always paint grand visions. Who cannot? She had discovered the reasons behind the resurgence of magical and fierce beasts. As long as the females outside learn to capture light orbs, the strength of the entire beastman race could be elevated to new heights. By then, the concern would not be an excess of core beasts, but rather the lack of crystal cores to facilitate their ascension, rendering the barrier of the exiled forest unnecessary. However, the question remained, when would that day arrive? Ultimately, it was for her to decide. Moreover, this would prove far more advantageous for the development of the beast world than simply eliminating the high priest. Solving such a significant dilemma for the old man would surely earn her some favor. Bai Xuan awaited him to come seeking her out. After lunch, Chi Ying and Chi Ying stayed behind to accompany Bai Xuan, while Ling Zhe ventured out to draw attention away from the home, preventing the area from becoming tainted with the scent of blood. Junyo and Emo Xian followed discreetly, ensuring not to frighten anyone away, lest they have to capture them one by one. Today, all those restless souls must perish. Bai Xuan leisurely reclined on the chaise longue, savoring the fruits offered by Chi Ying while listening to Chi Ying expound on the distribution of powers beyond the exiled forest. In the beast realm, aside from the unique force of the Beast God Temple, there existed several Beast King cities, including Lingyu, Songlang, Yuming, Yuhuang, and Long Yuan, among others. All tribes under the jurisdiction of these royal cities were obliged to pay tribute to the Beast King, and in times of beast tides, the Beast King would dispatch aid to the afflicted tribes. Furthermore, the allocation of resources from the beast forests, the fierce beast ridge, and the demon beast abyss was determined by the Beast King, directly impacting the quantity of crystal cores each tribe could acquire. However, the position of the Beast King was not monopolized by a single clan. All young chieftains from the subordinate tribes were eligible to compete for it. That scoundrel Ling Zhe was ensnared in the exiled forest while contending for the position of the young master of Songlang City. Having fallen victim to the schemes of the Glasses King Snake, who was still the reigning Beast King at the time. Consequently, upon his arrival, he found himself at odds with Emo Xian, leading to almost daily skirmishes between the two. Ultimately, it was I and Jun Yao who intervened to broker peace. Otherwise, they might have succumbed to madness before your arrival. Qing Yin scoffed, dismissing the embellishments, asserting that it was always Yao Gu who sought reconciliation, while he merely fanned the flames from the sidelines. Oh, you dare to undermine me? Chi Ying retorted, preparing to confront him. Qing Yin swiftly took refuge behind Bai Xuan, pitifully pleading, Xian, he's going to bully me again. He has always done this, and I never expected that even as family, he would still harass me. His expression resembled that of a small dog returning home after being beaten, seeking solace. My goodness, though he exuded a hint of a tea-like flavor, I found him utterly delightful. As Bai Xuan admired his subtle expressions, she nonchalantly reproached Chi Ying. How can you still bully him at your age? Chi Ying, pointing at his own nose, was so infuriated that he could scarcely articulate his thoughts. He's merely a year younger than I am. Upon noticing Chi Ying's smug and provocative gaze directed at him, Chi Ying felt a surge of frustration, almost succumbing to the urge to retaliate. No, he must remain composed. This foolish wolf was merely attempting to incite him, hoping to gain favor by stepping on his pride. What a delusion. Chi Ying swiftly regained his composure. A single crystalline tear trickling down the corner of his eye, his voice choked with indignation. Xianer, you cannot be so biased. Bai Xuan glanced up at him, surprised to see that he was still in tears. Upon noticing this, Chi Ying momentarily froze, then made an effort to squeeze out a few tears of his own. Bai Xuan twirled, pondering how she seemed to have done nothing yet found herself in such a predicament. On one side, the scene was rife with drama, while on the other, a chilling atmosphere prevailed. Corpses lay scattered haphazardly, their anguished cries for mercy echoing in the air. Blood splattered, staining their faces and garments, which only fueled their disdain and intensified their ruthlessness. After forming a seal, this physical form would henceforth belong solely to the mistress. The group instinctively donned complete attire, crafted in colors and styles deliberately reflecting Bai Xuan's preferences. Mo Xian, clad in a dark brocade robe, appeared even more somber, his long hair tied back, and his emerald-hued eyes brimming with malice and impatience. Upon identifying his target, he swiftly moved behind NIC, delivering a sweeping kick that sent him sprawling before Ling Zhe. NIC knelt, coughing up blood, and as he attempted to rise, he was forcefully pushed back down. Ling Zhe lifted his garment, his black boots pressing firmly into NIC's shoulder, his elbow resting on his knee as he gazed down with an air of superiority. Still unwilling to relent, his golden eyes inexplicably exuded an aura of oppression. NIC coughed up more blood, yet a twisted, frenzied smile crept across his face. Your kin remain in my grasp. How could the benevolent young clan leader neglect them? Thank you for the compliment, but it appears you are rather mistaken about me. With that, Ling Zhe took action, eliminating both the captors and the captives without mercy. Turning back with a devilish grin, he added, I owe you a debt of gratitude for helping me tidy up. NIC remained kneeling, expressionless, lost in thought. Mo Xian, visibly impatient, inquired, Are you done yet? Fine, go ahead and interrogate him. Ling Zhe handed NIC over and proceeded to deal with the remaining foes. Jun Yao, dressed in azure, with hair cascading slightly, exhibited a swift and agile grace that captivated onlookers, rendering them oblivious to the hell surrounding them. Meng Kuei joined the fray, scanning the area post-battle. No need to look around. The little female hasn't arrived, Jun Yao remarked, wiping the blood from his face and transforming his attire back to a pristine state. He chuckled. Big brother Jun is kind. Grant me a chance, would you? Focus on what you must do, and refrain from entertaining unnecessary thoughts. Mo Xian coldly regarded the barely conscious NIC and asked one last time, Where's Yinzhua? Hearing the commotion, the others gathered around just as NIC erupted into a fit of maniacal laughter. It's too late. Chapter 53. Urgency. Mo Xian pressed his foot against NIC's chest, suppressing his fury as he demanded, What message did you send out? NIC grinned, his colorless face still adorned with a sinister smile. Coughing, he proclaimed, Yinzhua sacrificed his life, transmitting the news of an S-class female's appearance in the Exiled Forest to all the Beast Kings. Your good days are numbered, Jun Yao's tightly furrowed brows relaxed slightly, but NIC seemed dissatisfied with their composed response, continuing, Which prodigy from the Beast King city is not superior to you? To think you could monopolize an S-class female is sheer folly. What I cannot obtain, you, equally tainted, shall not preserve. Upon uttering these words, NIC succumbed to a complete frenzy, transforming into a fearsome lion. Just as he intended to pounce upon Meng Kuei, he was swiftly vanquished by Mo Xian. Fool. Jun Yao remarked with a hint of indifference, We owe our gratitude to his foolishness. He did not directly convey a message to the Beast God Temple, granting us time to prepare. He then turned his gaze towards Meng Kuei, a smile playing upon his lips, yet his voice carried a subtle pressure of beastly energy. The fact that you have heard certain matters signifies our trust in you. We hope you will not betray it. Meng Kuei swallowed hard, feeling the weight of the seven-patterned beast's pressure, quelling any thoughts of defiance. He promptly bowed in deference, stating, Regarding Her Highness the Lady, I am at your service. Junyo nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. Gather all the beastmen from the exiled forest. I have instructions to impart. Understood, Meng Kuei replied, his back slick with cold sweat. Immediately setting about his task, Mo Xian, recalling something, added, that 6th-tier leopard beast has had dealings with Yun Chua. I shall investigate his background. If anything seems amiss, I shall eliminate him directly. Very well, Junyo said as Mo Xian departed. He then addressed Ling Zai. You should return and inform Xian heir of the situation to alleviate her worries. I will handle the ensuing matters. Agreed. I shall ascend tonight. It seems the plan to leave the exiled forest may need to be expedited. Indeed, we shall discuss this further upon our return. Upon seeing Ling Zai's return, Bai Xuan rushed forward to greet him. How is it? Were you injured? No, just a few insignificant rascals. However, there is one thing we did not anticipate. Chi Ying raised an eyebrow. You didn't capture the orc from the horse clan who can communicate with secret techniques? Indeed. It seems that news of Xian'er cannot be concealed any longer. It won't be long before many from Beast King City come to the exiled forest. Although the major Beast King cities superficially comply with the Beast God Temple, they are, in truth, in a hostile relationship. Over the years, nearly all A-rank females have taken residence in the Beast God Temple, and the number willing to remain in the King cities has dwindled. This has resulted in a significant decline in the 9th-tier combatants in the Beast King cities. The sudden emergence of an S-rank female will undoubtedly remain a secret from the Beast God Temple. However, they have certainly been careless this time, leading to the current somewhat passive situation. Bai Xuan was rather indifferent. What did it matter? It could be considered a free promotion for her, conveniently aiding their recruitment efforts. She could not possibly remain in the exiled forest indefinitely. The outside world was their true battlefield, while this place served merely as a stronghold and supply depot. Once Junyo and Mo Xian returned, they would resume discussions regarding their forthcoming plans. Mo Xian remarked, the message sent to Beast King City was indeed proposed by that leopard beast. Yun Chua was coerced by them. I instructed someone to bury his remains. The nearest is Longwon King City. If it is the Dragon Clan that comes, they will arrive in 3 days. The first batch sent to ascertain the truth of the rumors should not be of a very high rank, and if necessary, we must detain them all. Bai Xuan remarked. If they genuinely wish to engage in a cooperative dialogue, I am willing to listen, for allies are essential in confronting the High Priest. However, the notion of joining them is out of the question. She detested being constrained, especially since they possessed ample resources to forge their own power. Xian'er, the construction of the new residence cannot afford to be delayed. Junyo felt a twinge of guilt, realizing that their tardiness had led to the current urgency. It's all right. I have procured everything I desire. Should the need arise in the future, we can build then. Right now, we must prioritize the pressing matters at hand. Are you planning to venture outside? Indeed. Mo Xian and Ling Zai's external forces require revitalization, and those banished to the forest also need to undergo training. If there is anything you wish for, I can assist you in acquiring it from the black market. Bai Xuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Plants, seeds and seedlings that are absent from the banished forest, please bring back as many as you can, especially the nurturing trees. The expressions of the 5 shifted to something peculiar. Qing Yin, somewhat embarrassed, remarked, Xin Xian, I really don't wish to think about offspring so soon. The elders have noted that once one is progeny, the males spend the majority of their time tending to the nurturing trees, leaving little opportunity to be with their wives. Such circumstances could easily lead to losing favor. Little one, even though you are just over 2 months away from adulthood, you truly need not concern yourself with matters of offspring at this early stage. Indeed, we are not being pressured by the old folks in the tribe, chattering incessantly and hindering the development of your bond with little Xian. Bai Xuan rolled her eyes, contemplating how naive their thoughts were. If they expected her to bear children in the future, they were sorely mistaken. Observing their collective head shakes, she found herself at a loss for words. It was evident that those who desired to raise children were the very ones least inclined to have them. How foolish. Had they forgotten the true purpose of my wood-based abilities? The nurturing tree is not for consumption, so it falls under my jurisdiction. If I could refine it to address the birth ratio of female to male offspring, it would not merely be a matter of lucrative profit. It would provide me with leverage in negotiations with the various Beast King cities. At that juncture, even the High Priest would likely think twice before acting against me. Junyo nodded in agreement. If this were to succeed, their focus would no longer solely rest upon Xian'er's rank. Yet, they would still fixate on Xin Xian. Qing Yin felt utterly vexed. Having a wife with such formidable prowess was a burden in its own right. and he could only imagine the whirlwind of admirers that would soon surround her. Bai Xuan remained oblivious to his concerns, exuding an air of confidence and flamboyance. Why fear? Exceptional individuals are destined to attract attention from all directions. As long as I possess the requisite skills, they will vie for my favor, hesitant to act recklessly. Junyao chuckled softly, acknowledging that Xianer was indeed correct. There was no need for unnecessary worry. He cast a meaningful glance at Chi Ying, suggesting that if one were perpetually anxious about losing their position, it merely indicated a lack of strength. Those without capability are unworthy of remaining by Xianer's side. Chi Ying stiffened, suddenly realizing his recent complacency. I shall ascend tonight. Junyo smiled and withdrew his gaze, intending to take Bai Xuan for a bath once the crowd dispersed. I haven't gone out today. Is a bath really necessary? Why must it be my turn to serve? Xianer doesn't wish to bathe. Have I done something wrong? The once ethereal figure transformed into a charming imp, and Bai Xuan could hardly endure his delicate and pitiful demeanor. Wash, wash, wash. You must wash. Even if your fur is nearly gone, you must still bathe. Junyu laughed heartily, his chest vibrating with mirth. That evening, Ling Zhe and Qing Yin went to ascend, while Chi Ying and Mo Xian hastened to complete the stone house. Their own residence need not be extravagant, and it could be constructed swiftly. 5 guardian beasts each occupied a room surrounding Bai Xuan's main dwelling. Not called upon for companionship, they settled into their own quarters for the night. Furthermore, a front hall for discussions must be established. In the future, visitors would increase, and it was imperative not to disturb Bai Xuan's rest. The following morning, Tian Liang arrived. Chapter 54. The plan for separation. With events having unfolded to this point, he found himself devoid of options. Building rapport with Junyo and the others might present future opportunities for collaboration. After exchanging greetings with the group, Tian Liang performed a sincere bow, acknowledging any previous offenses caused by Liang, and requested their understanding. Junyo offered a gentle support, smiling casually, Your Highness, there is no need for such formality. Tian Liang chuckled helplessly, stating that in this Exile Forest, titles held little meaning. Simply calling him by name sufficed. Is the little female well? I wonder if Liang might have the fortune of meeting her. Chi Ying boldly took a seat, while Mo Xian did not spare him a glance. The two remained silent, observing the others engage in Tai Chi, finding it exceedingly dull. Once the visitors departed, Chi Ying expressed his impatience. That scruffy bird clearly hasn't given up on little Xianer. Why extend such courtesies? In my opinion, he should be driven out. Mo Xian, who naturally preferred to avoid social interactions, felt little impact from Tian Liang's behavior. As long as Xian's heart belonged to him, the opinions of others mattered not. Jun Yao cast a stern glance at Chi Ying, his tone unexpectedly serious. Ling Yu King City is a crucial passage from the Exile Forest to the Beast God Temple. Forming alliances is far more advantageous than exerting effort in conflict. If you truly wish to fight, you could eliminate him now. Then you wouldn't have to return to see Xianer for a year and a half. Chi Ying was momentarily silenced but remained stubborn, retorting, I simply dislike that fellow. Always preening for little Xianer. Junyo furrowed his brow, for Xianer has already bestowed upon us her promise. You ought to trust her instead of arrogantly believing you can forever confine her by our side, keeping her from the gaze of others. Even if Xian Yuan truly wishes to witness the peacock dance, you ought to graciously allow him to perform a segment. Some commitments cannot be upheld solely by the promise maker. A mutual endeavor is indeed the wisest course. Suddenly, Chi Ying fell silent. Xiao Xian treated them with such kindness that he was nearly overwhelmed by it. Whatever the mistress desired, the beast husband could not utter a word against it, especially since they were merely guardians at present. I understand, he replied, his face marked by dejection. Observing his despair, Junyo spoke candidly. Rather than dwelling on inconsequential thoughts, it would be far more prudent to enhance your strength. In the future, males like Tian Liang will only multiply by Xiao Xian's side. Mo Xian could not tolerate his pathetic demeanor, consumed by jealousy and the desire for affection, yet neglecting to attend to any serious matters. His words were far less tactful than Junyao's, and he did not indulge him. Even if given a century, you would still fail to conquer Lingyuan City. Junyo sought a compromise to swiftly make it advantageous for them, yet you remain oblivious. Intent on undermining our efforts, truly foolish. Qing opened his mouth, yet found himself at a loss for words to counter. Junyo sighed, Your idleness is evident. There are simply too many orcs banished to the forest for me to manage alone. Henceforth, you and Qing Yin shall assist me. With such an opportunity presented at his feet, he had no grounds to refuse. Noticing the conversation had returned to serious matters, Mo Xian added, The black market is not far from the banished forest. If we set off today, we should be able to return before those from Longyuan City arrive. However, it may take Lingze a bit longer. That is of no concern. As long as I am here, they cannot harm Shinner. You must expedite the mobilization of external forces, as the resources within must be transported to realize their value. It seems we shall have to endure a more arduous journey between both ends. Indeed, shall we release the prophecy of the goddess that Xin suggested during this endeavor? Zhu Niao shook his head, declaring that the time was not yet ripe. They held too few cards in hand and should allow the Beast Kings to remain in doubt for a while longer. Observing that their conversation was centered on serious matters, Chi Ying realized how naive his previous concerns had been and began to engage earnestly in discussions about their future plans. This time you venture out. Ensure that your identities remain known to only a select few. It is unwise to attract too many eyes to the Exile Forest at this juncture. I understand. Aside from procuring supplies, is there anything else needed? I strive to procure more resources, ensuring that Xian can live with greater comfort. Essential items such as ice crystals, warm stones, and salt crystals are to be gathered in abundance, as long as it does not raise suspicion. Moreover, I shall bring back an ample supply of plant seeds and saplings desired by Xian. Cultivating rare varieties in the fertile soil of the wilderness could yield a substantial profit. Chi Ying added, it would be prudent to gather additional fabric, for it will not be long before little Xian transforms, and her garments must be prepared. Bai Xuan stifled a yawn and leisurely emerged, pondering the impracticality of carrying such a multitude of items back. Why not take me along? It would be more convenient to store everything in the space, she suggested. No way. The trio responded in unison. Mo Xian enveloped her in his embrace, stating, we have yet to ascertain the situation outside. It would be unwise for you to accompany us this time. Zhu Niao added, once we confirm that it is safe, we shall certainly take you out. Bai Xuan is not an unreasonable person. However, how will you transport the items back? Chi Ying responded, doesn't Lingze have wings? Let them make several trips to place the goods at the entrance. I will take more people to assist. Very well, when will you depart? I shall make sure to comfort you both in advance. We will set off as soon as Lingze returns. You need not worry, Xian. I am in excellent condition. Mo Xian said, the smile on his face gradually broadening as he leaned in to kiss her forehead. Shouldn't I have the final say? Just then, Lingze returned from his elevation and entered, exclaiming, the little one is truly kind to us. Upon noticing the 7 distinct lines etched upon his arm, Bai Xuan joyfully leaped into his embrace, exclaiming, have you succeeded so swiftly? He replied, indeed, after a thorough stretching of my limbs yesterday, my ascension was remarkably smooth. And with that, he bestowed a gentle kiss upon her. Bai Xuan, utilizing the remaining light in the space, provided them with 2 successive mental soothing sessions. As she prepared to depart, Lingze transformed into his beast form, casting a disdainful glance at Mo Xian. Why don't you come up? If it weren't for the time constraint, do you think I would relish being ridden by you? Bai Xuan, who was in the midst of her breakfast, burst into laughter, nearly choking in the process. Zhu Niao and Chi Ying hurriedly assisted her, startled by her reaction, noticing that a Zhe and a Xin were approaching. Bai Xuan quickly stifled her laughter, reminding them to be cautious on their journey and to avoid any conflict. Once Mo Xian, with a darkened expression, mounted the golden eagle and soared away, Bai Xuan continued to laugh uncontrollably. Were it not for the fact that both were her beastly husbands, she would have wholeheartedly shipped the couple an irascible golden eagle and his bashful little snake husband. How amusing. No, let us stop this train of thought. Outside. Upon receiving the news, the Beast Kings were skeptical but decided to send someone to investigate. Even if the information proved false, it wouldn't require much effort. However, if it were true, it would be an extraordinary opportunity. In the Grand Hall of the Dragon Abyss Royal City, the Beast King, observing the silent subordinates below, impatiently inquired once more, who among you is willing to venture into the exiled forest? If you succeed in bringing back the young lady, this king shall reward you with 5 magic crystals. Chapter 55, Self-Love and Great Love. The crowd exchanged glances, none believing that an S-class female would truly appear in the exiled forest. It was a thankless task. If they accepted, they would not see their beloved for a long time, and upon returning, they might risk losing favor. Who would dare take such a risk? At that moment, Wolf Yin stepped forward, addressing the king. Your Majesty, my 3rd brother has recently displeased the lady. Perhaps it would be prudent to send him. If he can earn the king's reward, he may also win back her heart. Oh? Long Shao raised an eyebrow, his tone ambiguous. Yi Feng, do you wish to take on this task? The named Yi Feng, recalling his recent encounters, closed his eyes, pale and resigned. I am willing. The Beast King remained silent for a long while, the hall so still that one could hear a pin drop. He loathed the open rivalry among sworn brothers. And Wolf Yin's blatant removal of dissent was audacious. With a cold snort, Long Xiao's voice, aged and commanding, resonated. Yifeng of the Nightingale clan shall alleviate my burdens. I bestow upon you 2 magic crystals, and there will be further rewards upon the completion of your task. Wolf Yin, as a gesture of brotherly support, you are granted a month of leave to host a welcoming feast for him. You may disperse now. Wolf Yin felt a surge of satisfaction. A mere songbird that could charm the lady had no right to stand on equal footing with him. A legitimate husband striving in the world. As for incurring the Beast King's displeasure, Wolf Yin was unconcerned, believing he was merely aiding the king with his counsel. Surely, the king would not genuinely hold it against him. With a smug expression, Wolf Yin looked at Yifeng. Oh, dear brother, the exiled forest is a place of filth. Upon your return, the lady may not wish to see you again. I shall take good care of Ingo in your absence. Yifeng glared at him with blood-red eyes, hoping his elder brother would not meet a similar fate. Ha ha ha, fear not, for the lady requires the spiritual crystals I provide. She will harbor a measure of affection for me. As the night breeze returned home, the sorrowful Ingo, who had already faced humiliation from his elder brothers, alighted upon his shoulder and resolutely declared, Father, take me with you. What nonsense are you speaking? You, an untransformed male cub, would find certain death in that exiled forest. Ingu unfurled his wings, revealing the bare feathers beneath. Without you, father, I shall inevitably be sent to serve as a mere plaything for others. Living without dignity is far worse than venturing into that exiled forest. In the beastly realm, those males who may lack strength yet possess striking appearances or talents in singing and dancing are often relegated to serving females, assisting their mates in courting or pleasing them. Akin to voiceless pets with little status, the night breeze wore a desolate expression, tenderly stroking him. I am sorry, it is father who cannot protect you. Junyao envisioned transforming the exiled forest into a mixed tribe, or even a beast city. The area was rich in resources and many beast men. Much like the former Chi Ying, had begun to lounge about after accumulating enough core crystals to suppress their restlessness. This idle labor force must be put to use. Junyao divided the beastmen into several small teams, assigning them the tasks of clearing land, constructing shelters, and harvesting core crystals. Bai Xuan gazed at the scattered demon cores and spirit crystals on the ground, tilting her head in inquiry. Ah Yao, with such an abundance of crystal core resources here, why don't the orcs, who have already formed pairs and can come and go freely, venture in to harvest them? This trade is exceptionally lucrative, surely. Even amidst the dangers of the beast tide, some would be willing to take the risk. Chi Ying interjected, the females disdain this place, considering it a filthy and unseemly domain. As a result, the males must keep their distance, otherwise, they risk being abandoned. Observing a group of males toiling tirelessly without any reward, Bai Xuan suddenly posed a question, given my uniquely effective method of providing solace. Have you ever contemplated the possibility of allowing me to offer mental comfort to other males? Bai Xuan's tone was casual, yet it carried an undercurrent of danger and provocation, causing the 3 of them to feel an involuntary tension in their spines. Chi Ying, in a state of urgency, exclaimed, Of course not. How could Xian ever think that? Bai Xuan smiled as she gazed at Junyao. With my mental prowess as bait, I could effortlessly attract countless high-ranking beast men to serve you. She added, Junyao, how could one as astute as you not realize that this is the swiftest means of avenging your grievances? Junyao met her piercing gaze and could not help but smile wryly. Xianer, you underestimate the sincerity of my feelings for you. He knelt on one knee, eyes filled with tenderness, and said, If you truly find it so easy to deceive us, then my heart would not remain so fervently devoted. Longing for a place to rest, Bai Xuan chuckled softly, offering no response, and turned her gaze to Chi Ying. If one day your friends and family are on the brink of madness, would you ask me to soothe them? In her heart, Xiao Xian would always hold the foremost position. No one could compel her to undertake what she did not wish to do, not even herself. Ha ha ha, consider yourselves fortunate. The contract connection clearly indicated to Bai Xuan that their words were sincere, which brought her great satisfaction. She was simply this way, she could offer willingly. But if others sought to take, that was unacceptable. Ultimately, her greatest affection lay with herself. Even if her heart softened, she would never assume the role of a savior. Shouldering the entire issue of the beast world's male madness, wasn't that madness itself? A gentle probe revealed that if their values aligned, she would be more than happy to continue engaging in this romantic game, thus compensating for the regrets of her past life. However, Should they attempt to use their meager emotional bond to morally bind her, it would be best to resolve that sooner rather than later to avoid future distress. Qing Yan's legs buckled, and he fell to his knees, exclaiming, "You frightened me. I thought Xiao Xian no longer wanted us." The contract connection would instill a sense of trepidation in the males based on the emotional fluctuations of the female, and the three were now drenched in cold sweat. Junyao gazed at her with a look of melancholy, pondering why she felt the need to test them, wondering if she feared causing them heartache. Qing lay down, inviting her to rest her head on his chest, his tone elongated and suggestive. "Touch me. It hurts so badly." All of this was in hopes of fostering a deeper trust in the future. Bai Xuan wore a composed expression. It was only natural to be in a phase of adjustment, where mutual probing was to be expected. Observing their continued furrowed brows, she began to employ various charming tactics and sweet words to coax them. Only when the three of them managed to don smiles once more did Bai Xuan divert the conversation by pointing to the industrious male, suggesting that if they continued in this manner, it would not be long before the feral beast banished to the forest would proliferate. Junyao replied nonchalantly, "It has always been a matter of the survival of the fittest. Yet, if all the people were gone, who would continue to toil? I shall venture outside to capture some." Bai Xuan shook her head, recognizing that this was ultimately not a sustainable solution and lacked compassion. Having been enveloped in love, she was willing to cultivate a semblance of profound benevolence. Seemingly resolute, Bai Xuan retrieved a fruit from her space, infusing it with both her wood-based abilities and mental energy until she felt a sense of exhaustion wash over her. "Everyone, do taste this." The trio, though perplexed, obediently shared the distinctly unusual green fruit. As soon as they swallowed it, their pupils dilated in astonishment. Chapter 56, Reunion with the Beast God. Qing Yan, in disbelief, exclaimed, Xian, does this fruit have the power to purify the miasma?" Bai Xuan nodded. "I utilized my wood-based abilities to channel the existing mental energy into the fruit, which should provide a soothing effect equivalent to a mere tenth of its potential." Qing silently closed his agape mouth. Indeed, his capacity to process was perpetually outpaced by the rate at which Xiao Xian created her surprises. Bai Xuan continued to articulate her thoughts, proposing that if one were to divide 100 units and inject them into 100 fruits, although it would not provide a soothing effect, it might alleviate some of the male's suffering from the corrosive taint. Should the ratio be further adjusted, it could serve to suppress the frenzy level, proving far more effective than the tainted crystal course. As she spoke eloquently, Junyao was not only astonished by this peculiar ability, but also profoundly moved by her kindness. This noble female, born into privilege, was willing to exhaust her efforts for the benefit of the males. The eyes of the three glistened with emotion, and Junyao, with a hoarse voice, remarked, "Xian, you are the goddess of the beast realm. I thank you on behalf of all the males of this continent." Hey, I still need to earn crystal course. Refrain from such sentiments, or I might turn into a profit-driven merchant. She jested. It is only right. Little Xian has already provided them with another path to survival. Many of the weaker beastmen in the beast realm lacked the opportunity to engage with females and found it arduous to procure enough crystal cores, relying instead on laborious trade. However, the efficacy of crystal cores in suppressing frenzy levels diminishes over time, and the process of suppression is exceedingly painful. Qing Yan, having never witnessed nor cared about the hardships faced by those males, inquired, Xian, will this endeavor prove burdensome for you? I have heard that females require considerable rest after depleting their mental energy. She replied, this is something I only engage in when I have both the time and inclination. How could it possibly tire me? The combination of mental energy with wood-type abilities is indeed exhausting. Yet she had no intention of transforming herself into a mere benefactor for others. The others wholeheartedly agreed. There were myriad ways to earn crystal cores, and this was merely one approach. Additionally, Bai Xuan emphasized another point. The fruits you just consumed, which possess calming properties, will not be available for sale. Firstly, they require excessive energy, which is not worthwhile. Secondly, the status of females should not be altered because of my actions. Do you understand? Rest assured, Xian. Only females can provide solace. This will never change. Very well, then you may proceed with your arrangements. Plant the fruit trees in one area, and I shall come by to process them when I have the time. The trio busied themselves, while Bai Xuan retreated into her space to contemplate how to better harmonize her mental energy with her wood-type abilities. Currently, the efficiency of storing mental energy was too low, prone to dissipation, and she pondered whether the varieties of fruits and the ratios of wood-type energy infusion would affect the storage of mental energy. She needed to conduct continuous tests to discover the most effortless and effective methods. With no immediate insights, Bai Xuan began to absorb light orbs to restore her mental energy. Mental energy can be used alongside abilities. What about the space? She had long suspected that the space did not entirely belong to her. Could she perhaps perceive it with her mental energy? With this thought, Bai Xuan immediately sent her mental energy to roam through every corner of the space, scrutinizing it thoroughly. Eventually, her gaze fell upon the mystical spring well, narrowing her eyes. Transforming her mental energy into a sword, she ruthlessly plunged it into the well. A faint cry of consciousness echoed before dissipating into nothingness. Bai Xuan gritted her teeth. Old man, you truly are something. No sooner had she spoken than he appeared in the space with his disheveled hair. Ha ha ha, dear friend, do not be angry. I merely wish to protect you. Heh. Do you take me for a fool? Realizing that his ruse was ineffective, he dropped the pretense. You have yet to fulfill the task I entrusted to you. This space is merely a temporary refuge for you, and thus I must leave a trace of my divine consciousness. Humph. Why didn't you clarify that from the very beginning, instead of being so secretive? Hiki, with your nature of never wanting to miss out on a bargain. Would you have agreed to my request so readily if you hadn't felt there was an advantage to gain? Bai Xuan was so amused by him that she couldn't help but laugh. Where did you go for your studies? You hardly resemble a deity at all, she remarked. Rolling her eyes. With a dismissive pout, she murmured to herself, isn't it just like herding ducks onto a perch? No wonder she had such poor judgment in selecting a treacherous wolf as the high priest. Hey, you girl, stop sticking needles into me, she protested. Let me tell you. You have no idea. He plopped down on the ground, preparing for a casual chat with her. But hold on. I haven't yet settled the score with you. Wasn't my fully developed wood-based ability appropriated by you to restore your divine power? His eyes darted nervously. That was merely to enhance your physique, enabling you to integrate into the beast realm. Cut the nonsense. You buried your divine consciousness in the space, waiting for me to ascend back to the 10th level, right? What? Do you wish to devour me once more? Do you see me as a mere vessel? Oh, please don't be angry. With your mental prowess and your beastly husband by your side, you surely don't need that ability, do you? My divine power is compromised for the sake of the beast realm, so could you lend me a hand? Bai Xuan was fuming with rage, her words spewing forth like a machine gun. That is your responsibility. What does it have to do with me? Your divine power wanes because of your own foolishness. Do you think the females of the beast realm are unaware of the light orbs? And you, as a beast deity, are equally ignorant. If you had only taught them how to capture those orbs, would there have been a need to establish this divine barrier? The wood-based ability is mine. Who do you think you are to demand it from me? If you dare to play tricks on me again, I shall cease my cooperation. At worst, you can send me back. I can survive anywhere. Alternatively, I would not mind becoming the next high priestess, continuing to stir things up in your beast realm. He was momentarily taken aback by her outburst, struggling to find words of defense. This girl was an outsider, beyond his jurisdiction, yet she possessed genuine talent, having devised solutions to problems that had plagued him for centuries within mere days. Initially, he had hoped to reason with her, to appeal to her emotions, but it was evident that he lacked the capability to do so. He cast a sorrowful glance at the fierce woman before him, thinking, even with a different facade, her tongue remains as sharp. Reluctantly, he realized he must pacify her. He had no means to seek other external assistance, nor could he convey the information about the light orbs to the females of the beast realm. Oh, Father God, he lamented, this is far more distressing than knowing Rongling is a treacherous wolf in sheep's clothing. Bai Xuan took a breath and remarked, we are engaged in a transaction. I owe you nothing. After a lengthy tirade filled with vibrant exclamations, followed by a prolonged period of languid silence, he finally spoke with a hint of reluctance, asking, so, what is it that you desire? First, allow me to regain my human form. This diminutive stature lacks the vigor for a compelling argument. He nodded, promising that within 3 days, you shall take form. Agree to 3 conditions as well. The specifics have yet to be determined. What? 3? He cried out until his voice cracked. Oh dear, what is your name? Knowing your inadequacies, I shall not trouble you. He gazed at her with a sense of grievance. You wretched girl, could you not be a tad gentler in your scorn? Enough, enough, just be gone. Her scolding left her voice hoarse. Very well, then, the matter of instructing the female will require your utmost diligence. I have complete confidence in your abilities. The beast god departed with a cheerful demeanor, utterly unaware of the grand surprise that Bai Xuan would eventually bestow upon him. Once he vanished, Bai Xuan meticulously scoured the space once more, ensuring that no remnants of divine consciousness lingered, and subsequently established a mental barrier, claiming the space entirely for herself. Chapter 57, Transformation Heat. Meanwhile, Ling Zhe and Emo Xian donned dark garments that enveloped their forms completely, revealing only their piercing eyes. After consuming a plant capable of masking their scent, they ventured into the black market. The safe zones, devoid of beast tides, were precious resources for both tribes and beast cities, and opportunities for the beastmen to procure crystal nuclei were limited. Infiltrating these areas clandestinely could result in severe penalties or even expulsion from the tribe. Some exceptionally gifted single beastmen, seeking to acquire more crystal nuclei, often found themselves compelled to brave the unstable territories of nuclear beasts. The obscure origins of the crystal nuclei further necessitated discretion. Most would have to utilize them externally to prevent any envy within the tribe that might lead to malicious schemes. Thus, the black market emerged, conveniently located near the Exile Forest, where established high-ranking beastmen refrained from purging it. Over time, it expanded, drawing together many unbound single beastmen, none of whom surpassed the 6th tier in strength. Within this realm, Lingzhe and Mo Xian frequently changed locations while gathering substantial supplies, their prowess as 7th tier beasts rendering them untraceable. Mo Xian handled the purchasing, negotiating prices, and swiftly departing after dropping the spirit crystals, while Lingzhe managed transportation, his wings nearly smoking from the effort as he carried the goods piece by piece to designated locations, where Chi Ying would then assist in transporting them back. Before long, rumors of two affluent individuals began circulating in the black market, while the duo was already en route back. How could Xian be perfectly fine yet suddenly experience a fever? They were so attentive in their care. Mo Xian transformed into a beastly form, perched upon the back of the golden eagle, anxiously flicking its serpent-like tongue. Lingzhe hurried back at the utmost speed, the details of the situation eluding my understanding. Just after completing the final trip, I fortuitously encountered Chi Ying, who uttered a brief remark before hastily departing. Xiao Xianer, we have the ice crystal now. It will soon bring a refreshing coolness. Bai Xuan felt as if she were about to be scorched like a dog, panting with her tongue lolling out, desperately wishing she could shed her fur. Yet, considering the possibility of becoming bald after her transformation, she restrained herself, cursing inwardly at the old man for his lack of clarity. Junyao and Chi Ying tossed a multitude of ice crystals into the pool they had previously excavated, channeling their beastly energy to activate them, causing a gentle chill to waft into the air. Qingyan also brought a handful of ice crystals to Bai Xuan, expressing concern as she asked, Xian, are you feeling any better? Oh, it feels so good, so refreshing, Bai Xuan exclaimed, cradling the small ice blocks, nearly transcending her discomfort. Junyao approached and carried her into the cool spring, allowing her to finally breathe a sigh of relief. Shall we find a shaman to take a look? Junyao inquired, crouching by the shore with a look of worry etched upon his face. Bai Xuan rested her head upon his hand, languidly allowing herself to float in the water. No, this is merely my transformation. It is not an illness. Chi Ying furrowed his brow in perplexity. But there are still 2 months remaining, and transformation does not typically induce fever. I am somewhat different from them. I can calmly await 3 days. Junyao pondered for a moment, contemplating whether the premature transformation could be attributed to an insufficient consumption of demon cores, resulting in this feverish state. Bai Xuan was momentarily taken aback. How could I have not thought of this? She promptly retrieved the demon core from her space, and the 3 of them began to feed, indulging until her cheeks ached, yet she remained oblivious to any headache. No more, it's not as hot anymore. Bai Xuan opened her mouth wide and moved it around a bit, feeling as though it was on the verge of stiffening. Junyao lifted her up to dry her fur, and Lingzhe and Mo Xian finally returned. When Bai Xuan beheld Mo Xian's beastly form, her eyes sparkled with intrigue, and she rushed forward to cling to the great serpent's body, refusing to let go. Why is it so hot? After discerning the reason, she coiled around him several times, ensuring that her entire body pressed against his icy scales. Noticing her squinting and nuzzling against him, Mo Xian concealed his delight behind an impassive expression. Chi Ying, with a disdainful pout, murmured with envy, the utility of cold-blooded beastmen is rather limited. They are akin to ice crystals. You all may attend to your affairs. Mo Xian shall keep me company. No sooner had he spoken than 4 piercing glares were directed at him, their anger palpable, yet their adversaries suffered no damage. As if mocking them, Qingyan remarked, Xian, how can we possibly depart in this manner? Junior replied, I have thoroughly briefed on the matters concerning the Exile Forest. Tengyu, Meng Kuei, and Tian Liang will manage it themselves. Lingzhe added, do not worry. I have already sent word to my trusted confidants outside. Let them stir up a commotion first. It will reveal who remains loyal to me. As they intended to remain by Bai Xuan's side, Meng Kuei arrived with news of 2 6-pattern beasts entering the Exile Forest. The group sat in silence, eyes averted. Until Junyao, his expression darkened, took it upon himself to handle the situation. Let us go greet our esteemed guests. He gritted his teeth, forcing a smile that appeared increasingly strained. Meng Kuei, sensing an ominous aura, shuddered and took a moment to mourn for the two newcomers. Brother, why has His Majesty sent us to this wretched place? He scoffed. Who among us has not seen the world? To claim there is an S-class female here is absurd. We would be fortunate to even find a C-class. He continued, surely, that female cannot be foolish or afflicted in some way. Otherwise, how could she have ended up in the filthy Exile Forest? He disdainfully shook his hand as if to dismiss the thought. Wouldn't it be even better if she's simple-minded? We could easily take advantage of her upon our return. The gorilla beastman leered with malicious intent. Brother, are you not concerned that our mate will find out? His Majesty assured us that our mission in the Exile Forest would remain confidential. If you do not speak of it, neither will I, and who will be the wiser? It is merely a jest. We are not engaging in anything serious. Typically, all females, including their mate, regarded them with disdain. Such an opportunity was too precious to overlook. Junyao, perched upon a tree, observed the two as they spoke irreverently. Their eyes tainted with lewdness, and fury surged within his darkened gaze. Meng Kuei, beside him, felt the weight of the oppressive aura, breaking into a cold sweat, wishing fervently to seal their lips. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through, and Junyao returned, clutching a bloodied leaf. His voice was sharp and frigid. Handle this from a distance. Do not sully my sight. The two nearby collapsed in response, clutching their bleeding necks, their eyes wide with terror. Unable to close them in death, Meng Kuei swallowed hard, hastily replying, let us investigate which royal city they hail from. Junyao adjusted his clothing and returned casually to find several individuals enthusiastically showcasing various items brought back by Bai Xuan. Lingzhe had moved a full-length mirror into the room, and Bai Xuan's mouth fell open in astonishment. You all possess this? And it's so clear. It seemed to be a creation born from the fusion of mineral stones and plant juices, though she couldn't recall which herbivorous beastman had crafted it. The females certainly adored it. I like it too. Quickly, place it next to that clothes rack. A mirror was an essential for someone like her, who reveled in self-admiration. The beast world appeared to have everything. She remembered a plant resembling yellow beans that could obliterate waste as effectively as corpse-dissolving liquid. The quality of life here might even surpass that of the modern world. Chapter 58. Transformation, gazing at the vibrant fabrics, which rivaled silk in quality. She was nearly exhausted from her astonishment. The males crafted their own garments, and thus the fabric was exclusively intended for females and young ones. The concept of coarse cloth was non-existent, as all materials felt delicate and smooth to the touch. Why not purchase ready-made clothes? Chi Ying inched closer, looking pitifully at her. Do you want to wear clothes made by other males? Can all of you create them? She certainly could not fathom how a piece of fabric transformed into clothing. Lingzhe raised an eyebrow. A male who cannot make clothes, is he even worth having? Exactly. Very well, then you shall make them. But wait. How can you create them if you don't know my measurements? Chi Ying smiled knowingly. Little Xianer, with such detailed descriptions, how could we possibly be unaware? Chi Ying lowered his head, his ears turning red once more. Bai Xuan pondered for a moment, her eyes widening in shock. You all heard that? The group collectively nodded in affirmation, and Bai Xuan felt as if her head were trapped in a coil of a great serpent, with her rear end exposed. Hearing their teasing laughter, along with the slight tremor of Mo Xian's serpentine form, Bai Xuan erupted in indignation. Make them. All of you, make me clothes. If they do not fit. The crowd fell silent, as if they had crossed a line. Bai Xuan reclined upon a mound of ice crystals, supervising as her 5 companions fashioned garments for her. Remarkably, they exhibited considerable skill. Indeed, the men of the beast realm proved to be models of domesticity. On the 3rd night, as the white tiger slumbered soundly, embraced by a great serpent, a sudden spark of starlight enveloped her, gradually transforming her into an exquisite young maiden. Her skin, as smooth as cream, her features painted by artistry, with a delicate nose and rosy lips, her long ebony hair cascading down her back, veiling much of her alluring form. A slender waist showcased the distinct curves reminiscent of a mermaid, while her elongated, straight legs lay elegantly crossed, exuding both nobility and sanctity. Her long, curled eyelashes concealed her tightly shut eyes, stirring curiosity about the enchanting allure that would be unveiled upon their opening. Mo Xian sensed something amiss. As he opened his eyes, they shifted to slitted pupils. Xian? Noticing she had not awakened, he feared his frigid serpentine form might chill the maiden's tender skin, prompting him to revert to his human form, unsure of where to place his hands. Struggling to restrain his gaze from wandering, he lifted a hand. yearning to caress her face, desperate to confirm that his vision was not a mere illusion. Holding his breath, his heart raced, and his body temperature surged. Just as he was about to make contact, Bai Xuan, in her slumber, felt the icy embrace transform into a blazing furnace, prompting her to disdainfully kick it away. Unbeknownst to Xian, he was tumbled off the bed, rolling several times, and before he could revel in the fact that his wife had indeed transformed, he was abruptly reminded of the exquisite contours he had just glimpsed. His throat constricted, and his ears burned with embarrassment. He hastily knelt, bowing his head to suppress the tumultuous images flooding his mind, hoarsely calling her name twice. Bai Xuan, now lying flat, murmured softly as she rubbed her eyes. Upon discovering that her once furry tiger paws had transformed into delicate, luminous hands, she gasped, her eyes widening in excitement as she sat up. "I'm back." Giddy with joy, she sprang to her feet, her hands exploring her body, confirming whether it was indeed her former self. Xian, stealing a glance, felt as if he had been scorched, quickly averting his gaze. "Xian, I shall assist you in dressing." The four outside heard Bai Xuan's exclamation and rushed through the door. What happened? Meanwhile, Xian, who had been kneeling obediently, instantly morphed back into his beast form, coiling his massive serpent body around Bai Xuan, forming a protective barrier that shielded the room from prying eyes. With his forked tongue flickering, he commanded the four intruders, "Leave." Upon witnessing Bai Xuan, the four stood transfixed, rendered speechless. The young maiden's delicate and exquisite visage, typically serene, radiated an added air of nobility and allure, her captivating charm utterly mesmerizing. Unfazed by their astonishment, Bai Xuan calmly picked up the garments Xian had wrapped around her and began to dress. Once attired, she took a few steps forward, resting her hands on the dark green serpent that encircled her, raising her chin slightly, her lips curling into a smile. "What do you think? Am I not enchanting enough to captivate you?" Before they could respond, Xian swatted them out with his tail, and the door slammed shut with a resounding thud. "Ha ha ha, is Xian truly this domineering?" Bai Xuan gazed meaningfully at the snake, its head twisting and turning, unable to meet her eyes. Dressed incompletely, they were meant to step outside. Xian transformed back into human form and knelt before her on one knee. Bai Xuan toyed with her long hair, a playful smile gracing her lips as she continued her teasing. "Yet, you perceive far more than they do you not?" He lowered his head, pressing his lips together. "It was Xian who summoned me to attend to her. She desired warmth, needing my presence for 2 nights, naturally placing me in the role of caretaker, regardless of whose turn it was today. Then why do you not look up at me?" A voice, languid and laced with a hint of mirth, drifted through the air. Xian's gaze faltered for a moment, then he slowly lifted his eyes, his unmasked desire shimmering within them. An urge arose within him, simultaneously fearful of sacrilege, yet longing for her to notice. "Xian, shall I assist you in donning your outer garment?" Xian's voice was husky, his gaze deep and intense as if it sought to draw her in. His question tinged with a subtle dominance. Bai Xuan let out a soft chuckle and turned towards the nearby mirror. With arms outstretched, she smiled invitingly, beckoning him to come closer. As he approached, Bai Xuan pointed at the 5 outfits hanging on the rack, feigning exasperation as she inquired. "Each of you has crafted a set. Which one should I wear?" Without a moment's hesitation, Xian took down the piece he had made and began earnestly assisting her in putting it on. His cool, ascetic visage, paired with eyes brimming with desire, created an irresistibly alluring combination, stirring an urge to shatter that restraint. "Ha ha ha, Xian, you truly are quite charming." Bai Xuan, while cooperating, scrutinized herself. Indeed, her body was hers, still youthful in her teenage years. The hair she had previously deemed a hassle to cut had grown back, and the scars on her body had vanished. She radiated vitality, reborn without a trace of her former weariness or despondency. One could not help but marvel at how the environment of the beastly realm nurtured its inhabitants. Observing the man behind her, meticulously arranging her attire, Bai Xuan couldn't help but smile softly. Perhaps it was they who possessed the ability to nurture. Once dressed, Xian, both anxious and exhilarated, embraced Bai Xuan's waist from behind and exclaimed, "Xian, you are truly beautiful." Bai Xuan stood at a height of 1.72 meters, just reaching his jawline. Noticing the astonishment etched on his face as he gazed at her, a smile unconsciously graced her lips as she leaned back into his embrace. "See, I told you I could enchant you all. How dare you mock me before?" Xian's eyes were drawn to the reflection of the charming and spirited young woman in the mirror, his gaze lingering on her crimson lips. "Xian, I wish." Sensing his intention, Bai Xuan turned around with a playful smile, wrapping her arms around his neck and gently pulling him down. Their faces drew closer, their noses brushing against one another, eliciting a light caress. Xian nervously closed his eyes, seemingly awaiting something. Chapter 59, A Battlefield of Emotions? It appears rather harmonious, doesn't it? Bai Xuan stifled a laugh, her crimson lips parting in a teasing and prolonged manner. Hee, if you don't wish to, you should allow them to enter. Upon witnessing his shocked and disappointed gaze, Bai Xuan erupted into a melodious peal of laughter. Outside the door, the four who had been dismissed wore expressions of various hues. Chi Ying was the first to comprehend the situation. Wait a moment, why should that vile serpent keep us outside? Even if we were to take turns serving today. It should be Ling Zhe. Ling Zhe's expression darkened further. It was the first time he had encountered a cold-blooded creature favored more by their mistress than they were. Just as Chi Ying attempted to barge in, he was halted by Junyao. Xian has set up a protective barrier. Do not force your way in and risk harming Xianer. Thus, they remained in a standoff, each of them wearing a grim countenance as they awaited outside. Only Chi Ying stood there, dazed and lost in thought, murmuring softly to himself, so this is what Xian looks like. She truly is beautiful. Suddenly, the door swung open, and the four immediately clustered around, peering inside. Upon seeing Xian emerge with an expression of unfulfilled desire, their spirits lifted. I have assisted Xian in dressing. You may now enter. At this declaration, the fist of the four clenched tightly, longing to strike. Why are we not entering yet? Xian's voice was enchanting, and Qin Yin began to feel lightheaded once more. Bai Xuan twirled a few times before the mirror, and one could not help but admire their craftsmanship. The ancient garments, fashioned according to her descriptions, bore an impressive resemblance, truly remarkable for someone capable of conjuring attire from thin air. As 5 individuals entered, they beheld a young maiden clad in a flowing emerald green gown, seemingly dancing gracefully. Noticing that they stood motionless at the doorway, Bai Xuan snapped her fingers and exclaimed, "Hey, snap back to reality." Junyao, with a smile illuminating his eyes, gazed at her with affectionate warmth, saying, "Xianer, congratulations on your transformation. Moreover, you are truly exquisite." Ha ha ha, Bai Xuan relished the compliments. We share in this joy, do we not? She remarked, casting a meaningful glance at each of the 5. Aha, it is finally time to feast. Chi Ying stepped forward, wrapping her arms around Bai Xuan's waist and spinning her around, eager to claim a place at the table. Have you not noticed that even the mute serpent has caught a whiff of the delectable aroma? Little Xianer, what brings us such delight? Bai Xuan rolled her eyes, feigning ignorance, yet her hands were anything but innocent. You are free to dislike it. No one is compelling you, she said, pushing him away with a swift motion. However, she was promptly lifted by Ling Zhe, who exclaimed, "Little one, how can you go without shoes or socks? Xian truly lacks the ability to serve." The mute snake remained silent, deeply engaged and reflecting upon its own mistakes. Ling Zhe gently placed her on the edge of the bed, knelt on one knee, and tenderly held one of her delicate feet in his hands, carefully slipping a sock onto it. Bai Xuan gazed at him with a smile, combining an air of dominance with grace, exuding an alluring charm. Catching sight of Qin Yin, who stood beside her in a daze, she approached him and playfully asked, "Dear fool, have you lost your soul?" Qin Yin's eyes sparkled with mirth as he replied, Xian, you are indeed as exquisite as described, simply stunning." In the past, he had no conception of beauty, yet now his standards were exceedingly high. Ahem, how unfortunate for this poor lad to still recall that moment. He had intended to tease her in secrecy, but it had turned into a public display, undoubtedly a part of his embarrassing history. Bai Xuan swiftly shifted the topic, exclaiming, "This garment fits a tad too snugly. It requires alteration." Junyao, with utmost seriousness, inquired, "Is it the upper part or the lower part that is tight?" "Both are too small and need adjusting." Chi Ying's gaze gradually descended from her face, ultimately resting upon her voluptuous curves. With equal gravity, she remarked, "Little Xianer, for clothing to fit well, one must have the tailor take precise measurements. Would you not agree?" "Ah, when it comes to audacity, I truly cannot compare to Ying. Given their tailoring skills, is there truly a need for measurements?" After a prolonged silence, none dared to counter Chi Ying's statement, and they all gazed at her with anticipatory expressions. Very well, they are all infatuated, and how coincidental that she is as well. Yet, she now wished to take advantage of them, rather than the other way around. What to do? Junyao cleared his throat twice and exchanged glances with the others. Suddenly, the 5 of them knelt on one knee in unison, proclaiming, "Please, mistress, evaluate your companions." Bai Xuan gazed at them with curiosity, pondering what kind of ceremony was about to unfold. What precisely is a maid evaluation? To clarify, A maid evaluation entails that the female must first ascertain whether the male characteristics of her guardian beast are satisfactory before forming a bond. Females possess ancestral memories, and upon transformation, they attain maturity, comprehending all that is necessary. Males who do not meet the standards of the evaluation may be returned. What is this? A premarital trial of affection? No, this is one-sided. A one-sided arrangement that allows her to exploit them without any resistance. Bai Xuan's eyes grew increasingly radiant, as if her thoughts were manifesting into reality. Ahem, she feigned a calm demeanor and inquired, shall it be one by one? Junyao chuckled softly, his gaze intensely fixed upon her. My dear wife, you may conduct the examination as you wish. As Bai Xuan pondered, her excitement grew, her fingers incessantly twirling her hair. What truly constitutes a benchmark? Is it size, endurance, or perhaps quantity? Her mind was awash with frivolous thoughts, yet her composure remained impeccable, earning her own admiration. Ling Zhe knelt before her, gazing upwards with an undertone of danger in his voice. The little one mused, who among us could possibly fall short? My man certainly meets the standard. Chi Ying began to stir the pot, inquiring, so, who do you think will satisfy you the most? To which Bai Xuan replied, how would I know until I have tested? This remark prompted a silent competition among the 5 men, each exchanging glances laden with challenge. If one were to be deemed inadequate, how could the contest for affection continue? That would lead to utter despondency. How did she find herself ensnared in this predicament? Bai Xuan disregarded him, twirling her fingers twice. Then I shall first verify tonight, she declared. The crowd lifted their heads, their gazes fixed upon her with intense scrutiny. Bai Xuan clapped her hands and declared, let us begin with a yell. The 5 individuals rose to their feet. Junyao, with a playful smile, took a step forward, acutely aware of the piercing glares directed at him from behind, which felt almost tangible. His smile grew ever more radiant. Bai Xuan maintained a facade of calm, while her heart was already in a flurry of anticipation. She extended her index finger and gradually glided it down his chest, her fingertip delicately catching his belt, gently pulling it towards herself. Junyao gazed at her with tenderness akin to flowing water, willingly surrendering himself to her control. Bai Xuan turned and led him towards the bed, casting a sidelong glance at the 4 individuals. You all, please leave. The 4 exited the room, hastening towards the storage room. As 4 hands simultaneously grasped a book, they all awkwardly turned their heads away. Qin Yan was the first to speak, his eyes innocent and sincere as he looked at them. Isn't this the book that my elder brothers bought for me? Having grown up without guidance, could it be that my brothers are also unversed in such matters? The illustrations in the Beast World's art books depict solely male self-indulgence, leaving no trace of femininity, however. They occasionally impart a few techniques for serving females, which are nonetheless highly coveted by the males. Outside, the argument raged on, while inside, the atmosphere grew increasingly intimate. Aren't you nervous? It is my honor. Bai Xuan yearned to behold that ethereal visage, now tinged with desire. I shall incite your apprehension. Chapter 60, Junyao. A hand glided over his chest, gently guiding him towards the edge of the bed, until the back of his feet met the bed's rim, with a gentle push. Junyao willingly surrendered to the embrace of the bed. Bai Xuan supported herself with one hand on the bed, while the other hand tugged forcefully at his belt, causing her upper robe to loosen and fall apart. Leaning close to his ear, she whispered, a yell. This attire is truly exquisite. It reflects every detail that Xin'er has described. The warmth of her breath enveloped his ear, and Junyao's breathing grew erratic, losing the steadiness it once possessed. Bai Xuan perceived his transformation and continued to provoke him with words. So, you are still wearing your undergarments. Should I remove another piece? Xin'er expressed her displeasure, asserting that she could simply make it disappear. His gaze turned serious, and his voice gradually grew hoarse. Oh no, how could you dislike it? Unwrapping a gift piece by piece is what makes it delightful. As she spoke, Bai Xuan's hands delved into his open collar, pushing aside the fabric to reveal his fair and well-defined chest muscles. The moment their skin made contact, Junyao was stirred, trembling slightly, and closed his eyes. Her hands continued their descent, exploring unknown territories, eliciting soft, involuntary sounds from him. Is your reaction this intense? Bai Xuan curiously prodded him a couple more times. His fingers clenched the sheets, knuckles pronounced and veins prominent, his voice trembling as he called out to her, Xin'er, Xin'er. Observing his state, Bai Xuan decided to spare him for the moment and let her hands wander further down. His 8-pack abs were enticingly defined, firm yet yielding to the touch, truly captivating. As long as you like it, that's what matters, he said, a sheen of sweat forming on his forehead, yet he managed to respond to her every word. This sight was undeniably alluring. However, it was still not sufficient. Shifting from a kneeling position to lie on his side, it became evident that a prominent bulge had formed between his thighs. Bai Xuan let out a soft chuckle, and Xiao Yao seemed to have figured it out. Jun Yao's ears flushed crimson, and he turned his head, falling silent. His hand ventured downward, leaving only the sound of his heavy breaths and the violent rise and fall of his chest. A yell, "Open your eyes and look at me." Jun Yao obediently complied, his dark, deep-set eyes already brimming with desire. Time slipped away unnoticed, and when it finally passed, Jun Yao appeared disheveled, the corners of his eyes tinged with red. While Bai Xuan remained untouched, her smile radiant as a blooming flower. The striking contrast rendered the night all the more extravagant. After a moment's pause, Jun Yao endeavored to regain his gentle demeanor, asking, "Xuaner, are you still satisfied?" Bai Xuan gently wiped the sweat from his face, soothingly murmuring, "Are you satisfied?" "Absolutely delighted." In that moment, the man appeared particularly endearing, fragile yet clingy. Bai Xuan cherished this side of him immensely. Taking his hand, she led him towards the bathing area. "Shall I help you wash up?" Jun Yao, rarely shy, replied with a simple, "All right." After attending to him, Bai Xuan also took a bath and changed into her nightwear before returning to bed. "Sleep now. I shall always be here." As the first rays of dawn broke, the two nestled in their blankets opened their eyes. "Good morning." Jun Yao leaned down and placed a gentle kiss on her forehead, admiring her radiant smile. Having shared such intimacy, their closeness felt entirely natural. "Good morning," Bai Xuan replied, lifting her head from his chest to return his morning kiss. With a playful smile, she asked, "Did you enjoy last night?" Jun Yao chuckled softly. "Of course, it was delightful. Thanks to you, Xuaner." He tightened his embrace, pecking her cheek twice, his tone hinting at something deeper. "When I ask this question in the future, I expect a thorough response from you, Xuaner." Suddenly, a sense of dread washed over her as she recalled her slightly reckless behavior from the previous night. Outside the door, for individuals, filled with resentment, had been waiting for nearly half an hour, their frustration nearly manifesting into a tangible force. Chi Ying, unable to contain his impatience, pressed his ear against the door, wondering why there was no sound. Isn't it said that if a wife sounds pleasing while breathing, her husband will be even more fond of her? But what does that even mean? Is it exhausting? Chi Ying regarded his antics with disbelief. "You foolish wolf, what a peculiar obsession you have. Surely they must have soundproofed the room." "Oh," Chi Ying sighed in disappointment. He felt a mix of confusion and anxiety, fearing that he might be dismissed by Xian for not measuring up. Stealing glances at the others, he pondered, "I wonder if suggesting a comparison of sizes would get me in trouble?" Before he could voice his thoughts, Emo Xian, standing with crossed arms, coldly interjected, "Put away that repulsive gaze of yours. Any useless thoughts in that head of yours can be disposed of in the lavatory, perhaps due to yesterday's unfulfilled desires." Emo Xian's tongue was particularly sharp today, akin to a firecracker ready to explode. Just as Chi Ying was about to offer an explanation, the wind chimes in the front hall jingled. Lingze, attuning to the beastly instincts, sensed the arrival of someone and remarked, "I'll go take a look." Upon his return, the room remained silent, prompting the group to discuss matters at the door. "People from Long Yuan and Ling Yu have arrived. Tian Liang is hosting them at Jiuyun Peak and wishes for us to join them," Emo Xian inquired. "Which royal city did they come from yesterday?" Meng Kuei had reported last night, and recalling the vile words, Lingze's anger remained unquenched. "Humph, those two scoundrels are from Yuhuang. Yanji's conduct is improper, and he fails to maintain discipline among his subordinates." Two Orcish beings from the ape tribe were initially tasked with a mission at the Dragon Abyss. However, due to their proximity to the Exiled Forest, they were directly dispatched by the Beast King. They believed it would be an effortless endeavor. For what female would willingly remain in the Exiled Forest, inevitably viewing her rescuer as a lifeline? To their dismay, upon entering, they met an untimely demise. Emo Xian's gaze turned sinister. Such a swift death was indeed a misfortune for them, as it would spare them future entanglements with Yu Huang. After conversing for a while, silence lingered within. Chi Ying gestured with his lips, wondering why they had not yet emerged, lest Xian go hungry. Lingze, unable to contain himself, began to pace restlessly, contemplating, "What if I were to knock on the door now?" Qing laughed unabashedly, remarking, "If you seek to grow close to little Xian, prepare to be interrupted at every turn. Even I dare not provoke this smiling tiger. How do you muster the courage?" Lingze rubbed his nose and returned to his seat, deciding it was best to refrain. Inside, Jun Yao assisted Bai Xuan in dressing, while his own garments hung loosely upon him. Bai Xuan's lips curled into a smile, her tone languid. "Are you attempting to seduce me?" Jun Yao replied with unabashed honesty. and Xian felt that indeed was the case. Ha ha ha, do your wizards truly teach everything? He gazed at her with sincerity, saying, what need is there for a wizard's instruction? Just by looking at you, I have learned all I need. Bai Xian's fingers danced upon his chest, and Yao is truly extraordinary. I find myself captivated. Junyao stepped out with a face full of bewilderment, his heart soaring with delight. Xian was enjoying her breakfast while I attended to the guests. Please take good care of them. The soundproof barrier only muffled the noise from within, yet Junyao could hear their conversation with crystal clarity. He hoped that there would be no more unsavory characters like Yu Huang. He instructed Meng Kuei to gather everyone here, and Junyao settled in the front hall, sipping tea in quiet anticipation. Chapter 61. Visitors from Beast King City. The four individuals who burst through the door had no time to appreciate the boastful demeanor of the obnoxious old tiger. Bai Xian was sipping water when she noticed them each dragging a small stool and forming a circle around her. As soon as Chi Ying opened his mouth, he could astound anyone. The next question was, whom would Xiao Xian play with? Bai Xian could no longer contain herself and exclaimed, is it truly so vigorous? Cough, cough. Coughing, couldn't you choose a different word? Chi Ying chuckled with an alluring grin. Which one shall I use instead? Touch, stroke, or perhaps tread? Bai Xian twisted her numb fingers, surprisingly feeling a tinge of anticipation for a change in approach. Indeed, whenever she encountered eyeing, her already faded mind seemed to dull even further. It's you. With that, Bai Xian pinched a vine seed, mimicking the appearance of a growing whip, coiling it several times to lift his chin upward. Do you remember your promise? You mustn't cry out in pain. Hehehe, I guarantee your satisfaction. But now, wouldn't that require clearing the area? Chi Ying's eyes darted mischievously, eagerly contemplating how to usher out the few who had barely settled in. Bai Xian rolled her eyes and tossed the whip into the void. Fine, 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 that works too. The three of them stood there in a daze. And in just a few moments, the second candidate had made his decision. They had yet to utter a single word, merely engaging in a futile contention, casting glances of shared resentment towards Bai Xian, particularly Mo Xian, whose grievances seemed almost tangible. After all, he was the first to witness her descent into the exiled forest, the first to behold her transformation. Yet for some inexplicable reason, he always seemed to lag behind in the evenings. Bai Xian stepped forward and wrapped her arm around his, saying, Xian, lead me to see the plants you brought back. The other three attempted to follow but were halted by her. You all should assist Yao. There should be quite a few visitors outside, to ensure no one bullies him. Ling Zai's lips twitched. He was barely managing not to bully others himself. Meng Kuei, the burly man, had nearly been frightened to tears by him, while Tung Yu had almost forgotten his master. It was hard to believe anyone could dare to bully him. Xiao Xian, are you particularly partial to the verified males? Does that mean I can also enough? You need not assist. Go do something else. Don't linger around me all day, or the air will become stifling with so many people. Moreover, facing several handsome faces seeking her affection, she was uncertain whom to comfort. Each time she spoke, she was met with a few pairs of sorrowful eyes. If this continued, she would surely develop a tender heart. It was far better to interact with one person alone, fully devoted to that individual, while the others could remain unseen for now. Mo Xian, who she was holding, had already cast aside any lingering dissatisfaction. The taste of being favored was truly delightful. He smugly flashed a smile at the three others. Xian, let us go. The items are in the storage room over there. The three felt a twinge of gloom for a moment before gradually returning to normal. Who was the expression for, now that their mistress wasn't around? Ling Zai pondered for a moment before stating, I will first return to Songlong. If the little one inquires, please do inform him. Chi Ying raised an eyebrow. You're not waiting for the verification to finish before you leave? The little one seemed to be following the order of the seals. Do you think I could possibly cut in line ahead of Mo Xian? He didn't seize your chance, which astonished me. Ah, quite perceptive, Ling Zai replied. I understand the rules. It would be difficult for the little one if a conflict arose. They could all sense Bai Xian quietly caring for everyone's feelings. If they did not cooperate, it would be truly unbecoming. Before leaving, Ling Zai decided to deliver a warning, patting Qing Yin on the shoulder. Don't even think about cutting in line, understood? Oh, he never considered escaping the fate of being the fifth. However, among the four, there should be at least one willing to let him observe and learn. If all else fails, he would have to seek guidance. Being laughed at by them was far preferable to being scorned by Xian. No one knew what he was contemplating. Had they known, he would undoubtedly have received a beating. Ling Zai transformed into his beast form and swiftly flew towards the Songlong Yu clan, intending to meet his adoptive father and arrange matters ahead. Chi Ying and Qing Yin, having nothing else to do, headed towards the front hall. At the peak of Jiuyun, Tianliang gazed in astonishment at the newcomer and hurried to greet him. Uncle, why did father send you? In the beast world, the legitimate mate of a mother beast is referred to as father, the biological father beast as a father, and other mates of the mother beast as uncle. Gu Rue stroked his beard, wearing a kindly expression as he replied, I volunteered to come. Has Alyang been suffering? You look considerably diminished. No, my elder brother is devising plans. And I am faring well in the exiled forest. How have you and our father been of late? All is well, and your mother is also thinking of you. Tianliang's expression was intricate, as he did not respond to this remark. Gu Rue, seeing this, helplessly shifted the topic. You may not be aware, but once Changli takes a partner, the king intends to pass the throne to him. None of the young chieftains from this generation's tribes can compare to him. This is indeed a fortunate development. Tianyang genuinely felt delighted for his elder brother. After exchanging pleasantries for a while, they finally broached the matter at hand. Was the news received by the king truly authentic? Tianyang nodded, intending to elaborate, when Yuqing interjected that someone from Longyuan King's city had also arrived, having just entered the Exile Forest. Gu Rue furrowed his brow, realizing that he had indeed come to the right place. This news must have reached all the Beast Kings. Tianyang suggested they should convene at Jiuyun Peak, so they could also meet the young female guardian beast. He then asked Yuqing to relay a message to Tingyue, inviting a few individuals to Jiuyun Peak for a discussion. Gu Rue furrowed his brow again, pondering that within the Exile Forest, it would not be appropriate for them to take the lead. Alyang was not ignorant of etiquette, and with the female sovereign present, it was only fitting that they should pay a visit instead. They should first gauge their attitude to understand how much confidence they truly possessed and how much regard the young female held for them. Ultimately, Tianyang was somewhat reluctant. Since his uncle had arrived, he was now the second prince of Lingyu. He believed his talents were not inferior to theirs, and that he was significantly younger. As long as the young female had not yet formed a bond, all possibilities remained open. Gu Rue did not oppose any further. It was essential for the S-ranked female sovereign to be accompanied by a member of Lingyu. Those guardian beasts were ultimately an obstacle, so it would be prudent to probe their intentions. Uncle, I wish to propose her as my consort. I kindly ask for your assistance. Gu Rue was taken aback and tentatively inquired, have you already encountered her? Is she the only one for you? I have only caught a fleeting glimpse of her. Yet her stature is sufficient to compel my unwavering resolve. Gu Rue remained silent for a moment before finally speaking the truth. The king has instructed me to ascertain the news and seek the hand of the lady for Changli. The other royal cities will not permit the existence of two tin-patterned beasts within Lingyu. Do you understand? Tianliang forced a stiff smile, his gaze tinged with melancholy. How could he forget that his elder brother was destined to be the future king of Lingyu? It seemed impossible for him to surpass his brother. At this moment, the matters concerning the light orb and the storage of spiritual energy had yet to be disclosed. Gu Rue did not wish for Tianyang to suffer in silence. If only he were aware of Bai Xuan's true capabilities, he would likely advise Tianyang to take a step back and embrace the role of a follower. After all, having one more person tied to her would be beneficial for Lingyu. In their eyes, as long as the S rank was genuine. The position of guardian beast could not be protected by individuals like Junyao, who lacked any significant identity or background. Chapter 62, Xian. You certainly have a knack for this. Oh, you've taken to drinking tea as well. I don't recall you being so particular before. Chi Ying poured herself a cup and downed it in one go. Junyao glanced up at the two of them and inquired, what brings you here? The crimson shadow is tinged with a sourness, as little Xiener and the mute snake retreat into their own world, excluding us from joining. In recent days, Qingyan has been particularly obedient, not only striving to comprehend his own standing, but also seeking to align himself with powerful allies. Should Xianyan ever contemplate a withdrawal, he wishes to ensure that there are voices to advocate on his behalf. Is there any way I can assist you, my esteemed brother? He inquired. Junyo smiled, not rejecting the title bestowed upon him. Since the transformation of his beloved into her true form, the contention for the rightful consort has been laid bare. The ultimate choice must satisfy Bai Xuan while also garnering the respect of the other guardian beasts. Since you are here, take a seat and listen closely. Meanwhile, Meng Kue, who awaited his turn to report, wore a strained expression, his gaze fixed straight ahead. He could hardly fathom how he had descended from being a leader to a subordinate. And to make matters worse, he found himself accompanied by a junior. Had he known this would be the outcome, he would have refrained from pursuing the favor of the Lady Monarch. Now, he felt as though he had bartered away his autonomy, longing for a solitary existence free of such entanglements. As Jiwenyo's gaze fell upon him, Meng Kuei hastily continued, Gu Rue is an 8-patterned beast. With just one more instance of calming, he can ascend to the 9th tier. Upon uttering this, his heart raced with trepidation. Having never encountered such a scenario, he feared that a minor disagreement could erupt into conflict. 3 7th-tier beings versus an 8th-tier beast. If he were unable to escape, he would surely become collateral damage. Junyao, displaying rare kindness, sought to reassure his newly acquired subordinate, urging him not to adopt such a doom-laden demeanor. Rest assured, there will be no altercation. Gu Rue takes the form of a celestial crane, embodying grace and tranquility. He will not resort to violence at the first encounter. Chi Ying, exuding confidence, added, What of the 8-patterned beast? Little Xuanyin's occasional demonstrations of calm are hardly a match for us, even in a 2-on-1 scenario. He may not prevail against the 3 of us. Bai Xuan's mental fortitude has grown remarkably, and the murky energy surrounding the spiritual bodies of the 5 has been diminished by 1/5, alleviating their previous headaches significantly. Within the same tier, recent experiences of reassurance greatly influence combat capabilities, and Bai Xuan has indeed instilled them with substantial confidence. Tian Liang initially intended for us to visit his mountaintop, but I declined, evidently under the impression that Gu Rue has emboldened him. I suspected his intentions were less than pure. It seems representatives from the paternal clan have arrived, seeking to challenge us. In the beast realm, the highest strength of a single male is merely at the 6th tier. And Tian Liang's advancement to the 5th tier at the age of 26 signifies considerable talent. It is not uncommon for elders to pressure their successors to step aside. With Ling Yu and Chang Li present, there is no need for him to contend. The soon-to-be successor would hardly venture into the Exile Forest to seek a bride, rendering him insignificant. During their years of confinement, they have not been entirely oblivious to the world outside. Each year, new beastmen enter the Exile Forest, providing them with insight into the general trends of external powers. Junyao inquired further, who has come from Longyuan King City? Meng Kuei, still processing the formidable mental prowess of the female monarch, promptly responded, a 6th-tier nightingale beastman, accompanied by his son, a young nightingale yet to assume his form. Junyao paused, realizing that the Longyuan beast king harbored doubts regarding the veracity of this information. Qing Yan's attention, however, was fixated on the untransformed cub, gloomily remarking, Is this intended as a companion for Xin Xian? Junyao chuckled lightly, considering it a pleasant idea. After all, none among the 5 possess singing abilities, which could serve to amuse Xian heir. As if one cannot learn. Qing felt an undeniable disdain for every male attempting to approach Bai Xuan. Even in his untransformed state, he posed a threat. At present, aside from serving Xian heir well, our primary objective is to ascend in rank. Within a month, one must attain the 9th tier, or else we may find it challenging to protect our own. Junyao's expression turned serious, and Chi Ying and Qing Yin followed suit. Understanding the urgency, even with the concealment of the Exile Forest, the Beast God Temple will eventually learn of Xian heir's existence. They must act swiftly. Meanwhile, Mo Xian led Bai Xuan into the storage room, swiftly closing the door behind them and securing the latch. Bai Xuan heard a sound and turned around in curiosity to look at him. Why are you closing the door? It's pitch dark inside, and I can't see anything. Mo Xian said nothing, stepping toward her slowly, the glimmer in his eyes seemingly suppressing something profound. Bai Xuan found herself compelled to retreat step by step, the dim light in the room amplifying her senses and evoking an inexplicable thrill. Oh, is this a scene of forced affection? The fierce and predatory gaze of a Xian, as if he wished to devour her, seemed to intensify her allure. Just as she was about to collide with the wall, Mo Xian swiftly raised his hand to shield the back of her head, while his other hand pressed against the wall. Leaning closer, he whispered into her ear, Xian, do you enjoy sleeping while holding me? His voice was deep and magnetic, sending shivers down her spine. I do. Instinctively, she shrank back, turning her head away, only to have him grasp her chin and pull her back. In that moment, her heart raced uncontrollably. Well, it was becoming increasingly evident that she harbored some peculiar inclinations. His dark green eyes held a depth that was both perilous and profound, gazing at her with an intensity that belied a hidden sorrow. Why then? Did he choose that fox over me? Bai Xuan found herself somewhat flustered under his gaze, hastily coaxing, Don't be so impatient about the matters at hand. His face drew ever nearer, and his hand, which held her chin, gradually ascended to caress her swan-like neck, his thumb gently tracing the delicate contours of her smooth cheek. Shouldn't you compensate me? He inquired, for we of the Serpent clan possess 2 male characteristics. How about you test me for 2 days? Bai Xian's face flushed with warmth. while Mo Xian leisurely admired her bashful demeanor. "Well, I lack experience. Perhaps you could inquire about their opinions?" Bai Xuan endeavored to maintain her composure, playfully winking at him. Mo Xian's expression darkened momentarily. It was highly unlikely they would consent to such a notion. Regaining his composure, he gazed at her with an expression of feigned hurt. "When we are alone together, how could you possibly mention other males, Xian?" Bai Xuan displayed a pitifully coquettish demeanor. Yet I found myself at a loss as to whether I should acquiesce to your request. His voice, tinged with a hoarse allure, seemed to beckon her, urging, "If you wish to agree, then do so. Tell me, do you desire it, His fingers grazed her lips, his gaze shrouded in ambiguity. It appeared that if her response did not meet his satisfaction, he would lean in to kiss her. In the vast emptiness of the room, only the disordered sounds of their breathing lingered. Bai Xuan nearly succumbed to a moment of impulsive agreement, but upon reflection, she chose silence. Determined to shield a Xian from the hostility of others, Mo Xian furrowed his brows, liberating her crimson lips with a gentle touch and letting out a soft sigh. Bai Xuan truly embodied the essence of a fair and devoted wife. Why must it be so challenging to earn your affection? He delicately pressed his nose against hers, tightening his grip around her neck, lifting her slightly. As the atmosphere thickened with anticipation, Bai Xuan closed her eyes, longing for something to transpire. After a few fleeting moments, nothing occurred, save for the sound of Mo Xian's amused laughter. Bai Xuan abruptly opened her eyes. Infuriated, she forcefully pushed him away. Xian truly held a grudge. Grinding her back teeth in frustration, she grasped his collar and yanked him closer, fiercely pressing her lips against his, even biting him twice with a hint of malice. Then, with a triumphant expression, she lifted her chin towards him, as if to proclaim her victory. Mo Xian curled his lips into a smirk. "Xian, it was you who initiated the kiss. The underlying message, wasn't it just yesterday that you refused to kiss me? Yet now, it is you who took the initiative." Bai Xuan was momentarily taken aback, but soon her eyes widened in astonishment, laughter bubbling up within her as she felt a mix of anger and amusement. "Xian, you certainly know how to provoke," she exclaimed, chuckling while playfully swatting at him with the hem of her garment. Chapter 63. The first appearance after their playful banter. Mo Xian harnessed his beastly energy, illuminating the room with a radiant glow. "Light? Is this not a luminous pearl?" she mused, bemused by the fact that in this household, one could summon light at will or extinguish it just as easily. It dawned on her that beastly energy served as the key to operating numerous everyday items. Adhesives, ice crystals, warming stones, and even this light required the activation of beastly energy. Without it, surviving alone in the wilderness would undoubtedly degrade her quality of life significantly. How fortunate she felt in this moment, reveling in her current circumstances. Overcome with joy, Bai Xuan affectionately tugged at Mo Xian and planted a couple of kisses on him. The unexpected delight caused his eyes to crinkle into a joyful smile. Bai Xuan studied the plants she had purchased for a while. Aside from the saplings of the nurturing tree, the others resembled the grains of her past life, such as rice, sweet potatoes, and corn, albeit considerably larger in size. After introducing each one, Mo Xian added, "These are all cultivated by the herbivorous orcs. The females occasionally indulge in them as well, thus they hold quite a market appeal." Bai Xuan brushed off the soil from her hands, acknowledging that the task of planting now fell solely upon them, as her unique abilities offered no assistance in this endeavor. Anything edible was not her concern, although the fruits of the nurturing tree could be consumed. Their primary purpose was not merely to satiate hunger, but to serve as subjects for exploration. Her wooden abilities had only recently ascended to the 3rd tier, and her capacity to investigate the functions of plants remained limited. It would be prudent to allow the saplings to mature further before proceeding. With this thought in mind, she took Mo Xian into her space to work. In that expanse of fertile black soil, a variety of fruits and vegetables had already been cultivated, with a designated area reserved for her study of intriguing plants. After Mo Xian had successfully planted the nurturing tree, he was instructed to weed and till the soil, becoming thoroughly engrossed in the tasks at hand, yet he remained joyful throughout. As long as he could hear her voice and sense her presence nearby, he felt content. After finishing a fruit, Bai Xuan remarked, "Xian, let us step outside and see if there is any food available." Time spent alone with her seemed to pass in the blink of an eye. Upon stepping out, they were greeted by a desolate kitchen, devoid of any presence. Bai Xuan, with a puzzled expression, gazed up at the sun, realizing it was indeed noon. "Where is everyone?" she inquired. Mo Xian, sensing the atmosphere, replied, "They are all in the front hall. The mood appears to be rather grim. Come, let us investigate." After a morning of discussions, the intention was to encourage them to gracefully withdraw, Yet they remained obstinate and as slippery as an eel. Gu Rui had lost his usual composure, his words growing increasingly fervent. Bai Xuan, the lady is a treasure belonging to the entire beast realm. After spending over a decade in this wretched place, what gives you the audacity to think you can monopolize her? Chi Ying and Chi Ying rose with dark expressions, ready to teach this old fool a lesson. Junyao smirked, having momentarily forgotten that while the celestial cranes may shy away from conflict, they could also carry an air of haughty superiority. What I have given. What of it? Bai Xuan entered with a graceful high ponytail, her steps long and confident. The soft azure attire she wore could scarcely conceal the sharpness that radiated from her being. With a disdainful glance from her phoenix-like eyes, she regarded the unexpected guest with an icy yet commanding tone. The trio of Chi Ying turned to face her, resembling agitated cats that had spotted their master, their fur instantly smoothing down. Junyao rose to offer her the seat of honor, and with a swift flick of her skirt, Bai Xuan turned and settled down, resting her elbows on her knees, her eyelids lifting as she continued. In your eyes, do you perceive the female as a treasure or merely a resource? You are well aware of the answer. Even as a resource, I am solely mine. To whom I choose to offer solace, you have no right to dictate. This exiled forest is my domain. If you find it displeasing, you need not venture here. It certainly is not your place, old man, to belittle my beast husband. Having vented her frustrations, Bai Xuan mischievously winked at Junyao and the others, asking, "So, how do I look?" Junyao suppressed a smile, his starry eyes gleaming with admiration, while Chi Ying burst into laughter. The news of her transformation into a queen, her bond with a partner, and her fierce protection of her beast husband had left the onlookers in a state of bewilderment, which was swiftly dispelled by the laughter. Gu Rui composed himself and bowed. Introducing himself, "I am Gu Rui, the fifth elder of Ling Yuang City. It is an honor to meet Her Highness, the Queen." Tian Liang, Yi Feng, Teng Yu, and Ming Kuei followed suit, offering their respects. Only Ingu remained perched on her father's shoulder, gazing at Bai Xuan with wide eyes. "Is she a fairy sister?" Yi Feng broke into a cold sweat. "Ingu, you must not offend the queen." The demeanor of Bai Xuan indicated she was not one to be trifled with. Should she become angry, what fate would befall them? "Please, everyone, take your seats," Bai Xuan said, her voice sweet and melodic. She pointed at the little nightingale. "You, come here." Before Yi Feng could intervene, Ingu flitted towards Bai Xuan, causing her father to hold his breath in alarm. Standing nearby, Mo Xian swiftly intercepted the exuberant bird, addressing Bai Xuan with utmost seriousness. "He still has a tendency to wet the bed." Bai Xuan extended his hand only to retract it immediately. "Very well, let me see what you hold." Ingu was eager to retort, but a single glance from him rendered her motionless. "You, young cub, how old are you?" This was her first encounter with a cub other than herself. Ingu was intimidated by Mo Xian's imposing aura, scarcely daring to breathe. Mo Xian subdued his presence, signaling for him to respond. 3 years old. In 2 years, I will be able to transform. Mind your tongue." Mo Xian emitted a cold aura once more. Picking up a fruit from the table, he offered it to the young cub. Bai Xuan cast a sidelong glance at the speechless elder. "You may continue your discussion. I shall listen." Gu Rui reassessed the positions of Junyao and the others, pondering how to leverage the situation. The conversation resumed its calmness, yet yielded no conclusions, leading to a temporary pause. "Please take your leave. We shall not keep you for a meal." Bai Xuan politely declined, primarily because she had yet to eat. Ingu, with her belly round and full, was reluctant to depart, ultimately being forcibly dragged away by her father. "Fairy Z," she called, "I shall visit you again tomorrow." Once everyone had left, Junyao instructed Teng Yu and Ming Kuei to guard the exit of the exiled forest, allowing only entry and forbidding exit during this period. Should there be any movement, they were to report immediately. Understood. Teng Yu remained indifferent to the transformation of the lady, recognizing that she would never belong to him, and thus he would not covet even a fraction. Conversely, Ming Kuei appeared considerably more enthusiastic. Being a subordinate to such a beautiful lady was indeed a stroke of fortune, as every glance at her visage was a blessing for him. Chi Ying joyfully twirled around with the girl, exclaiming, "Xianer, you are truly wonderful. Being so cherished by Our Lady will surely make us renowned in the beast realm." "Haha, how could my man be bullied by anyone else?" Mo Xian inquired. "What about Ling Zhe? Z has returned to his tribe, but he shall be back in a few days." "Ah, then what shall we eat? Have you learned to cook?" She wondered, realizing that her personal chef was away, hence the delay in their meal. "I can cook. Just wait a moment, Xianer." Coincidentally, Xianer would enjoy her first meal post-transformation, prepared by him. The kitchen was fully equipped, Bai Xuan retrieved some vegetables and the previously hunted beast meat from her spatial storage. Jun Yao took charge of cooking, while Chi Ying assisted, and Mo Xian along with Qin Yin, both culinary novices, observed from the sidelines. Bai Xuan rested her head on her hand, occasionally offering whimsical directions. She gently caressed her belly, her face radiating satisfaction as she praised. It seems we have birthed yet another culinary genius. As long as Xian'er is pleased, all is well. Chi Ying felt that she had nearly recalled everything and could soon attempt it herself. However, Mo Xian and Qin Yin appeared somewhat withdrawn. Ahem. No need to rush, let us continue to strive. As for me, I shall patiently await my turn to revel as a blissful rice weevil. Having just finished lunch, Chi Ying gazed up at the sun, wishing fervently to pull it down and plunge the world into darkness, so she could frolic with little Xian'er. Chapter 64. The Thoughts of the Crowd. Her mind drifted, filled with fantasies of the evening's potential delights. Suddenly, a sharp slap jolted her back to reality. Chi Ying clutched her head, feigning great pain, and exclaimed, Xian'er, why did you hit me? Bai Xuan gently rubbed her knuckles, instinctively disregarding the unusual pang of pain. Yao has been speaking for quite some time now. Why do you not pay him any heed? He teased with a sly grin, pondering what might occupy her thoughts. Chi Ying touched his nose, casting an innocent glance at Jun Yao. What did you say? I shall follow your instructions. Bai Xuan shook her head, feeling as if she were accompanied by a foolish son. Yao, you all carry on with your tasks. I shall retreat into the space first. All right, Xian'er. If you grow hungry, do have your meal first. We may not return so soon. There are guards stationed at the entrance, and we have also set up protective barriers. Should you find yourself bored, feel free to wander about the valley. At noon, Jun Yao prepared a variety of cooked dishes and placed them in the stasis chamber of the space for her convenience. Guru A is currently preoccupied with devising methods to eliminate them, and he is not yet inclined to offend Xian'er. After all, his intention is to forge an alliance, not to cultivate enmity. The soothing power of mental energy can only be initiated by the female, others cannot impose it in the slightest. Bai Xuan chuckled as she listened to him nagging like an old maid, while Chi Ying stood anxiously nearby, eager to interject. How could one return home so late? Surely it would hinder his splendid affairs. Threatened by a glance, he could only obediently keep silent. Jun Yao took her hand once more, expressing his apologies, regrettably. We cannot be by your side at all times. Oh, that's quite all right. I too have my own matters to attend to. When the time comes that we can be together constantly, we might even find it tiresome. Qin Yin leaned down, wrapping his arms around her waist from behind, gently nuzzling her neck. How could that be tiresome? I would relish the opportunity to be by Xian's side every day. Bai Xuan gently patted the top of his head, saying, Very well, once we are no longer threatened, we shall do as we please. With that, she vanished from their sight. Let us proceed, Jun Yao commanded, and the four of them made their way to the beast abyss. The demon cores and spirit crystals would be hunted by their subordinates, but they would need to procure the magic crystals themselves. Sending low-tier orcs to their demise would be ill-advised. Engaging in combat with the beast would also enhance their strength, allowing for a swifter elevation in rank. On Jiuyun Peak, after Tian Liang arranged for the Night Wind father and son to settle in, he began to discuss matters with Guru A. Guru A remained incredulous, pondering what was so special about Jun Yao and his companions that the female monarch would go to such lengths to protect them. Surely, if there were better choices available, a female would not refuse to seek a more favorable existence. Tian Liang gazed into the distance, his eyes hollow. Perhaps she felt gratitude for being rescued from dire straits. The female, born delicate and cherished, must have found despair in her exile to the forest. Anyone who appeared at that moment could have easily won her favor. Indeed, it was as simple as that. Fate and fortune intertwined, yet why did this stroke of luck fall upon them? She was so enchanting and vibrant, and the sight of her defending her beastly mate lingered in one's memory. Any single male would surely be consumed with jealousy towards the one she favored. Guru A sighed, recognizing the predicament at hand. The females of the beast realm were often fickle and sentimental, yet some remained devoted. The young master could not afford to delay. If he could not court Bai Xuan, he must quickly seek an A-class female mate, lest his restlessness become unmanageable. However, he could not let the S-class female Lingyu slip away, and Guru A's gaze turned to Tian Liang. Before he could speak, Tian Liang resolutely declared, Uncle, I wish to follow her. His brother was destined to be the next king of Lingyu. As a guardian beast, he could not vie with his brother. But as a follower, that role could only belong to him. Was this unfair? Perhaps, but what did it matter? From the moment he laid eyes on her, he knew his fate was sealed. Are you certain? Do you not feel wronged? A follower, in essence, was a nameless and unanchored lover, summoned and dismissed at will. Although one could establish a contract with the female monarch, the opportunities for solace were few and far between, ultimately leaving one at the mercy of another's whims. The female monarch embodies the hope of the beast realm. It is my honor to serve her, even if not for the royal city, not for my brother, nor for solace, but for my own heart. I wish to earn her attention and affection. Ha ha ha, very well. Rest assured, your uncle will assist you. Guru joyfully clapped him on the shoulder. I have already investigated. Junyo and his companions have not yet formed bonds with the female monarch. If you can arrive before them, even if she does not grant you a place out of gratitude for past kindness, you may still earn her compassion and secure a position for yourself. I understand. Meanwhile, Night Wind was admonishing his son. Typically obedient. What had prompted such recklessness today? Inga raised her wings to cover her ears, bouncing and spinning around with her back turned to him. The Night Wind scolded him, but not a single word reached his ears. Finally, it could only stand with hands on its hips and exclaim, "You little rascal, stand still." Inga calmly lowered her wings and inquired, "Father, have you managed to calm down?" The Night Wind sighed in resignation. "Gidger, what on earth are you thinking? The lady is formidable yet protective. I wish to become her little attendant, so no one can bully me." The Night Wind gazed at her in shock. "That is not a wise path. Did you not despise it before?" He had some connections with Prince Lingyu and had originally intended to entrust Inga to Tianyang, hoping to send more resources each month, but unexpectedly, Inga raised her head to look at him. "How can it be the same? If father sends me to be an attendant, it is solely to secure my brother's favor. Here, I can fight for myself." The Night Wind continued to persuade her. "Consider the situation of Linu, who serves your mother as a little attendant. Not only can he not transform into human form, but he is also perpetually covered in wounds. That is due to a cruel mother and an unkind father. The fairy sister is gentle and protective, and has father not noticed? Despite her beastly husband being so favored, he still has not driven me away. What he did not voice was that the lady was so beautiful to remain by her side. Even if he were never allowed to take human form, he would gladly accept." The Night Wind hesitated. He himself had risen from a follower to one of the 5 husbands. Now, he had to helplessly watch his son embark on an even more arduous path. How could he bear it? "Father, you still need to return to the royal city to report. Here, the lady holds the utmost power. Now that I have entered, whether I wish to leave or not, following her is the best way forward." The Night Wind relented, cautiously asking, "Why does Guo understand so much at such a young age?" Inga smiled bitterly. "Father has always been competing with my father and uncles for my mother's affection. If I did not understand, I would not even know why my brothers hit and scold me." The Night Wind pressed his lips together, tears unconsciously streaming down his face, unsure whether he was mourning his own past or crying for Inga's future. Chapter 65, Crimson Shadow within the realm of the magical beasts. The fierce battle had just concluded, and the 4 of them looked disheveled as they watched the magical beasts collapse and dissipate. Mo Xian stepped forward to pick up 2 magic crystals, fortunate enough to have found those from pregnant magical beasts. Chi Ying, exhausted, plopped down on the ground, while Crimson Shadow mockingly laughed, "Feeling a bit weak, are we? I've heard you sleep all day. Could it be that you are incapable?" Chi Ying sprang to his feet, indignant. "I am perfectly capable. Do not speak carelessly." His nerves had been on edge these past few days, unable to bear the mere suggestion of incapacity, and he was ready to confront Crimson Shadow. "Enough. Let us continue." "What? Now it's Crimson Shadow who is unsettled. It's dark already. Shouldn't we head back?" Do not delay him in embracing his fragrant and soft beloved. Perhaps Xiaoxian has already finished her bath and is awaiting his return. Junyao gazed at him with a placid expression, reminding him, "You once declared in front of Xiaoxian that you would adhere to my every word. Are you now reneging on that promise?" Last night, his rendezvous with Xiaoxian had begun in the early hours. Why should this fellow enjoy a longer reprieve than he? Mo Xian maintained his composure, asserting, "Our demand for magic crystals is substantial. Does Xiaoxian know of your lack of ambition?" He grudgingly accepted that he was later than Junyao, considering the latter was the first guardian beast, but why should this foolish fox be afforded any leniency? If he had the chance to sow discord, he certainly would not let it slip by. Chi Ying's face darkened, consumed by jealousy. How shameless. Chi Ying chuckled, casting a playful glance in his direction. "Are you perhaps afraid of exhausting yourself, leaving you devoid of energy for Xiaoxian's whims later?" Chi Ying grumbled, continuing to hunt magical beasts alongside them, and indeed, they returned in the early hours. Bai Xuan experimented within her space, endeavoring to store an equal measure of spiritual energy within a pile of fruits. After achieving notable success, she proceeded to dine. Noticing they had yet to return, she washed up and went to bed, completely forgetting the matter of verifying her mate. Once Chi Ying had cleaned himself, he eagerly darted towards the room. Junyo quickly halted him, advising, Xiao Xian's estrus period has yet to arrive. Refrain from any inappropriate actions. Do you understand? TCH, what do you take me for? I am no beast. Chi Ying retorted, though his demeanor suggested otherwise. He suppressed the urge to argue with Junyo, deeming it a waste of time. Upon entering the room, he promptly closed the door behind him. Leaning against it with a grin that seemed to stretch from ear to ear, his foolish expression bordering on mischievous. Fortunately, he possessed a handsome visage. Otherwise, it would have been a scene of utter disaster. Bai Xuan donned a pristine white nightgown, her hair cascading around her as she lay on her side, exuding an aura of tranquility and softness. Upon seeing her, Chi Ying approached the bedside with utmost gentleness. Xiao Xian, he called softly, noticing her deep slumber. He mischievously tugged at a lock of her hair and playfully tickled her nose. Bai Xuan, lost in her sweet dreams, waved her hand absent-mindedly before turning over to lie flat on her back. The thin blanket slipped from her shoulders to her abdomen, inadvertently revealing her rounded, ample form. A few strands of glossy black hair fell casually, contrasting beautifully with the billowing white fabric, rendering that area even more alluring and enigmatic. Chi Ying felt a dryness in his throat as he observed her, his long, curled lashes fluttering slightly. Stealing a glance at the sleeping beauty, he noted her lack of any signs of awakening. A wicked thought began to burgeon within him, compelling him to extend his sinful hand. Just as he was about to make contact, Bai Xuan abruptly opened her eyes, grasping his hand with a playful smile that seemed to question his intentions. What did he intend to do? Her vigilance had not diminished much. She merely wished to see what Chi Ying would do next, and indeed, he was far from innocent. Chi Ying, unfazed, retracted his hand, yet his mind was busy contemplating the likelihood of deceiving Xiao Xian into granting him some advantage. You didn't even wait for me. Do you not feel a hint of anxiety or anticipation? Bai Xuan propped herself up with both hands and tossed aside the thin blanket, revealing her long, slender legs. She flashed a teasing smile at him, as if to suggest a familiarity that suggested experience. Chi Ying pressed his lips together in silence, while Bai Xuan let out a light laugh and beckoned him closer with a playful curl of her fingers. He grinned mischievously and eagerly moved forward. Just as he intended to leap towards her, Bai Xuan lifted a leg to rest against his chest, poised to slowly unbutton his shirt, only to be met with the sight of Chi Ying, completely undraped. She paused for a moment, her face a canvas of confusion. Chi Ying shot her a flirtatious glance, his eyes glimmering with a hint of anticipation, urging her to hasten the proceedings. Bai Xuan couldn't help but stifle a laugh. After all, she had enjoyed a delightful time with a Yao just the day before. How had things devolved into such a chaotic scene with Chi Ying? Any semblance of flirtation was completely overshadowed by her amusement. Bai Xuan still sought to salvage the situation, subtly suggesting, you go back and let me take it off. Do you understand? Oh, I see. Chi Ying, convinced of his own understanding, transformed the garment back to its original state. Bai Xuan changed her posture and stood up, her hand just about to touch his collar when the fabric, akin to an automatic curtain, parted effortlessly to the sides. She widened her eyes in disbelief, determined to reach out once more, only to find that in the next moment it had opened down to below his shoulders. Speechless, she looked up to see Chi Ying grinning, winking at her with a face that seemed to say, aren't I impressive? Bai Xuan's lips twitched slightly. Ah, Ying, it's merely a matter of shedding one's clothing. It certainly won't exhaust me, nor will it suffocate you. Is there truly a need for such impatience? Bai Xuan was nearly at her wit's end with his antics. At this moment, Chi Ying genuinely seemed to grasp that Xiao Xian was not particularly fond of this approach. He tentatively suggested, how about we try your vine plants instead? Bai Xuan's slightly dejected expression brightened once more, her eyes narrowing into crescents as she cheerfully inquired, do you remember your promise to me? Noticing her renewed enthusiasm, Chi Ying promptly replied, I will certainly not cry out in pain. Time passed unmeasured as she gazed at her swollen palms, casting a glance at the figure reclining there, seemingly in bliss, yet bearing no marks whatsoever. Bai Xuan tossed aside the vine in her hand, sinking despondently onto the edge of the bed. Chi Ying opened his eyes, gazing at her with a pitiful expression, and asked in a hoarse voice, why have you stopped? I just want some peace and quiet. How could she forget that even when transformed into a tiger, she was still, at heart, a tender little creature? Yet, such fragility should not manifest in this manner. It wasn't merely that in her past life she could take on 10 opponents. Even now, a slap from her would leave her adversaries unscathed, while her own hand would swell to the size of a pig's trotter. Chi Ying, gasping in frustration, was on the verge of tears. It was a critical moment. And he implored, "Little Xian, please help me." The more she listened to him, the angrier she became. He was certainly not calling out in pain. That was far from the truth, more akin to light tickling, which seemed to please him instead. Bai Xuan felt a surge of pent-up frustration, unsure of where to direct it, and suddenly flashed a malicious smile at Chi Ying. "Hey Ying, your time is up. Tonight will be an unforgettable experience for you." The following morning, Bai Xuan awoke refreshed. Having dressed herself, she gently spoke to the still sleeping Chi Ying. "Hey Ying, why not rest a little longer? I shall have them prepare something special to nourish you." With that, she tenderly tucked the blankets around him and placed a soft kiss on his forehead, proclaiming, "Be good." As she gazed at her, Chi Ying's legs began to tremble. Once she exited, he promptly covered his head with the blanket, lamenting, "Oh dear, how utterly embarrassing. I was foolishly attempting to take advantage of Xiao Xian, and now I've nearly been rendered incapacitated. Thankfully, I still function, but my wife is truly formidable." Alas, Chi Ying remained blissfully unaware of Bai Xuan's true intentions. "Yao, come here and practice with me." Once her frustration subsided, she felt the need to confront the limitations of her own abilities. She was determined that with diligent practice, she would see results. Junya seized her swollen hand, suppressing his anger as he inquired, "Where is Chi Ying?" "He's resting inside. I intend to prepare a nourishing chicken soup for him at noon." Just as Junya contemplated stepping in to reprimand Chi Ying, he abruptly halted, incredulous as he asked, "Is he the one in need of nourishment?" "Indeed," Bai Xuan affirmed. Upon discovering that Bai Xuan had risen first, Qing Yan, ever curious, rushed into the room. He circled the bedside and exclaimed, "Why are you still in bed? Was it truly that taxing overnight?" Initially, he had intended to inquire further, hoping to avoid any potential pitfalls in the days to come, but was met with Chi Ying's thunderous command, "Get out." Junya remained silent for a moment, straining to suppress a smile, before giving her a thumbs up. "This was something you taught me the night before," Bai Xuan mused, brushing her nose. "I suppose it's adequate, nothing extraordinary." Chapter 66. The little crispy skin Mo Xian brought forth a box of ointment, delicately applying it to the red marks on Bai Xuan's palm. A rare smile of schadenfreude gracing his lips. "You are quite the chatterbox, yet it seems you are rather fragile." Junyao's gaze flickered as he glanced at her hand, cautiously asking, "What happened to your hand, Xianer?" He recalled that he hadn't been responsible for such an injury that night. It must have been the result of Chi Ying's masculine tendencies. Clearing his throat, he noticed the peculiar expressions on both their faces, prompting Bai Xuan to quickly retrieve the vine-made whip from her spatial storage. "Ah, yes, this is the culprit. Quite embarrassing indeed." Bai Xuan pressed her toes against the ground and swiftly changed the subject. "Didn't Yao mention teaching me some fighting techniques? Let us begin today." Junya frowned. After merely wielding a whip a few times on the bed, his hands had become red and swollen. He felt a twinge of regret for his earlier agreement. Considering Bai Xuan's delicate skin and the inevitable bruises that would accompany martial training, it is precisely because of my fragile skin that I wish to practice. Seeing his hesitation, Bai Xuan placed her hands on her hips and glared at him defiantly. "Will you teach me or not? If not, I shall seek out Xian." Upon hearing this, Mo Xian wrapped his arms around her waist and quickly led her to the open space in front of the house. "I am Mog. I will accompany you in your practice." Junyao, witnessing this, could only shake his head in resignation as he went to prepare a medicinal wine to invigorate the blood and alleviate bruising. Half an hour later, Bai Xuan was drenched in fragrant sweat, feeling utterly revitalized. Indeed, one must remain active. In her previous life, there was never a moment of respite amidst the chaos of combat. Having been here for less than a month, she had grown accustomed to being attended to, nearly rusting from inactivity. Qing Yan arranged a lounge chair, laying down soft cushions and a headrest for her to recline upon. The three of them then began to massage her shoulders, neck, back, and limbs, easing her muscles into relaxation. Bai Xuan lifted her eyelids and gazed upon the handsome faces before her. TSK. How could one not be captivated and enchanted by the treatment reserved for top male models? She had merely committed the error every woman is prone to, or rather, in this context, it was not an error but a reward. Ha ha ha. Witnessing her sudden fit of joyous laughter, the three men could not help but smile in response. Bai Xuan was admiring them, yet they too were secretly captivated by her. Every frown and smile of their mistress was utterly enchanting, compelling one to approach and bask in her charming presence. The three exchanged glances several times, each wishing the others would vanish at once, maintaining a delicate balance that deterred anyone from acting recklessly. "Ah Yao, please be gentle ahem." That delicate and alluring voice sent shivers through the bodies of those present. Junyao composed himself and, with a serious demeanor, remarked, "The bruise needs to be massaged out, otherwise it will only worsen." Bai Xuan turned over to face them, took a bite of the fruit offered by Chi Ying, and then playfully pouted. If a Yao seeks personal vengeance, he should target a Xian, for it was he who usurped your position as a sparring partner. Junyao and Mo Xian's gazes met briefly before they quickly averted their eyes, engaging in trivial banter. Xianer willingly subjected herself to this torment. I could not intervene, feeling the pain in my heart for her plight. Both Qing Yin and Mo Xian shivered, while Bai Xuan shook slightly, sitting upright. No, I'm not joking anymore. You should return to normal." If such words had come from A Ying, I would have found it unsurprising, but how could a Yao, with his celestial demeanor, utter them? Junyao chuckled softly, saying, "I do not hinder Xianer's desire to grow stronger, but it must be done in moderation. Do you understand? The physical strength of males will continuously augment with the enhancement of their beastly powers, yet the likelihood of females surpassing their physical limits is exceedingly slim compared to males. They are perpetually akin to fragile porcelain dolls." Bai Xuan nodded, having just realized that her combat prowess was comparable to that of her previous life, and perhaps even superior due to her youthful rejuvenation. Thus, it was not her lack of skill that was at fault, but rather the stark disparity in physical prowess between her and them. "A Yin, extend your arm," she instructed. "Oh." Qing Yin obediently rolled up his sleeves and complied. Bai Xuan pinched him forcefully, yet not a single mark was left behind. Instead, her nails nearly broke. Well, she was indeed correct in her assumptions. This beastly world bestowed upon females the mental fortitude and the sovereign power to command males, yet simultaneously severed their path to empowerment. Meanwhile, all other creatures, including the most ordinary beasts and plants, have evolved. Females cannot survive without males, and males cannot endure long without females. Ultimately, who is more pitiable? It is difficult to articulate. It seems she had misjudged the old man. One who could conceive such a setting truly possesses a touch of the divine. Sensing her slight discomfort, Qing Yin cautiously inquired, Xian, did I hurt you?" Bai Xuan shook her head, adjusting her mindset, rather than wallowing in despair. It would be more prudent to seek a solution. She pointed to Qing Yin's arm and inquired among the group. "Is there any method that could enable me to become like you?" Since childhood, Xian had harbored an unwavering ambition to grow stronger, perhaps influenced by her tumultuous experiences. Junyao gazed at her with a twinge of compassion, yet could only speak the truth. "As of now, I have not heard of any." "What about spiritual crystals?" She recalled a Yao mentioning their effects on females. Mo Xian explained, while spiritual crystals can enhance one's constitution, they merely reduce illness or improve skin quality for females. They do not augment physical strength. Bai Xuan pouted, resolutely unwilling to give up. The old man was powerless against her. The rules he established did not necessarily apply to her, and she would always find a way. Then a thought crossed her mind, and Bai Xuan curiously inquired, if the females are so fragile, how do the males ensure they do not injure them? When she was still a tiger, bathing her had not seemed painful, and her recent closeness with them had not left any severe bruises. After the males transformed, their first skill learned was not hunting, but rather controlling their strength. This was to foster a habit from a young age, preventing harm to the females in the future. Chi Ying, overhearing their pleasant conversation, could not resist joining in. "Oh, you've recovered well. Why not lie down a bit longer?" Qing Yin, since witnessing his ghastly appearance, stood tall. Though uncertain of his own prowess, he was certain he was superior, by instilling confidence in the most insecure man present. He could be considered to have done a good deed. Chi Ying rolled his eyes, ignoring the schadenfreude of those observing him, and fixed his gaze intently on Bai Xuan. "I certainly did not stop last night. Little Xian should be quite satisfied." Ahem, indeed. Chi Ying was in high spirits, nearly revealing his foxtail in delight. After Bai Xuan finished her breakfast, the group prepared to set off for magic crystals. Mo Xian's eyes flickered. "I need to visit the black market. I want to be joining you today." He had been exiled to the forest 6 years ago, and he was uncertain how many of his former companions still lived. He needed to regain control of the black market. Tonight, it was his turn to verify his partner, which would conveniently prevent Junyao from dragging him into the night in the same manner. Before departing, Mo Xian, in front of everyone, cupped Bai Xuan's face and planted a fervent kiss on her lips. "Xian, wait for me tonight." Chapter 67. A self-recommendation to the pillow. Xian's kissing skills were quite impressive. And Bai Xuan was still savoring the moment when she turned to find 3 pairs of eyes fixed on her intently. You all carry on. I'm heading into my space, she said, promptly vanishing. If each person were to plant a kiss on her, her lips would surely be chapped. Chi Ying gulped, staring at her red lips, still dazed even after her disappearance. Jun Yao pondered, noting that Xian did not seem averse to public displays of affection. Henceforth, there would be no need for concealment or restraint. Chi Ying, on the other hand, wore a face of frustration, lamenting that last night he had been too preoccupied to even steal a kiss. And now he was left wondering how long he would have to wait to experience that pleasure. At noon, as the others had not returned, Bai Xuan, feeling bored, wandered through the valley, encountering various plants with unique properties. There were sensitive plants that would pinch fingers and release anesthetics, peppers that could choke a person with their spiciness, and sunflowers that shot sunflower seeds like cannonballs. Bai Xuan spun around in frustration before unceremoniously plopping down on the ground, her mouth viciously cracking sunflower seeds. Previously, when she had ventured out with them, they dared not utter a single sound. Now, they eagerly sought to provoke her. The harm was minimal, yet the insult was profoundly sharp, successfully making her acutely aware of the ridicule this world harbored for her delicate self. Jun Yao had mentioned that they had meticulously cleared the valley of any perilous plants, leaving only those of ornamental value or those intended for her amusement. The thought only fueled her ire further. No wonder they incessantly warned of danger. Couldn't that old man at least make the females a tad more resilient? In this apocalyptic realm, even the toughest Barbie was rendered fragile as a delicate maiden. As the furious female lord turned to head back, the oppressive atmosphere around her was palpable, causing Tengyu and Ming Kue, who were playfully pushing each other nearby, to hesitate in approaching her. Tengyu remarked, "Aren't you always clamoring to meet the female lord? Why are you so timid now?" Ming Kue added, "The leader trusts you near the female lord more. Perhaps you should deliver the report." Bai Xuan cast a glance at them, commanding, "Come here." She took pride in her ability to express her displeasure rather than swallow it down. She always sought a target for her frustrations, eager to see who would dare to provoke her. Meng Kue, unable to resist the allure of her breathtaking beauty, approached her with an eager demeanor, a smile blooming on his face. "Your Highness, Tianyang requests an audience outside." Bai Xuan gestured for Tengyu to bring someone in, and then turned to Meng Kue with a smile. "Are you the hedgehog beast who previously fought with a Yao and a Ying?" Meng Kue's face lit up with surprise. "The lady remembers me?" "Of course. With such a striking resemblance to Marshal Tianpeng, how could I possibly forget?" Oh, Father, I have made something of myself. I always said the lady might have a fondness for someone like me." Meng Kue's desire to win affection began to blossom once more. "Who is Marshal Tianpeng, you ask?" "Oh, he is a rotund, big-eared, round-nosed creature, adorably ugly. Isn't he much like you?" "Hee, does the lady find me adorable? From now on, I shall refer to that old pig as Marshal Tianping." With that, he joyfully dashed off to inform everyone that he was changing his name, a name bestowed upon him by the lady herself. Bai Xuan, inhaling the lingering stench of exhaust, watched his rapidly retreating figure, her eyes nearly rolling to the heavens. Indeed, it seems cross-species communication is quite impossible. What shall I do if I become even more exasperated? After walking for a while, she returned to the main hall, only to find a group of people busy replacing the old with the new. The tables, chairs, and teacups crafted by Jun Yao and the others had all been exchanged for extravagant new items, some of which had been damaged and discarded to the side. Bai Xuan's eyes flickered with anger, yet a crimson veil began to drape within them as she raised the musical instruments. The sound of the guqin resonated, and Tian Liang, adorned in a flowing azure dress, danced gracefully. Her long brows resembled willows, her form akin to a jade tree, and as her garment swirled, her eyes concealed a captivating allure, ensnaring the heart and soul. Upon the completion of her dance, Tian Liang knelt before Bai Xuan, gazing up with a tenderness as gentle as water, presenting a dance unique to the Peacock clan, hoping it pleases the esteemed princess. Bai Xuan wore an expression of indifference. "Your Highness, are you suggesting a proposal for intimacy?" A subtle smile graced the corners of his lips, as he became increasingly humble and deferential. "I am unworthy of such honor. Merely call me a Liang, my lady." With those words, he unfastened his outer garment, gazing at her with eager anticipation. For if the lady desired it, a Liang would readily oblige. Bai Xuan gazed coldly, choosing not to respond to his inquiry. "Is this what you had someone replace?" When she received no answer that satisfied her, Tian Liang hesitated for a moment before speaking the truth. The items in the hall lack refinement. The lady deserves better. Her expression remained impassive, yet a hint of anger flickered within her eyes, her tone turning frosty. Refinement? These were crafted by my beast husband. Even if they were mere pieces of wood, I would cherish them. Who do you think you are to so carelessly destroy them? Jun Yao and his companions were her people, and whatever they created was inherently hers. Bai Xuan fiercely protected all that belonged to her, refusing to allow anyone to belittle or ruin even a fraction of it. Tian Liang, in disbelief, staggered backward, a single tear escaping from the corner of his eye. What is it about them that makes you hold them in such high regard? Any other male would save you, pamper you, love you, and offer you the finest of treasures. Compared to Jun Yao and his friends, am I not merely lacking an opportunity? Bai Xuan let out a cold snort, her heart brimming with indignation, rendering her exceptionally acerbic. In what regard could she possibly excel? In terms of beauty, my beastly husbands are all far more attractive than you, rendering you utterly unimpressive in my eyes. Regarding strength, how dare you, a mere 5-pattern beast, compare yourself to them? Your feigned air of delicate vulnerability pales in comparison to a Yao's effortless elegance. Your attempts at captivating dance lack the slightest hint of a Ying's enchanting allure. Your effeminate demeanor possesses none of the commanding presence exhibited by a Xian and a Zhe. And your attempts at being coy and clever fall short of a Yan's vivacious charm. Bai Xuan appeared oblivious to his precarious state, continuing to gaze down at him with an air of superiority. What gives you the right to expect my affection? She demanded. Tian Liang, with tears streaming down his face and his tattered garments rising in despair, choked on his words as he bowed his head in supplication. I shall no longer sully the eyes of the noble lady, he uttered. Yu Qing, filled with compassion, assisted him as they made their way outside. Guests ought to comport themselves with dignity. How could one dare to take liberties with the host's domain and still have the audacity to weep? Bai Xuan remained in a state of discontent, commanding, stand still, and instruct your people to restore this place to its original state. Tian Liang felt an icy chill coursing through him and hoarsely acknowledged her command. Tung Yu swiftly brought over a lounge chair, scarcely daring to breathe. He wished fervently for Meng Kuei to witness the scene. In the eyes of the lady, only a select few held significance, while the other males were as inconsequential as mere air. Such favoritism sent shivers down one's spine. Compared to Tian Liang's jealousy and yearning, he felt a sense of relief that he had never harbored even a fraction of inappropriate desires. Otherwise, he would likely find no peace for the rest of his life. Lying there, Bai Xuan still bore an expression that suggested she might unleash fury upon everyone, casting a scornful gaze at Ting Yu. How dare you allow outsiders to touch what belongs in the valley? I acknowledge my mistake. Tung Yu lowered his eyes. He believed he had repaid the debt of gratitude he owed to Tian Liang and could only hope that he would cease his endeavors. Meanwhile, Tian Liang's heart ached like a knife, arriving with elation only to be met with despair time and again. Chapter 68. The good among the bad. Noticing the presence of numerous beastmen within the valley, Jun Yao and his companions quickened their pace. As Bai Xuan noticed their return, she immediately sprang up from the lounge chair. She dashed over and leaped onto Jun Yao, her legs wrapping around his waist, her arms encircling his neck as she began to feign tears. Lacking any physical prowess, she decided to play the role of a pitiful creature. For there was someone to indulge her. Jun Yao supported her bottom, gently stroking her hair while soothingly inquiring, "What troubles you? Who has upset you?" Upon hearing his voice, Bai Xuan felt even more inclined to play the part, her little mouth starting to prattle complaints. The flowers and grasses on the mountain bully me. I called Meng Kuei ugly, and he thought I was complimenting him. And she huffed, pointing inside, the chairs you made have been ruined by them. Like a koala. She clung to Jun Yao, her long hair swaying with her movements, seemingly echoing her owner's displeasure. The three men chuckled softly, finding her demeanor adorably rare. Tian Liang, who had been about to depart, witnessed this scene, his eyes betraying a sense of melancholy. It dawned on him that before them, she presented such an endearing visage, while he, an outsider, could hardly hope for her attention. Jun Yao exchanged glances with Ting Yu, signaling him to escort everyone out. And then he carried the still pouting girl towards the main house. Chi Ying followed, reaching the entrance to adjust Jun Yao's attire, raising an eyebrow in mockery. Don't further humiliate yourself, do you understand? Tian Liang clenched his fists, wishing fervently that they might continue to enjoy her favorite affection. However, Chi Ying interrupted him with a dismissive gesture. Naturally. Thank you for your blessings. Pa, flower peacock, how shameless you are, wishing ill upon him. Inside the house, as Jun Yao gently placed her on the bed, Chi Ying approached with a sticky demeanor, saying, Xian, you look so soft like this. It makes one want to take a bite. Upon hearing this, Bai Xuan's eyes sparkled with excitement as she wrapped her arms around his neck and began to nibble. Chi Ying was momentarily taken aback, feeling a ticklish sensation, yet he quickly relaxed, adjusting the tension in his muscles to ensure that Xian's teeth would not break. Ha ha. Is that not satisfying? Jun Yao chuckled as he observed her. Bai Xuan licked her front teeth, still captivated by the sight. Observing the bite mark on his neck, she playfully kissed Chi Ying, her spirits lifted. Hey, you rascal, how do you do? She teased. Even if she were to appear feeble, there were still those who indulged her. Jun Yao regarded her earnestly, saying, Xianer, do not underestimate yourself. You are truly remarkable. The elevation we have achieved is largely due to your efforts. Well, she decided not to dwell on her discontent. After all, she possessed both mental fortitude and extraordinary abilities, two assets that were indeed invaluable. Abandoning her earlier troubles, she smiled and inquired, Aren't you curious about what Tianliang is here for? As long as Xianer delights in it, they shall gladly come forth to serenade and dance for her. Bai Xuan pouted slightly, saying, Must you be so magnanimous? I relish it when you feel jealous and care about my presence. Really? Jun Yao's eyes sparkled with anticipation. To confine you here in this forsaken forest and endure hardships alongside us is indeed a disservice. I fear that even the slightest display of possessiveness might frighten you away from me, leaving me in despair. Naturally, I care deeply about you in the eyes of others. Ha ha ha. Junyo laughed heartily, wrapping his arms around her neck and bestowing a tender yet domineering kiss. Meanwhile, Chi Ying, who had been foolishly touching the mark left by a bite, turned to observe them, feeling a surge of restlessness. Ahem, does little Xian find the dance of morality appealing? Jun Yao released her and shot a cold glance at the meddlesome Chi Ying. Avoiding eye contact with him, Chi Ying continued to await Bai Xuan's response. Bai Xuan gently rubbed her flushed cheeks and calmly remarked, I was so preoccupied with those unfortunate things that I failed to pay close attention. Haha. Now it is Chi Ying's turn to revel in delight. I am truly curious to witness the expression on that fellow's face upon hearing this. My leaps surpasses by far. How about you come and enjoy a performance tonight, little Xian? TSK, are you not afraid that a Xian might devour you? Tonight, feel free to visit my room. As long as you agree, how could he possibly refuse? One after another, they all wish for her to be impartial. She certainly cannot take the initiative in this matter, lest she face the consequences herself in the future. Bai Xuan gently caressed his face and leaned closer to whisper in his ear, I made some extra little toys and placed them in your room. You can play with them by yourself tonight. It's just as delightful, ha ha. Chi Ying's ears flushed with embarrassment. Surely, it would not be the same. All right. Hurry and prepare dinner. Do you not intend to let me sample your culinary skills? With a pout, Chi Ying reluctantly made his way to the kitchen, followed closely by Jun Yao. Chi Ying lingered hesitantly, his eyes sparkling as he gazed at her. Xian, what is that? I want one too. Clearing his throat, he added, Be good now, and do not be too curious. We wouldn't want to lead anyone astray. Among my 5 beast husbands, only Chi Ying is suitable. As he is purely submissive, I dare not imagine the others. Disappointment flickered across Chi Ying's face. He felt that the item could assist in testing compatibility. With only 2 days left, perhaps he could borrow it from Chi Ying? Suddenly, Bai Xuan playfully tapped his head, causing him to wince in pain. Xian, are you all right? It's all my fault. Why didn't I soften my head, causing you such discomfort? I'm fine. Don't overthink it. Just wait patiently. I won't abandon you. He sighed, realizing that in the future, he should communicate before striking to avoid colliding with a hard surface. Chi Ying's eyes brimmed with tears. Xian, you are truly wonderful. The 3 of them busied themselves in the kitchen, while Bai Xuan re-entered her space. Today, she had uprooted all the plants that had spat at her. The mimosa could no longer close its leaves. She had emptied the chili of its contents. She had also devoured the sunflower seeds. I am not to be trifled with. Noticing the vines she had discarded on the ground, an idea struck Bai Xuan. How foolish of me. If plants are formidable, then controlling powerful plants with wood-based abilities must signify my own strength. She rebuked herself for being so narrow-minded. Quickly, she exited her space to find Jun Yao. Yao, could you help me procure some inedible plants that are resilient and harmful? Seeds would be most convenient for carrying. Are the ones you used previously not suitable? Bai Xuan conjured a vine, disdainfully tossing it aside, declaring it inadequate as it left no trace upon Ying's skin. She then looked at him with sparkling eyes, demanding something formidable, something capable of combat. Junyo furrowed his brow, those creatures would require taming, proving difficult to control. Let us first confine them within my space, and I shall gradually train them. With the presence of supernatural abilities, there is no cause for fear. He reluctantly acquiesced. Though fraught with peril, he felt compelled to protect the vivacious and spirited Xianer. It would be a dereliction of duty to allow her to languish in monotony while in their company. After some contemplation, he resolved to take Bai Xuan to the lair of the luminous wisteria. In the beast realm, flora could be more treacherous than the beasts themselves, with some even possessing a semblance of intelligence. This was the reason why magical beasts guarded their symbiotic spirit plants, isolating them from the world, fearful of being abducted. Chapter 69. Luminous wisteria. The deeper they ventured, the denser and more resilient the underbrush became, with thorns proliferating, leaving little room to tread. Jun Yao considered carrying her. Any blade of grass that grazed her would mar her delicate skin with wounds. Bai Xuan waved her hand and tore off a piece of her skirt to cover her face and neck. You lead the way. It will be quicker this way. Jun Yao complied, using his beastly strength to clear the underbrush, creating a narrow path to facilitate her passage. Bai Xuan trotted alongside, lifting her dress while gently chattering. Please remember to make me some menswear or trousers. While skirts are indeed beautiful, they can sometimes be rather inconvenient. All right. What colors does Xianer prefer? In this rare moment of solitude, Jun Yao remained vigilant of his surroundings. Yet he also seized the opportunity to learn more about her in a casual manner. The five of them each selected a different fabric color to create garments for her, initially hoping she would exhibit a particular fondness for one. However, to their surprise, she praised each outfit. Her compliments varied and unique, leaving them unable to discern her true preference. Bai Xuan chuckled, expressing her fondness for all things aesthetically pleasing. What a jest! If they were to discover that her wardrobe consisted predominantly of a single hue, it would undoubtedly lose its charm. Moreover, she harbored no particular favoritism towards any specific color. Rather, she appreciated the beauty in every exquisite object equally. As they approached their destination, a pungent scent of blood assailed their senses. Drawn nearer, they beheld a crimson marsh exuding a chilling aura, within which something appeared to writhe. Towering trees encircling the area were entwined with dense spirals of violet vines. Accustomed to the stench of blood from her past life, Bai Xuan felt no discomfort. Instead, she was captivated by the source of this unsettling ambience. The plant, resplendent in deep purple, was adorned with intricate barbs that shimmered as if alive, both resilient and razor-sharp. Such a beautiful specimen, fierce and striking. Was the kind of weapon she adored? Jun Yao smiled, suddenly realizing how well he seemed to understand her. The luminous purple vine, sensing intruders, instantly extended dozens of tendrils from the marsh, launching an attack towards them. Jun Yao promptly stepped forward, saying, Xianer, wait a moment. I shall subdue it first. Bai Xuan nodded, standing aside as she observed their back-and-forth exchanges. Tung Man appeared to possess a keen sense, deftly darting around Jun Yao, attempting to exploit his vulnerabilities. Bai Xuan's eyes sparkled with increasing brilliance. This object was indeed formidable, alleviating her worries. Noticing that Jun Yao had the upper hand, yet realizing that victory was not imminent, Bai Xuan was captivated by the young vines burrowing in the corner. Observing their clueless demeanor, she thought it would be easier to outwit them. Bai Xuan stealthily approached and contemplated for a moment before retrieving a bowl of spiritual spring water from her space, pouring it at the roots of the plant. Having previously experimented with various flora from her space, she found no effect on their growth. Even the rich black soil proved more beneficial. Unsure if this particular plant would appreciate the offering, she observed it absorbing the water, seemingly delighted as it quivered slightly. Bai Xuan then infused it with a trace of her wood-based abilities, successfully attuning to its thoughts. Sugar water, how sweet, she mused, chuckling to herself. It seems quite fond of it. Good one. I shall take you to a wonderful place. Bai Xuan gently coaxed the vine to extract its roots from the earth, slowly drawing it towards her. As soon as it brushed against her tendrils, she swiftly enveloped it within her spatial realm, replanting it in the rich black soil and providing it with a bucket of spiritual spring water for sustenance. Completing these tasks, Bai Xuan exclaimed with excitement, "A Yao, let us depart. I've chosen the smaller one." She had no desire for the larger one with its foul temperament. Before leaving, she poured another bucket of spiritual spring water for it and whimsically attempted to communicate with it using her abilities. I know this is of no use to you, but your daughter appreciates it. One must respect a child's wishes, don't you agree? Farewell. With that, Jun Yao lifted the cheerful Bai Xuan and dashed away. The luminous purple vine did not pursue them. Instead, it waved its tendrils joyfully, only retreating back into the swamp once they had run far away. Had Bai Xuan continued their interaction, she would have discovered it grumbling. If only you had mentioned wanting offspring sooner. You've made me waste energy on a scuffle. Alas, take one with you. This one is much sturdier. The mature luminous purple vine would annually sprout new branches, but the young vines possessed limited predatory skills, merely languishing beside the main vine to absorb nutrients. It was a rare occasion for beastmen to take in these troublesome offspring, and the main vine was eager to rid itself of them, as it could hardly afford their upkeep. Unaware of its lamentations, Junyao had carried her far beyond their territory before setting her down, smiling as he inquired, "Are you happy?" She replied enthusiastically. Bai Xuan nodded like a chick pecking at grains, her eyes and brows curving with delight. Once Shaozi matures, she shall no longer be a mere fledgling. Upon returning, the day had already succumbed to dusk. Junyao continued to lend a hand in the kitchen, while Bai Xuan relocated a flower pot filled with the dark soil of her spatial realm, carefully extracting the flowing purple wisteria. She then rested her chin on her hand, engaging in a conversation with it through her extraordinary abilities. Before long, Xian, clad in dark attire, slipped through the back window and, in a hushed tone, inquired, "Xian, shall I take you away?" Bai Xuan turned her head and blinked, wondering if this was some sort of elopement act. A sudden surge of theatricality overtook her as she stowed the flower pot into her space. After glancing left and right, she crouched down and stealthily approached, whispering, "Where are we headed?" His deep green pupils shimmered with a mysterious light as he playfully curled his lips into a smirk, to a place unbothered by anyone. Bai Xuan playfully winked at him. At such a late hour, were they up to mischief? They had already tested too, and being in this room felt rather agreeable. Perhaps a change of scenery would be delightful. Xian gently grasped her chin, affirming, "Indeed, do you dare?" Bai Xuan fixed her gaze upon him, daring him to challenge her. How could she possibly be afraid? After all, she would take the lead soon enough. The two of them slipped away through the window, both brazen and furtive. Xian was fully aware that they would soon be discovered, yet as long as Xian was willing, everyone would play along with the charade. In the kitchen, Chi Ying turned to Junyao, questioning him, "Are you truly allowing him to take her away?" Junyao maintained a calm demeanor, replying, "Xian is in a foul mood today. If this can bring her a bit of joy, isn't that a good thing?" While he naturally agreed with this sentiment, he found it hard to tolerate the duplicitous nature of the so-called smiling tiger who treated matters so lightly. Thus, Chi Ying began to stir the pot. "Aren't you afraid that Xian will usurp your rightful place?" Junyao dismissed the concern. "What does it matter? This is entirely up to Xian. As long as she is happy, that is all that counts." Chi Ying scoffed. "You say that so eloquently, but who knows what you truly think? Humph. And yet you obstructed me last night, depriving me of precious moments with little Xian. Now you're so generous." Junyao lifted his eyelids, regarding him with a smile that was not quite a smile. "Shouldn't you be grateful to me? If Xian had truly played with you all night, you might have lost your chance at companionship altogether." Chi Ying ground his teeth in frustration. "What do you know? That was merely for the sake of romance. It could not be wasted." Meanwhile, Qin Yan, with a face as dark as coal, suddenly emerged from beneath the stove, his eyes gleaming with curiosity. "What romance?" Chi Ying's expression darkened further. "Mind your own business." Chapter 70. Xian cradled the girl in his arms, his serpent tail swiftly navigating through the forest. Bai Xuan wrapped her arms around his neck, facing the wind as the flowers, grasses, and trees rushed past her in a blur, feeling an exhilarating thrill. Before long, Xian brought her to a halt at a wooden walkway. Bai Xuan leapt down from him, gazing at the tranquil, secluded path that seemed to stretch into infinity. Instantly feeling a sense of serene exhilaration, the mist drifted through the woods, enveloping the lanterns on either side, creating a dreamlike ambience. Bai Xuan opened her arms, inhaling deeply, savoring the atmosphere that beckoned one to retreat into seclusion, her voice taking on an ethereal quality. "I thought you would lead me to the treehouse by the waterfall. This place belongs solely to you and me. Do you like it?" "I adore it. It's simply wonderful." Xian gently brushed her hair, leaning closer to her ear with a tone of delight. "Let me show you the place where we shall rest." Taking her hand, they walked along the path he had painstakingly created, a profound sense of fulfillment materializing in that moment. As they strolled, Bai Xuan joyfully broke into a light run, overwhelmed by an impulse to embrace the breathtaking scenery tightly. Having survived alone in the city before the apocalypse and now struggling in a chaotic world, she realized how deeply she cherished nature. Indeed, she was enamored with the enchanting, atmospheric, yet safe and mosquito-free wilderness. During her time in this primeval forest, She had encountered little danger. The insects and vermin were kept at bay by their formidable presence. Who wouldn't appreciate such a considerate nature? Xian. Hurry up and catch up. Bai Xuan turned around and waved at him, her smile radiant and brilliant. Xian's gaze remained fixed upon her, the tenderness in his eyes seemingly capable of dripping with emotion. When she suddenly called out to him, the corners of his mouth could no longer contain their upward curve, akin to the arrival of spring when glaciers melt away. The once dull and monotonous forest of exile transformed into a lively spectacle because of her, as did my heart. Xian strode forward, reclaiming her hand, and they continued their leisurely stroll along the winding wooden pathway in the serene woods. At the journey's end, they discovered a quaint and exquisite cave, where the dim, hazy lighting created a cozy and ambiguous atmosphere. The entire wall of glass allowed one to glimpse the interior's arrangement at a single glance. Glass. Bai Xuan lifted her skirt and ascended the steps, her hand reaching out in wonder to touch. Having previously discovered your fondness for mirrors, I sought out the Deer Clan orcs to inquire about the recipe, which I happened to acquire along the way. Observing his expressionless face, which transformed into a brief smile before returning to its usual state, Bai Xuan smirked, seemingly questioning whether it was an inquiry or an attempt at theft. Xian cleared his throat twice, assuring her that as long as Xian was pleased, he would find a way to procure it for her. After settling the payment, he also mentioned that he would not engage in competing for business with them. If they remained oblivious, they would simply receive a thrashing. Ha ha ha, I relish such words. Come, hasten to show me inside. The interior was modest in size, yet furnished with all necessities: a table, chairs, a sofa, and a vanity, all arranged in an orderly fashion that breathed life into the space. And there was the imposing bed, standing tall at 1.80 meters, positioned directly across from the floor-to-ceiling window. It seems there are no curtains installed yet? Bai Xuan hesitantly inquired, do you not feel that something is amiss while we sleep here? Is there a problem? To her surprise, a flicker of confusion appeared on Xian's otherwise expressionless face. Yet, as she turned away, the glimmer of amusement in his eyes vanished as swiftly as it had come. Bai Xuan observed the surroundings several times. Although there was no one outside, the overall atmosphere bore little difference to that of a battlefield. She was taken aback by Xian's fondness for such things. It seemed, perhaps, rather enjoyable. After all, it was not her being scrutinized. And since those being examined were indifferent, what did it matter for her, the orchestrator of this merriment? Bai Xuan approached him with a mischievous grin. Are you ready? Xian chuckled softly. There's a bathtub behind, and I've prepared essential oils and flower petals. Shall we give it a try? Upon hearing this, Bai Xuan perked up, eagerly preparing to indulge in the experience. Several fabric curtains cascaded down to the floor, obscuring the enchanting scene within. Xian stood just outside the curtain, listening to the sounds of clothing falling and water splashing, his throat involuntarily tightening, his gaze becoming obscured and ambiguous. As the flower petal bath was halfway through, Bai Xuan suddenly realized, wait a moment, why am I so fragrant after washing? Something feels off. Turning her head, she caught glimpses of shadowy figures flickering between the opening and closing of the curtains, her tone laced with playful curiosity. Xian, why is it that there is no wind in the cave, yet the curtains move as if stirred by a breeze? Xian's voice was low and hoarse. Yet he did not hide his thoughts. My dear wife, your ethereal beauty has completely disoriented my senses. So you too have learned to speak sweetly? She teased. Each word came from the heart, and seeing that she did not respond, Xian continued to probe. The essential oils are beneficial for the skin. I have learned a technique that enhances their effects. May I assist you? Bai Xuan, who had been reclining languidly, suddenly sat up, filled with a restless energy. How delightful it was to be attended to by someone. Even if the intentions of this individual were not entirely innocent, nonetheless, it was permissible. And she found herself rather enjoying this exquisite ambiguity. Come in. As soon as the words escaped her lips, Xian parted the curtain and stepped inside. His gaze was intensely penetrating, almost intimidating, prompting Bai Xuan to instinctively avert her eyes. There was a wildness to him that was undeniably thrilling. Initially, he remained quite respectful, his hands merely gliding over her shoulders, neck, and arms. A gentle warmth enveloped them, painting their cheeks with a faint blush, and the atmosphere grew increasingly thick with ambiguity. Xian's cheek brushed against her neck as he leaned closer, whispering softly in her ear, Xian, rise, I wish to change our surroundings. Bai Xuan felt utterly weakened under his grasp, lacking any strength. I shall assist you, he uttered, and with that, his hand submerged into the water, encircling her waist and turning her to face him directly. Bai Xuan, unsteadily, leaned against his chest, raising her head to meet his gaze. His ascetic visage, combined with his audacious eyes, and her slightly damp hair clinging to her chest, with her partially undone garment draping over her shoulders, evoked an overwhelming desire within her, leading her to unconsciously yearn to succumb alongside him. Bai Xuan is not one to exercise restraint. With such overt seduction, she deserves a response. Their lips met, breaths intertwined. What was initially intended to be a fleeting kiss spiraled into an uncontrollable fervor. Seemingly granted permission, Bai Xuan could no longer suppress his desires, and his movements grew increasingly fervent. From the bathroom to the bed, the two were lost in a passionate embrace, unable to part. Bai Xuan asked breathlessly, why not continue? Bai Xuan, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead, held her tightly as if to meld her into his very being. You have yet to enter your heat. It is not permissible. Bai Xuan was momentarily taken aback, realizing her oversight regarding her menstruation. How could I have forgotten such an important matter? She thought. And yet you still tease me? Angered, she exerted a forceful grip, causing Bai Xuan to grunt softly twice, a smug smile spreading across his face. After all, the allure of passion was undeniable. Bai Xuan relished it too, was it not so? Bai Xuan made a concerted effort to quell her agitation, then fixed a fierce gaze upon the instigator and declared, I decree that you shall not rest tonight. He chuckled, as long as Xian's hands remain unscathed. I am more than willing to oblige. Hands are not solely my possession. You may act independently, do you understand? In the dimly lit space, the only sounds that punctuated the silence were the voices and the heavy breaths, which abruptly ceased. To Bai Xuan's surprise, the previously unchanging hue of Bai Xuan's ears began to subtly flush. Noticing this transformation, Bai Xuan erupted into joyful laughter. She leisurely sat up to observe him. Let us commence. I shall be watching. Chapter 71. The High Priest Ling. Bai Xuan leaned against the headboard, delighting in the sight of the handsome man indulging in self-soothing, occasionally offering guidance on changing poses, which was immensely entertaining. After overcoming his initial discomfort, Bai Xuan gradually became more uninhibited. In contrast, Bai Xuan found herself increasingly tormented by his allure, lamenting, to see and to touch, yet not to taste. What a cruel torment. Once he concluded, she promptly kicked him off the bed to tidy up, wrapping herself in the blanket, ready to sleep. It was no wonder that Yao and Ying obediently allowed her to do as she pleased. They both understood that engaging seriously was futile, for this rascal had been enticing her from the very beginning. Humph, a crafty serpent. Bai Xuan donned his outerwear, his gaze darkly fixed upon the figure on the bed. His voice tinged with sorrow and grievance. Is Xian dissatisfied with me? A muffled voice from beneath the blanket retorted, You ignite a flame yet cannot extinguish it. Behave, or I shall have you sleep outside. Bai Xuan stifled a chuckle, abandoning the notion of inviting her to join him in the bath. After cleansing himself in the bathroom and returning to bed, he discovered that she had already fallen into a deep, sweet slumber. Gently rescuing her head from the confines of the blanket, he cradled it on his arm while wrapping the other around her waist, drawing her closer into his embrace. And with a smile lingering on his lips, Bai Xuan surrendered to sleep as well. Bai Xuan initially believed that by going to bed early, she could indulge in a complete and enchanting dream, as she could not savor such delights in reality. However, to her surprise, instead of a beautiful dream, she encountered an unexpected visitor. Who could it be? Bai Xuan cast a vigilant glance towards the silhouette ahead, surrounded by an expanse of white, rendering any sense of direction indistinguishable. Ling, clad in a moonlit white robe, slowly turned, his silver hair cascading around him, revealing a youthful visage that bore an uncanny resemblance to a compassionate sage. Your Excellency, the Queen of the Otherworld, I have failed to extend a proper welcome. The High Priest? Bai Xuan scrutinized him while contemplating the current situation. His Highness has remarkable discernment. Aside from the old beast god, you alone in this realm exhibit such theatricality. The arrival of the female sovereign in the beast realm should have been met with a grand reception from my people. Regrettably, the beast god harbors some misunderstandings towards me, compelling you to endure this hardship. Bai Xuan rolled her eyes, choosing to ignore him. The space and her abilities seemed to be disconnected, and her mental strength appeared to be quite feeble. No, it seemed she was no longer in her corporeal form. Could it truly be a dream? Yet, this felt far too vivid. Bai Xuan cast a displeased glance at the figure striking a pose, attempting to establish a persona. She inquired, Is it not rather impolite for the High Priest to intrude upon one's dreams without permission? I am Ling, Your Highness, and there is no need for you to address me with honorifics. The absence of a rebuttal indicated that he was indeed within her dream. Growing weary of idle conversation, Bai Xuan advanced and delivered a punch directly to his face. As anticipated, her fist passed through him, and Rongling's ethereal form solidified once more, appearing behind her. It seemed she had discerned the nature of this dream. It was indeed hers. However, she found herself unable to rid herself of this bothersome presence. I have come sincerely to invite your highness to reside in the beast god temple, for the corruption of the forest is truly unfit for your prolonged stay. Bai Xuan, hands on her hips, paced back and forth. This fellow's pretentious demeanor was truly irksome. Since physical confrontation was off the table for now, engaging in a war of words would have to suffice. With a mere thought, Bai Xuan summoned a chair that materialized beside her. After taking a seat, she crossed her legs, listening intently as he exerted great effort to persuade her to willingly step into the cage he had constructed. After delivering a lengthy monologue without eliciting any response, Rongling found himself compelled to cease his attempts. Why did he not continue? Bai Xuan rested her chin on her hand, gazing at him leisurely. Yet, what could the beast god have uttered to his highness that has instilled such aversion towards me? Bai Xuan scoffed lightly, questioning the allure of the beast god temple. If it's truly so magnificent, do enlighten me. Do the A-rank females enjoy unrestricted access? How many of them have not graced your bed? For a man who has attained immortality, what purpose does it serve to ensnare so many women? Aside from binding a cadre of formidable subordinates? This likely fuels their resentment towards the high priestess, though they always allude to vague reasons. Conversely, I suspect there is something amiss within that temple. I refuse to believe that those who have basked in adoration would genuinely become infatuated with a single man, regardless of his role in awakening their mental prowess. Rongling's countenance momentarily twitched before he regained his ethereal composure, projecting an expression of sincerity. Where did you hear such rumors, my lady? The true nature of the beast god temple can only be discerned through personal experience. No sooner had he spoken than an inexplicable enchantment clouded Bai Xuan's thoughts, flooding her mind with disjointed notions of his striking handsomeness and the enticements of the beast god temple, which she was led to believe surpassed even the Exile Forest. She quickly shut her eyes, akin to reciting a mantra, fervently insisting, "What audacity! Just because you bid me to go, must I comply? No matter how well preserved your exterior, it cannot disguise the fact that you are a 300-year-old relic within. Am I truly so foolish to forsake the youthful and vibrant in favor of competing for your antiquated company? Am I insatiably repulsed or simply unable to resist the grind of your presence? You who lack beauty are hardly a worthy aspiration for me." It seemed her words struck a nerve, for Rongling's previously serene visage darkened, revealing cracks of agitation. His voice lost its earlier gentleness, morphing into something more sinister. "It appears, my lady, that your misconceptions about me run deep. I shall await your esteemed presence at the beast god temple, where I will personally clarify these misunderstandings." With that, Rongling's ethereal form dissipated into the air. Bai Xuan furrowed her brow, pondering whether there was a way to compel her to visit the beast god's temple willingly. Alas, it was exasperating. Why not wait until she gathered her forces to storm the temple instead of prancing around before she indulged herself? Upon awakening from her dream, Bai Xuan opened her eyes to the dawn of a new day, only to find herself tightly embraced, prompting her to instinctively struggle for a moment. Sensing her movements, Xian, still in a state of slumber, could not help but lean in and kiss her lips. Bai Xuan pressed her hands against his chest, attempting to push him away several times to no avail. Thus, she could only evade him while gasping for breath, intermittently saying, "Stop it, I have important matters to discuss. Let us return to the valley first." The anticipated morning intimacy dissipated, and Xian appeared somewhat dazed. After releasing her lush, crimson lips, he mechanically began to assist her in dressing. Bai Xuan currently finds herself devoid of any whimsical thoughts, as she harbors no desire to truly enter the beast god temple. Who knows if she could evade the beguiling methods employed by Rongling? While she hastily organizes herself, she inquires, "Does the high priest possess any special techniques?" Xian, having regained his composure, grows solemn upon hearing her mention the high priest. "I have not heard of such matters. Yet many affairs related to him indeed exude an air of mystery. Has Xian encountered some troubles?" Bai Xuan donned her outer garment and swiftly made her way outside, suggesting they converse together in the valley. Observing her slight anxiety, Xian refrained from further inquiries and instead lifted her in his arms, soaring towards the valley with great speed. Chapter 72, Confession of Heritage. In front of the house, Chi Ying lounged languidly in a recliner, gazing longingly and incessantly murmuring, "Is Xiao Xian reluctant to return? That snake seems quite capable indeed. Ah, One only hears the laughter of the newcomers, yet the sorrow of the old ones remains unseen. Junyo sat composed, sipping tea, seemingly indifferent to the lamentations echoing around him. If one were to overlook the occasional glances he cast towards the front, he would appear remarkably tranquil. Chi Ying was even more silent, having shifted position to straddle the chair, wrapping his hands and legs around the backrest. Resting his chin atop them in a compact ball, his gaze fixated intently on the direction Bai Xuan had departed the previous night, resembling a stone yearning for its beloved. Upon seeing Xian return with Bai Xuan, the trio instantly perked up, although Junyo maintained his composure. Chi Ying, like a vigilant deer, abruptly raised his neck and, in the next moment, scampered forward with unrestrained excitement, closely followed by Chi Ying, who was a step behind. Chi Ying eagerly retrieved Bai Xuan from Xian's embrace, pulling her close and nuzzling against her cheek, nearly wagging his imaginary tail as he exclaimed, Xian, I've missed you so much. Bai Xuan gently ruffled his hair, bemused by how, after just one night apart, he clung to her like an affectionate golden retriever. Just as she managed to extricate herself to address the matter at hand, she noticed his silence, his glistening eyes fixed on her with an expression of forlornness. What was I going to say? The atmosphere between the two was so intimate that it seemed impenetrable, causing Chi Ying, who was nearby, to become anxious and suddenly transform from a fox into a lively monkey. The usually stoic expression on Xian's face revealed a peculiar discomfort. The way his contract brothers vied for attention was indeed quite distinct. Well, that was fine. After all, foolishness needs a backdrop to shine. Ahem, Xianer, come have breakfast. Junyo interjected, taking her hand and guiding her to the table, where the porridge he had prepared simmered gently on the stove. Bai Xuan regained her composure and decided to finish her meal before inquiring further. Have you heard of the high priest's ability to enter the dreams of others? All eyes turned to Junyo and Chi Ying, the only two present who harbored deep animosity towards the high priest. Xian had willingly ventured into the Exiled Forest, bearing little connection to the high priest, while Chi Ying remained blissfully unaware of the outside world. Dreams? Junyo cast a worried glance at her. Is Xianer harmed? Bai Xuan shook his head, for in dreams he could not be harmed, nor could he inflict harm upon me. It seemed his presence was merely a conduit for communication. Chi Ying's eyelashes fluttered gently, concealing the tumult of emotion swirling beneath, while his fingers instinctively intertwined, for he could never remain tranquil when the high priest was mentioned. Junyo's expression softened slightly as he recalled tales from the elders. It was said that initially, the majority of A-class females were reluctant to remain in the beast god temple, which had sparked considerable unrest. Yet, inexplicably, these females gradually developed a reverence for the high priest, ultimately choosing to venture to the beast god temple of their own accord. This echoed the thoughts that had once flitted through her mind. Was it akin to a psychological suggestion? Did no one notice the anomaly? Their beast husbands suspected the high priest was behind it all, yet they could uncover no evidence or remedy, with even the females themselves oblivious to any irregularities. In due course, newly born females came to regard their stay in the beast god temple as a mark of honor, leading to an even deeper collective amnesia regarding this insurmountable enigma. Bai Xuan murmured, is it true that the females cannot put up any resistance? Yet, it seems I have swiftly liberated myself from that psychological suggestion. Ha ha, how amusing. So that's it. Suddenly, the previously silent Chi Ying erupted into a fit of manic laughter, her eyes reddening as tears streamed uncontrollably down her cheeks. Bai Xuan was startled by him. Ying, what is the matter? Chi Ying knelt before her, pleading, please, my dear wife, punish me for concealing my true heritage. Bai Xuan gazed at him in bewilderment. What was there to be punished for? In this beastly realm, there was no custom of meeting one's in-laws. She had chosen this person. Did it mean she had to first delve into the ancestry of his forebears? Please rise and let us speak properly, she urged. Chi Ying remained kneeling. It was time for him to confess. If Xiao Xian were to forsake him, he would accept his fate, for this brief moment in time had been stolen from him. I carry the blood of Rongling within me. No sooner had he uttered these words than Junyo also knelt, seeking forgiveness. I am aware of this matter as well. I implore my lady to impose a punishment. Bai Xuan's fingers rhythmically tapped against the table, enveloped in a profound silence. Her aura of mental dominance and the control of the contract poised for action, creating a palpable tension in the air. Xian and Chi Ying subtly sensed her oppressive presence and promptly rose to stand behind her. She has already confronted Rongling. What does it mean to keep his son at home? If a satisfactory explanation cannot be provided, she would not hesitate to seek another beast husband. Despite her fondness for Chi Ying, the red fox, Aren't you all enemies of Rongling? What is happening here? Chi Ying struggled to maintain an upright posture. His back drenched in cold sweat as he began recounting his past. As the offspring of the high priest and an esteemed female, Chi Ying once experienced a noble and blissful childhood. Even though he was confined to a courtyard, unable to venture outside, his daily needs were attended to by dedicated caretakers. Each time his father visited him and his mother, he felt as though they were a pair of celestial lovers, and he was the happiest cub in the world. Until the tragic moment when he witnessed his mother's murder and the unjust slaughter of the Red Fox clan, that dream was irrevocably shattered. Chi Ying knelt forward a few paces, gazing earnestly at her. Xiaoxian. The enmity of a mother's murder and the annihilation of my clan will not waver even if I spill his blood. The once laughable affection I held for him has only deepened my hatred. Junyao quickly echoed his sentiments. I was on the brink of death from being hunted when my father rescued me. My enmity with Rongling is already irreconcilable. Bai Xuan's expression softened slightly. Everyone, please rise. Next time, do not leave your words half-spoken. Do you not fear that if you fall just a step behind, I might send you on your way to the netherworld? Chi Ying's taut nerves finally relaxed, and she slumped down onto the ground. Bai Xuan paid him no heed and instead assisted Junyao, chiding, "What are you doing here, causing a commotion? Have you hurt your knees?" Junyao shook his head, acknowledging, "The person was introduced to me by my wife, and it was I who advised him to conceal the truth. I bear the blame. And my wife has shown great magnanimity." Observing that Chi Ying remained kneeling in a daze, Bai Xuan spoke again. "Very well, let us consider this matter closed. Ying, remember the words you spoke today. We will inevitably confront Rongling one day. Should you, in the future, show mercy due to that trivial bloodline, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. I understand, and I thank my wife for her forgiveness." Reflecting on his mother's plight, tears began to fall silently from Chi Ying's eyes, his sobs inaudible, yet the sense of desolation he exuded was profoundly heart-wrenching. Bai Xuan remained silent for a moment before speaking. "I understand that you wish to avoid revisiting past sorrows. Yet I must analyze how Rongling will compel me to venture to the Beast God Temple. Please share your thoughts with me, if you would." Chapter 73. Psychological Suggestion. Chi Ying took a moment to collect himself. Having decided to be candid, there was no longer any reason to conceal the truth. He casually wiped away the tears staining his face and, in a defeated manner, curled up beside the table, his voice hoarse as he began to speak. "In my recollection, my mother always shared an affectionate bond with him, yet after her passing, she would occasionally curse him. I had always believed she resented him for not being by her side every day. Only now do I realize that she occasionally regained her clarity, tormented by her inability to control her thoughts and actions. It is no wonder that the seemingly loving couple would turn against each other. It was all a facade created by that wretched creature, and my very existence was the source of my mother's anguish." He had once urged my mother to understand that Rongling had his own responsibilities and could not always be present. He truly deserved condemnation. And it is no surprise my mother glared at him with such ferocity. Why didn't she simply end his life? But she was again ensnared by that psychological suggestion. And in the next moment, she reverted to the image of a devoted wife and mother, making him question his own sanity. How ironic it is that he, too, played the role of an accomplice in pushing my mother toward her tragic fate. Junyao furrowed his brow, as it was the first time he had heard him recount past events. When his father brought him home, the little red fox was covered in wounds, his eyes filled with despair. His injuries had scarcely healed, yet he charged forth like a reckless calf, desperate for revenge. He had only just transformed, and each day began with the worry of whether the fox would venture out again to meet its demise. Only when Chi Ying fully transformed did the situation improve slightly. Yet the mention of Rongling still triggered intense reactions within him. Chi Ying appeared on the verge of fainting, and Bai Xuan, feeling a pang of compassion, supported him, wrapping her arms around his waist in silence. Once, there had been a fondness for the learned man, but it later morphed into a profound hatred. He believed that the father he admired had taken his mother's life, leaving indelible shadows on his tender heart. "Rongling truly repulses me. The mere thought that he might harbor similar intentions toward me fills Bai Xuan with even greater disdain." Trembling, Chi Ying clutched her tightly, engulfed in deep self-loathing. "Xiaoxian, tell me, should I have never been born into this world? Everything is a lie. My very existence is a mistake." Bai Xuan furrowed her brows and suddenly pushed him away, seizing his collar as if she intended to deliver a couple of sharp slaps to jolt him back to reality. However, upon reconsideration, fearing her hand might swell like a pig's trotter, she hesitated and opted for a gentle touch instead. "If you had not been born, where would I find a fox as handsome as you? she admonished. Remember, every single strand of hair on your body belongs to me. The affairs of your predecessors bear no relevance to the you who was merely a cub back then. If your mind is muddled, I would not hesitate to let Yao and the others hang you upside down from a tree to dry for a couple of days. Chi Ying, unable to suppress her laughter, remarked, You truly are wonderful. Bai Xuan gently grasped his chin, wiping away his tears with her sleeve, and with a look of disdain remarked, You look utterly hideous. Next time, cry more attractively, or else you shall not shed a single tear. Do you understand? She turned to the others, and you all. Do you hear me? For a seasoned connoisseur of beauty, it was the delicate charm of tears that evoked compassion. A snot-covered face would only make her wish to push the person away. The other three chuckled kindly, knowing that only genuine heart-wrenching tears could make them disregard their appearances. They would rather express their sorrow than see her cry, for even in her moments of sympathy, the mistress was endearing. This light-hearted banter eased Chi Ying's mood. Having such a wife was indeed a blessing he had earned over 3 lifetimes. He cradled the back of Bai Xuan's neck, pressing his forehead against hers with unwavering determination, declaring, I am no longer the foolish and inept child I once was, even if it costs me my life. I shall never allow Ling to harm you in the slightest. Ha ha ha, now that's more like it, she replied. However, I am not a lamb awaiting slaughter. His dark arts cannot control my thoughts. If I ever find myself in the beast god temple, I shall simply hide away in the space until you come to rescue me. Little Crisp must come to terms with reality. This was not cowardice, but rather a strategic delay. Her earnest efforts to provide them with emotional comfort were not in vain. Once all 5 reached the 10th tier, an accounting would surely follow. It was a pity that one could only enter and exit the space at the same point. Otherwise, she would not be the slightest bit afraid of Ling's threats. Jun Yao took her hand, stating, Ling is enigmatic and unpredictable. Under no circumstances can we allow you to enter the beast god temple. From this moment forward, we shall take turns guarding you without leaving your side. Bai Xuan did not refuse. It would be preferable not to enter at all. His demonic powers likely have diminished effects on females with higher mental capacities. Mother probably exceeds grade A, while my level does not fall within the beast realm's estimation, allowing me to remain unaffected by his mental suggestions. Mo Xian was also diligently analyzing the current situation. What if he were to target Xian alone? In the past, females above grade A required Ling to control them personally. Yet now, females have been influenced by inherited memories to worship him almost from birth, requiring little effort on his part. The application of demonic arts on an individual is uncertain. However, judging by his tone, he has a way to compel me to the beast god temple. Surely, he wouldn't expect her to simply teleport there? There is no need to struggle. Let us tidy up and prepare to enter the space. Xian, is there a way for us to access your space ourselves? That way, no matter where you are, we could swiftly reach your side to protect you. Oh, this is quite intriguing. Allow me a moment to ponder. The fusion of mental energy and wood-based abilities could yield spirit fruits. The space should also harmonize with mental power. If we could intertwine it with the contracts binding them, perhaps we could summon a beastly husband akin to a sci-fi card. Ha ha ha. By the way, are you able to sense my location through the contract seal? Mo Xian replied, Yes. All right. A Xian is somewhat familiar with various locales in the beast realm. From now on, you shall be responsible for guarding me. Even if I were to suddenly vanish, do not panic. A Xian, remember to find me swiftly. As long as I do not step into the beast god temple, I shall consider it an outing. Good. Mo Xian had already begun to contemplate the route from the Exile Forest to the beast god temple and the potential dangers along the way. Having done all that could be done, Bai Xuan sighed as she observed them. It is unfortunate that I must part ways just after transforming. You all need to strive harder, quickly ascend, so I can roam freely in the beast realm without fear, thus alleviating my trepidation. She lacked martial prowess and did not possess offspring, leaving her with little choice but to rely on her husband. The 4 of them suddenly felt energized, especially Chi Ying, eager to roll up his sleeves and dive into action. That damned high priest has yet to be tested by Xian. Chapter 74. The Nightingale's brother upon hearing that Tian Liang had been expelled by the Lady of the Moon on 9 Clouds Peak. Yi Feng felt a surge of concern and sought to dissuade his son from his previous intentions. The Lady Bai Xuan is not easily fooled. Perhaps we should reconsider? Ingu tilted her head. When did I ever intend to deceive my sister? As long as I can occasionally sing and amuse her. If she enjoys my company, I shall stay. If not, I shall leave. Yi Feng's expression twitched slightly. This sister of his certainly exuded a cheerful demeanor. He felt he lacked the ability to have such an extraordinary daughter. Little Nightingale continued with conviction. Brother Tianliang is simply too fanciful, daring to compete with Sister's guardian beast. How could he not be expelled? The night breeze fell silent, allowing the child to ponder matters independently, alleviating some of his worries. Since Tianliang's return, he had secluded himself within his chamber, refusing to meet anyone. Gu Rui sighed at the door, realizing that as long as those 5 guardian beasts remained, Bai Xuan, the lady, would never let anyone else into her heart. A flicker of cold determination crossed Gu Rui's eyes. Do not worry, Liang. Once your uncle clears the obstacles, you may attempt once more. Uncle, please. The door swung open abruptly, revealing Tianliang, his face drawn and weary as he intervened. She cared for them so deeply. Any misfortune would cause her immense sorrow. Gu Rui was perplexed. Why? With their current rank at only 7. Eliminating 1 or 2 should not pose a challenge. This may be our final opportunity. Tianliang understood that his uncle's intention stemmed more from a desire to protect the royal city, and he could only persuade him from this angle. Should the union fail, collaboration might still be possible. However, if enmity were to arise, all chances would be irrevocably lost. The lady had no desire to align with any faction. Attempting to bind her through marital ties would only yield counterproductive results. Gu Rui fell silent, recognizing this as the source of his reservations. The king had tasked him with winning the lady's favor. Should she end up harboring animosity towards Lingyu, the blame would rest squarely on his shoulders. At that moment, Gu Rui once again displayed the concern of an elder for his junior. And what of you? Can you let go? Tianliang turned his head, striving to suppress his tears. Perhaps I was never destined to be with her, or perhaps my affection for her is merely a manifestation of my own unwillingness and obsession. Gu Rui sighed once more. Have you made a decision? If so, Lingyu and she shall discuss only mutual benefits, forsaking emotional ties. Before his arrival, Gu Rui had learned from the king that once, S-class females could be calmed from a distance, knowledge that had become scarce. If a union truly proved impossible, then he would have to resort to bargaining with the lady in exchange for her assistance. Tianliang closed his eyes, nodding with a choked voice. If they take issue with my past actions, they may inform them that I shall no longer appear before the lady. I must not tarnish Lingyu's impression in her eyes. Good child, Gu Rui said, patting his shoulder before departing. With the other members of the royal city yet to arrive, he seized the opportunity to contemplate how to propose a price that would satisfy the lady while remaining acceptable to Lingyu. At that moment, Gu Rui felt a sense of potential in the situation, unaware that soon, the entire beast realm would be clamoring for transactions involving crystal cores. Bai Xuan hurried to the warehouse, retrieving fruits that served as both analgesics and inhibitors. These were my preliminary experiments, not yet fully meeting expectations. But they could be utilized for initial testing. As for maximizing their potential, that shall depend on your ingenuity. Rest assured, Xianer, your efforts shall not be in vain. Well, since Rongling is already aware of my existence, there is no need for us to conceal ourselves any longer. Junyao smirked slightly. I understand. And I will promptly disseminate the news throughout the beast realm regarding the goddess's arrival, tragically persecuted by the high priest. Indeed, the more individuals who are aware of Xian's existence, the more cautious Rongling will become. Bai Xuan smiled, finding it quite agreeable that she need not exert her mental faculties over these matters. Go on with your tasks. I shall remain here, observing how he chooses to act. The 4 remained on high alert, even as they walked and dined, clutching the spirit crystals to absorb their energy. Having ascended a level earlier, they believed this would diminish the peril faced by their mistress. Xian, is it conceivable for you to remain in the space indefinitely? If so, it would render Rongling incapable of making a move against you. In that case, he would prefer you to take no risks at all, waiting until they have vanquished Rongling before you emerge. Bai Xuan shook her head, stating that she could not enter the space in her dreams yesterday. His enchanting magic should be unbound by spatial limitations. Moreover, unless absolutely necessary, she did not wish to reveal her final trump card. Mo Xian remained silent, pursing his lips. Xian, I am sorry, it is our inadequacy. Bai Xuan then nestled into his embrace, her laughter radiant as she gently caressed his face. If you think this way, wouldn't that play directly into Rongling's hands? If everything could be resolved neatly for her, she might worry about becoming overly dependent on them, regardless of her fondness. She does not wish to lose herself. This arrangement is just right. She leads, while they implement and cooperate, ensuring she does not feel like a mere parasite, thus dispelling any thoughts of departure. Mo Xian wrapped his arms around her, nuzzling her cheek. I will strive to become worthy of you, ensuring you are unrestrained by anyone. He remarked, "Ah, even your occasional moments of insecurity are endearing." Bai Xuan straddled him, leaning down to capture his lips in a kiss. Mo Xian held her waist, tilting his head back in submission as he fervently reciprocated. Bai Xuan extracted a wooden crystal core, contemplating how to transform it into a key for entering the spatial realm. Meanwhile, Mo Xian was diligently cultivating nearby, on the verge of ascending to the 8th tier. Yet he had to remain vigilant over Xian until he thoroughly grasped Rongling's techniques. He could only suppress his own progress for the time being. In the midst of this, Yifeng, wearied by Yingji's relentless nagging, found himself reluctantly compelled to escort him to the valley for an audience. Expecting to be outright refused, he was taken aback when he was met with a wide-eyed stare. After delivering the report, he was permitted to lead the troublesome brat inside. The little rascal, brimming with excitement, dashed in without a backward glance, as if he had never had a father like him. Bai Xuan was pondering with a headache, yearning for a moment of relaxation. As she gazed at the little nightingale, who appeared both dazed and spirited, her curiosity piqued, and she inquired, "Can you truly sing?" "Indeed, I can, fairy sister. Not only can I sing, but I can also dance," replied the nightingale, spreading its wings above its head, the tips touching in a heart-like gesture, and began to bounce to the rhythm of its song. Noticing her joyful laughter, it decided to attempt a challenging maneuver, just as it raised one leg to twirl. The little bird ended up tumbling to the ground. "Haha, no need for such grand gestures," Bai Xuan chuckled. The nightingale shook its head, resembling a plump little creature that had fallen into the snow, surrounded by countless stars. Mo Xian glanced over and noticed Bai Xuan's cheerful demeanor, choosing not to intrude. Bai Xuan gestured toward Mo Xian and said to the somewhat listless nightingale, "Come here and call me brother-in-law." The nightingale instantly perked up, rushing over and sweetly exclaiming, "Brother-in-law! Oh my! Father, I have truly made it. Has my childhood attendant transformed into a younger brother?" Bai Xuan chuckled. Children are indeed children. Their thoughts are utterly transparent. Yet, it's rather delightful that such a clever little one can bring joy to others, and what harm is there in having a slight ulterior motive? Ah Xian, do take care of him more in the future. Mo Xian nodded, as long as Bai Xuan was pleased. Chapter 75, The Disappearance of Sleep as Mealtime approached. Bai Xuan instructed Yifeng to escort the little one back home. Children are amusing, but she had no desire to tend to them. Ingu remained exuberant, flapping his wings in circles atop his father's shoulder, playfully delivering several resounding slaps to the elder. Yifeng, unable to endure any longer, grasped the scruff of his neck, exclaiming, "You little rascal, are you out of your mind?" Ingu flailed momentarily in midair, unable to break free, before proudly lifting his chin and declaring, "Let me down. I am now the brother of the Empress." Yifeng, astonished yet somewhat exhilarated, cupped his hands around him and leaned in closer. "Is that truly so? Then I am also the father of the Empress? Of course it's true, but don't get ahead of yourself. You think you can benefit from my sister's glory?" Yifeng's face darkened, pondering the absurdity of the situation. This mischievous child must have been picked up somewhere. After dinner, Bai Xuan experienced a surge of inspiration. She had indeed crafted the first spatial key. After some contemplation, she decided to carve it into the shape of a tiger. This should be harmless enough to avoid encroaching on a Yao's territory. I shall take my time with the others. Bai Xuan stifled a yawn, feeling a sense of drowsiness after a satisfying meal. Is this a symptom of carbon fatigue? Xian, I find myself rather sleepy. Mo Xian rose and approached, asking, "Shall I carry you inside to rest?" She replied. Bai Xuan wrapped her arms around his neck, seeking a comfortable position to lean against him. Just as she was about to close her eyes, she suddenly realized something was amiss. Sleeping? Dreaming? Damn it, it was Ronling. Just before losing consciousness, she tossed the freshly crafted spatial key onto the stone table and then, unable to hold on any longer, she succumbed to sleep. Mo Xian watched the person in his embrace with growing anxiety, fearing that she might vanish with the slightest blink. Unfortunately, she did indeed disappear from his arms, leaving him grasping at nothing but air. His pupils constricted in alarm, and he quickly shut his eyes to sense her current location, but found nothing. Panic was evident in his gaze as he swiftly transformed his lower body into a serpent's tail, propelling himself in the direction of the beast god temple, hoping to find her along the way. Bai Xuan felt as though she had stepped into a temporal tunnel, her body propelled forward uncontrollably. Or perhaps the surroundings were incessantly retreating behind her. Dazed and disoriented, she sensed herself floating upon a cloud, unable to touch the ground. In her struggle, she discovered an invisible chain seemingly binding her waist, rendering her efforts futile. Time lost all meaning, and eventually, the dream came to an end. She jolted awake, immediately aware of a profound ache in her back and waist, gritting her teeth in discomfort, and hastily surveying her surroundings. Damn Ronling. What on earth is this all about? Within the beast god temple, as the magic was disrupted, Ronling opened his eyes, devoid of any trace of anger or resentment, instead wearing an increasingly sinister smile. The strength of the spirit of this otherworldly being is truly formidable. Beast god, my gratitude to you, the White Wolf, for bringing her here. Ha ha ha. Bai Xuan sat up and discovered that she was still in a primordial forest. Despite having transformed from a small tiger into a human, she felt incredibly insignificant compared to the towering trees surrounding her. Was she still exiled to this forest? Surely. Rongling's magical prowess was not so lacking. Moreover, if that were the case, a Xian should have already come searching for her. Completely unfamiliar with the outside world, Bai Xuan shrugged and began to cautiously wander through the woods. She gently touched the purple vine on her wrist and communicated, "Little Purple, it's time to get to work. Quickly see if you can find anyone familiar to ask for directions." The luminous purple vine, nourished by Bai Xuan's wood-based abilities, had gained some intelligence and even grown a bit. "Understood, my master," it replied. However, just as it was about to seek out its kin, Bai Xuan pulled it back. "Wait, come back. It seems there's a tiger approaching. I'm trying to discern whether it is a wild beast or a beast man." Noticing the absence of beastly markings, she realized that this creature resembled the first time she encountered a Yao. Yet, she had transformed into a human, and now, a genuine tiger was drawing near. Little Purple anxiously fluttered before her, urging, "Enter the space, enter the space." Bai Xuan gently caressed the delicate tendrils, offering a serious critique, "Shaozi, as my weapon. How can you be so timid? This is not timidity, it is a strategic delay." "Master, is this not what you taught me?" Bai Xuan's lips twitched. Yet she stubbornly refused to relent. Absolutely not. With the assurance of a safe retreat and no threat to her life, Bai Xuan remained quite obstinate. She charged forward and delivered 2 sharp blows to the tiger. In the next moment, an eerie silence enveloped them both. The tiger appeared somewhat bewildered, pondering whether this was merely a scratch of an itch. It was astonishing to encounter a bipedal creature that resembled a paper tiger even more than itself. Bai Xuan turned and fled, exclaiming, "If you find it lacking, just say so. Not even a hair is out of place." Lu Guang Zitong, feeling aggrieved, retorted, "I already mentioned that I wanted to slip inside. Wasn't that a more tactful approach?" Bai Xuan dashed forward with remarkable agility, while the tiger pursued her with thunderous intensity. Fortunately, her escape skills were exceptional. She deftly ensnared a tree trunk with a vine, pulling herself up with all her strength. Just as she intended to catch her breath, she glimpsed the tiger ascending after her. Bai Xuan widened her eyes, exclaiming that even as a tiger, she could not ascend trees. What right did it have? She continued to climb, grumbling under her breath. The flowing purple wisteria trembled, wailing, "Ah, hurry up. It's going to bite my backside." Bai Xuan's head buzzed with confusion as she shouted, "Silence." In a moment of frustration, she jabbed at the tiger, inadvertently striking its eye, causing the majestic creature to tumble down with a startled roar. "Oh, master, I think I have heard it," she exclaimed, delight radiating from her. "How wonderful, how marvelous." Bai Xuan, feeling utterly exhausted, feebly praised it before collapsing against the tree trunk, and then defiantly raised her middle finger towards the sky. "Without any power, I shall disdain you daily." Ah, the fury of impotence. The flowing purple wisteria, sensing her mood, shook off the blood clinging to it and wrapped around her wrist, saying, "Master, do not be upset. When little Z grows up, I shall assist you in overcoming them." Bai Xuan propped herself up, channeling her wood-based abilities, patiently awaiting. She decided to remain perched atop the tree, waiting for a Xian to come for her. The moment Mo Xian sensed her awakening, he detected her location, only to realize he had overshot his destination, nearly encroaching upon the territory of the beast god. Consequently, he hastened his return. "Wife." It seemed she could hear Azay's voice. Bai Xuan glanced over and saw a flock of avian figures soaring towards her, with Ling Zay leading the charge. He landed on a tree and gently brought her down, relieved to find her merely tousled yet unharmed. "How did you end up here? And where are the others?" Bai Xuan smiled softly, then glanced at the group of people behind him. "It is a long story. They are my former comrades from Songlong, all trustworthy." The crowd bowed in unison, greeting the esteemed lady. "No need for excessive formalities. What brings you here?" "I just finished dealing with the internal traders when the contract suddenly indicated your presence, prompting my hurried arrival." Ling Zay gently arranged her hair and suggested, Shall we return to the clan for some rest? That sounds good. A Xian should be arriving shortly. Rest assured, I will arrange for someone to escort him. Lingzhe lifted her in his arms and unfurled his wings, soaring toward the Songlongdu clan. Chapter 76. Lingzhe on the way. Bai Xuan recounted the events to him, indicating that entering the dream was likely the moment when Rongling performed his spell. As for the distance and direction of my movement, whether it correlates with the time of slumber and my struggles within the dream, we would need a few more attempts to discern the connection. Damn Rongling, Lingzhe thought, wishing he could dismember him immediately yet feeling powerless. Upon hearing about the peculiar nature of the spell, he wore a look of concern. The fact that Mo Xian had not located you immediately suggested that we could not continuously track your whereabouts. After a brief rest, I shall take you back. It would be safer to remain further from the Beast God Temple. Are we close to the Beast God Temple? Lingzhe shook his head. We have only traversed a short distance from the Exile Forest, and this is not the most direct route to the Beast God Temple. Then let us not head back just yet. The sky is nearly dark. Let us rest here tonight. I do not wish to continue traveling. As for whether I would dream of teleportation again tonight, we shall see tomorrow. We cannot allow a fear of choking to prevent us from sleeping altogether. Very well, he said, noticing her weariness. His heart ached for her, and he quickened his pace. Before long, Lingzhe instructed his companions to keep the news concealed to avoid disturbing the clan in their eagerness to pay their respects, thus allowing her to rest. Upon returning to his peak, he gently placed her on the bed and kissed her forehead. I will prepare for a moment. Soon I shall attend to your bath. Bai Xuan nodded, collapsing onto the bed, unwilling to move any further. Observing her surroundings, she realized that a Yao had yet to enter, leaving her uncertain whether he would utilize that key. Outside, Lingzhe's stern and serious subordinates huddled together, whispering amongst themselves. The female monarch noted the profound bond shared with the young clan leader. Having faced adversity together in the Exile Forest, how could there not be feelings? Unlike us, who have endured many years in the Exile Forest, with most of our former subordinates having already found partners, primarily arranged by their elders, which were not favored by their wives. The female beasts of the Yu clan are mostly small birds like magpies and doves, naturally preferring gentle males such as cranes and parrots rather than the fierce raptors that once followed Lingzhe into battle. Someone quickly diverted the conversation, raising their eyebrows and suggesting, is the young clan leader going to bond with the female monarch tonight? Should we prepare some soup to nourish him beforehand? Laughter ensued. Yes. Indeed. Oh, we must also share some advice. The young clan leader has been confined for so long. Surely he has forgotten everything the shaman taught him. As Lingzhe approached, he delivered a swift kick to one's backside, retorting, do I need your guidance? Get back to training, and add an extra hour tonight. The group quickly rose, lamenting in mock despair, before scurrying away. Lingzhe stared thoughtfully at the door. Bonding was not yet on the agenda, but it was indeed time for him to undergo the partner verification. Aze, have the petals been gathered? They have, he replied, returning to reality, carrying a basket of petals as he entered. Indeed, this is it. You wait outside. Lingzhe chuckled lightly, a glimmer of intrigue sparkling in his golden eyes. His deep voice carrying an ambiguous tone, do you really not require my assistance? Not at all. Just give me a massage after your bath, came the reply. You should go in now. Who knows how long it will take? Aze looks wilder than Xian, barely concealing it, feeling the intense gaze burning into her back. Bai Xuan quickened her pace, sensing an undercurrent of danger in this verification process. Lingzhe reclined in his chair, peering through the curtain at the alluring figure within, the flickering light in his eyes threatening to overflow, as he lifted one leg to obscure his true feelings. After indulging in a soothing bath, Bai Xuan felt rejuvenated, ready to rise. But wait, where are my clothes? A voice, laced with a hint of amusement, leisurely drifted in. Oh, my dear wife, please forgive me. I shall bring them to you at once. Bai Xuan ground her teeth, determined not to grant him his wish. Halt. No one is permitted to enter. As Lingzhe's hand grazed the curtain, he paused. Hiki, Ace, you shall obey, he said, his voice rich and husky, with a lingering tone that exuded a hint of intimacy and allure, teasing one's senses. It was rather pleasant to hear. Bai Xuan twitched her ears, letting out a haughty hum. The garments, seemingly under the influence of some primal force, floated inside, while Lingzhe resumed his position, propping his head up, lost in thought. Bai Xuan emerged dressed in her sleepwear, casually passing by Lingzhe, who was seated leisurely. She playfully placed her foot upon his thigh, poking at his chest with her finger, raising an eyebrow as if to silently mock him. You may be wild, but you cannot overturn the heavens. Ling Zai bit his lip, striving to suppress the upward curve of his mouth. Just as his hand reached out to touch her foot, as pristine as jade, Bai Xuan swiftly withdrew. He chuckled softly, turning to watch her saunter towards the bed. Do you enjoy taking the lead? Fear not, for I shall make you fall for me. Bai Xuan positioned herself comfortably on the bed, yet you have not yet approached? Allow me to experience your massage skills. I wonder if they are even more exquisite when applied to the human form. Ling Zai rose to his feet but walked in the opposite direction, preparing to enter the bathing area. Please wait a moment, my dear wife. Allow me to make the necessary preparations, and I shall ensure your utmost satisfaction. Bai Xuan lay on her side, propping her head up, perfectly aligned with the curtain of the bathing area. It is no wonder these two rascals relish the bathing ritual. How aesthetically pleasing it is. In less than a quarter of an hour, the sounds of water ceased, and Ling Zai grasped the curtain, preparing to draw it aside. While Bai Xuan's gaze intensified with curiosity, enveloped in the steamy mist, the man emerged, a towel loosely wrapped around his waist, threatening to slip away at any moment. His torso was bare, unadorned by any clothing, revealing a robust physique and sun-kissed skin that exuded an alluring sensuality. Droplets of water cascaded downwards, showcasing his well-defined chest, sculpted abs, and the enticing lines of his physique. Particularly striking was his chest, full and taut, appearing irresistibly inviting. Bai Xuan sat up straight, a smile unconsciously gracing her lips. A male model technician, a male caretaker? Such a physique, indeed reminiscent of a double door. Noticing her eyes sparkling as they fixated on him, Ling Zai couldn't help but chuckle. As expected, it was effective. Even when she was a little tiger, she adored snuggling against his chest, and now transformed into a woman. She remained quite the little flirt. Ling Zai approached her step by step, thinking, now, I am ready to attend to my mistress. Goodness, she no longer desired a massage. All she wanted was to touch him. One way or another, there would be methods to entice her. Bai Xuan leapt directly from the bed, stroking her chin as she circled around the person, scrutinizing them carefully. Her fingers gestured in the air a few times, exclaiming, nice. The proportions are perfect. Ling Zai's gaze remained fixed upon her. Observing her reluctance to make a move, he swiftly embraced her waist, drawing her closer. He took her hand and placed it against his face, then guided it downward. Her slender, delicate fingers glided over his Adam's apple, collarbone, and pectorals, causing Bai Xuan's eyes to sparkle with increasing brilliance. Do you enjoy this? She couldn't help but pinch it, feeling an overwhelming fondness and immense affection. Ling Zai smiled with exceptional delight, wrapping his arms around her neck and pulling her close to his chest. Then, leaning nearer to her ear, he softly coaxed. If you like it, feel free to touch more. I belong to you. Chapter 77, Continuation. Bai Xuan was far from being polite. Her hands roamed over him, occasionally poking and pinching. Ling Zai's irritation grew palpable, his Adam's apple unconsciously bobbing as he fixed his gaze on the crown of her head, his eyes increasingly menacing. The two were in close proximity, and Bai Xuan felt something pressing against her. Instinctively, she glanced down to behold the prominent tint. With a half-smile, she met his gaze, intending to tease him. However, the smoldering desire reflected in his eyes scorched her, prompting her to instinctively turn and flee. His golden pupils exuded an air of authority and nobility, further intensified by his formidable physique, creating an overwhelming sense of pressure. Bai Xuan faced an unreserved gaze that seemed intent on devouring her whole for the first time. It was perilous. This individual exuded an air of defiance, clearly not one to be easily controlled. This was evidently a trap being laid for her. What was this? A covert seduction? Quite the playful maneuver. The moment he grasped her wrist, a subtle smile graced Bai Xuan's lips, and she turned her head, feigning vulnerability as she shrank back slightly. Her peculiar inclinations were indeed eccentric, always eager to explore different styles. What was this scenario? A domineering husband enforcing affection with a delicate wife unable to escape? It was rather exhilarating. Ling Zai's gaze flickered at the sight. He did not reprimand her for stopping. Was this a sign of affection? If so, he would not hold back. Ling Zai activated a sound barrier, his hand trailing from her waist down to encircle her thigh, lifting her effortlessly to straddle his waist. She was ensnared. Bai Xuan crossed her legs around his waist, her hands pressing against his chest. Wow, his rod could serve as a bench for her. Wait, what are you going to do? She asked. What do you think I want to do? Ling Zai's hands mischievously squeezed her backside, eliciting a soft cry from Bai Xuan. No, you must let me go. Her voice was filled with fear and resistance, yet her expression remained calm and anticipatory. Ling Zai could not help but laugh at her, realizing she enjoyed this. Little did he know she relished the act. It's all right, once you get used to it. You won't want to change. Testing partners is nothing. Being in a relationship is far more exhilarating. Be good. I'll be gentle. I won't hurt you. It feels wonderful. Don't resist. As soon as he finished speaking, Ling Zhe silenced her protesting lips with a fervent kiss. His kiss was urgent and intense, imbued with a raw, aggressive vigor, devoid of tenderness. Bai Xuan symbolically struggled for a moment before willingly parting her lips. Ling Zhe could no longer suppress the flames of desire within him. His breath quickened as his kiss grew increasingly fervent. His slightly rough hands roamed over her body, causing Bai Xuan to tremble all over, her senses heightened. A unique thrill spreading throughout her being. Ling Zhe guided her step by step to the edge of the table, placing her upon it and releasing her lips. He positioned his hands on either side of her, enveloping her with a domineering presence, admiring her sultry gaze. My dear wife, are you comfortable? Bai Xuan's eyes were dreamy as she playfully flicked her small tongue against her slightly swollen red lips. Upon witnessing this, Ling Zhe's gaze darkened, igniting a desire to indulge further. Bai Xuan swayed her little feet, propping herself up on the table as she leaned back. Her restless feet occasionally brushed against places they ought not to touch. With a teasing smile, she mused, why has age changed the way he addresses me? Ling Zhe cast a glance at her mischief-making feet and, with a smirk that danced between amusement and irony, remarked, that term hardly suits your current state, little one. Or is it that the mistress believes there is something diminutive about herself? Before Bai Xuan could react, he pressed her against the table, his hand swiftly gliding up her waist, ultimately enveloping her ample bosom. The unexpected advance elicited a startled gasp from her, and she soon realized that escape from his grip was utterly futile. In that moment, she truly grasped the recklessness of her earlier actions. Ling Zhe's lips brushed against her earlobe, teasingly pinching it, and the soft, yielding sensation beneath his fingers stirred a chuckle deep within his chest, revealing just how substantial she was, beyond his grasp. Bai Xuan, her body suffused with a tingling sensation, turned her head to evade the onslaught. Yet delicate kisses descended upon her like a tempest. They rained upon her ears, cheeks, and neck until she could bear it no longer. Surrendering passively to the depths of desire alongside him, Bai Xuan gasped for breath, cursing as she kicked him, her words the most decorous yet utterly unrestrained. Ling Zhe seized her foot and placed it upon his abdominal muscles, caressing it gently. Hee, my dear wife, do not be angry. Are you not feeling well? Bai Xuan, feeling utterly apathetic, could muster no energy to respond, exclaimed, carry me to the bathroom, quickly. I'm drenched in sweat and utterly uncomfortable. Ling Zhe effortlessly lifted her with one arm while the other secured his towel as they made their way to the bathing area. As he prepared to immerse himself alongside her in a romantic bath, he was unceremoniously expelled by Bai Xuan without any resistance. It appeared that Ling Zhe was the first to experience such psychological pressure during intimacy. Indeed, he had exhausted her completely. With a blend of amusement and exasperation, he touched his nose and donned his clothing, intent on checking whether that insufferable snake had arrived. Outside, the guard stared at him in disbelief, stammering, Young master, you were thrown out. Ling Zhe shot them a glare, finding their words particularly grating, yet he had no rebuttal. Ignoring their astonished expressions, he inquired earnestly about any visitors from the Serpent clan. Yes, one arrived an hour ago. And where is he now? He was expelled by several elders. That fellow was quite formidable. It took him a while to leave, and the young ones of the clan gathered to watch. The guard spoke with enthusiasm, lamenting that he had missed the spectacle. Ling Zhe's pupils dilated, and he feigned calmness, asking, he wasn't harmed, was he? No, he evaded capture. The elders couldn't seize him. The guard looked puzzled. Why is the young master concerned about someone from the Serpent clan intruding? Ling Zhe exhaled a slight sigh of relief. He is my sworn brother. Did I not instruct you to invite him in? Both guards gaped in unison, shaking their heads. Ling Zhe rubbed his temples in frustration, pondering whether he should let Mo Xin give that intruder a good thrashing without informing his wife. Noticing the four bulbous eyes still fixed on him, he felt increasingly agitated. What are you still standing there for? Go and fetch him back. To be turned away on his first visit was nothing short of an affront. Alas, he could only blame himself for this predicament. Bai Xuan donned her outer garments, for who could tell where she would awaken the following morning? It would not do to venture out in mere sleepwear. Ling Zhe entered the room, slipping beneath the covers to embrace her. Rest easy, my dear wife, he murmured. I shall keep watch over you. Should Rong Ling attempt any further sorcery, I will be the first to notice. Bai Xuan nodded slightly, her eyes fluttering as she suddenly remarked, am I forgetting something? Ling Zhe's gaze darted about, betraying a hint of anxiety, yet his tone remained remarkably composed. Whatever it is, let us discuss it tomorrow. Bai Xuan, unable to recall any significant matter, concluded it was likely trivial and promptly surrendered to slumber. Chapter 78. A confrontation the following morning. Bai Xuan awoke to find herself devoid of dreams throughout the night, stretching lazily in high spirits. She pondered whether Ling Ling's enchanting powers were limited in frequency or if they could not be employed as long as she naturally drifted into sleep. Yet, finding no clarity, she decided to dismiss the thought, realizing that without a sufficient sample size, no amount of contemplation would yield a resolution. Bai Xuan sat up and noticed that Ling Zhe was not in the room, raising an eyebrow in surprise. Had she indulged enough last night? He was willing to leave the warmth of the blankets so early in the morning. As she slipped on her shoes, she surveyed the space and was astonished to discover a steaming breakfast waiting for her in the quiet warehouse. Bai Xuan's lips involuntarily curled into a smile. She had truly mastered the use of the spatial key. Yao was indeed both clever and considerate. Chewing on a piece of clean leaf, she joyfully opened the door, only to discover a throng of people gathered outside. What could be the cause of such a commotion? Upon hearing the voice of the Lady Monarch, the crowd quickly parted to make way, while at that moment, Ling Zhe and Emo Xian were already in a state of urgent agitation. As Bai Xuan's gaze fell upon Emo Xian, her eyes darted nervously. Alas, it seemed she had indulged too much the previous night and forgotten all about him. Coughing softly, she reassured herself that there was no need to feel guilty. It was all Ao Zhe's fault. After persuading herself, Bai Xuan waved her hand, signaling the others to disperse. After all, she must show some respect during the impending reprimand. Once seated, she took out the lovingly prepared breakfast by Junyao, savoring each bite while enjoying the spectacle of the two men's performance. Neither was likely to exert their full strength. They hadn't even tapped into a fraction of their potential. It was merely a contest of bravado, exchanging kicks and punches in a display of spirited rivalry. Bai Xuan rolled her eyes, her youth belied by a temper that was quite formidable. None of them seemed willing to relent first. Were they behaving like children? Upon closer inspection, she noted that neither had sustained any injuries to their faces, which brought her a sense of relief, sparing her the pang of concern. Sensing her gaze upon them, the two instinctively curled their toes, caught in a dilemma of whether to stop or continue. If their mistress were to learn that their quarrel stemmed merely from a moment of frustration, what would she think? Ling Zhe and Emo Xian exchanged glances, their movements gradually slowing, the authenticity of their scuffle diminishing. They needed to find a graceful way to de-escalate the situation, previously silent in their brawl. The two now began to cooperate, each articulating the origins of their dispute with clarity. You dare to force Xian into a partnership with you? Impossible. Who spread such rumors? Your own kin spoke those words. Ling Zhe clenched his jaw. This bunch of gossips needed a lesson. He would never be so audacious. Especially with his mistress present. If they didn't believe him, they could ask her. Their gazes turned towards Bai Xuan, and the hands that had gripped each other's shoulders fell away. With Emo Xian awkwardly shifting his stance, fidgeting with his fingers behind his back, Bai Xuan maintained an air of calmness, asking, finished fighting, have we? If so, let us shake hands and consider it reconciled. She understood that prolonged disputes could erode affection, thus deemed this essential ritual necessary. She certainly did not wish for discord to arise in her own backyard, leaving her to appease both sides. The two individuals, unable to retort, glared at one another in silence, their expressions dark, as if their gazes alone could engage in battle. Bai Xuan let out a sigh. These two, usually quite composed, seemed to be at odds with each other, their beastly forms indeed clashing like natural adversaries. Had it been a Yao, he would have feigned politeness with a smile while secretly scheming behind her back, never stepping into her presence with such frivolity. She maintained a stern expression, urging them on. Do not compel me to make you embrace. The expressions on their faces twitched for a moment before they complied, clearly unwilling to subject themselves to such discomfort. I should not be biased in my judgments. I must embody the spirit of hospitality. Their words were imbued with sincerity. Yet the strength of their grip on each other was undeniably fierce. Bai Xuan nodded in satisfaction, leaning in to plant a kiss on each of them. Now that felt appropriate. As for her inner thoughts, those were beyond her concern. If she were to suppress even the notion of playful quarrels, how could she relish their occasional rivalry and jealousy? With a deft touch, this arrangement of one wife and multiple husbands would not devolve into a monotonous and rigid pursuit of appeasement. Nor would she be burdened with the need to weigh every decision and consider everyone's feelings. The former was devoid of interest, while the latter was exhausting. Let us sit down and discuss serious matters, she suggested. The two promptly resumed their usual demeanor. Emo Xian was the first to speak. recounting that Bai Xuan's initial moment of teleportation lasted an hour, with no fixed direction, covering only about 1/10 of the distance to the beast god temple. Lingzhe then added, during the teleportation process, we were unable to ascertain your location, but once you touched down, we could immediately pinpoint your position. Bai Xuan nodded, pondering the changes that might have occurred since I fell asleep last night. My breathing remained steady, and there appeared to be no discernible difference. Xian, who was not accustomed to taking afternoon naps, had unexpectedly dozed off yesterday. Could this be related? Perhaps. We shall see how things unfold today. I will venture into the space shortly to bring Yao over. You all may continue with your tasks without needing to attend to me. The arrangements for the Exiled Forest should be nearly complete, and with a Ying and a Yin overseeing matters, there should be no significant issues. She yearned to see Yao, while also wishing to test the functionality of the space key. According to her understanding, the key's owner possesses only the right to use it, not to control it. Once inside, they would be under her authority, allowing her to summon them as if retrieving items from the space. However, upon exiting, they would be unable to return to their original location through the space. Both felt a twinge of reluctance, but understood that this was not the time for sentimentality. Very well, I shall first proceed to ascend. Bai Xuan nodded. Once a Xian succeeds, he will take charge of the black market. It is best to sell the spiritual fruits in a market we can control, and the black market is the optimal choice. I understand, she replied. And Mo Xian embraced her, saying, once I have made the necessary arrangements, I will come to find you. Xian, please take care of yourself. Yes, go ahead, she responded. As she watched him depart, Bai Xuan turned to Lingzhe and inquired, are there any secluded places nearby? Preferably not within your clan. She intended to undergo a significant transformation soon, and being discovered would be difficult to explain. Indeed, Lingzhe replied, pulling her into his embrace. My dear wife, must you leave me in such haste? Would it not be better to linger a while longer? A hint of grievance flickered in his golden eyes, which Bai Xuan found somewhat unfamiliar. She wrapped her arms around his neck, tilting her head to tease him at this moment. Shouldn't you assertively declare, who permitted you to leave me? After Bai Xuan finished speaking, she laughed uncontrollably, twisting and turning in his embrace. Lingzhe suddenly felt as if he were holding a fish that was incessantly flailing about. Indeed, a mermaid. If I say it, would you agree? Ha ha, certainly not. Humph. Then let us not speak of it any further. The two frolicked for a while before Lingzhe carried her towards the wooden cabin at the foot of the mountain. This is my private domain, no one shall intrude. The scenery of the forest behind is quite delightful. I shall have Junyao take you for a stroll later. However, you must not be complacent. A Xian needs to ascend, and if you do not seize the opportunity, you will surely suffer a crushing defeat in the next bout. Won't you? Ahem, no more fighting, no more. Bai Xuan grasped his belt, pulling him closer, and with her head held high, assertively declared, being merely the young lord of the Feather Clan is insufficient. The title of Beast King of the Zonglong must be rightfully bestowed upon my beast husband. Ha ha ha, very well. Once I conquer the Zonglong royal city, I shall grant you the esteemed title of queen. Chapter 79. Junyao arrives. Lingzhe watched her step into the space before turning to leave, regaining his serious and composed demeanor. Bai Xuan discovered that Junyao had not entered and began to survey the surroundings. The nurturing tree had grown taller, yet her wood-based abilities still revealed nothing. She had improved the previous chili peppers and mimosa. The potency of the chili powder and anesthetic had both intensified, and applying it to Xiaozi's sharp thorns would at least augment its offensive capability. The shimmering purple wisteria entwined around her wrist quivered slightly, striving to convey its disdain. Does my master no longer cherish me? They smell so foul. Xiaozi is becoming unclean. Bai Xuan raised her hand and fixed her gaze upon it. Just as she was about to label it as overly dramatic, she thought better of it, realizing that explaining would take far too long if it failed to comprehend her words. Instead, she bared her teeth in a threatening manner, suggesting that a Xian's venom had a more potent effect. Would you prefer to switch? It whimpered. I won't be dramatic anymore. Is that not enough? Bai Xuan raised an eyebrow, exclaiming, Ah, you've learned quite fast. Be good, and once you grow up, you won't have to rely on these trivialities. After a flurry of activity, Bai Xuan picked up a wood-type crystal nucleus to commence crafting the second spatial key. The news of the spiritual fruit must have reached all the major Beast King cities, right? Indeed, none were left untouched by the astonishment. Xian is truly remarkable. Besides Lingyu, 2 other Beast King cities have dispatched 8th-tier beastmen to join in. They had initially been eager for negotiations, but this revelation has caused them to retreat into silence. What is there left to discuss? The intangible resource has been transformed into the tangible commodity of spiritual fruit. And with the crystal nucleus available for sale, they possess no bargaining chips. Those who had been contemplating leveraging their power have now become quite subdued. Should they provoke the Lady Monarch, and she, in a fit of anger, decides to cease the production of spiritual fruits, they would incite the wrath of the entire beast world. Humph, that proud bird, Gurue, has now become obedient as well. Here, we shall conduct affairs according to our own rules. Henceforth, the auction will be entrusted to you all. Striving to ensure that Xian's name resonates throughout the beast realm. Absolutely. Is Big Brother heading to find Xian? I can't rest easy until I see her. It's perfect timing to swap back Mo Xian, letting him coordinate with you in the black market. Upon seeing him produce that unique spatial key, their gazes shifted, filled with longing and bitterness, wishing they could bore a hole through it with their stares. Jun Yao's lips curled into a subtle smile, his understated arrogance making it all the more irksome. I shall take my leave. You all handle the matters well. Chi Ying fixed his gaze on the spot where he vanished, feeling an itch in his teeth, a smiling tiger. Must he put on such a show in front of us? Chi Ying hung his head low, his eyes filled with melancholy, thinking, has Xian nearly forgotten about me? Bai Xuan sensed a movement and lifted her head, meeting his eyes, which were brimming with joy. Xianer, a Yao. Bai Xuan leapt into his embrace. And Jun Yao effortlessly tossed aside the items in his hands to securely hold her. He tilted his head to nuzzle against her nose, inquiring if she had missed him. Indeed, Bai Xuan replied, playfully swaying in his arms, before planting a soft kiss on his lips. I didn't even instruct you on how to use it. Yet you figured it out on your own. How clever. Ha ha ha. Naturally, Xianer and I share a deep connection. Jun Yao continued to cradle her with one arm while using the other to retrieve the fallen objects, guiding her into the room. Ha ha ha. I feel the same way. Perched on the edge of the bed, he scrutinized the girl in his arms, concerned about her well-being. Did you sustain any injuries? Bai Xuan giggled, evading his inquisitive hands that tickled her. No. I ran into Xian yesterday and accompanied him back to the tribe. I suffered no harm at all. Jun Yao's actions remained undeterred as he tightened his hold on her, seeking reassurance. Is that so, Xianer? Am I not correct? Bai Xuan delivered a punch, effortlessly sending him sprawling onto the bed. She propped herself against his chest, teasingly remarking, You rascal, you've become quite mischievous in just a day. Indeed. A man ought to be tethered to his belt. Jun Yao embraced her closely, chuckling softly. How can you slander me so? With you being so fervent today, I must certainly reciprocate. You need not be restrained, for I have found my way here from the Exiled Forest, he added with a laugh. Bai Xuan lay atop him, laughing joyously, her movements like a flurry of blossoms in the wind. After indulging in their playful banter for a while, they eventually shifted to other topics of conversation. Bai Xuan animatedly recounted her race against the tiger, omitting any mention of the previous day's disarray, seemingly childishly eager to prove her prowess. Jun Yao, with a smile gracing his lips, wholeheartedly cheered her on, yet within, he felt a surge of trepidation. The radiant purple vine on his wrist quivered in discontent, exclaiming, Master is boasting, Master distorts the truth. Once she finished her tale, Jun Yao sincerely grasped her hand and said, Next time, wherever you go, please bring me into the space beside you, will you? If you relish adventure and excitement, I can merely stand by and observe without intruding. His beloved was a thorny rose, one who shunned the confines of a greenhouse, disliking anything that obstructed the sun and storms that nourished her growth. He had never intended to clip her wings or restrain her nature. He simply could not help but worry for her safety, only to realize that such concern could also burden her. Now, he would strive to restrain himself, refraining from uttering words of caution about her potential suffering and hardship, instead hoping to silently watch her flourish. Ha ha ha, I guess you figured it out. I still don't want anyone to protect me. Isn't that a bit contradictory? Ah, little Z, have you developed a split personality? Why are you speaking to me like that? Though your intellect has awakened and your wisdom has surged, your combat prowess remains stagnant. The radiant purple vine responded with indignation, Master. It was you who wanted me to know. You must be the one with a split personality. Humans are truly peculiar. The connection of consciousness allowed Master to turn it on and off at will, making it aware of those bizarre thoughts, yet forbidding the vine from expressing its grievances. Bai Xuan, caught off guard, felt her cheeks flush crimson, yet thankfully, only she could hear it. All right, I shall heed your words, a yell. But if I wish to engage in a brawl, you must not intervene. Very well, from now on. A Yao shall only provide the analysis of pros and cons to the esteemed wife and shall never interfere with her decisions. Hiki, you've promised. Of course, dear Xian. Should you harbor any grievances, feel free to voice them. You are the sovereign, and I am but your consort. There shall be no occasion where you suppress your own feelings for my sake. Bai Xuan smiled as she gently kissed him. In the past, he had often imposed restrictions. Yet his intentions were always rooted in concern for her. His words were exceedingly tender, leaving her with no room for rebuttal, though she often felt a sense of frustration. It was indeed beneficial to express their feelings. Otherwise, she feared that one day she might speak harshly and wound his sincere heart. It appears that a Yao has become quite astute. Ha ha ha, then if you provoke my anger in the future, you shall be punished with a fortnight of no kisses or hugs. Junyao played along with her teasing, asking, should I then shower you with kisses now? Huh? Are you implying that you will inevitably make me angry? I wouldn't dare, especially since Xianu has imposed such a severe punishment. I must take precautions. With that, Junyao swiftly turned the tables, gently pinning her down and bestowing a tender, lingering kiss. Chapter 80. Affectionate entanglement. Their breaths intertwined as the kiss grew increasingly harmonious and fervent, passionate, yet lingering. Junyao's hands firmly clasped her waist, muscles taut. Yet he exhibited not a trace of unruliness. You are too proper. Bai Xuan slightly parted her lips, extending her petite tongue towards him, while her hands roamed freely across his body, leaving his attire in disarray. How delightful it was to touch those abdominal muscles. As she caressed his chest, her fingers grazed a firm pendant, prompting Bai Xuan to push him away and release his lips, just as Junyao intended to engage in a dance with her tongue. He was interrupted, a rare glimmer of confusion and grievance appearing in his eyes. Upon witnessing this, Bai Xuan burst into laughter, playfully flailing in his embrace. How can you be so adorable? Junyao pressed his lips together, a glint of danger flickering in his eyes. It appears that I ought not to adhere too rigidly to propriety. Ha ha, you chose the persona of a virtuous gentleman, so from now on, you must allow me to indulge myself with abandon. In his everyday demeanor, he maintained an air of politeness and decorum, yet upon the bed, such a fade surely invited her mischief. Junyu seemed to ponder this seriously, the light in his gaze shimmering incessantly. Well, as long as Xian'er is pleased, that is sufficient. However, whether I am truly a gentleman, Xian'er will come to discover in due course. It is merely a performance for the eyes of outsiders. He has never claimed to be a paragon of virtue. As for the pleasures of the bedchamber, there must be an element of contrast and novelty to truly captivate one's interest. He never asserted that he would consistently remain so restrained. Bai Xuan failed to notice the mischievous glimmer in his eyes as she retrieved the spatial key hanging from his neck. Her curiosity piqued. How did you activate it? She inquired eagerly. Modern individuals, having immersed themselves in countless novels, often believe that any extraordinary gem must be bonded through a drop of blood. Fearing the loss of some extraordinary opportunity, how did Junyao conceive of such an idea? Could it be that this beastly realm possesses similar legends? As I sensed a trace of contractual power emanating from it, I, reminiscent of the binding ritual, allowed a drop of my heart's blood to fall upon it in an attempt to test its essence. Bai Xuan abruptly sat up, her eyes wide in disbelief as she stared at him. How could he be so foolish at this moment? Wouldn't it be wiser to first test with a drop of his fingertip blood? After all, how many drops of heart's blood does one possess? Can it withstand such recklessness? Observing her disheveled hair, with a few strands seemingly defying gravity atop her head, Junyao felt a tremor of laughter resonate within his chest. Ha ha. The heart's blood is the purest of essences. The gift from Xian'er is something I must cherish and protect diligently. How could I ever tarnish it? Bai Xuan, at a loss for words, lightly poked his chest, pouting as she blew away the stray strands of hair by her cheek. If you have the ability, don't come to defile me. Junyao chuckled as he wrapped his arms around her from behind, saying, then, shall I let you be defiled? What do you think? Bai Xuan shook her body, refraining from banter, shrugged her shoulders to push him away, and then climbed to the foot of the bed to pick up the 2 boxes. What are these? Junyao looked at her with affectionate eyes. They are packaging boxes for 2 types of spiritual fruits. Xian'er glanced at them with satisfaction. Bai Xuan was toying with 2 exquisitely crafted boxes. Indeed, they exuded a sense of luxury. Ayao truly possesses a remarkable talent for business. He chuckled softly, acknowledging that without Xian'er's capabilities, his own skills would find no arena to flourish. The boxes were fashioned from rare wood, capable of preserving the spirit fruits for 3 months without decay. Quite impressive. As for the pricing, I leave that to your negotiations. I'm not well acquainted with the local market rates. Junyo smiled knowingly, believing that letting them compete for the price would be the most equitable approach, after all. The highest bidder would prevail. This way, Xian Er would not be overburdened by excessive production. Bai Xuan leaned in and gently kissed his cheek twice, such a thoughtful gesture. Shall we go out? She asked. All right, Junyo replied. As he tidied her hair and adjusted his own attire before taking her hand and stepping out into the world together. Bai Xuan tilted her head to gaze at the sky, noting that it was still early. Let us meander a bit before returning to the Exiled Forest. Indeed. The Songlong Feather Clan was merely half an hour's journey from the Exiled Forest, so there was no rush. I would accompany Xian Er to enjoy our time here. Hand in hand, the two strolled through the woods, exchanging occasional words, creating an atmosphere of warmth and tenderness. I sought to discern the patterns of Ling spells, while he too seemed to probe the depths of my capabilities. The distances of teleportation over these past few days should not have been too far, yet in the future, that may not hold true. Do not worry, Xian Er. We shall exert every effort to ensure your safety. My sentiments were not rooted in fear, but rather in the annoyance of his persistent presence, quite bothersome. Over there, a mist was rising. Could it be a hot spring? Junyo followed her pointed finger and confirmed. Indeed, Xian Er wishes to soak? Yes, she replied. I have experienced the cold springs of the valley, but I have yet to indulge in a hot spring. Bai Xuan urged him forward, and Junyo stumbled, swallowing the words, I will wait for you on the shore. Chapter 81. Bathe together in the hot springs. Bai Xuan stood by the edge of the hot spring, which was quite expansive. It resembled a man-made spring, with crystal-clear water revealing a pristine bottom, devoid of any weeds or stones. She surveyed her surroundings with satisfaction before beginning to remove her outer garments. Observing this, Junyo coughed lightly twice and promptly raised the protective shield, the privacy cover, and the soundproof barrier. Indeed, he was overly cautious, struggling to keep pace with Xian's eagerness. For reasons unknown, he suddenly felt a desire to maintain a sense of decorum, contemplating whether he should wait for her on the shore. Bai Xuan cast a sidelong glance at him, a smile dancing on her lips, and said, Very well, but since you have made your decision, you must not come down. No matter what. Junyo averted his gaze, deliberately avoiding her eyes. Yet, his hands moved with remarkable agility, shedding his outer garment even faster than Bai Xuan. Since Xian Er had not forcefully dragged him into the water, he certainly had to descend swiftly on his own. He was not foolish enough to squander a golden opportunity. No, it was a chance to serve his beloved wife. Bai Xuan cast aside her outer robe and approached him with a playful laugh. Why do you not hesitate a moment longer? Junyo turned his head slightly, feeling a touch of discomfort. With Xian Er extending such an invitation, how could he possibly refuse? His collar was slightly open, revealing glimpses of his fair and robust physique, and the recently transformed inner garments appeared to be somewhat translucent. Bai Xuan's eyes sparkled with delight. You certainly have an eye for selection. White, indeed, is the quintessential attire for seduction when drenched. Junyo pulled her close, much like he did with Xian Er. She glanced down at herself, then raised her head with a meaningful look and remarked, Isn't what I wear also crafted by you? Among all the garments. Only you have fashioned it in white. Bai Xuan pressed one hand against his chest, tilting her chin and beckoning with her crimson lips as she gradually urged him backward into the water. Tell me, did you plan this in advance? Wishing to bathe with me? Junyo smiled, playfully complying with her retreat into the water. Xian Er, you overthink. This is merely a coincidence. How could I have anticipated today's circumstances? Bai Xuan merely wished to tease him, persistently narrowing her eyes and pressing on. There are hot springs in the valley. Dare you claim you have never contemplated it? Junyo remained silent, allowing the water to envelop his thighs, waist, and chest, the damp fabric clinging to his skin, rendering the contours of his pectorals and abs unmistakably alluring and captivating. Bai Xuan gazed intently, oblivious to the peril reflected in Junyo's eyes. The ethereal mist enveloped her, rendering her cheeks flushed. Junyo, with inscrutable intent, observed as the water gradually ascended to her waist, inching ever closer to that long-anticipated realm. As if unable to restrain himself any longer, he suddenly grasped her waist with both hands, lifting her and spinning her around. In an instant, droplets cascaded, drenching them both in an intimate embrace. Junyo's voice, husky and deep, resonated. Naturally, I have thought about it. Hardly had the words left his lips when he descended upon her luscious, crimson lips, igniting the flames of desire within him, forsaking all previous restraint. Kissing her with a fervor both commanding and unyielding, Bai Xuan wrapped her arms around his neck, and in that fleeting moment of skin against skin, both were stirred to the point of muffled gasps, tightening their embrace. The water temperature seemed to rise, yet it could not compare to the fervent heat radiating from their hearts. Jun Yao's movements suddenly halted, and with a hint of uncertainty, he leaned in to take a cautious sniff. Then, in a flurry of activity, he clumsily assisted her in donning her clothes once more. Lifting her into his arms and making his way toward the shore, Bai Xuan furrowed her brow, a look of displeasure crossing her face as she nudged his shoulder. "Why have you stopped? This is so disappointing." Jun Yao wore a sullen expression, yet there was a hint of joy beneath. Chapter 82. The Heat of Passion. Xianer, do not be upset. Your season of desire has arrived. Bai Xuan, still fuming with frustration, abruptly halted upon hearing those words. She stared intently at him, only to find herself transported to another realm the next moment. Observing his flurry of activity, boiling water, and preparing sanitary napkins, Bai Xuan felt somewhat dazed. She twisted her waist, realizing there was no discomfort at all. "Wait, I don't feel anything. How do you know with such certainty?" Jun Yao chuckled softly, handing her a cup of warm water. "The scent emanating from you has changed. During your heat, soaking in hot springs may lead to illness. My dear Xian, let us wait until these few days pass before I accompany you to the springs." Bai Xuan's nose twitched as she diligently sniffed around her body, pondering why. Despite being a beast folk, her sense of smell was not as acute. "Why can't I detect anything?" she mused. Jun Yao, unable to provide an explanation, speculated that it might be a matter of masculine instinct. Bai Xuan fiddled with the beastly version of sanitary napkins, observing that they were quite similar to sleep pants. It was quite impressive that these men had the capability to create such items. The material felt remarkably delicate and soft, akin to cotton. She took one and poured a cup of water onto it, only to be astounded as it was absorbed entirely in an instant. My goodness. She had truly witnessed the effectiveness of a sanitary pad advertisement. Bai Xuan widened her eyes and squeezed with her hand, finding it almost as dry as before, truly questioning whether this water had been poured into another realm. Calm down, calm down. There are plenty of illogical occurrences here. One more dozen tea make a difference. She might as well enjoy the moment. Jun Yao, observing her bewildering series of actions and reactions, chose not to interrupt her. As the scent of her estrus intensified, he felt a growing restlessness and finally spoke. "Would you like me to help you put it on?" "No, thank you. I still have hands," she replied cheerfully as she slipped it on. In a way, she was putting a new product to use, secretly hoping to take it back to benefit her friends. Upon meeting his reddened gaze, Bai Xuan was startled. "What's wrong?" Jun Yao awkwardly clenched his fist against his lips and cleared his throat. The scent of a female in estrus can easily provoke desire in males. Ha ha ha, so this sanitary napkin also has a function to mask the scent? Indeed. Bai Xuan, with a mischievous intent, nestled into his embrace, wrapping her arms around his neck and incessantly brushing against him. Surely, complete isolation was unattainable. The desire that Jun Yao had just subdued was rekindled by her intoxicating presence, and he struggled to suppress his impulses, his eyes growing increasingly crimson, while his grip around her tightened ever more. Raising his head, his voice hoarse with accusation, he lamented that Xianer was indeed quite wicked. Bai Xuan gazed at him with a leisurely demeanor, a playful smile gracing her lips as she remarked, "Then why not push me away?" Jun Yao sighed softly. "How could I possibly bring myself to do that?" With a hearty laugh, she added, "Well then, just accept your fate," observing her delight in his predicament. Jun Yao's eyes narrowed slightly, pondering whether Xianer had forgotten that after the season of fervor, one could find a partner. Bai Xuan playfully pressed her finger against his lips, unabashedly declaring, "Let it be. Who's afraid of whom? After all, at this moment, you cannot move against me." Jun Yao found her audacity amusing yet felt helpless. After toying with him for a while, Bai Xuan noticed that what was pressing against her had grown increasingly firm. With a thoughtful glance, she decided to relent. If she truly provoked him beyond measure, it would ultimately be her who faced the consequences. Clearing her throat, she inquired, "By the way, how long does the female's estrus period usually last? How often does it occur?" Jun Yao adjusted his clothing, adopting a serious demeanor as he crossed one leg. "It typically lasts between 3 to 7 days and occurs approximately once every 6 months. Bai Xuan pondered, uncertain whether she had become akin to the females of the beast realm or if her cycle remained unchanged, occurring monthly. A sudden thought struck her. Did the pregnancy of females, no, rather, the nurturing trees bearing offspring, have any correlation with their estrus cycle? Jun Yao shook his head, asserting that there was no connection. It was merely that one should refrain from consuming the fruit of the tree during the heat period. The birth rate of the young was solely dependent on the quality of the nurturing tree and the prowess of the male. The higher the innate talent of the offspring, The greater the energy required from the nurturing tree. If the biological father could not provide sufficient energy, a miscarriage was likely. Although other male partners of the female could assist in nurturing, their energy was far inferior to the purity derived from bloodline transmission. Bai Xuan nodded, realizing that this was not akin to the beastly romance novels, where one would fret incessantly about being discovered during their frequent estrus, preoccupied with concerns over fertility. Without such worries, Bai Xuan reclined upon the bed, propping her head on her hand, and playfully inquired, "How many days would you prefer my company?" Jun Yao replied without hesitation, "Naturally, 7 days. A prolonged duration ensures your body remains in better health." Bai Xuan curled her lips and playfully winked at him. "However, I may visit every month. Excluding the 7 days when we cannot indulge, can you manage the remaining days?" Jun Yao was momentarily taken aback, realizing she was gazing between his legs, and only then did he respond, surprisingly serious. "What do you mean by manage? Such foolishness. To desire your company is mere lust. But to wish for your well-being is love. If one cannot even control their own desires, they are unworthy of loving you. Xuaner, remember, everything you do is a blessing to us, not a duty. We have no right to comment if you choose to do nothing, merely wishing to flirt with him." Bai Xuan was pleasantly surprised by his earnestness. She leaned in and pecked him on the lips, exclaiming, "Yao, I adore you." Jun Yao, who intended to continue imparting the virtues of a devoted husband, was momentarily stunned by her kiss, caught off guard yet beaming with joy, while still maintaining his humility. This is a principle that all males should adhere to. How could Xuaner be so deeply moved? I do not doubt the upbringing of males in your beastly world. Yet I am also aware that not all males genuinely respect females. I am delighted that you take the time to speak to me and believe that what you profess, you can indeed fulfill. How could I not cherish someone as sweet-tongued and respectful as a Yao? I never anticipated that my standing in Xuaner's eyes would be so elevated. Indeed, you must not disappoint my expectations. This is only natural." Jun Yao grasped the hand that was playfully tormenting him, laden with implication. "However, when it comes to the matter of consort duties, Xuaner is free to summon whomever she wishes. Should she favor one, the others would have no grounds to protest. The underlying message, I cannot disrupt the established norms. Yet you are free to shower me with affection." Bai Xuan leaned closer to his ear, her breath fragrant and her tone suggestive and beguiling. "That depends on who among you possesses greater prowess, enticing me to linger in his chamber for nightly revelries." Jun Yao pressed his lips together in silence. The process of testing partners seemed to have led Xuaner to somewhat misjudge her own stamina. He sincerely hoped that after their bond was established, she would still utter such words. Must you select a primary consort as well? How does one go about that? Engage in a duel?" Jun Yao felt a flicker of anticipation. Whoever Xuaner favored would become the primary consort. As for how to gain the allegiance of the other guardian beasts, they would naturally find a way, sparing the mistress from concern. Listening to his voice tinged with urgency, Bai Xuan endeavored to suppress a smile, stroking her chin thoughtfully. "Well then, I shall need to ponder this carefully." Chapter 83. The selection of the primary consort. Jun Yao strived to maintain an air of indifference, repeatedly assuring himself that he could accept whoever the mistress chose. Yet the expectation in his eyes was impossible to conceal. Bai Xuan could not help but burst into laughter. The pretense of feigning death was truly amusing. With a gentle embrace around his shoulders, Bai Xuan rose on her toes to peck at his lips, declaring her fondness for him. A radiant smile blossomed at the corners of Jun Yao's mouth as he bent down to return her kiss, expressing gratitude for his wife's trust. "I shall manage the external turmoil and keep our covenant brothers in check, ensuring you remain untroubled and free to revel in joy." Haha. A Yao truly possesses the qualities of a devoted husband. Alas, once my menstruation concludes, shall I be able to unite with you as partners? Having suppressed her feelings for so long, if she is not allowed to fully experience it now, her mind, filled with trivialities, will surely turn her face a shade of yellow. Jun Yao chuckled softly. Xuaner, with her unchanging lecherous demeanor since childhood, will require vigilance in the future to prevent her from enticing others to disregard their own well-being. Xuaner has chosen me as her rightful husband. Thus I am the first to be united with her. However, has Xuaner forgotten that Chi Ying has yet to undergo the partner verification? According to her customs, a beast husband who has not been formally recognized by his wife cannot be deemed official and must be reselect. TSK before announcing it to others. You have already taken on the responsibilities of a rightful husband. Just a gentle reminder, it is also my duty to fulfill the role of a husband. Since Xuaner favors me, I shall indulge in my secret delight. Very well, she has indeed found herself a capable ally, unafraid of turmoil in her domestic sphere. How could I possibly forget that foolish wolf? I find each of you quite satisfactory. I have ample time over these 7 days. Junyo raised an eyebrow, contemplating whether to speak, but ultimately swallowed his words. As for Chi Ying, he likely possesses no knowledge of the female's estrus period, TSK. With the scent of Xian'er wafting through the air, I doubt he could endure even a quarter of an hour. Nevertheless, observing Xian'er's playful demeanor, perhaps she is doing this intentionally. As long as she finds joy in it, the dignity of my sworn brother is of no concern to me. Let us depart. We are headed home. In the Exile Forest, Chi Ying and Chi Ying were conducting a modest internal auction, attended by representatives from various Beast King cities eager to win over Bai Xuan. This group possessed the most crystal cores and valuable items, making it an opportune moment to seize some gains while simultaneously enhancing their reputation to attract more orcs to the grand black market auction. The two sat at the head of the table, intimidated by the imposing presence of the crowd, yet they were not foolish enough to disgrace their mistress. They maintained a composed facade. To suppress their inner astonishment, they even mimicked Jun Yao's leisurely tea-drinking, striving to appear unfazed. As a result, they watched as the crowd fervently bid, fearful of missing out on the limited edition spiritual fruit, which would leave them unable to report back to the king. As the auction neared its conclusion, the two sensed through their bond that Bai Xuan was hastening her return. They managed to handle the external interactions while exchanging fierce glances. Chi Ying declared, I am older than you. You must heed my words. You shall remain. Chi Ying, my elder brother possesses a deeper understanding of these matters. It is only fitting that you should remain. As soon as Bai Xuan entered the valley, Chi Ying immediately spoke, expressing gratitude to everyone for their support. There are other matters to attend to within the valley, so I shall take my leave first. I appreciate your understanding. Having spoken, he fled without a backward glance. The crowd wore expressions of mirth, jovially exclaiming, no worries, no worries. Only Chi Ying cast a sidelong glare at his retreating figure, cursing under his breath, damn it. Why can he never outrun this foolish wolf? Regaining his composure, he could only manage a forced smile as he continued to navigate through the remaining proceedings. Engaging in a semblance of Tai Chi with them, Chi Ying was utterly exhilarated. Xian. Bai Xuan stood still, watching him joyfully rush towards her. Each time this moment arrived, her eyes would instinctively adorn him with a wagging tail of delight. Observing his radiant smile, her own spirits brightened in response. Chi Ying enveloped her in a bear hug, nearly toppling Bai Xuan over. Junyo promptly reached out to steady her waist, casting a warning glare at him. Yet, the intensity of his gaze seemed wasted on a blind man. How could this fellow appear so lacking in intelligence? Immersed in the joy of reuniting with his beloved, Chi Ying leaned down, resting his chin on her shoulder, nuzzling against her neck, and lamenting softly, Xian, I miss you so much. I hardly ever get to see you. It's so pitiful, so pitiful. Bai Xuan gently caressed his head, chuckling softly. To her astonishment, she found herself rather fond of this playful atmosphere. Jun Yao's composed features twitched slightly. He was certainly clever, attempting to drive him away. Quite well, indeed. There was no need to remind Xian'er of her estrus period. Let this foolish wolf ponder it on his own. Chi Ying cast a sidelong glance at the departing figure, a mischievous smile creeping upon his lips as he drew her closer. Xian, when your brothers are around, I hardly have the chance to approach you. It is truly so difficult to be alone with you. Ha ha ha. Bai Xuan lifted his face, her eyes sparkling with joy as she asked, since when did you start calling me brother so effortlessly? Chi Ying, still bent over, rested his face in her hands, and his eyes gradually shimmered with unshed tears. Unable to win in a fight or compete with her brothers for her affection, this was the only path left for him. Bai Xuan bit her lip, and this appearance truly provoked wicked thoughts to flourish. If they are to be called brothers, what shall I be addressed as? Chi Ying's drooping eyelashes suddenly perked up, and a hint of confusion glimmered in his glistening eyes. He leaned in closer, their noses occasionally brushing against each other, their lips tantalizingly near yet distant. His fingers danced playfully in the hollow of her waist, causing her to tremble slightly, while her expression remained innocent and pure. Should I be called wife? Or perhaps sister? I knew none of her beastly husbands were honest. Although a yin may not be very knowledgeable, he has certainly mastered the art of seduction with his naive visage. Bai Xuan leaned in with a mischievous glint in her eye and whispered, sister-in-law, ha ha ha. At that moment, Chi Ying halted all his actions, wearing a genuine expression of confusion as he gazed at her. His intuition hinted that there was something amiss with that address. Bai Xuan felt that her penchant for dark humor was becoming increasingly pronounced. Tonight, I shall share the meaning of it with you, she said. Upon hearing that there would be an examination of partners, Chi Ying's face lit up with delight. All right, I shall await your insights, Xian. Seeing his foolishly joyous demeanor brought a smile to Bai Xuan's face, causing her slight discomfort from laughter. After such an embrace, the dim-witted wolf finally sensed something amiss. His eyes glazed over as he nuzzled against her. Xian, I feel somewhat peculiar. Why do you smell so delightful today? Bai Xuan pushed the crowd aside. A hint of schadenfreude in her demeanor. Go soak in the cold spring, or else your tail and ears will surely make an appearance again. Qin Yin felt an inferno igniting within him, his hands uncontrollably yearning to touch her, an insatiable desire consuming him. Overwhelmed, he swiftly turned and dashed towards the cold spring. In Chapter 84, A Little Trick, upon seeing Jun Yao approach, Chi Ying's eyes sparkled with recognition as he found someone to take his place. And he promptly concocted an excuse to leave. A group of seasoned schemers peppered him with questions, their incessant inquiries proving maddening. He preferred to leave this smiling tiger to handle them. He joyfully ran to find Bai Xuan, only to be unexpectedly collided with by Qin Yan, who was carelessly barreling forward, his head down and oblivious to his surroundings. Qin Yan hurried towards the cold spring, desperately covering his ears to prevent them from showing, while frantically trying to conceal his rear, aware that his tail was about to make an appearance as well. Chi Ying stood, hands on his hips, grumbling about the reckless youth rushing to his demise without even glancing at the path ahead. Before he could finish his tirade, a splash echoed as Qin Yin leaped into the water. Chi Ying stroked his chin, pondering the boy's fiery temperament. Had it been Bai Xuan's influence? What a useless fellow. Returning early only to end up like this. He would have been better off staying behind, as he could withstand more turmoil. With a slight smirk, he quickened his pace. Perhaps Bai Xuan still had some enthusiasm left to share. Bai Xuan wandered around the front hall, yet she could not find anyone. Where had Yao gone? Chi Ying embraced her from behind, speaking with a hint of jealousy. Are you truly unable to part with him? Do you not miss me at all? Bai Xuan leaned back against his embrace, tilting her head to caress his face, thinking, I knew you would come, which is why I waited here for you. He endeavored to suppress the upward curve of his lips, feigning dissatisfaction in hopes of coaxing her to speak a few more words. As his attempts to charm her lacked sincerity, Bai Xuan cast a sidelong glance at him, huffing, since you dislike it, I shall no longer indulge you. She pretended to pry his hand away, but Chi Ying quickly tightened his embrace, fearful of her actions. No, please. I am easily appeased, he chuckled playfully. Leaning closer to her ear, I am feeling quite uncomfortable all over. I wish you would scratch my back. Bai Xuan turned her head in exasperation to glance at him, clicking her tongue in disapproval. This is becoming increasingly absurd, she mused. You must be feeling rather mischievous. Perhaps you should let a Yao administer a few lashes to you. With that, she pushed him aside and confidently strode towards the chair at the far end, removing her shoes and reclining comfortably. This chair was inspired by the design of a concubine's seat, and they had perfectly recreated it for her utmost comfort. Chi Ying promptly followed, settling at her feet to massage her legs, inching closer with an impish demeanor, his fox-like eyes glinting with mischief as he gazed at her. Not feeling mischievous? Perhaps there is a different kind of itch here. Bai Xuan leisurely observed his series of flamboyant maneuvers, occasionally emitting deep, labored breaths. Her eyes glazed with a sense of indulgent pleasure as she gazed upon him. Xiao Xianer, this is where it itches the most. Bai Xuan's face bore subtle cracks. And heavens, she always found herself exasperated by this seductive fox. Yet, his alluring demeanor was undeniably captivating. Damn it, how had she gradually succumbed to such perversion? Bai Xuan's eyes narrowed slightly as she engaged the gear with her foot, her gaze unwaveringly fixed on the expression upon his face. Is the assortment of toys I provided you not sufficient for your amusement? Chi Ying released her, supporting himself with both hands behind him, tilting his head back in a blend of impatience and delight. Beads of sweat trickled down his forehead, cascading over his prominent Adam's apple, converging at his chest, then continuing their descent to the intimate space between them. He gasped, his voice a husky allure, questioning how mere objects could ever rival the scent of a beloved wife. Scent. Have you detected my fragrance? Indeed, the aroma during the mating season is truly akin to an aphrodisiac flower. And yet you dare to act thus? Oh, but does it not heighten the thrill? Fear not, my beloved, I shall not act recklessly. If it becomes unbearable, simply cast me aside. At worst, I shall seek solace in a cold spring, which is certainly preferable to that foolish wolf aspiring for more. Cast me aside? Would that not merely reward me once more? Bai Xuan has already acclimated to his flamboyant antics and has begun to appreciate his enchanting allure. Ah, thank you, my esteemed wife. His hands were taut with veins, his chest heaving violently, and his abdominal muscles quivered intermittently. Each labored breath drew in the intoxicating scent, causing him to close his eyes as his cheeks flushed with warmth. Junyao had dismissed everyone before returning from the newly established venue. Standing outside the grand entrance, he turned his back, his expression dark enough to extinguish flames. The door remained ajar, and the soundproof barrier was not activated. Was this a precaution against his potential inability to restrain himself, compelling him to intervene? It seems he is not regarded as an outsider at all. Junyao clenched his fists, a glint of danger flickering in his eyes. Hearing that Xian'er was in good spirits, he refrained from interrupting, suppressing his anger as he sought out a barbed rope in the storage room. He then returned, his expression grim, to act as the sentinel at the door. Inside, Chi Ying sensed his arrival and immediately seized Bai Xuan, planting a fervent kiss upon her lips. After all, if he was to face a beating, he might as well make it worthwhile. Following the kiss, he realized he was losing control. His eyes reddening as he shouted towards the door, "Big brother!" Junyao entered with a stoic demeanor, swiftly binding him like a rice dumpling. He turned to Bai Xuan with a gentle smile. "Xian'er, take a breather. I shall return shortly." With that, he dragged Chi Ying away. The latter struggled momentarily, but then resigned himself to being pulled along, casting a satisfied glance at Bai Xuan. "Xian'er, I too shall return soon." Junyao delivered a swift kick to him, hastening his pace as he dragged him towards the cold spring and unceremoniously tossed him in. Bai Xuan adjusted her forehead, her expression calm as she concealed the impulse to dig her toes into the ground. Chi Ying had just emerged from the cold spring when an unidentified object fell from above, drenching him completely. To his astonishment, he witnessed Junyao nonchalantly pressing Chi Ying's head underwater, lifting it up only to push it down again. He swallowed hard, instinctively retreating a few steps. "Cough, cough, brother. Is this really necessary? Or are you perhaps envious of me?" Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. Hey, I'm not trying to hurt little Xian'er. I truly did not mean for you to hear that. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. Chi Ying, utterly bewildered, stood by fiddling with his fingers, uncertain of what to do. Cough, cough. I was wrong. Is that not enough? Junyao raised an eyebrow. Oh? Restraining the actions of our contractual brother is my responsibility. I am merely assisting you in swiftly extinguishing your fire. Gurgle, gurgle. The fire may have been subdued, but the spirit was also dampened. I truly was wrong. I can control myself. I can. Precisely. If one cannot even master their desires, how could I allow you to approach Xian'er? So, you are intentionally provoking me? Junyao half-squatted, narrowing his eyes at him. Cough. It's my own fault. Dear brother, please overlook my transgressions. Ahahaha. Gurgle, gurgle. With a placid demeanor, Junyao remarked. Then this shall be our private grudge, initiated by you. Yes. I shall never complain to the mistress, nor will I play the victim. Woe is me. Can we cease this, brother? Damn it, how does he know everything? Junyao lifted him up, personally untying him, his smile growing ever gentler. Does it hurt? Chi Ying hastily donned his clothes, wiping away the few drops of blood. It doesn't hurt. It will be fine by tomorrow. In truth, he wished for a mark to remain, yet it would heal all too quickly. Damn it, the smiling tiger is even more cunning than a fox. Chi Ying felt his CPU nearly burning out, still unable to comprehend the riddle they were playing. Chapter 85, The Cow and Horse Lovers. Upon returning to the front hall, Bai Xuan was casually munching on sunflower seeds. When her gaze met Junyao's, she swiftly averted her eyes, feeling a twinge of awkwardness. Cough, indeed. My cultivation is still lacking. Chi Ying saw Bai Xuan as a beacon of hope and immediately distanced himself from the two, standing beside her. Just moments ago, they had been at odds, yet now they appeared as if nothing had occurred, the atmosphere strangely harmonious, leaving him perplexed and uneasy. Bai Xuan remained oblivious to the peculiarities around her, yet a thought crossed her mind regarding her earlier mischief. That is, Yao mentioned having created a map. Did he not? Allow me to take a look. Very well, Junyao, with a gentle and harmless demeanor, took her by the hand and led her towards a nearby small room. Chi Ying followed on her other side, casting cautious glances at Junyao, akin to a mouse encountering a cat. Chi Ying trailed behind, his nearly frozen smile finally easing as he gritted his teeth and glared at Junyao's retreating figure, muttering curses under his breath yet too timid to voice them aloud. Bai Xuan gazed at the map, which was nearly the size of a half-billiard table, blinking in disbelief. Surely, this isn't a mere sandbox? The terrain and topography were displayed with remarkable clarity. Is this truly your creation? Indeed. Commencing from the exiled forest and culminating at the beast god temple, it encompasses all the tribes, Wangcheng, and various perilous regions that one might encounter along the way. Bai Xuan circled around him, listening as he continued to speak. Mo Xian had already begun to cultivate manpower in the black market. Although the strength of the solitary beastmen was rather limited, infiltrating some prominent tribes and royal cities remained within reach. While spiritual fruits could entice them to collaborate with us, such relationships lacked stability, and there was no guarantee they wouldn't engage in duplicity. Are you suggesting we penetrate their ranks to relay information to us? Indeed. Every faction harbors one or two dissatisfied second-in-commands. If they prove untrustworthy, I would not hesitate to replace their leader. Bai Xuan gazed at him with a gentle smile. Remaining silent, Jun Yao tenderly ruffled her hair and chuckled. What's the matter? Ha ha ha, you are truly enchanting like this. Chi Ying cleared his throat twice, interrupting the two who were about to embrace. For this auction, the representatives from the Yu Wang royal city have once again chosen not to participate. I have learned that they are intent on openly seizing the goods along the way. Jun Yao furrowed his brow, a flicker of dark light dancing in his eyes. Indeed. There is not a single trustworthy individual in Yu Wang. Qing Yin suggested, I shall further refine the box for the spiritual fruits. There exists a type of plant sap that can identify blood. Incorporating it should allow us to designate who can open it. Chi Ying patted his shoulder. Then make sure to study it well. It just so happens that I haven't delivered this batch of spiritual fruits yet. If they're all scheming to rob, who would still be inclined to bid honestly? Quite well, it seems that during her absence, they have all been quite busy, and she relishes her role as a carefree overseer. Bai Xuan glanced over the three individuals, increasingly perceiving the scene as a work report. Oh right. There were two others on a business trip. Could this be likened to working like cattle by day and engaging in frivolity by night? She chuckled at her own peculiar thought process. Indeed, after several years of employment, the monotony had taken its toll, despite having experienced numerous ups and downs. She still clung to the whimsical term cattle. The three men looked perplexed, wondering if she had shared a joke, but it seemed not. Clearing her throat, she added. Still a humble gigolo, yet to indulge. Qing Yin gazed at her with wide eyes, eagerly questioning, what gigolo? Is Xian referring to us as husbands? Oh yes, indeed. Husbands. The three shared a hearty laugh. As in their beastly world, husband was a term of endearment from the wife to her beastly spouse. Remembering that she hadn't provided them with mental solace in several days, Bai Xuan led them into her space. After completing the task, she urged Chi Ying and Qing Yin to attend to their own matters while she prepared to further discuss the spatial key with Jun Yao. Contemplating areas that might require enhancement, the two stared intently at the pendant around Jun Yao's neck, reluctant to leave and silent. Bai Xuan gently adjusted her forehead, relieved by her wisdom in sculpting it into the beastly form of a Yao. Otherwise, they might truly have come to blows. They all have their desires. I shall take my time to fulfill them. Having received her promise, they departed in high spirits, casting a disdainful glance at Jun Yao, as if to say, how boastful. Once they had left, Jun Yao's gaze flickered slightly, and he earnestly advised, the crafting of the spatial key is no simple task, dear Xian. There is no need for you to cater to their every whim, for it may only wear you down. Bai Xuan wore a smile that was more enigmatic than genuine. I did not imply that it was particularly arduous, she mused. The doctor seemed to be using the guise of consolation to pursue his own interests, seeking to establish a singular claim. Jun Yao's eyelashes fluttered gently as he averted his gaze, remaining silent. Ha ha ha, do listen, for all are indeed unique. Awkwardly, he wrapped his arms around her waist and pecked her lips with fervor. After several experiments, Bai Xuan found that the results aligned closely with her expectations, leaving her satisfied. Ah, by the way, if Rongling's magic were to deposit me amidst the crowd, how could I possibly extract you? Yesterday had been in the forest, where the absence of beastmen had rendered the situation inconsequential. Otherwise, should a transformation occur, it would undoubtedly reveal to the world that she possessed a treasure. Junyo fell into contemplation, seemingly having overlooked this aspect. In critical moments, hesitation would be futile. However, in the absence of danger, preserving this secret would be most prudent. The narrative of the divine maiden's descent has already been disseminated by my agents. Should it gain traction, it could effectively obscure the truth while simultaneously enhancing its credibility. Bai Xuan's eyes sparkled with excitement as she tapped the luminous purple wisteria on her wrist. Xiaozi, it's time to get to work. She secured one end of the vine to Jun Yao's hand while the other remained wrapped around her own, instructing him to stay in the space as she ventured out to test it. Xiaozi, how does it feel? Master, I can sense it. then try pulling him out. In an instant, Junyao appeared beside her. Marvelous. When Rongling cast the spell, I was unable to communicate with Xiaozi. But as soon as I awaken from the dream, it can perceive me. The moment I descend, it will bring you out from the space. Yo. Remember to catch me. I'd rather not endure another fall like yesterday that left me aching all over. Very well, I shall bring you down from the heavens. Fulfilling the phrase the goddess descends to the world. Oh, yes, yes. When the time comes, you must hold me, and I'll embrace you. We shall spin gracefully as we land. It would be beautiful, and perhaps we could scatter some flowers, allowing me a taste of a celestial drama. Xiaozi, did you hear that? I'll prepare the petals. Don't forget to sprinkle them as well, and make it look lovely, all right? The luminous wisteria shook in protest. How childish of you. Let your husband do the scattering. Hey, you've almost deciphered my memories, Haven you? This is called a sense of ritual. Cut it out. You've simply watched too many dramas. Bai Xuan narrowed her eyes and called out to her master. The vines did not separate much, yet the schizophrenia was clarified by you. Are you willing to proceed? Master. At your service. After intertwining two vines and tapping them together twice, one supported itself against the ground, resembling a playful gesture. Ha ha ha, this is quite entertaining, finally. Someone understands her. Oh, not a person, but a vine. Chapter 86, The Great Female Lead and Her Delicate Wife. With one person and one vine. She rehearsed several times until she was satisfied, then eagerly awaited Rongling to cast her spell. Goodness, she actually transformed Rongling's grand move into her own unique effect. She felt quite excited about it. After dinner, Junyao suggested he stay in the space for a while, where time moved at double the speed compared to the outside, which would be ample for him to advance. By reaching the 8th level, he would have the confidence to protect her even if they landed in the Beast King City. Would such haste affect you? Junyao chuckled lightly. Xianer, you underestimate me. With your reassurance, my realm is stable, and no unforeseen events will arise. Bai Xuan nodded, saying, Very well, if you find yourself feeling bored, perhaps you could tend to those flowers and plants. With that, she took a few wooden crystal cores and prepared to venture out to continue crafting the spatial key. In the future, she envisioned the opportunity to summon them all from the space at once, striking a pose together, their arms linked in a circle, gazing up in reverent admiration at her. The embodiment of nobility and grace. I am indeed the queen. Xianer? Huh. Oh, what did you say? Bai Xuan regained her composure and cleared her throat twice. As her age seemed to regress, the adolescent affliction returned as well. Ha. I advised her not to overexert herself. Very well, I shall take my leave now. Upon witnessing her departure, Junyao settled himself into a cross-legged position, seizing the moment to elevate his rank. As Bai Xuan crafted the keys, her imagination ran wild with visions of how this divine being would astound the multitude of mere mortals. Who among us does not harbor a dream of chivalry? To appear out of thin air and gracefully descend without the aid of wires or special effects, what a splendid experience it would be to bask in the spotlight of countless onlookers. It seems that Rongling does possess some utility after all. The more she pondered, the more invigorated she felt. By the time she had completed all 4 spatial keys, she realized that not a trace of drowsiness lingered within her. Hey, Rongling, what gives? I am all set. Why has the adventure not yet commenced? Bai Xuan rested her head on her hand, her fingers drumming against the table. Indeed, one cannot continuously murmur thoughts to oneself. I feel drowsy. Quickly, let me succumb to slumber. 1 sheep, 2 sheep, 3 sheep. Yin is a wolf, fond of sheep, I presume. I wonder if tonight in bed he will unleash his ferocity, yet she also finds the little puppy quite endearing. The mere thought of him calling her sister with reddened eyes fills her with excitement. Alas, how vexing. I am becoming increasingly alert. Rongling is truly useless. She is compelled to employ her ultimate tactic. With a sudden thud, she collapses into sleep. Indeed, throughout her past, present, and future lives, she has loathed counting. In her dreams, Bai Xuan immediately dispels all distractions, adeptly gripping the chain at her waist, pulling it back with fervor, and directing her nearly depleted mental energy towards a specific point on the chain, relentlessly attacking. Each movement feels as if rehearsed countless times. Sweating profusely, she does not pause for a moment, as the suppressed fury and obsession in her eyes intensify. She detests being bound by others. Rongling, if you possess the skill, come 10 or 8 times a day. I refuse to believe you cannot break this spell. Within the beast god temple, Rongling opened his eyes. Observing the severed strands of the 1,000 silk ropes, his expression devoid of emotion, yet he sighed as if pitying the situation. What a pity this is. Come in. A burly black bear beast man entered, kneeling on one knee, attentively awaiting divine instruction. Rongling handed him a portrait and commanded, "Take a divine guard and escort Lady Bai Xuan back to the Beast God Temple from the Exile Forest." Halai remained silent as he knelt. "Rest assured, the Exile Forest is a place shunned by the Beast God. I shall not require you to enter. His Highness emerges once a day. You need only wait outside." "Thank you for your consideration, Divine Envoy," Halai said, rising and turning to leave. Rongling fixed his gaze upon him, a flicker of light dancing in his eyes. The situation is becoming increasingly uncontrollable. Nevertheless, once Bai Xuan is secured, I shall be the sole deity of this beast realm. As the dream ceased, Junyao gently lowered the person he held, pink petals swirling in the air like a pair of celestial lovers. His eyes filled with alarm as he gazed at the figure in his arms. "Xianer, what has happened to you?" Bai Xuan leaned weakly against his shoulder, murmuring, "It's nothing. Just a bit fatigued. Allow me a moment to recuperate." Xiaozi extended a vine to gently probe her breath, exclaiming, "TSK, TSK, TSK, are you still alive?" Bai Xuan lacked the strength to strike at tongue, merely glaring at it instead. "Humph," while I busily scattered flower petals. "You managed to transform the divine arrival into a tragic love story, a foolish drama of eternal devotion that ultimately betrays the very essence of life. Is this not a torment to the eyes of us, the audience?" Bai Xuan was on the verge of losing her temper. After finally returning from her role as the leading lady, she felt utterly exhausted and sought solace on her husband's shoulder. "How could you possibly understand? I still desire him to massage my shoulders and pamper me to lift my spirits. I envy you so much. You, a lifelong singleton, deserve your solitary existence. You, how vulgar. Call me master. Wah, even Xiaozi can give you a shoulder massage." Bai Xuan shivered slightly, realizing that she had reached the terminal stage of her mental breakdown. Could she return it? Junyao, mistaking her shivering for a response to the cold, furrowed his brow in silence and hastily assisted her in changing out of her sweat-soaked garments. He then cradled her into a warm bath. Fortunately, he had prepared hot water in advance in the still warehouse. "Is Xianer feeling any better now?" Bai Xuan felt as though she had been revived. Her arms ached, and she playfully requested a massage. Her voice took on a melodious lilt, while she cast a disdainful glance at the flowing purple wisteria, exclaiming, "You adore the archetype of the strong female lead, don't you? I shall indulge in romance that will sweeten and overwhelm you." The little purple entity shook its head with a hint of human-like exasperation, sighing as it oscillated between aspirations of independence and self-reliance, and a desire for affection and pampering. Humanity is indeed complex. No wonder it yearned to know everything. Was it seeking a balance to be restored when the universe tipped? However, observing her scolding the wisteria with such conviction revealed her strong opinions. Why then must she impose difficulties upon it? It was utterly vexing. Why must it possess the capacity for thought? The flowing purple wisteria had successfully entangled itself in a chaotic mess. Bai Xuan, in a state of bliss, had dozed off in the bathtub. Junyao chuckled softly as he lifted her out, dressed her, and gently placed her onto the bed. After tidying up, he turned to Xiaozi beside him, expressing gratitude for its efforts, urging it to take a well-deserved rest. Indeed, with the source of its troubles now peacefully slumbering, there was no reason for it to remain in a state of contemplation. It promptly entwined itself around Bai Xuan's wrist, signaling its desire for slumber. Junyao joined her on the bed, enveloping her in his embrace to ensure her comfort. Time slipped away unnoticed until Bai Xuan stretched languidly and began to awaken. What time could it be? Junyao opened his eyes, smoothing her tousled hair, and informed her, "You have slept for an hour. It is now approximately a quarter past the hour of the pig." Bai Xuan abruptly sat up, exclaiming, "Oh dear, it's already 9 o'clock. Shouldn't Chi Ying be anxiously waiting?" Junyao pressed his lips together, swiftly pulling back the one who intended to rise from the bed. "In my embrace? Still thinking of other males? Xianer, this makes me unhappy." Chapter 87. Chi Ying. Bai Xuan turned back in astonishment, biting her lip and gazing at him with a teasing expression. "Are you feeling jealous? Yet? Was it not you who urged me to check on Chi Ying?" Junyao's eyelashes fluttered slightly, his tone unexpectedly tinged with a hint of bitterness and grievance. "Even if I hadn't reminded you, Xianer would have checked. Having just awakened," he added, "may I receive a kiss from you first?" His gentle yet melancholic voice sent shivers through Bai Xuan, prompting her to nestle against him. "Ah Yao, I adore how you expressed your feelings so candidly." Upon finishing her words, Bai Xuan planted a kiss on his heart, trailing upwards to his collarbone, Adam's apple, and chin, ultimately sealing their lips together. their breaths intertwining in a fervent and tender embrace. Junyao felt his heart blaze with increasing warmth. His unguarded admission of jealousy had cost him a semblance of composure. Yet he never anticipated that Xian'er would indulge him so. He held her tightly, wishing he could meld her into his very being, yearning to infuse every ounce of his surging affection into their kiss, forever lost in one another. Bai Xuan, struggling to catch her breath, gently pushed him away. Their chests, pressed closely together, rose and fell with fervent intensity, their gazes intertwining in an ambiguous and fervent exchange. Bai Xuan playfully caressed his chest with her enchanting eyes, teasingly toying with his Adam's apple. "Ah, Yao, do you not like it? Do not always restrain yourself." The corners of his eyes turned red, and he smiled with a mixture of joy and helplessness. "Xian'er, you will spoil me. Ha ha ha, with your gentlemanly demeanor, the more wicked you are, the more I adore you." Junyao chuckled softly, his fingers gliding over her porcelain-like neck. He gently brushed his thumb against her slightly swollen red lips, asking, "Did it hurt you?" Bai Xuan cast him a sidelong glance, her pearly teeth slightly parted as her little tongue flicked teasingly at his fingertip before retreating. Junyao felt a warmth rising in his abdomen from her playful gesture, his smile waned, and a hint of danger flickered in his eyes. "Xian'er, do you wish to return tonight?" "TSK. Of course, I do," she replied, leaning closer to his ear with a knowing look. "I am eager to see how long the esteemed doctor can maintain his restraint." Junyao observed her retreating figure with a sly smile, murmuring softly, "After we become partners, I shall not hold back. As for now, what else can I do but seek my own torment? It is just perfect to leave a sense of contrast for Xian'er." The night had deepened, and Junyao directly carried her onward. This journey was significantly shorter than the last. What had Xian'er done? Bai Xuan's lips curled into a smile, proving effective indeed. I unleashed my mental energy to counter his spell. Perhaps it would not take many attempts to unravel it. Xian'er is truly remarkable. However, I fear that Ron Ling may have further tricks up his sleeve. As the saying goes, when soldiers come, we shall block them. When water rises, we shall dam it. Upon our return, we might as well speculate on what other antics he could employ, so we may devise a strategy in advance. Xian'er, do you feel any discomfort during your estrus period? Bai Xuan paused for a moment, realizing she truly felt nothing. In the past, her discomfort was minimal. Merely a slight warning of soreness in her lower back before her period. "That's good," Junyao remarked, maintaining a protective barrier around her, preventing even a whisper of the cold wind from reaching her. Leaning against him, Bai Xuan felt utterly at ease. In the tranquil valley, the moonlight cascaded down, illuminating Chi Ying and Chi Yin, rendering them even more forlorn and desolate. Chi Ying, convinced he was not the most unfortunate, occasionally taunted the stone of longing with a mischievous grin. "It seems your test of companionship will be delayed." Curled up at the doorway, Chi Yin fixated on the distance, whispering, Xian promised me." Even at this late hour, resting in the spatial realm was not impossible. Xian promised me. Delays in their journey were inconsequential. A day more or less made no difference. "You must show some understanding," he insisted. Xian promised me." Chi Ying rolled his eyes in exasperation. Why didn't Yi just get angry? Upon regaining his senses, he noticed the tears brimming in Qing Yan's eyes, threatening to spill over, as if he were about to shatter. Startled, Chi Ying jumped up. Hey, this has nothing to do with me. If you're going to cry, don't do it in front of me." Qing Yan remained silent, his gaze unwavering, occasionally darting towards the valley's entrance, resembling a pitiful creature wronged, eagerly awaiting his master to restore justice. Chi Ying, flustered, turned back hastily. If Xiaoxian saw this, he would be at a loss for words. That little rascal was trying to set him up again. Framing him was not his style, and remaining silent only made it seem like he was in the right. He rambled on, his throat parched, yet Qing Yan maintained his despondent demeanor. Worn out, Chi Ying lamented, "Why do I have to deal with this? Let me share some wisdom with you. Prepare well for your test of companionship. That should suffice, right?" He urged, "Stop staring at him. If Xiaoxian comes back and sees this, I'll be covered in goosebumps." Qing Yan instantly masked his expression, his ears perked up with anticipation, yet he remained immobile. How amusing it was, Chi Ying thought, to witness the transformation of Junyao from a smiling tiger to a capricious wolf at home. He decided to play the benevolent wizard, indifferent to whether the essence of his teachings would be grasped. "First and foremost, you must pique your wife's interest," he instructed. Qing Yan listened intently, his eyes sparkling, eager to jot down every word, unconcerned with the truth of the matter. After all, practice leads to genuine understanding. Far better than his current anxious indecision. Upon Bai Xian's return, Chi Ying approached her and scrutinized her from head to toe, ensuring that no misfortune had befallen her. All is well. What about a yin? Chi Ying's smile stretched widely, nearly reaching the back of her ears, as she gestured towards the main house. They are waiting for you inside. Bai Xuan rubbed her arms and took a step back, remarking, "Why do you look so much like a madam?" There was a hint of confusion in his eyes, yet he still wore a cheerful smile. Is this a compliment? Bai Xuan found herself at a loss for words. A cough escaped her lips, and she decided to brush it off. With that, she strode purposefully towards the main house, her steps unusually unsteady. Chi Ying observed her retreating figure, a mischievous grin spreading across his face that he could hardly contain. Jun Yao raised an eyebrow, inquiring what trickery he had played on Qing Yin. "Oh, it was hardly trickery," Chi Ying replied. "As a senior, I merely offered him a few pointers, considering his plight." "Is that so wrong? You didn't dig a pit for him, did you?" Jun Yao's eyes darted with skepticism. Chi Ying shrugged, deeming it trivial. "Perhaps little Xin would even appreciate it." "Just don't go overboard," Jun Yao cautioned, his gaze laden with meaning. After all, Qing Yin was not guaranteed to fall into the trap, for Chi Ying's antics often proved to be mere displays of misguided cleverness. He chuckled to himself, envisioning the future opportunity to entertain Xian with tales of the unfolding drama. Meanwhile, inside the room, Qing Yin lay ensconced beneath the covers, his eyes closed. Yet the slight tremor of his lashes betrayed the tension that enveloped him at that moment. Upon opening the door, Bai Xuan beheld the figure upon the bed. Her footsteps instinctively softened. It was done. She had indeed been influenced by A Ying. And this sensation resembled that of indulging in the favored courtesans of the Nanfeng Pavilion. How amusing, especially when considering the headliner, the inaugural night. Bai Xuan perched on the edge of the bed, her delicate fingers tracing the contours of his fair, exquisite visage. His long, fluttering eyelashes quivered with increased intensity, while the hand concealed beneath the covers clenched tightly, rendering even his breaths nearly imperceptible. Unable to contain her amusement any longer, Bai Xuan leaned over him, her laughter mingling with a teasing whisper by his ear. "A Yin, open your eyes and look at me." Chapter 88. Sister Qing Yin trembled slightly, shaking his ears as he cautiously opened his eyes. Xian, Xian, Xian. His round, expressive eyes brimmed with a mixture of anxiety and anticipation, tinged with a hint of embarrassment. Bai Xuan was suddenly overcome by a sense of moral guilt, prompting her to utter the classic line, "Have you reached adulthood?" Qing Yin paused for a moment, his already sluggish mind nearly turning to mush, before responding, "Yes, I have long since matured." Bai Xuan covered her eyes, perplexed by such a peculiar question, which evidently startled the child. "Be good. It's a normal test of compatibility. Do not be shy." Upon hearing this, Qing Yin instinctively recalled the earnest teachings of Chi Ying. His wife favored boldness and exuberance. The more passionate, the better. Never should one be coy. If one truly found it difficult to let go, it would be wise to disrobe completely beforehand, to avoid any delays during the compatibility test that might provoke annoyance. Noticing Bai Xuan gazing at him with a gentle smile, seemingly awaiting his next move, Qing Yin resolutely closed his eyes and, with a sense of fatalism, flung back the covers. His youthful, well-toned physique was laid bare before her, causing Bai Xuan's expression to freeze momentarily, only to darken further. The perfect, sensual contours of his muscles, broad shoulders, slim waist, and long legs, complemented by a rather impressive third appendage, were undeniably alluring. Yet, the absence of the intimate process of undressing deprived her of some enjoyment and struck a sensitive chord within her. Bypassing the flirtatious foreplay and confronting the stark reality of bare flesh directly conjured unwelcome memories of the apocalypse, where individuals could shed their garments at any moment for carnal encounters, utterly uninteresting and somewhat repulsive. For her, it truly heightened her sense of sexual restraint. Observing his hands fidgeting nervously, it seemed he had likely been misled by A Ying, particularly since she had only expressed her dissatisfaction with the notion of undressing in advance to A Ying. Bai Xuan sighed, contemplating the need to offer a reminder. Upon meeting her suddenly frigid gaze, Qing Yin was instantly engulfed in panic, momentarily forgetting his resentment towards Chi Ying's cunningness and his own foolishness. He was solely preoccupied with finding a way to remedy the situation. Hastily, he conjured garments to cover his exposed form, then knelt before her, lifting his gaze cautiously as he grasped her wrist, his eyes brimming with tears as he implored, "Sister, please, do not cast me away." Bai Xuan's words were swiftly swallowed back, demonstrating remarkable quickness. Half of her being had been rendered utterly enraptured by his call. She was genuinely captivated by such charm. Bai Xuan gazed at him with bright eyes, yet her expression remained unchanged as she eagerly anticipated what surprises this clever little wolf might unveil. Noticing her continued indifference, Chi Ying felt a genuine urge to weep. Could it be that she intended to return him before even verifying his worth? What to do? What to do? Suddenly struck with inspiration, he transformed his wolf tail, playfully curling it around her calf. Observing her expression closely, the silver-gray tail swayed. Cautiously inching upward, "She hasn't pushed me away?" Chi Ying seemed to grasp the situation, rising to his knees and inching closer. Pressing his tail into her palm and giving it a gentle scratch. Looking up at her, his eyes brimmed with unshed tears as he spoke in a quivering voice, "Sister, play with my tail, please don't abandon me." From the moment his tail made contact, Bai Xuan's gaze shifted, a sensation akin to delicate currents coursing through her body, inciting waves of tingling yet unrelenting itch. Slowly tightening her grip, the plush texture in her hand compelled her to stifle a scream. Suppressing her inner turmoil, she gazed at him with starry eyes, softly coaxing him in an ambiguous yet tender tone. "How could I ever abandon you? You're my favorite, my absolute favorite." Instantly, Chi Ying blossomed with joy, his tail instinctively wagging in delight, his smile illuminating his features, exuding sheer happiness. Dazzled by his radiant grin, Bai Xuan extended her porcelain-white fingertip to caress his chin, lifting it higher, her finger inadvertently gliding across his Adam's apple, causing it to involuntarily bob. Chi Ying's eyes remained fixated on the one who commanded his body, and as he sensed her grip tightening, he could no longer suppress a muffled groan. Xian. Free from the dread of abandonment, Chi Ying then became aware of the undeniable sensations coursing through him. The fragrant aroma lingering at his nostrils stirred a yearning within, while the electrifying sensation transmitted by his tail urged him to curl up soon. His eyes glistened with unshed tears once more. This time, Bai Xuan maliciously anticipated their descent. No longer restraining herself, she grasped his fluffy tail, indulging in a fervent massage, her gaze fixed on his struggle for composure. Sister, I feel unwell," he confessed. "Tell me, where does it hurt?" Bai Xuan's voice was gentle and soothing, resonating in Chi Ying's ears like a tender caress, evoking an irresistible desire for closeness. I'm uncertain." Bai Xuan extended her other hand in an attempt to soothe him, and Chi Ying immediately pressed his face against it, rubbing incessantly. Suddenly, 2 wolf ears sprang forth, catching him off guard, yet he remained blissfully unaware, continuing to whimper softly. She gritted her teeth, contemplating what to do if she no longer wished to be human. Meeting his innocent and dreamy gaze, Bai Xuan's eyes sparkled as she reached out, feeling the warmth and softness. A wicked thought arose within her, making it clear that this experience was unlike the previous life of petting a cat. Her hand moved instinctively to caress him, as if it had become addictive, an action she could not cease. The silvery gray wolf ears stood erect, occasionally twitching, the tips gradually tinged with a soft crimson, strikingly evident. The dual stimulation of his ears and tail overwhelmed Chi Ying, prompting involuntary gasps and heavy breaths. He hastily raised his hand to cover his mouth, unable to suppress himself any longer, biting down on his knuckles in an attempt to stifle those strange and shameful sounds. "Yin, don't cover your mouth. I enjoy hearing it," Bai Xuan urged. Obediently, Chi Ying lowered his hand, no longer suppressing his reactions. He feared her anger should she wish for him to stop. And in his helplessness, the first tear fell. Bai Xuan's eyes glimmered with a hint of danger. "Little wolf, do not weep. Tears truly serve as a potent stimulant." Xian, call me sister." His chest rose and fell with fervor, hands gripping Bai Xuan's skirt tightly, his entire being leaning weakly against her bosom, occasionally rubbing against her in a dazed manner. Gently wiping away the tears from his face, Bai Xuan finally ceased her ministrations, bending down to assist him upright, preparing to tease him in another manner. "Yin, let us go to bed." Chi Ying grasped her wrist, obediently following her towards the bed, his fluffy tail held high, swaying from side to side, while his ears drooped in an effort to conceal the blush of pink. The anxiety and fear had dissipated, replaced by an indescribable sense of glee and anticipation. It seemed he understood how to bring joy to Xian. As she pressed him onto the bed, Bai Xuan supported herself against his chest in a comforting manner. "Yin, you are so adorable. I have never found you lacking. However, it is this attire that I prefer to remove myself. Do you comprehend?" Chi Ying nodded eagerly, his face alight with innocence. "As long as sister is pleased, I shall obediently comply." Bai Xuan joyfully pressed her lips against his, her hands beginning to wander and ignite sparks upon his body. In the next moment, He mimicked her actions, his tail cautiously slipping beneath her garment, lingering at each spot where her body quivered. The plush wolf's tail swept across her form, eliciting muffled sounds of suppressed pleasure akin to his own, causing Bai Xuan to tense her toes in response. This little wolf cub certainly learned quickly. Whether he sought to please her or indulge in his own delight remained uncertain. Chapter 89. The Unruly Crimson Shadow. Bai Xuan released his lips and gazed at him with a playful smile. Yin, the examination with your partner is just beginning. You must endure a little longer, okay? Chi Ying's eyes became hazy, his mind turning to mush. Before he could brace himself for the impending storm of sensations, Bai Xuan unexpectedly commenced. He immediately lowered his arms that had been wrapped around her, gripping the bed sheets tightly, fearful that he might inadvertently hurt her. Chi Ying clenched his teeth. The delightful sensations and the alluring fragrance wafting from her nose continuously tantalizing him. An unbearable itch gradually ascended within him, and upon noticing that she had halted, he found her gazing at him with a mischievous look. Amidst his labored breaths, a hint of a whimper crept into his voice. Woo-woo, sister, please help me. Bai Xuan felt as though her entire being was on the verge of boiling over. It was truly a pitiable state to be in. Just as she was about to proceed, she noticed him tensing all over, his body trembling uncontrollably, a look of sheer delight and satisfaction adorning his face. Seemingly anxious about damaging the sheets, he lifted his hand to grip the headboard, the sound of his nails scraping against the surface adding an extra layer of exhilaration. Bai Xuan chuckled softly, leisurely reveling in the sight of him, enveloped in desire, exhibiting an unparalleled eagerness. The following day, as the sun climbed high in the sky, neither of them had yet risen. Chi Ying stood outside, bearing the burden of dark circles under his eyes, lost in contemplation. The last time he had rushed his actions, he faced disdain. If this fellow were to heed his advice and strip entirely, would he not have been cast out long ago? He scratched his head, pondering what transpired within. What kind of sorcery had Chi Ying employed to enchant little Xian? Junya sat nearby, sipping tea, casting a sidelong glance at Chi Ying, who was bouncing about like a flea, unable to remain still for even a moment. The fox's beastly form was utterly wasted, displaying an astonishing lack of intelligence. Inside the room, Bai Xuan rested her chin on her hand, gazing at the exhausted yet obedient figure lying beside her. She leaned in and planted a gentle kiss on his face. Last night, she had succumbed to temptation, keeping him engaged until nearly dawn, leaving her with a mix of delight and a tinge of guilt. Chi Ying's eyelashes fluttered lightly as he slowly opened his eyes, calling her sister in a soft, endearing voice. The dimples on his cheeks stirred a tender feeling in her heart. Bai Xuan reached out to poke him gently, advising, if you're tired, go back to sleep. I will stay here with you. Chi Ying shook his head, extending his hand from under the covers to embrace her, nuzzling against her. I'm not sleepy. I want to kiss my sister. Bai Xuan chuckled lightly. Even in her pursuit of a kiss, she exuded an adorable charm. She rolled over, playfully pinning him down, and thought, why not indulge? Chi Ying's eyes became hazy, surrendering to her whims upon his lips, whispering, I like it so much. I like it so much. Foolish one. Still yet to learn. Just open your mouth. The two frolicked for a while longer before finally dressing and stepping outside. Upon hearing the commotion, Chi Ying darted over, only to be abruptly halted by the palpable, intimate tension enveloping them. It was clear this secret was laid bare. Bai Xuan gazed at him with a smile that seemed to dance on the edge of mirth, while Chi Ying, struggling to divert his infatuated gaze from her, immediately fixed a fierce glare upon him, as if poised to charge at him in the next heartbeat. Junya stepped forward, gently and naturally taking Bai Xuan's hand. Xian, let us die. All right, Bai Xuan replied, returning his grasp, and together they made their way to the table. Junya cast a warning glance at the two, admonishing, do not delay Xian's meal. You are all such a handful. Chi Ying and Chi Ying, understanding the message, obediently fell silent and lowered their hands. Yet their eyes locked onto each other with intensity as they engaged in a silent contest of subtle jostling. You better watch out, Chi Ying declared. Can't you take a joke? Chi Ying retorted, his expression filled with resentment. Junya settled beside Bai Xuan, while Chi Ying swiftly seized the seat adjacent to her on the other side. Chi Ying glared at him in frustration, reluctantly taking a seat across from them. What a predicament. It felt rather akin to a tribunal. He occasionally stole glances at Bai Xuan, seemingly to gauge whether she was displeased. Bai Xuan chose to ignore the situation, contentedly savoring her meal, confident that someone would take care of him later. After setting down her utensils, Chi Ying promptly offered her a handkerchief, and upon receiving it, she cast a polite smile of apology towards Junya, who had similarly extended his hand. Junya pursed his lips and retracted the handkerchief, seemingly indifferent, yet acknowledging her social grace with a faint, amused click of his tongue. Bai Xuan gazed at Chi Ying with a playful smile, as if inquiring about his intentions. Chi Ying, with a mischievous demeanor, nuzzled against her cheek, wrapping his arms around her waist and grinning foolishly. He then turned his gaze, filled with fierce determination, toward Chi Ying. Xin, may I bite him? Bai Xuan stifled a laugh and gently caressed his face, urging, be good, don't use your teeth, use your fists. Chi Ying's eyes widened in disbelief, dramatically clutching his chest with a sorrowful expression. Just as he was about to feign a response, she interrupted him. Do you wish to handle this yourself? Or shall I take care of it? The words he had nearly spoken were swallowed back down, for he felt as though he might suffocate from the tension of the day. I'll take care of it. I'll take care of it. Little Xin'er isn't angry, right? He chuckled. Your creditor is a yen. Chi Ying's lips curled into a grin. Then it's nothing to worry about. He can certainly withstand a beating. Chi Ying rushed forward, seizing his collar and dragging him toward the back mountain. Though his actions were somewhat brutish and could tarnish his image, he couldn't contain his anger. Mindful that Xian shouldn't witness this. Hey, be a bit more refined. Would little Xin'er truly appreciate such rudeness? His fists cracked ominously as he quickened his pace. Ha! Ying certainly deserves a good thrashing. A couple of extra hits wouldn't hurt. A yen must have his grievances addressed, cough cough, and I assure you, she is not reveling in this misfortune. Bai Xuan cast a sidelong glance, urging a Yao to keep watch. Junyao rose with a gentle laugh, reassuring Xin'er that he would ensure their feelings remained unscathed. He leisurely followed along, content to remain uninvolved as long as no serious conflict arose. The cunning fox, enduring blows, incessantly provoked others, cleverly prying into the methods he employed the previous night. Hey, the lessons your brother taught you aren't entirely false, right? At least little Xin appreciates the bold and unrestrained. Am I wrong? Upon hearing this, Chi Ying felt a rush of heat to his ears, recalling his actions from the night before, causing his clenched fist to falter momentarily. Seeing an opportunity, Chi Ying continued. I've helped you, haven't I? We must reciprocate, wouldn't you agree? Chi Ying's expression darkened, realizing that he was being underestimated. The secret of his sister's fondness for tails must be safeguarded, as his greatest rival at this moment was none other than this fox. In a fit of anger, Chi Ying instinctively raised his fist, ready to strike. Chi Ying smirked, leaning in closer. Meanwhile, Junyao, observing from the side, coughed lightly, reminding them that violence was not the answer. Chi Ying's fist halted abruptly, finally noticing the sly grin on Chi Ying's face. Chi Ying cast a disapproving glance at Junyao, recognizing him as the most formidable obstacle in his quest for affection. Ouch, he groaned, clutching his stomach. You're actually going all out. Chi Ying felt his temper boiling over, unwilling to temper his strength at all. Junyao, adjusting the sound barrier, crossed his arms and listened to the echoes of Chi Ying's anguished cries reverberating through the valley, a pleased smile gracing his lips. It was only fitting to teach him a lesson. Chapter 90, The True Nature of Male Competition in a World of Few Females Ignoring Their Petty Squabbles. Bai Xuan retrieved 4 spatial keys to continue her carving. Her mental acuity surpassed that of her hands, allowing her, with no artistic training, to sculpt their beast forms with remarkable vividness, as though she were creating perfectly scaled replicas. Bai Xuan gazed at her creation, nodding in satisfaction, utterly astonished that such a magnificent piece of art could emerge from her hands. The flowing purple wisteria swirled around her wrist. Was this a manifestation of confidence, self-praise, or mere narcissism? Alas, she found herself contemplating the nuances of human language, pondering whether she might relinquish her thoughts, who would want them, after all? After enduring a beating without retaliation, the 3 returned in a peculiar yet harmonious manner. Junyao walked ahead, casting a critical glance at the unique array before him. Is it beautiful? Bai Xuan lifted her chin, awaiting compliments. Junyao concealed his discontent behind a smile, praising, each piece is exquisitely crafted. No one can rival Xian'er's artistry. As he spoke, he retrieved a pendant from around his neck, pressing it to his lips, declaring, I shall treasure it dearly. Bai Xuan's eyes sparkled with joy, and an involuntary smile graced her lips. She adored it when a Yao praised her. Chi Ying eagerly pushed forward to grasp the fox-shaped trinket, excitement causing her to momentarily forget the wound she bore. Is this mine? Even if Xiao Xian gave me a mere stone, I would cherish it like a treasure, carrying it close to my heart every day. However, her smile abruptly faltered, and she cast him a disdainful glance, realizing that without comparison, there would be no pain. Bai Xuan picked up the silver wolf style and personally placed it on Chi Ying. Are you satisfied now? If not, I can give you another thrashing. Chi Ying was eager to act, while Jun Yao let out an unrestrained laugh. Chi Ying widened his eyes, suddenly recalling that he had forgotten to perform. No worries. It's not too late, he thought, immediately clutching his stomach and grimacing. Xiaoxian, it hurts so much. How can you be so heartless? His faint cries were so exaggerated that they sent shivers down Bai Xuan's spine. Unable to resist, she kicked him playfully, exclaiming, "Get a grip, you mischievous fox." The ending of her words twisted and turned melodiously, almost escaping into the valley. Bai Xuan was rendered speechless, once again succumbing to his charms. She turned and seated herself, casting him a sidelong glance. "Ah Yin, your touch is still too gentle. I do not see any wounds upon you." Chi Ying pushed aside Chi Yin, kneeling before her, his clothing slightly disheveled, his fox-like eyes glinting with mischief as he provocatively beckoned her. He then took her hand and guided it towards his collar, whispering, "The injuries lie beneath. This fellow knows how to play dirty. Shall I reveal them to you?" Bai Xuan's lips involuntarily curled into a smile, radiant and alluring, artful yet not overbearing. Indeed, no one could rival Aying on this racetrack. Thus, it is no wonder she is captivated. Who could resist the enchanting allure of a male fox spirit? Glancing at a Yin, who was fuming like a pufferfish, and a Yao, whose gaze could cut through steel, Bai Xuan helplessly rubbed her forehead. "Do calm down. I fear you might end up in a sack." Chi Ying raised his head to take a fleeting glance at the two, then chose to ignore them, continuing his playful poses unabashedly. After all, they were family. There was no need for pretense. Being open was his advantage. One maintained a facade while the other was shy, both merely suited to watch his performance. Chi Ying, ever self-assured, was notoriously thick-skinned. After adjusting his expression, he pointed at Chi Ying, wearing a sorrowful demeanor as he lamented, "He can undress, so why can't I?" Bai Xuan suddenly comprehended something, lifting his chin with a semblance of a smile. "What do you wish to know?" Chi Ying, feeling anxious, tugged at her sleeve. Gazing at her with a pleading expression, Chi Ying, with a mischievous glint in his eyes, teased her by tugging at her skirt, inquiring, "I wonder how my lady prefers me to serve her? Ha ha ha, that is something you must discover for yourself. Isn't that part of the charm?" It appeared that her preferences varied with different individuals. Imitation held no allure for her, while innovation was what she truly cherished. For instance, what if that enchanting and alluring visage bore a hint of fragility? Indeed, it seemed to suit him better. Chi Ying pouted, resting his head on her lap with an expression of feigned grievance, while Chi Ying visibly relaxed. Jun Yao maintained a gentle smile, choosing not to disturb her enjoyment, even though he was not the one who had brought her this delight. "All right, it's time to attend to our duties," Bai Xuan said as she rose, gently pushing away the one who had been leaning against her. The thought of not knowing where he might dart off to next filled her with irritation. She cursed under her breath, wishing for the incessant disturbances from Ronglin to cease. Jun Yao comfortingly caressed her, assuring, "I will always be by your side, Xianer. Think of it as a delightful outing." Bai Xuan let out a sigh, resigning herself to the fact that one could only find solace in such circumstances. For who embarks on a journey without knowing their destination? She then pondered with intrigue, with Rongling's strength at the 10th tier. Surely no one could withstand his direct intervention. Why then, go to such great lengths to employ peculiar and convoluted techniques? Previously, he had seduced the females, and now he orchestrated her voluntary journey to the beast god temple. It seemed rather subtle and underhanded. Was it merely for the sake of a commendable reputation? Chi Ying adjusted his garments, adopting an unexpectedly serious demeanor. He was unable to step outside the beast god temple, a consequence he had accepted for retaining immortality in his past. Bai Xuan suddenly realized how fortunate it was that the old man had kept a contingency plan. Otherwise, during his period of silence, this beastly realm would have fallen entirely under Rongling's dominion, and she would have never been summoned. How remarkable it was that the divine position had nearly been usurped. He was indeed managing quite well. Divine? A fleeting thought flickered through Bai Xuan's mind, so swift that she could scarcely grasp it. He could not emerge, yet those high-ranking males bound to him could. Was Yao suggesting that he would dispatch individuals to pursue and intercept along the way? Yes, Chi Ying would accompany them today. Rest assured, Xianer. We shall protect you diligently. Initially, Rongling must have believed that a couple of spells would suffice to confine her to the beast god temple. Yet he had not anticipated her resounding resistance, which had now led her back to the exiled forest. Henceforth, he would likely not rely solely on sorcery and must prepare accordingly. Chi Ying promptly agreed, finally able to safeguard Xian. Chi Ying hesitated, ultimately remaining silent. The moment he stepped beyond the barrier, Rongling would sense it, thereby deducing that he had become one of the 5 husbands. That creature employed cunning methods. Should this bloodline become a tool for him to confront his wife, he would find it impossible to atone even in death. Jun Yao patted his shoulder, instructing him to remain and guard the rear. With the emergence of the spiritual fruit, the name of the goddess would resonate throughout the beastly realm, drawing an increasing number of beastmen. Ensure that chaotic individuals and affairs do not intrude upon Xian'er. Understood. Bai Xuan smiled gently as she observed them negotiating, engaging in playful banter while prioritizing serious matters. They never required her reminders about such boundaries. There were no lethal intrigues akin to those in ancient imperial harem tales. Nor was it a mere gender reversal narrative filled with effeminate men. This was the true essence of a world where men outnumbered women, a delightful blend of ease and amusement. Chapter 91. Offering the soul. Activate the spatial key with a drop of your fingertip blood and test its efficacy, she instructed. Chi Ying and Chi Ying simultaneously turned their gazes towards Jun Yao. Then without further ado, summoned their beastly powers to extract a droplet of blood from their hearts. Oh dear, Bai Xuan thought to herself, truly bewildered by their naivety. The spatial key was intrinsically linked to the contract, and they had already employed their heart's blood during the binding. Every drop of blood coursing through their bodies was bound to flow through the heart. Consequently, any blood from any part of their bodies could activate it. Yet, they insisted on targeting the most vital area. Both of them paled slightly, their bodies swaying. Yet they wore expressions of sheer joy. Heart's blood is precious and difficult to regenerate, apart from the droplet used for the initial contract. Any subsequent use would inflict harm upon the body, potentially affecting their lifespan. Bai Xuan assisted one as she guided them to sit down, casting a helpless glance at Jun Yao, exclaiming, "You truly set a remarkable example." Chi Ying pouted, "What does it have to do with me? I am no mere mimic. Yet my soul is entirely yours now, Xiao Xian'er. You shall never rid yourself of me." Chi Ying gazed at her with profound affection, declaring, "Everything belonging to a yin is devoted to my beloved mistress." Bai Xuan wore a perplexed expression, wondering if there was something she was unaware of. Jun Yao chuckled softly and began to elucidate. In the lore of the beast realm's bonding laws, there exists a saying, 1 drop for devotion, 2 drops for the soul. This implies that during the bonding process, by offering a single drop of heart's blood, the male surrenders his body, allowing the female to wield power over his life and death. By providing 2 drops, he offers his very soul, thus rendering himself wholly devoted, with no thoughts of betrayal or defiance. Once, a male had aspired to manifest this saying to demonstrate his unwavering loyalty, yet alas, one could only extract a single drop of heart's blood at a time, making it impossible to offer 2 during the bonding. Consequently, this notion gradually faded from discourse. Upon sensing the covenant power emanating from the spatial key, they immediately recalled this saying. Given the opportunity to express their fidelity, they would not let it slip away. Jun Yao pressed his lips together, wondering if Xian'er would resent their unilateral decision. Ultimately, it stemmed from feeling unworthy of her goodness, prompting him to strive to deepen their bond. He chuckled inwardly, thinking, "You all have willingly tied yourselves to me. I hardly need to exert any effort in binding you." Chi Ying, feeling frail and candidly expressing his insecurities, lamented that he had yet to contribute anything significant to his wife, making him anxious about her virtues. "Isn't my life already in your hands? What more must I provide? Must it come to life and death partings to prove your deep affection for me? That would be a curse in itself." Chi Ying's eyes glistened with unshed tears, feeling his life was trivial yet grateful for his wife's kindness, willing to brave any peril for her. Stop. Bai Xuan mused, reflecting on her demeanor. She hadn't acted overly sentimental or irresponsible. So why did they all seem so insecure? Rather than dwelling on such chaotic thoughts, they should focus on how to cheer her up. After all, a journey through peril would leave them all worse for wear. She preferred practicality over melodrama, seeking tangible gestures of affection. Chi Ying promptly resumed his cheerful demeanor, exclaiming, "I shall exhaust all my means to ensure your satisfaction." Jun Yao and Chi Ying joined in laughter, their earlier worries dissipating like mist. Chi Ying proceeded to arrange the details for the black market auction, instructing his associates to gather more rare specialties from the Exile Forest. Such an opportunity was rare, and they ought to accumulate more crystal cores or exchange for unique items to delight little Xian'er. Bai Xuan was accompanied and protected by Jun Yao and Chi Ying as she ventured into the abyss of beasts to capture luminous orbs. Having realized that mental energy could be wielded to attack Rongling's sorcery, she understood the urgency of enhancing her own abilities. As for instructing other females in the art of capturing these orbs, Bai Xuan decided to postpone that endeavor for the time being. She harbored a lingering suspicion that Rong Ling's control over the females might harbor ulterior motives, and she was wary of inadvertently aiding him in his schemes. Jun Yao had already reached the 8th tier, and Qing Yin was on the verge of a breakthrough. Together, their collaboration in hunting magical beasts had become rather effortless. Bai Xuan commanded the flowing light wisteria to launch occasional surprise attacks, feeling a profound sense of accomplishment. Xiaozi, you are truly remarkable. Yet, the flowing light wisteria replied. Master, you are quite the rascal. Poking eyes, kicking shins, tugging tails, and pulling beards, what kind of tricks are these? Ahem, I merely call it recognizing the reality. Given our delicate state, we can only play a supportive role. Besides, all's fair in war, is it not? Bai Xuan, while engaging in some underhanded tactics, found herself in a playful exchange with Xiaozi, and before she realized it, fatigue began to overwhelm her. With an air of calm, she seated herself upon the ground and, in the blink of an eye, succumbed to slumber, vanishing from her location. The two who had been watching her closely immediately entered the space, anxiously awaiting her summons. Xiaozi, possessing a measure of experience, swiftly pulled them out the moment she awakened. They discovered themselves once again in the primordial forest, devoid of any audience, rendering her disinclined to scatter petals. Qing Yin, still somewhat inexperienced, failed to even brush against the hem of Bai Xuan's garment, and instead watched as the two embraced and gracefully descended, while he himself tumbled awkwardly to the ground. As he stood there, bewildered, he suddenly realized he had stepped out of the forest of exile. His eyes wide with wonder as he surveyed his surroundings, which appeared remarkably similar to the world within. Jun Yao gently wrapped his arms around her waist, softly inquiring whether she felt any discomfort. Bai Xuan shook her head with delight, a smile gracing her lips. Could it be that we are closer to the Exile Forest? Today, she exerted herself even more than yesterday, and her mental prowess had left cracks in the thick chain. Jun Yao surveyed their surroundings and indeed noted their proximity. Xianer was truly impressive. The black market lay not far ahead. Would they like to indulge in a visit? Yes, and she could conveniently deliver the spatial key to a Xian as well, ensuring that the transport of goods or letters between both locations would be safer and more efficient in the future. While they could certainly use the items for personal purposes, it was wiser to have someone physically transport those intended for sale to avoid exposing their spatial secrets. That makes sense. You all can handle it. After all, she was aware of everything placed or taken from the space. Observing Qing Yin, who was glancing around curiously, Bai Xuan gently tapped him on the head, asking if he had discerned anything noteworthy. Qing Yin broke into a silly grin, declaring that it was not as beautiful as their valley. Naturally, stay close, a yin. As Bai Xuan ambled alongside Jun Yao towards the black market, she occasionally turned to remind the suddenly childlike Qing Yin to keep up. He soon found the novelty wore off and resumed his usual demeanor, keeping pace with them. He alternated between walking ahead and lagging behind, gathering lovely flowers along the way to fashion a garland, which he proudly presented to Bai Xuan. Xian, do you like it? Bai Xuan smiled and nodded, demonstrating an admirable sense of color coordination and dexterity. Please help me put it on, she said, leaning her head closer. Suddenly, a crowd began to gather in the distance. The two promptly shielded Bai Xuan behind them, ready for confrontation. Jun Yao assessed the situation with a grave expression, scrutinizing the strangers. Who were they? Chapter 92. Encirclement. He Lai, a figure of imposing stature, was clad in dark armor that accentuated his muscular physique. His eyes were bloodshot, and a menacing aura surrounded him, resembling a fearsome judge of the underworld. With a stoic demeanor, he held up a portrait for comparison. After confirming its authenticity, he and his entourage clasped their fists in salute. A deep, resonant voice emerged, stating, "The divine guard, under the decree of the high priest, has come to escort Lady Bai Xuan." Bai Xuan contemplated with her chin resting on her hand, scrutinizing their attire and style. Did they resemble the Jinyui or the Imperial Guards? How intriguing. She parted the two and, playing with her hair, took a couple of steps forward. Has Rong sent you? Jun Yu and Qing Yin steadfastly shielded her, swiftly assessing the strength of their adversaries. One at the 9th tier and two at the 7th. While the others were at the 5th or 6th tier, they could certainly hold them off. Mo Xian should be arriving with reinforcements shortly. Bai Xuan, noticing his silence, leisurely continued to buy time. I am quite curious about your mistress. What could possibly compel you to risk the frenzy for the sake of aiding Rong Ling in capturing me? Do share, for perhaps I could be of assistance. She unleashed her mental energy, not only to gauge their levels of frenzy, but also to sow discord among their ranks. All the orcs present felt the formidable strength of Bai Xuan's mental prowess, their eyes gleaming with fervor. The two 7-pattern beasts were particularly restless, casting eager glances at He Lai, seemingly anticipating his command. The rumors of Bai Xuan being of S rank were indeed true. They had long been deprived of the soothing sensation. And when their peripheral vision caught sight of her, it was tinged with a hint of madness and malevolence. He Lai, too, was taken aback, his gaze momentarily trembling before he swiftly regained his composure and spoke in a formal tone, "Your Highness, please accompany us for a brief visit." Bai Xuan shook her head, impervious to persuasion. Thus, she resolved to engage in battle. A group of nearly frenzied flower vases remained ensnared by the oppressive miasma, their elevated ranks rendering them incapable of unleashing their full potential. A Yao and a Yin were more than capable of managing the situation. The two exchanged knowing glances and promptly advanced. Junyao focused intently on confronting He Lai, while Chi Ying ferociously directed his fists towards the two seven-pattern beasts. "How dare you cast such a gaze upon my sister? I shall make you pay dearly." The others, whose ranks were not particularly high, merely gestured aimlessly while their thoughts wandered elsewhere, casting furtive glances at Bai Xuan. They had yet to find their partners, and if they could capture her attention, their future would be secure. Bai Xuan was thoroughly exasperated by the scrutinizing and calculating gazes directed at her, and she unleashed her mental pressure upon them. The group faltered, collapsing to their knees, rendered immobile by her force. The impact of her mental prowess was most effective on her contracted companions, reduced by half on the single orcs, while those bound in matrimony felt scarcely any effect at all. This was a phenomenon Bai Xuan had tested on Gu Rue, Tingyu, and their peers. She wondered if these limitations would dissipate with the enhancement of her mental strength. The males kneeling on the ground soon realized that their loss of combat ability was only temporary, and gradually they began to calm down, for they had no desire to fight. At that moment, they became utterly entranced by Bai Xuan, their gazes brazenly suggestive, as if they longed to present themselves to her in the most intimate manner. Some, with a rather carefree attitude, reclined on the ground, employing every possible charm to entice her. They exchanged flirtatious glances, removed their clothing, and caressed their own physiques, occasionally stealing sidelong looks at one another. As if competing in the art of seduction, a veritable dance of temptation. One individual nearly shed his trousers, only to be thwarted by Chi Ying, who, with a darkened expression, sent him flying with a swift kick. Bai Xuan widened her eyes in disbelief. Where was the promised male virtue? What was happening? Was this how battles were conducted in the beastly realm? Instead of engaging in combat, the enemy soldiers were shedding their armor and vying for the favor of a female presence. This was utterly absurd. Before she could fully process the situation, Mo Xin arrived with two teams of people, instantly alleviating the burden on Junyao and Chi Ying, while those still entangled in their struggles were swiftly restrained. Bai Xuan exhaled a sigh of relief, then immediately fixed her gaze upon Xian, scrutinizing her closely to cleanse her soiled eyes and soothe her wounded spirit. Had they possessed more pleasing appearances, she would have relished the opportunity to admire them a while longer. Alas, having consumed too much coarse fare, the simplicity of their presence was rather unpalatable. Mo Xian embraced her waist, leaning down to examine her intently, a hint of concern gracing his handsome features. "Xian, are you hurt?" His brow furrowed in vexation, lamenting the fact that he always arrived too late whenever his beloved faced peril. "I am fine," Bai Xuan replied with a smile, gently caressing his face. Yet, noticing the dark circles under his eyes, she frowned and asked, "How have you endured such strain?" Mo Xian chuckled lightly, "It matters not. I merely wish to resolve matters swiftly so that I may return to your side." "Wu Yao, the captives are securely bound," came the report. "Very well. Confine the 3 leaders in the water dungeon for interrogation, while the others shall be conscripted for labor." "Understood." Upon realizing Bai Xuan's true identity, he immediately knelt and bowed, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, divine maiden, for your great benevolence." Bai Xuan looked at Mo Xian in confusion, only to hear him speak apologetically. "My dear wife, please do not be upset. I took the liberty of retaining some spiritual fruits, intending to sell them to my capable subordinates at half the auction price." Bai Xuan raised an eyebrow, casting a glance of admiration at him, and then addressed Wu Yao, saying, "Since this is a transaction, once the money and goods are exchanged, what need is there for any talk of gratitude? Do your utmost for Xian, and consider it a token of appreciation for the opportunity he has provided you." Wu Yao expressed his willingness to brave any peril for the goddess and the king, without hesitation. Mo Xian, with an air of impatience, shot him a sidelong glance and declared, "Very well, take everyone back. Those who do not comply should be dealt with swiftly." "Understood." Once the others departed, Bai Xuan crossed her arms and smiled at him, exuding a commanding yet charming presence. Bai Xuan smiled with a hint of indulgence and asked, "What are you looking at?" At that moment, he retracted his sharp demeanor, revealing a more husbandly charm. Bai Xuan pinched his chin and pressed down, tilting her head with a playful smile. "You look delightful. What, is that not permissible?" Bai Xuan chuckled softly, lowering his head to gently nuzzle her nose, his gaze unwavering as it lingered on her crimson lips. In a hushed tone, he suggested, "Of course, it's permissible. Since you have complimented me, shouldn't there be a reward?" Bai Xuan lifted her chin, playfully teasing. "When I compliment you, you ought to express your heartfelt gratitude, but you mustn't become excessively demanding." With a light chuckle, she added, "Well then, I also thank you, Xuan." And just as he leaned in for a kiss, he paused. "Ahem, Xuan, it appears that the nine-striped beast is on the verge of going berserk. Should we not ensure the safety of those present?" Without a word, Bai Xuan pushed him away. Naturally, he must have known quite a bit about the beast god temple. She needed to extract that information first. Bai Xuan watched the person who had vanished from his arms, gritting his teeth in displeasure as he cast a sidelong glance at him. Jun met his gaze with a calm expression, the faint smile at the corner of his lips betraying his delight. Bai Xuan snorted coldly, flicked his sleeves, and followed after Bai Xuan. She retrieved a spirit fruit from her space, a defective product from a previous experiment, which could serve to sustain his life for the time being. As Bai Xuan was about to place the fruit into his mouth, Bai Xuan swiftly intervened, declaring, "Let me." After Chi Ying had thoroughly dealt with those who had previously cast lewd glances, leaving them battered and bruised, he clapped his hands in satisfaction and approached. Chapter 93. The Dark Domain. Bai Xuan forcefully shoved the spiritual fruit into He Lai's mouth, almost as if intent on choking him, an act tinged with personal vendetta. The frenzy had subsided, yet the man had succumbed to unconsciousness. Bai Xuan, with an air of indifference, rose and gestured for his subordinates to carry him away. "Xuan, let us return to the Dark Domain. Whatever you wish to know, I shall personally investigate it later." The Dark Domain? Wasn't it referred to as the Black Market? Bai Xuan chuckled softly. "I have renamed it. The Dark Domain is now entirely under my control." Bai Xuan gazed at him with admiration. Remarking that the name change was quite commendable, it had only been a few days, and his progress was indeed impressive. "I must take a closer look at what Xian's territory resembles. Ha ha, I belong to you, and naturally, it is yours as well." Before entering the Exiled Forest, Bai Xuan held a status akin to that of a half-king in that chaotic realm, where remnants of his previous cohort still lingered, each faction governing its own domain and maintaining a delicate balance of power. Upon re-establishing contact with them, he found most still loyal, while those who sought independence met with a swift and decisive retribution. In just a matter of days, he had gained complete control over the Black Domain, implementing sweeping reforms and new regulations, leading to an era of tranquility devoid of dissenting voices. Meanwhile, Wu Yao had already tied up the captives in a line and was beginning to make their way back. Bai Xuan raised her gaze, a twitch at the corner of her mouth, as she beheld the sight before her. Each figure bore the marks of bruised faces and limping bodies. Ha! Yin exhibited remarkable restraint, ensuring none were rendered unconscious. Chi Ying touched his nose, contemplating that if they were to faint, it would merely facilitate their return. It would be no different than continuing the fight upon their arrival. The Black Domain, with its ample resources, employed ropes crafted from special materials, rendering the use of beastly powers impossible once bound. With 7 patterned and 9 patterned beasts ensnared, there was little concern that they would break free. Bai Xuan, with a sense of reassurance, guided Bai Xuan along a tranquil path, though regrettably, 2 individuals trailed closely behind them. Bai Xuan was genuinely curious. Were the males in the beast realm so desperate and uninhibited? If Ling were to bring in an unmarried female, would not your subordinates also become equally obsequious and alluring? Bai Xuan racked her brain for adjectives, as the scene before her today was truly astonishing. Even ducks would not promote themselves with such fervor. The expressions of the 3 men darkened in unison, for they could hardly believe that such filth had tainted the eyes of their lady. The solitary males of the beast god temple were those who had sought refuge there after failing to find a mate in their tribes or the royal city. The Black Domain also harbored many such males, yet they were all diligently striving to earn crystal cores. Bai Xuan's eyes glimmered with disdain. These men fantasized about being taken as followers by the high-ranking females residing in the beast god temple, yet they learned nothing but the most trivial and underhanded tactics, lacking even the slightest semblance of etiquette. The sorcerers tasked with their instruction would undoubtedly be driven to apoplexy upon witnessing their ignorance. So they were merely professionals in the role of a mistress, No wonder their skills were so refined. Their average appearances were likely the result of being overlooked by other females. As Chi Ying walked, he continually cast expectant glances in her direction, asking if she was tired. "Shall I carry you?" he offered. Jun Yao and Mo Xian also turned their attention to her, 3 pairs of hands reaching out simultaneously, their gazes sharpening in competition. Bai Xuan chuckled lightly as she circumvented them, insisting she wasn't tired and could walk on her own. If the situation were balanced, she would have to be carried like a lifeless body by the 3 of them, a rather delightful image indeed, she mused while covering her face. As the dusk gradually descended, the surrounding mountains became shrouded in the night, while the first lights illuminated the dark domain of the canyon as brightly as day. The Grand Gate, crafted in harmony with the surrounding rocks, seemed both natural and imposing. Every 3 steps stood a guard, with the layout designed to be easily defensible yet challenging to breach. 2 resplendent trees, shimmering like gold, caught Bai Xuan's eye. With a cheerful demeanor, she approached and touched them, wondering if they were money trees. "Ha ha ha, has a Xian turned this into a treasure trove? Quite splendid indeed." The branches and leaves gleamed like gold, and it was her first encounter with such a festive tree. She felt an overwhelming urge to embrace it and plant a kiss upon it. Alas, no matter the location, her inherent fondness for gold remained unchanged. "Could you pluck a few leaves for me? If only they weren't so high, I would have gathered them this morning. Although they aren't gold, they would still serve as a small comfort." Mo Xian and Jun Yao's pupils widened in surprise, and without a word, Chi Ying soared up to pluck a leaf. "That is a 1,000-faced tree. You cannot pick it." Chi Ying perched on the tree, while Bai Xuan stood below, both gazing at each other with wide, perplexed eyes. Mo Xian, amused yet exasperated, ruffled her hair, explaining that this tree was meant to identify the identities of those entering and exiting, preventing any ill-intentioned individuals from mingling among them. Each leaf represented a registered beastman, and if one were to be plucked, it would necessitate a re-registration. Bai Xuan was momentarily taken aback. In this beastly realm, even facial recognition technology was employed. Chi Ying scratched his head and leapt down from the tree, recalling that he had indeed heard the elders mention it. Each tribe and royal city possessed such trees. Thus, if one were to be expelled or hunted, wandering became nearly the only option. This is one of the reasons why the majority of beastmen adhered to tribal customs. Jun Yao gazed thoughtfully at the leaves, pondering whether Xian'er had a fondness for gold. Bai Xuan swiftly waved her hand, exclaiming, "Oh no, please refrain from crafting garments of golden hue for me." While she harbored a fondness for gold, she had no desire to adorn herself like a gilded statue. Chi Ying pondered this notion. If she preferred to admire rather than wear, would donning a golden attire render him more appealing to her? The mere thought of Bai Xuan's singular gaze upon him, her eyes sparkling with delight, brought an ecstatic smile to his face, narrowing his eyes into slits of joy. Bai Xuan remained oblivious to his foolish demeanor as she circled around the tree of 1,000 faces several times. "So, the wanted poster you mentioned earlier is also related to this tree?" "Indeed, the adjacent tree, known as the Faceless Tree, is specifically designed to identify those who are sought after." Jun Yao elaborated, "By supplying it with crystal cores and other energies, one can expand its search radius and swiftly ascertain the whereabouts of fleeing individuals. Wow, it's a veritable artifact against theft. These 2 trees appear to be newly planted. Were they not present in the Black Domain before? Previously, this place was rife with chaos, where traders donned masks and cloaked themselves in black robes. Ever since the introduction of these 2 trees, those with nefarious intentions no longer dared to linger. It has spared him the need for a bloodbath. With a wife now, Mo Xian has begun to value his reputation, his methods no longer as ruthless as they once were. After all, Xian is a goddess, and as her beast husband, he must not tarnish her image. The absence of bloodshed at the slightest disagreement has indeed left Wu Yao and those who once followed him feeling somewhat unaccustomed. Bai Xuan immediately grasped the crux of the matter. "Where did you procure this tree?" she inquired. "It couldn't have grown to this size from mere saplings. It must have been fully matured, a treasure of the tribe, no less." "Ahem, it was borrowed," came the reply. Bai Xuan gazed at him with a teasing expression, quipping that if one were to seize something, one might as well do so outright rather than complicate matters with convoluted phrasing. "Such a splendid treasure, were it mine, I too would seize it." Mo Xian, caught in an unusual moment of embarrassment, endeavored to maintain his composure. Just moments ago, he had indulged in the illusion of having become a kinder person, only to be swiftly unmasked. Jun Yao stifled a laugh, remarking that every tribe possessed its reserve saplings. Yet it was undeniably more convenient to simply uproot fully grown specimens. Once detached from the soil, the information on the thousand-faced tree would automatically reset, allowing for the reentry of new orc data. The larger the tree, the more leaves it bore, thus enabling the registration of a greater number of orcs. Cultivating saplings demanded both time and expertise, and with the black domain needing to stabilize promptly, Bai Xuan certainly did not have the luxury to squander on such endeavors. Bai Xuan was utterly captivated by the novelty of the experience. How did you register this? Please, take me to try it. As Bai Xuan led her around to the rear of the Chi Ying tree, he gently lifted her hand and placed it into the hollow of the trunk. Suddenly, a cascade of golden light enveloped her. In an instant, the topmost leaf began to radiate with brilliance, though she was uncertain how he had achieved this. Bai Xuan held her hands firmly, his gaze earnest as he declared, "Xuan, this new city is yours." The guards at the entrance knelt in unison, their voices resonating in harmonious tribute. "We welcome your highness, the divine maiden. May your highness enjoy eternal prosperity and unending joy." Bai Xuan could not help but burst into laughter. Despite the urge to dig her toes into the ground, she felt an overwhelming sense of joy. Get up, she exclaimed, and with a playful disposition, she rose on her tiptoes and planted a kiss on Bai Xuan's lips. Chi Ying gazed at them with a hint of resentment, his fingers twirling behind his back as he contemplated whether to stake a claim and create a territory for Xuan to frolic in. Junyo, in contrast, maintained a composed demeanor, a polite smile gracing his face throughout. After a moment of affectionate exchanges, Chi Ying and Junyao completed their registration, granting them unrestricted access to the black domain, with privileges not to be underestimated. The thousand-faced tree not only recognized those who entered as allies but also displayed their status within. The higher the leaves, the greater the status and power one possessed. Junyao inquired, "Xuan, do you intend to stay here tonight?" Under the expectant gaze of Bai Xuan nodded. "Is Yao leaving?" "Yes. I will retrieve tomorrow's auction items from the replaying forest. You can rest assured and enjoy yourself here," she replied. With one troublesome person departed, Bai Xuan turned to Chi Ying, who was unreservedly ushering him away. "It is time for you to ascend." Chi Ying wished to follow but found no words to refute. Reluctantly casting a glance at Bai Xuan, "Xuan, I will return shortly." With a sigh of relief, Bai Xuan felt invigorated, as if the surrounding air had become significantly fresher. "Ha ha ha, Xuan, your serpent's tail should be able to soar to the heavens now." Bai Xuan playfully pinched his waist, a mischievous smile gracing her face. Bai Xuan quickly pressed his lips together, curbing the curve of his smile. "Xuan, let us proceed inside. The auction will take place tomorrow evening, and quite a number of people have already arrived today. It is rather lively. What are we waiting for? Let us hurry," Bai Xuan exclaimed, tugging him along as they dashed inward. This was her first encounter with the gathering of the beast realm, and it sounded quite grand. Bai Xuan, with an affectionate gaze, followed suit, thinking it was high time to take Xuan out to explore. Her excitement was contagious, bringing joy to those who beheld her. Upon crossing the threshold, they were greeted by a labyrinthine array of streets, where vendors shouted their wares, and a steady stream of beast folk bustled about. The scene illuminated and bustling with life. Various beast folk cast fleeting, astonished glances their way, only to quickly look away with a hint of apology. Bai Xuan felt no offense. It was in this moment she truly grasped the quality of the male virtue class. With so many individuals present, how was it that only a handful of them had entered earlier? Bai Xuan held her hand, strolling amidst the vibrant atmosphere, a smile permanently affixed to his face. The black domain featured several gates, designated solely for internal personnel, not accessible to the public. Bai Xuan tilted her head and laughed at him. "Oh, does that mean you have pilfered trees from several tribes?" He coughed lightly. "Well, not many, just 4, and I did offer some compensation." Bai Xuan pinched his fingers, conjuring a splendid rose, which he adorned in her ear. "You are so kind, Xuan. I cannot truly act as a bandit." Bai Xuan touched her chin, then raised her eyes to look at him curiously. "Do you harbor some misunderstanding about me?" In this apocalyptic world, she was infamous as a female bandit. Kindness. Was that a trait applicable to her? What misunderstanding could there be? Xuan was undoubtedly the most benevolent female in this savage realm. Observing his earnest expression, Bai Xuan reflected on all her actions since her arrival here. From their perspective, she indeed seemed quite kind. However, she had not come to any harm herself. TSK. Her life was even better than before the apocalypse, primarily due to her 5 husbands who resembled male models. How could that not bring her joy? Bai Xuan decided against offering any explanations. Let kindness be kindness, and do not assume she is a saint. With a curious expression, she playfully rummaged through his hand. Glancing around, "Where did you conjure these flowers from?" Bai Xuan chuckled lightly, unfastening the pouch at his waist and presenting it to her, revealing a collection of trinkets. Bai Xuan opened it to reveal a myriad of colorful, pea-sized granules within. Upon lifting one and gently rolling it between her fingers, it suddenly blossomed into a beautiful flower. Wow! Bai Xuan's eyes sparkled as she twisted one gem after another, occasionally gasping in delight, her joy and astonishment utterly uncontainable. Bai Xuan cradled the bouquet in his hands, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon her, fearful of missing a single animated expression. Ha ha ha, Xuan, you were even easier to please than a young cub. Your simplicity of satisfaction compels one to offer you all the finest treasures. Bai Xuan stole a glance at him. The color of the seeds contrasted with that of the flowers, and a multitude of varieties emerged from the gentle squeeze of her fingers. It was akin to the thrill of unboxing a mystery, inciting an irresistible urge to continue. By the time Bai Xuan's fingers grew weary from the task, Bai Xuan was nearly overwhelmed by the blossoms surrounding him. He summoned some individuals to bring ropes, crouching carefully beside them to bind the flowers into neat bundles. Wu Yao approached, his expression one of disbelief, bending lower and lower until he finally caught sight of Bai Xuan's face, at which point his heart sank completely. How could their illustrious and mighty king have transformed into a mere florist? What was he doing there? Shouldn't he be hastening to transport them back? Wu Yao suddenly jolted to attention, of course. Bai Xuan regained her senses, still somewhat bewildered. How did it come to this? If Xuan wishes to play, I shall remain here to accompany her. Bai Xuan shook her head, clapped her hands, and said, "Let us go. We haven't even begun our exploration yet. There are surely countless delights awaiting us." Like a gust of wind, the two departed, leaving behind a group of males squatting there, gathering flowers. A voice from Bai Xuan drifted back, cautioning, "Be careful, don't break anything." Wu Yao looked up in response, somewhat disheveled by the wind. Suddenly struck by a thought, he urged everyone to quicken their pace, feeling an undeniable certainty that this was far from their last encounter. Whatever the goddess laid eyes upon or touched had to be brought back to the capital. Who would do the carrying, if not them? As it turned out, his intuition was spot on. Chapter 94. Shopping. Bai Xuan was captivated by a plethora of novel trinkets, her eyes scarcely able to take in all the wonders. Each vendor greeted her with warm smiles, offering gifts as she approached, only to be met with a glare from Bai Xuan, causing them to obediently accept the crystal cores instead. In the beast realm, which male would lack the refinement to desire a female's crystal core? Likewise, which beast husband could tolerate a stranger bestowing gifts upon his wife? Bai Xuan gazed at him with amusement, questioning whether Xuan's eyes pained from his intense stare. Surprisingly, they did not recognize him. Bai Xuan took the item from her hands, which she struggled to relinquish, and handed it to Wu Yao, who followed behind. The expanse of the Black Domain was vast, with the merchants on the streets overseen by several lords. If everyone were to recognize me, it would indeed become troublesome. Many of the vendors had only recently arrived, and the news of the spirit fruits had set the entire beast realm ablaze with excitement, making the Exiled Forest and the Black Domain the center of attention. Due to the goddess's unparalleled abilities, no female could dare to imitate her. Thus, despite the various factions' eagerness to act, none would brazenly resort to destruction. The initial batch of spirit fruits had already been consumed by some beast men, with effects corroborating the claims. Following the auction, those from the royal city of Yuhuang attempted to seize the fruits along the route, but rather than succeeding, they found themselves blacklisted, barred from future bidding on spirit fruits. Jun Yao embellished the story of these events, allowing it to circulate throughout the beast realm, leading others to abandon their reckless thoughts and adhere to the rules by purchasing tickets for the auction, attending with due diligence. Consequently, an increasing number of beastmen flocked to the Black Domain, drawn not only by the spirit fruits, but also by the desire to meet the goddess in person, hoping to curry favor with her. As the crowd grew, so too did the number of small stalls and vendors. The entrance fees collected this time significantly enriched the coffers of the Black Domain. Bai Xuan listened as he briefly elucidated the external circumstances, nodding in satisfaction. Yao's adeptness at guiding public opinion is quite remarkable. If this continues, the beastmen who are dependent on Rongling will surely waver. They are merely superficial figures, like weathercocks, and thus pose no real threat. Even the smallest of ants can bite an elephant. It is far better to exploit a slight breach than to confront Rongling head-on. Logically, there should be many people eager to meet me outside. After such a lengthy stroll, why has no one come to disturb me? Previously, in the Exile Forest, Tian Liang and Gu Rue could not cease their inquiries about my spiritual power level, Yet today, it is astonishingly tranquil. Mo Xian curled his lips in a slight smile, for I had discreetly arranged a banquet, inviting all those who would attend the auction tomorrow. It is a rare opportunity to be alone with Xian. How could I allow anyone to intrude? Bai Xian gestured towards the vendors, amused. Am I truly the only female here? Would they not deduce my identity? Yet, what would it matter if they did? They are acutely aware that they cannot partake in the auction, and thus would refrain from approaching me. Moreover, those who are willing to set up stalls for the sake of earning crystal cores are likely to possess respectable upbringing. In the absence of an elder's introduction or a female's initiative to engage in conversation, single males are not permitted to approach females indiscriminately. Tarnishing their reputation would jeopardize their chances of finding a mate. As for directly initiating conversation with the intent of seduction, such behavior belongs to those aspiring to be mere followers. Individuals with such intentions would inevitably make their way to the beast god temple, for it is there that females hold the highest rank and thus possess the greatest value in their eyes. Bai Xian jested, did you not all seek me out willingly? Mo Xian pressed his lips together, acknowledging that it was indeed improper without the consent of the elders. In the beast realm, the selection of a mate by females typically require the elders' oversight and blessings through rituals, which solidified the union. In Bai Xian's situation, it could be deemed a serious offense within the tribe, akin to deceiving young females. Even if a bond were formed, it would not be recognized. Ha. I have been without parents since childhood, so where would I find elders? You are all my personal choices. Does that not make it the most authentic? As for compatibility, the one involved has the most authority to speak. Mo Xian's face instantly brightened. Xian, you are truly wonderful. He cast a glance at him. Each one of them possessed the peculiar tendency to break into foolish laughter at the slightest provocation. Bai Xian, intrigued, selected a charming windmill at a stall and inquired, Lingua, how do you determine your pricing? Mo Xian, having completed the transaction, swiftly caught up with her strides. The admission ticket for the auction cost 10 spirit crystals, with a starting bid set at 100 spirit crystals. Bai Xian gasped in astonishment, her mouth agape, while Mo Xian wore a smug expression, eager for praise, ready to claim that it was his own suggestion. However, her exclamation of what a scheming merchant caused his words to take an unexpected turn. It was actually Jun Yao's decision. I merely offered some advice, he quickly clarified. Before he could finish, Bai Xian shifted her tone, declaring, nonetheless, I love it. Mo Xian pressed his lips together, feeling a sense of frustration. 100 spirit crystals equated to a single magic crystal, meaning that 100 spirit fruits would yield at least 100 magic crystals. If I were to produce 100 every month. Her eyes sparkled with excitement, completely oblivious to the cunning serpent who yearned for her admiration lurking nearby. Bai Xian suddenly danced with joy, exclaiming, oh my. I have just realized how remarkably simple it is to make spiritual fruits. I could do this every day. The essence crystal truly represents wealth. Never in my wildest dreams did I imagine possessing such a lucrative skill. Observing her adorable demeanor, Mo Xian couldn't help but reach out to pinch her cheek, cautioning her. There's no need for excess. Too much will diminish the allure of the auction. Do take care not to overexert yourself. Bai Xian brushed his hand away with a flick. Well then, there's no need for you all to exert yourselves battling the monsters. Simply hasten to elevate to the 10th tier, bind Rongling, and allow me to give him a good thrashing. Ha. We shall surely fulfill Xian's expectations. Mo Xian accompanied her along the street until they reached its end. Noticing that the day was drawing to a close, he prepared to escort her back for some well-deserved rest. What is that delightful aroma? Bai Xian inquired. Wrinkling her nose and inhaling deeply, it smells enticing, almost like wine. Chapter 95, Forbidden to Drink. Bai Xian rushed to the front of the liquor stall, her gaze fixed upon the array of bottles and jars, leaning in to inhale deeply the intoxicating aroma of the spirits. The young monkey-like orc, brimming with excitement, flailed his limbs animatedly, stammering, Do you wish to try some? His eyes furtively glanced at her before quickly retreating, his face flushing a deep crimson reminiscent of a monkey's behind. In the beastly realm, addressing a female without honorifics implied ulterior motives, prompting a dangerous glint in Mo Xian's eyes as a chill enveloped him. The elder orc promptly stepped forward, delivering a firm rap to the back of the young one's head. My apologies, esteemed lady. The lad is simply unaware of proper decorum and has transgressed. The young monkey cradled his head, baring his teeth in a grimace, and under the weight of his father's menacing gaze, he begrudgingly altered his address. I have the honor of meeting the lady. Bai Xian waved her hand, her gaze lingering upon the wine vat. Ah Xian, I desire it all. In response to her sparkling eyes, Mo Xian seemed to forget something and waved his hand, acquiring everything in one sweep. Wu Yao, accompanied by others, huffed and puffed while carrying the goods. The old monkey, in high spirits, prepared to close up his stall, only to see his son gazing foolishly at the silhouette of the divine maiden. Annoyed, he kicked his son, scolding, "Why don't you retract that tail of yours? How embarrassing!" The little monkey, clutching his backside with a look of lament, replied, "Father, you are the leader of our clan. Can't you at least help me make an introduction?" In earnest pursuits of a mate or attending a selection event for a female, it is customary for the elders to promote the young ones. Approaching directly would be deemed an affront, and should one tarnish their reputation, opportunities with other females would be severely diminished. Thus, the beast realm is a place where lineage holds immense weight. A father beast of high standing, with ample crystal cores, possesses the confidence to present his son to a high-ranking female. Furthermore, alliances or transactions can elevate a less promising son to a respectable position. The old monkey glared at his son with disdain, remarking, "Our clan is so impoverished that I must personally set up a stall. What worth do I hold as a leader? Those attending the auction are primarily from large tribes or the Beast King City, all 8 and 9 patterned beasts. Their intentions to win the divine maiden's favor unmistakable. He, who couldn't even afford the 10-spirit crystal admission ticket, was unworthy of mingling in such company. That would merely be an exercise in futility." Observing his son's dejected expression, the old monkey, exasperated, huffed, "If you wish to rely on your lineage, then you might as well return to the nurturing tree and be reborn." The little monkey flicked his drooping tail, somewhat embarrassed, and suggested, "At least inquire on my behalf. Speak well of me. What if the divine maiden remembers me? The divine maiden is so beautiful, being a follower would suffice. And even serving as a minor attendant would be acceptable." The old monkey scrutinized him with disdain, stating, "Even if I had the inclination, you would not measure up. The young beasts accompanying those high-ranking individuals are all exceptional in status, appearance, and strength. An unmarried male of the highest rank barely reaches the 6th tier. And how many can there be in the entire beast realm?" This time, 3 had arrived at once. "What do you possess to compete? Are you thick-skinned?" Although all may wish to steal a glance,